Welcome to today's big 10-hour Earthling Ed debate live stream challenge. We're going at it today, guys, for 10 hours straight. So I'm going to be reacting to Earthling Ed debates for 10 hours, right? That's the whole point. So I'm not debating Ed, and obviously, and I'm not debating anyone. We're going to react to his debates. I've got my soy chocolate milk in my David Rams cup. It's all ready to go. We're going to see angry farmers. We're going to see angry slaughter workers, potentially. I think there's a few with slaughter workers. And we're going to see a lot of general numpties in the public, right? General numpty public, members of the public that sit down with Ed and try and debunk him and debunk veganism. This is what we're going for today. This is what we're going to be looking into and reacting to. Yeah, hopefully, though, we're not only going to see drama today. Hopefully, we are also going to see some people who actually just, you know, go vegan, like listen and take him seriously and go vegan. Hopefully, we get a bit of that too. Some of these videos I haven't seen. Some of them I have seen. But we'll go through and we'll see what we're going to do. Are you ready for this colossal level circle jerk? It's going to be the biggest vegan circle jerk, I think, since the last big live stream we did, reacting to Joey Carbstrong videos. Are you ready? Because I'm ready to get tugged all day, let me tell you that. We're going to kick things off with Ed's newest videos, okay? So we're going to start with some of his more new videos, and we're going to work our way through, and we're going to be finishing the day with his most viral ones, some with over 1 million views, okay? That's how we're going to go for it. Now, if you have a video that I've not responded to yet, or that it doesn't look like I'm going to, and you really want to see it, then use the super chats and use the Streamlabs donation link to send that through to me. Okay, I'll do my best to look at your comments, but I'll definitely respond to the super chats and the Streamlabs comments. All right, definitely, because obviously you're donating. So thank you for supporting the channel. And we're going to do something new with today's one as well. I'm going to be getting into the comment sections of Earthling Ed's videos, which we all know is just meat flake central, right? So we're going to get into the comment section of some of his videos. We're going to take a look at what people are saying, and we might even type some responses too. You guys maybe can help with that. We'll do that as well. So there'll be some meat flakes today, not just on screen, but also in the comment section. All right, if you're ready to start today's video, if you're ready to start with this 10-hour colossal vegan circle jerk, reach around, tugging session, because we're all tugging each other. Well, yeah, like if you've got something to be tugged, I suppose. But you get my point. It's a turn of phrase, okay? You know what I'm saying. You know what I'm saying. If you're ready, two things I need you to do to show me you're ready. One, like the video right now. Hit the like button, because that's how you signify to me that you are ready to go. And two, put a message now in the live chat that say, bless me, vegan Jesus. I want to see that in the live chat now. Bless me, vegan Jesus. Okay? So pop that in there. Bless me, vegan Jesus. I see, also before we get going, I'll move over this way a little bit so I'm a bit more like, no, this way's better, this way's better. I see that a few of you in the chat are asking about my t-shirt. This t-shirt, you see that? Oh, here we go. It says veganism across the top. Just address this before we start. I know of it down here. It says, and justice for animals. You see that? Veganism and justice for animals. This is a t-shirt I designed myself, and it's for sale. It's launched today. It's a brand new t-shirt it's gone live today. It's on the David Rams website. If you want one, go on the website. You can buy one right now. Go check it out. I'm very proud of this. Took me a long time to get it right. So if you want one, go buy one on the website. They're right there right now, available for you to buy. So go check it out. davidrams.com. davidrams.com. There's also 3 other new t-shirts. One that has Joaquin Phoenix. One that has a play on the satanic religion. Go check it out. And one that is like a Coca-Cola ripoff, promoting dog meat. So yeah, go check them out if you're interested in new t-shirts for summer, guys, because summer's coming. It's t-shirt weather. You got to get those t-shirt arms ready as well, and get onto that. Anyway, look, let's get into the first reaction, shall we? So we're going to look at Earthling Ed's newest video, actually. His newest one. It's Libertarian refuses to have his freedom denied by vegan at Stanford University by Earthling Ed. 56,000 views, 4,800 likes, only 50 dislikes. Look at that. That's a really interesting split. So it looks like this one hasn't got to the meat flakes. It could be that it's not that dramatic also. Usually it tends to be, the more dramatic it is, the more dislikes there'll be, because, you know, people get polarized. But hey, we'll check it out. Let's have a see let's have a see what happens. It's 28-minute banger, so it's a long one. And yeah, we'll kick off with this guy, shall we? Let's make sure the audio's going through. You guys can hear this.
Could you not just...
Yes, of course you guys can hear this. All right. Earthling Ed, what are you going to tell us about this apparent libertarian guy? Let's take a look.
Could you not just eat vegan 3 times a day when you eat and then focus all of your other energy on these interpersonal relationships that you clearly care about and are, of course, very important?
I could, and I know this will sound cold to you, but ultimately I don't want to, and I feel that there is no obligation.
Whilst I understand...
Sorry, what the fuck are we on? How is this? So that's what we're kicking off with, is it? Just a straight up... Imagine if you said that to someone in any other circumstance. Imagine you just sit there and you say, like, if someone says to you, like, hey, you know how you punch people in the face, like, every day? Yeah. I know how I punch people every day in the face. Okay, yeah, cool. Why do you do that? Well, I've got so many other things going on. Just, you know, got so many other... Okay, cool. Do you not think you could, like, not punch people in the face and also care about those other things? Yeah, I could do that, but I just don't feel there's an obligation. It's like... What? I'm sorry, what? Jesus Christ. Okay.
That you don't want to. Wants are not good justifications when it comes to the exploitation of others. The want in and of itself shouldn't make it morally permissible. Hi, Jed. Okay. My name is Ed.
That was like a preview of what's to come, so we're going to get to that point, aren't we?
And nice little rhyme. And it's lovely to meet you. Thank you so much for sitting down and having a conversation with me. As you know, yeah, you're welcome. As you know, I have a banner and it says, why aren't you vegan yet? I'm wondering, what are your thoughts about that question?
So as a libertarian, I believe that people should have the freedom to do with their life, body, and lifestyle as they wish. And I believe that I very much respect the fact that you're vegan, and I hope that there are businesses which cater to you, and that if there aren't everywhere, given how big the vegan culture is now, they're really missing out, and they should hop in on it. Yeah. But I also believe that we should, those of us who do not care to be vegan, I think those of us who do like meat, since after all we are made with both kinds of teeth as humans, we do...
It's always great when someone sits down and there's like they're seemingly intellectual, like the way he's speaking. It's like he's a Stanford student, he's carrying himself well, like he looks really smart, he's sat up straight, like he seems like intelligent, and then he says, because we've got teeth for both, we've got big carnivore teeth. Oh my goodness, we're off to a fantastic start with this guy. I am happy that we watched this one. Amazing. By the way, before we continue on, I just want to let you know there is something else that I didn't forget, but I wanted to wait a little bit before I announced. Today's stream is a fundraiser, by the way. So Annie's going to post the GoFundMe link right now in the live chat. We're raising money for activists on the ground who are helping animals in Ukraine escape the war, okay? They're a brand new group. They need funding. They don't have loads of like social media stuff set up. They're really brand new and they really need help for transport, medicine for the animals and other supplies. None of the money will go towards any non-vegan food for the animals. They're rescuing wild animals and they're rescuing also dogs, cats, and every animal that needs rescuing. They're getting them out of Ukraine or trying to get them to a safe place. We're raising money for that today, guys. So the link to the GoFundMe is in the description, and also Annie will post it. We'll talk more about that later, but I just wanted to let you know at the beginning of the video so you know that we're also doing a fundraiser. So make sure to send some money over to these guys, okay? We really need to help them out. They need some help to get these animals safe and hopefully get them far away from this guy.
You have both the carnivorous and the herbivorous teeth. Yep. I believe that there should be no cultural pressure for us to be vegan. I believe that if we enjoy eating meat from ultimately different species, lower species, if they weren't lower species, then why haven't they destroyed us yet?
If they weren't lower species, why haven't they destroyed us yet? Oh, is that the attribute of a higher species, that it destroys the lower species? Like, what are you talking about? What is that? They haven't destroyed us. Why? Okay, can someone explain this to me? Is this what he's trying to say? Is he trying to say that the defining character of a species that is superior is that it destroys every other species. I don't understand that point at all. That is fantastic. Well, I understand what he's trying to say, I think, but it's just so ridiculous. It's hilarious.
Okay, let's stop there for a second.
Yeah, it's like, oh, okay. All right, there's a few things we need to deal with here.
The first thing, just very briefly, to do with the teeth. Many herbivorous animals also have canine teeth. I'm not saying we're herbivores, biologically speaking, but just because we have canines doesn't provide us with a moral justification to harm animals. You know, we can do a multitude of things, but just because we have the capacity to do those things doesn't provide us with the justification to do so. The first point you made about being a libertarian was about kind of like, you know, individual sovereignty and the right to your own kind of like life and existence. But what about the animals? Why does our right to our own sovereignty and our own individuality and our own body, how is it morally justified to come at the expense of someone else?
So, as a libertarian, ultimately, I believe
Why does he keep opening with "as a libertarian"? It's like, dude, you don't need to categorize yourself politically. Just state your points, and your points will either stand or fall down as they are, without you saying "as a libertarian" or as a conservative or as a progressive or as a liberal or as a, doesn't matter what you identify as. Just say what you think, say your ideas. And then if somebody thinks, you sound like a libertarian, then you can say, yeah, that's me. I guess I would classify myself as that. But I mean, why do people have this obsession? I guess it's all more commonly on educational campuses and stuff, where they're like, as a this, as a that. And like, it's like, dude, we don't fucking care what your identity is. Just tell us your opinions and we'll see if they stand up or not.
Our government, I like the libertarian form of government, and ultimately it is the government. Government is a contract between individuals and a sovereign state, so that we do not all murder each other and we live in some sort of order. Yeah. And animals are not included in this.
Not currently, of course.
Well, they would not be able to participate in. They would not be able to actively participate in any formation of a government.
So he's one of these guys. I've dealt with someone like him before, where it's basically because animals can't reciprocate rights, then they don't deserve rights. This is the argument. It's so fucking ridiculous because a child can't reciprocate rights, but we still give a child rights to not be abused, and like they have more rights than adults, you could argue, children, but yet they have no ability to reciprocate rights. The same as some people who have cognitive disabilities or cognitive issues, they also don't have the ability to reciprocate rights. They don't understand government. They don't understand these. So not all, but I'm just saying some people, but we still give them rights. It's down to like this. What would come down to? I don't know if Ed will do this. It's the name the trait argument. It's like once you break it down, it's like what is the actual trait? Because we give these rights without reciprocation to like children, as I said, or people with cognitive impairments or whatever, but we wouldn't give it to animals. Why not? What's the difference? So we'll see what Ed. I hope Ed gets to that.
But of course, when we're talking about social contracts, humans with a lack of certain cognitive abilities, they also can't engage in the social contracts that we're discussing. Are their lives less morally valuable because they can't engage in the same social contracts that you and I can?
Well, ultimately, they will eventually be able to, but also
not someone who's cognitively impaired in the ways that we're discussing right now.
That's really funny. I mean, I've not seen this video before, but we ended up using we're a cult, guys, you see. This is what I'm talking about. Veganism's clearly a cult, because I just use the same terminology as Earthling Ed. So clearly, this is cult behavior from me. I'm sorry. Sorry to let you down, guys.
Perhaps not, but they are also human. And ultimately, different species have different social contracts. Well, for example, how about if we're going to talk about animals in general, what about the wolves? Should we chastise them? Should we reprimand them for feeding on species which are lower down the food chain?
Animals in the wild who kill other animals do so out of necessity. They do so to survive. We don't have that excuse. And also, we have moral agency. You know, on the one hand, we're referring to ourselves.
We're on to Earthling Ed Bingo already. We've had moral agency. Is Simon's taking care of the Earthling Ed Bingo? Do we have moral agency in there, Simon? Is that one of them that you were waiting for? By the way, if you see me jigging around a little bit, it's because I'm trying to figure out the best kind of position to sit in so you can see when I'm talking with my hands, so it's more like engaging for you guys, and also so that it looks good on screen. That's why I'm jigging myself around. Anyway,
themselves as higher beings, you know, they're lower beings. But on the other hand, we're trying to use what they do to justify our morality. It can't be both things. So animals in the wild don't have the moral agency that we do. Because we have moral agency, we're able to rationalize our choices, and we're able to understand the positives and negatives of those choices.
Yeah.
And because we live in a society where we have the choice to do something else, that's something else reducing suffering, then morally speaking, to me, that's the preferable choice to make. What do you think about that?
That was quite a lot to take in for the guy. I don't think he's going to have tracked that conversation. I predict that he's not going to have tracked this, and that he's going to be a little bit off, like kind of like, oh, not too sure what to say because he didn't pick every single point up. I reckon that's what's going to happen here.
I guess first I would ask you, what is human morality? What is
see, he's basically he's like, okay, let's just try and bypass everything he just said and ask a question instead.
human moral agency?
Well, morality in its purest philosophical terms is, of course, subjective. I don't have a spiritual or religious belief that creates a definition of what is moral or immoral, but I think that we can, by and large, try and understand morality as being something that is seeking to reduce harm and suffering, something that's working to create a society that is more quote-unquote utopian, even though that word is, of course, impractical because it will never exist. It's about pursuing goals and aspirations that make life better for as many people and as many beings as possible. So reducing suffering, basically.
So altruism. Altruism.
I mean, I guess you could go down the route of altruism, yes.
So one question that I would ask is, if it came down to reducing the suffering or the hunger of human beings and the, I guess, the death of animals, which would you choose?
Would I choose an animal over a human?
What's the... I feel like this is... Well, I would at this point, I would have said, I feel like what you're trying to make a distraction right now. From the point, like it's a red herring to start talking about things like this, isn't it? I mean, I know that philosophical like debaters or whatever would argue, no, it's not a red herring. He's just trying to create a hypothetical so that we can figure out his blah blah blah. But realistically, he sat down to try and change Ed's mind, and so he's either got to, kind of confront Ed, or Ed has got to convince him. But this guy's the one on fire, right? He's got to convince Ed. He's not going to... At this point, he just seems like he's trying to defend himself, which is what usually these things tend to go down. But I don't know. Me personally, I think I don't like getting into these like, would you do this in this situation? Like desert island questions. I personally try to avoid desert island questions. If somebody asks one, I'll just say, that's a desert island question. It's not relevant to the conversation. Can you go back to the previous point and answer what I said to you about moral agency? And I don't know. I feel like I would go back. But let's see where this goes. It's 28 minutes. So there's quite a lot of... I guess there's quite a lot of time to get into this if you would want to. For me, I don't really like getting into these kind of debates, discussions.
If the human is starving, is that the question you're asking?
Yes.
If in times of necessity, you can morally justify something. So if a human is starving and requires, needs to kill a chicken to survive, then of course the human could justify that. But that's not the situation we're in. In an extreme situation, you could find reasons to save one life over the other. Case in point, let's say a building is on fire, and inside the building you have a 5-year-old child and a 95-year-old human. You could justify saving the 5-year-old child over the 95-year-old human because the child has their life ahead of them, all these different factors, but that doesn't justify needlessly harming the elderly in a normal society. Same with the animals. We don't have the choice between a chicken and a human. If we did, you could definitely choose the human over the chicken, but our choice is human, chicken, or neither. And because we have the neither choice, that is the morally preferable choice to make.
But one thing that I want to return to is you mentioned that there shouldn't be a hierarchy of beings. But
he's not engaging Ed on Ed's point. So you're noticing this. He's doing what that girl did. Do you remember well, we're going to get to her later. But there's a girl that he spoke to, and it was the same situation where Ed says something, and instead of engaging with what he said, she would just go, but, and then another point, just like this guy's just done now. He literally, I'll go back. Ed finished a point, and his first word was "but." Watch.
And because we have the neither choice, that is the morally preferable choice to make.
But
you see, it's like basically he zoned out. He zoned out about 35 seconds ago, and then Ed finished his point, and he goes, "But I had something else I wanted to talk about." It's like, dude. Yeah, and someone just commented, weird guy just commented, he is lucky Ed has a good memory. Well, I hope Ed has a good memory and pulls some of these points back up again, because it is difficult in in these discussions, it is hard as if you're the one that is in Ed's position. It's hard to remember what has been said. So you need to go back and revisit the things that this guy is purposefully avoiding, and it can be difficult to remember to go back because they want to keep on moving forward because they keep getting spanked, right? So.
One thing that I want to return to is you mentioned that there shouldn't be a hierarchy of beings.
But I didn't say that.
Yeah, when did he say that? It's like, I remember not saying that specifically, yeah.
So you do say that in a time between choosing a chicken and a human, you would choose the human.
In a situation of necessity where I had no choice but to choose one or the other, you could find justifications for why the human life would be worth saving over the chicken's life. This doesn't disprove veganism, because veganism is the stance that in a situation where we have the option to not harm either life, that is the morally obligated decision to make. What do you think? When we have the choice between human, chicken, or neither, what is the morally obligated choice to make?
I believe and respect that. I believe that...
Dude, answer the question.
Anyone should have the capacity to choose what they believe their obligation is, so long as they do not actively infringe on the rights of another human being in our society.
So he's saying, okay, each individual person can have their own mind set on whatever they feel they're obligated to, as long as it doesn't infringe on another human. So in his mind, so a person can decide, oh, my obligations are to kick dogs every day. That does not harm or infringe on any human as long as it's a stray dog. In his world, that's totally fine, apparently. I mean, if we're going to say like morality is subjective, and he's saying basically everybody has a subjective morality, and in some people's subjective moralities, this is okay. I guess that's what he's trying to say. But what he's avoiding here is that he might believe that, but his contradiction, the thing that makes no sense is, if Ed said to him, okay, if in somebody's personal morality, they thought kicking dogs was perfectly fine and that's what they feel good with, do you agree? And this guy would probably say, no, I don't agree with that. So then he would say, okay, so why don't we talk about you and your specific morality and why you're not vegan then, and not about this scumbag who kicks dogs, right? Why is this guy constantly putting forward this argument of basically, oh, everybody can do what they think is right or wrong? And it's like, yeah, but what we need to find out is, do you agree with what these other people say is right or wrong? And the answer is no, you don't agree. Okay, great. So why are you not vegan? It's not complicated. You can believe everybody can do whatever they want. Whatever, you can do that if you want to believe that, fine. But you still have an opinion on what they do or don't do, don't you? You don't just accept everybody's shit, do you? Right? You disagree with some of it, even when it comes to animals, even though this guy seems to have literally, he appears to have zero empathy for animals, but I'm sure he does. We'll see. We'll see.
Let's remove farm animals and let's go for any animal. Could I kick a dog, stomp a dog to death? Could I poach an elephant? Could I hunt a whale? Can I do anything to any other animal based on the fact that I am a human, and as a libertarian yourself, that's the only thing that has a sovereign value when it comes to species?
Has our society outlawed these things? Are we living in a society that has outlawed...
Does legality equal morality?
In my view, I do not believe that there is an intrinsic morality.
So just because something is legal doesn't mean that it's wrong or right?
I believe that ultimately a government comes together and they inform society of their laws, which are essentially the moral values and the moral codes to abide by, so as to make the society.
Laws change, as do morals within society.
Exactly, because it is a top-down movement.
Yeah. So we challenge things regardless of the legality of those things. So just because, killing a pig is legal, but hunting, poaching an elephant is illegal, doesn't mean that killing a pig is moral and poaching an elephant is immoral. Because morality and legality, whilst they should be the same, of course we would think that they should be, in actuality, they're not.
Thing is, this guy, whether he realizes it or not, he's arguing for some pretty horrendous shit based on the fact that, oh, if it's legal, then it's fine. It's like, okay, let's take this apart. Okay, so and I hate to go into this because the guy is African American, but I'm going to go into it because I feel like Ed's too polite to get into it, to be totally honest with you, and I feel like it would have caused a lot of shit if he did get into it. But at the end of the day, I'm going to say it. So this guy stands for human. He says if it doesn't infringe on a human, it's perfectly fine, no problem. And if it's legal, doesn't infringe on a human, then anything goes. But the thing is, not so long ago, guys, not so long ago, in the Western world, the Westerners, white people, white Europeans, white America, whatever, they were trying to prove and succeeding in some cases to prove that people who weren't white weren't human. Specifically, many African people went through this horrendous time of the world, right? Treated as subhuman. They were at the same level morally as other animals, right? That's how they were treated. That's how they were perceived. There were even scientists trying to prove this, and fudging the fucking studies to show that this was true. Okay, true, right? So, in this guy's worldview, in those times, then it would have been perfectly acceptable to do anything at all to anyone who wasn't white, so long as it didn't infringe on a white person, right? Because they were the only ones that were considered to be human by these. I'm doing this because obviously I don't believe this shit, but I'm just repeating, what I've read and what I've studied in historical kind of articles and papers on this. So, do you see how this guy's logic kind of falls to pieces very quickly on that, right? It's really fucked up when you really consider what he's saying and how his logic applies to a world that is illogical. Because let's be honest, the laws, our moral systems, they're not always completely logical. In fact, they probably never have been completely logical, but he's placing so much faith in them and relying on them so much. But again, just not that long ago, not so many years ago, his logic would have led to Africans having no rights, right? It's the same as it's also women's rights as well. I mean, I don't think white women were ever seen as subpar, but obviously women of other ethnicities were. So yeah, if you take what he's saying and apply it to other cases, it very quickly becomes clear that this is a fucked up way of seeing the world, and it falls to pieces. But because he's saying it about animals, a lot of people will be tempted to agree with him, and this is why, as vegans, we make these comparisons. It's a comparison, and Lifting Vegan Logic made a great video about this recently. It's not equating the different struggles of different animals and humans. It's not saying they're the same, but it's saying if you apply someone's logic to both situations, you can see how there are some comparisons that can be made. There are some valid comparisons between applying his logic to like the transatlantic slave trade and the situation back then, and applying it to the situation now. There are comparisons to be made, and I will assume that in the rest of this video, Ed won't get into that for obvious reasons. But maybe he could have done. It should have isn't the right word. I don't think it's like a should or shouldn't do, but he could have done, and it would have caused a lot of drama for sure. But I don't know. I think it's a necessary. Not necessary, but I think it would be a valid comparison if you made the comparison. If you said, hey, your logic would have caused some serious. your logic applied here would have been very dangerous.
Well, I would say that different people can have different opinions of it, and ultimately what matters the only thing that objectively matters is what the law is.
So what's your opinion then? Let's say a dog's walking past now. Can I stomp that dog to death if I want to?
Is it outlawed here? What is the law here?
It's not. Let's say it's not outlawed.
Why is he relying on law so much? It's so strange that, I mean, I find it really unusual.
Let's say for a hypothetical situation, currently where we are, it's not outlawed for me to stomp that dog to death. What is your personal opinion on the morality of me doing so?
I do not operate with the idea of a morality, so I personally wouldn't. I don't feel the need to, but if you did, okay.
Outside of a
Did he just say that if Ed wanted to go and stomp a dog right there and then, and it was legal, he wouldn't care because the dog is not a human? That is fucking insane. I would have ended this discussion there and then. I would have just been like, you are not somebody that I want to be anywhere near. That is mad. And again, applying that to previous, historical times where black people specifically in the USA were considered less than human, as in the same level as animals. his logic would have meant that someone like Ed could go and stomp or hurt someone that looks like him. And in his logic applied to those times, he wouldn't have had a problem with it because black people weren't considered as animals. But he would have had a problem with it because he, in fact, is black. So he would have had a personal opinion on it if it troubled him. But when it doesn't trouble him, i.e. when it's a dog, he's no problem with it. Right? There's bullshit. It's complete. It's really selfish, self-obsessed self. I don't know what the word would be. It's like when, if it doesn't bother me and it doesn't bother humans, I don't care. But if it were his dog, he would care. And if years ago it were his people, he would care. But as it's neither of those things, he doesn't care. It's a pretty sick way to live, in my opinion.
Legal system. Anyone should be allowed to do whatever they want as long as they personally think that that's fine, and you wouldn't stop that.
That's why we created legal systems, because we were going around and we would just go around and kill each other for a meal.
What about in cultures where, let's say, homosexuality is illegal? Is homosexuality immoral in those cultures because it's illegal?
Well, that's also why I don't believe in moral systems personally. I believe that they are societal constructs.
So is homosexuality immoral in societies where the construct is that it's illegal?
In that society, they have constructed themselves in that way that, yes.
What do you think?
I support homosexuality fully.
So you support homosexuality, but in a culture where it's illegal, you think it's acceptable. Do you? Don't want to put words in your mouth. But so they should be challenged then.
I support challenging them. Yes.
Right. So okay. So outside of cultures and outside of laws, we now accept that just because something is cultural or something is legal or illegal doesn't mean that it is moral or immoral, and we should challenge things regardless of their cultural or legal status.
You have the right and capacity to challenge them peacefully.
Okay, peacefully. Okay, great. So we accept that now. The important thing that we need to establish is that culture doesn't define morality, or more importantly, something isn't moral simply because it's cultural, and secondly, something isn't moral simply because it's legal / illegal. Okay, great. So when it comes to animals then, for you, in your personal opinion, is there any moral consideration that a non-human animal deserves? Do they deserve anything, any consideration at all?
They do not deserve anything, no. We can give them, but anything that we give them is grace. It is not something that they intrinsically deserve.
Jesus, he sounds like, I'm sorry to keep going back to this, but I can imagine a white person saying this about somebody who wasn't white. I can imagine a man saying this about women. I can imagine, not just a general man or a general white. I'm talking like super racist or super sexist people. What he just said could have come from a racist, a sexist, a transphobe, a homophobe about, the people they don't like, the people they discriminate. Do you see what I mean? Like, it's such a, listen to this again.
They do not deserve anything, no. We can give them, but anything that we give them is grace. It is not something that they intrinsically deserve.
Can you just, you know what I mean? You could take that sentence and apply it to so many different, you could apply it to like a religious fundamentalist talking about people who aren't religious. You can, it applies to so many. And I don't get how you can sit there and say something like this without realizing what you've just said is exactly what so many other people have said about so many other people. And now you're making the mistake of saying it about animals because you see them like what you're saying about animals, people have said about other people because they see them at the same level as animals. How you can't see that that's a problem, and that is like a sick way to something disgusting to believe in, and sit there so confidently knowing the history of this could be a white person saying this, it could be an Asian person, whatever. It could be anyone, but it's a black guy saying this, and he knows the history of his people in America. He knows the history, and he says these things that have been said by people who hate him, and it's just like, oh, dude. I don't even know how to put into words what I feel here, and I know this is spicy. It's a spicy take, huh? But I'm not saying this because it's a spicy take. I'm saying this because it's genuinely what I'm thinking. And I'm just shocked about it. I didn't know it would go this way. I couldn't imagine this guy saying something like that. Let's see how Ed deals with this. Ed is super calm. I hope he doesn't. I hope he brings this guy to puts the sky on fire. I do.
Why do humans intrinsically deserve moral consideration?
Because we are creating the society amongst ourselves.
Okay, but what is it about being human that means that we deserve more? Because that's not deserving, that's not intrinsic. You're saying that value to a human is created based on the society that we've created. But what about in environments where they haven't created the societies that we have? Is there something intrinsic about a human that means that we deserve value or should be viewed with value?
I think that we as humans can be more accepting, but in technicality, for example, within the United States, I believe that somebody who does not have a direct affiliation with the United States, be they, like you said, a work visa, or be they a permanent resident, or be they a citizen, technically they do not have any rights in the United States. You could argue something with like the United Nations, but they technically do not have any rights in the United States. But I think that we would be more favorable to them than an animal, because we do ultimately, humans have a potential to interact with human societies in a way that a wolf does not. The way that we, as wolves would not give us the rights.
Yeah, but that doesn't matter. That's irrelevant about what wolves would or wouldn't do. It's about what we do with the intelligence that we have. And again, I bring it back to the question I asked earlier. What about a human who has a cognitive impairment that means that they can't engage in society in the way that we're talking, that they can't engage in the things that we're discussing, that you say assign humans worth? Do those people not deserve moral consideration as well because they can't engage in the way that we're talking about?
I mean, they are definitely affiliated with I would say that they are affiliated with our society.
What do you mean by affiliated?
Yeah.
For example, do they have a if they have like residency, or if they have like just a legal affiliation with the United States, then they are subject to all of the laws and protections afforded by the United States.
So a human being's moral worth is based on the legal protections assigned to them as citizens of the United States. So before citizenship,
the objective worth. Now, personally, we can have differences, and we did discuss the whole argument of like a society which is homophobic.
Yes.
And I certainly respect your opinion that that you can be that like veganism is moral, and I am not going to challenge it. I'm not going to say that you are wrong.
Okay.
I am just saying that we can coexist.
Oh, we can coexist, we do. The problem isn't you and I, because I'm not the victim and neither are you in this conversation. The problem is the animal. They can't coexist in this scenario. So we're not talking as a victim and an oppressor, we're talking as two oppressors, or a potential oppressor and a current oppressor.
That's a really good point. I'm glad he brought that up, because this guy has been speaking from the privilege of not being on the receiving end of the bullshit he's spouting, right? And this is why I've mentioned it earlier a few times now, that the level of hypocrisy in that is phenomenal, in that there are people who have in the past been sat in the same position that he's sat in now, and they were saying these things about people like him, and it blows my mind that he would sit there and so comfortably and confidently say this about others that don't impact him whatsoever, in the same way that those people in the past would have said the same things about people that look like him. It's so short-sighted, and I wonder how this guy got to the point where he is now. I wonder how he got to this level of to sit there in front of Earthling Ed and say these things so confidently without any seemingly. He's not introspected at any point throughout this entire conversation. Like, I've never seen him actually kind of go, oh, that's interesting. I didn't consider that before. And that's what you do when it's honesty, right? There are things that Ed is saying that he hasn't heard before. I promise you that. But he's acting as if he has, or when he hasn't heard it before, he just bypasses it and moves on to the next point very quickly. It's just, yeah. Maybe this guy has researched Ed, maybe, who knows, and he's sat down all fired up, but he seems to not be actually, in my opinion, he doesn't seem to be engaging at all. He seems to be kind of almost robotic in the way he's going about this, and not budging one little bit.
And we're talking about a victim. And what I'm saying is that What about their rights? What about their standing? Now, you're saying that they don't have those under the law. Okay, fair enough. But that's just because of the legal system that we have. Legality changes, as does morality. But I think when it comes to humans, what means that we have moral worth isn't the laws or that are granted to US citizens. It's to do with basic things such as sentience, consciousness, the capacity to experience. When I stab, if I was to stab someone, it wouldn't be wrong for me.
Ed's just been out stabbing. We know now, Ed. We're onto you, bro. You've been out there dextering farmers, right? Getting all stabby with those farmers.
To stab that person because they're a US citizen and they're protected by the law. It would be wrong for me to stab that person because stabbing them causes them harm, and it's unnecessary for me to do so. The same is true of the animals. Stabbing them to death and cutting their throats is wrong because it's unnecessary for me to do it and for you to do it, and it is a non-consensual thing that harms them for a needless reason. They too have sentience and consciousness and the capacity to experience. They may not be protected by the law, but they still feel and still suffer and still have the capacities that in my eyes, surely must create moral worth for them as individuals.
I do believe that they have the capacity to feel, and I do also believe that we actually underestimate their intelligence, and we are. But I will also say that, and this is the biologist starting to come in, the cerebral cortex. Ultimately, we have a greater ability to think conceptually, to think abstractly, which is why we're even having this discussion right now. Than any other species, which
does that justify arbitrarily harming them? Because we're saying.
And before he goes on again, I just want to mention one more time that that same argument was used by those scientists again in the past for people who weren't white. They tried to prove that they had lower cognitive ability and things like that. It was horrible, horrible, horrible scientists and horrible people using that excuse to try and devalue people who weren't white, and that was done for a very long time. So again, the arguments he's using are just astounding to me, considering the history that people that look like him have been through. It's really, yeah.
Might makes right. Because we have these cognitive advancements, because we're intellectually superior, we therefore have the right to dominate. Do you think that's true? Does intelligence and power create the moral justification to tyrannize?
Well, ultimately, that is the question of human history, isn't it?
It is, and unfortunately, human history is fraught of examples of why that shouldn't be the case.
And it's still an ongoing conversation amongst humans. So one question that I would have, actually, is perhaps, is veganism, is this the pressing issue when we still have so many cases of human rights? Is this the conversation that we should be having? Should we not perhaps wait until we have our house in order?
Oh my god, man, this guy. We've got it's just basically anti-vegan bingo with this guy. So they're not as smart as us, they're not as intelligent as us. We have other problems that are more important. They can't reciprocate like we can. They can't have conversations like we can. Blah. It's just it's like he sits down and looks and talks and positions himself as like a very intelligent person, but realistically what he's doing is just the same as the average person you'd bump into on the street who has never thought about this before, and the things they come out with, bump, 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 just pop, 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 pop. He's doing that, but he's just doing it in a more word salad way, as opposed to the way that you would bump into a random person on the street and they would say things quite directly and quite, let's say, simple and more simplistic, right? People on the street you bump into that you never thought about this before, they're quite simplistic with the things they say, like, oh, but don't plants have feelings? And what about our canines? And these are the things that people say just instinctively. He's doing the same thing, but he's dressing it up. Like when he was talking about earlier, we have both omnivorous teeth and whatever carnivorous teeth, blah blah. And he goes on with all this like word salad. It's like, so you're basically just saying we have canine teeth. Like, that's what people in the street say. That's like, you're no more intelligent or versed in these arguments than the average random person who just finds out about a vegan and wants to say stupid shit. And but he's acting like he is, and like he's actually thought about this, which is clearly it doesn't appear to be the case, even though he would like it to appear to be the case.
Well, I don't think we'll ever have our house in order, unfortunately. But the point is, social justice issues aren't mutually exclusive. You can be in favour of multiple social justice issues and campaign on behalf of multiple social justice issues as well. It's not an either-or scenario. The thing about veganism is what we consume is passive. And what I mean by that is we have to eat. You know, we don't have that's non-negotiable. Yeah. So to be vegan just means the 3 times a day where we eat meals, if we eat something else, right, now we can go and campaign on behalf of all these other issues that need campaign on behalf of. But if we just make that small change, we can not only reduce animal suffering significantly, but also human suffering. There are huge intersections between you know, human exploitation and indeed the agricultural industry as well. So we need to attack all of these things, but we shouldn't just discount something because there is something else. You know, we could discount feminism because there's still issues of you know, human exploitation in the southeast or something of Asia. So there are all these different problems that exist, but we shouldn't discount one problem because another problem also exists at the same time. We should work to solve all of them. When it comes to the options that we have available in front of us, do you think that reducing the suffering of animals should be the morally preferable choice, considering that you acknowledge that they feel, and you also, and I agree with you on this, you think that we as a species discount their intelligence, and maybe do you think that because we do that, and because they also have the capacity to experience like you've acknowledged, that they should be given the moral consideration to not be needlessly exploited and killed, considering it harms them in a non-consensual way?
He's not going to bite it. I predict that he's not going to bite the bullet. I predict that he is going to continue, as someone just said now, Chris Ormso says he just doesn't want to get wrecked, so he says stupid things. I agree with you, Chris. Chris, I think that is what he's about to do. I reckon he doesn't want to get wrecked. He doesn't want to show himself up. So I reckon right now he's about to not concede anything, and he's just going to keep on arguing. That's what I think. I hope he proves me wrong.
All the same, I still do believe that the societally agreed pleasure of a human comes before the pleasure of an animal.
I've not seen this video before, guys. Just remember that. I promise you. If I've seen one of these before, I will tell you I've seen it before. Okay? I have not seen this before. And I called that shit. I called that shit. That's enough for a super chat or a Streamlabs donation. I'm sure. Come on. How many times do you see something like as impressive as that was impressive? Come on. Give me that. Give me the props, guys. Give me the props. Whew. We're 48 minutes in and we're already off to an interesting start, huh? This 10 hours is going to be fun. It's going to be a lot of fun. And I hope you're going to stick around for the whole 10 hours too, because, you know, we all know that you're just as much of a vegan degenerate as I am, and you've got 10 hours to kill. You've got 10 hours to spend on this with me. I know you have. We both know you have. Don't pretend that you got something better to do, guys. We know you haven't. Okay, come on. I'm here. You're here. Let's do this vegan circle jerk. Let's keep it going, huh? And let's see if Ed's ever going to crack this guy. Because I just don't think he is, you know? I reckon this guy is hell-bent on arguing. And I do not see this concluding with him conceding anything. He will not concede anything.
It's not about the pleasure of the animal. It's about their entire existence. It's about their life. It's about everything that they have, everything that's precious and valuable to them. We're saying that our pleasure is more important than their very being. And not only our pleasure, but 15 minutes of pleasure. We eat a meal, it's 15 minutes. We're talking about that 15 minutes of pleasure. And beyond that, we can eat, you know, delicious plant-based foods. So even if you were to say that you enjoyed, you know, meat 30% more than you enjoyed a plant-based meal, you know, let's say...
Ed, I'm sorry, dude, but at this point, I think it's like... I think what Ed is saying is really good for the viewer on YouTube. I think if Ed is saying this for the person watching on YouTube, like he's planning on like, oh, influencing the person who's watching this right now, good idea, Ed. Great. If you're watching this, Ed, if you're doing this for this guy in particular, I think it's a fucking waste of time. I personally, I mean, it's easy for me to look at this from the outside and be able to analyze it without being in it. But I reckon this guy is he is not going to listen. He is not interested in taking you on with anything you say at this point. So like Ed is dropping absolute fact bombs right now, and truth bombs, and it is great for YouTube. It's great for the viewer, like for us now, and we can look at this and analyze and say, yes, Ed is saying the right thing. But this guy is not digesting it. He is not accepting of anything he's saying, even though Ed's completely right. And it's this guy's seemingly intelligent, but this is the thing with intelligent people. They tend to be quite bad with this kind of stuff. I've seen it quite a lot with people like, you know, Sam Harris, for example, is supposed to be like some kind of thought leader. Sadhguru is supposed to be some kind of thought leader. There are plenty of science-y kind of political science kind of people out there. Like another one actually just recently. Do you guys know Candace Owens? She's a big right-wing like figure. Let's say she's like a political commentator, and she recently did something about talking about how she's against zoos because they're like prisons for animals, something like that. George Martin, Carnism Debunked, did a video saying, hey, you're advocating for veganism, basically. That's great. And a few vegans tagged her and stuff like that. She's got like millions of subscribers, millions of followers, Candace Owens. And she responded to one vegan saying, I just had a great steak last night. This is someone who's supposed to be like smart, somebody who has like high level conversations, political, intellectual conversations and debates with people of the other side, spends a lot of time thinking about things, and falls to pieces the second animal rights and veganism comes up and refuses to acknowledge any truth to it, just like this guy's doing.
A beef stew or a chicken curry or whatever it might be, and you say, oh, I'll enjoy that 30% more than I would a plant-based version. We're now saying that 30% difference in pleasure that lasts for 15 minutes is more valuable than someone else's entire life and existence. Everything that they hold valuable to them, gone for 15 minutes of a 30% difference in taste pleasure.
When you talk about the life, and actually, this actually brings me to perhaps the environment ecology, and what happens many times is if you remove a predator, if the predator species dies off, then the the ones that would, I guess you could call them victims, and they are victims of like the predators of the high chain, they run rampant, and actually their own goods, they actually eat themselves out of nutrients, and actually it ends up being bad for the entire environment. So is it possible that, would you perhaps, do you believe that there is a possibility humans have a role in the predatory chain?
He just keeps moving the goalposts. Ed slams him at his last point, and he's not, he only responds to Ed's point when Ed asks him a question, and even when Ed asks him a question, he doesn't answer the question. Anyway, right, let's see what Ed deals with. I mean, obviously, let's just see what Ed deals with here. I'm getting tired of this guy, if I'm totally honest. It feels like it's just Ed's engaging him and he's not engaging back. As Lily Veg just said in the comments, he is not reacting in Ed. It's kind of like a frustrating thing to watch, isn't it? But I think it's going to be, by the way, before we continue, it's going to be a lot of that today. 10 hours of this shit, guys. I'm going to lose my fucking mind.
Well, not in the agricultural system that we have, because these are animals that we farm, are either artificially bred by humans using their hands, or we facilitate the breeding and existence and procreation of these animals. So the animals that we farm and eat are not part of a natural food chain or a natural ecosystem. And actually, as you're probably well aware, the farming of animals has a huge ecological cost. The habitat loss, the deforestation, the land use, all of these things contribute to animal agriculture reducing wild biodiversity, which is of course a huge problem as well. So that context, no, the context that we support, definitely not, because that's not the relationship that exists. Actually, wildlife and the natural world would flourish if we eliminated this incredibly harmful aspect of what we do, for industries and for consumption.
Then I have another question.
Yeah, of course you do. Yeah. Just keep on glossing over everything Ed says, because it requires you to actually have some independent thought and change the things you already believe in. But who wants to change what they believe? I mean, that's difficult, right? The best thing to do is, instead of changing what you believe when you get new information, just desperately grip onto the things that you like doing right now and the habits that you have, because you don't want to change when somebody provides new information. That's the right thing to do.
Now, the reason why people can talk about like veganism legitimately being able to supplement you is because you are capable of having artificial proteins and supplements that would naturally come either from an animal or from an animal product, since veganism is also about the elimination of utilizing animal products. But what about for humans who cannot afford these supplements, especially the ones of the best quality?
I hear where you're going. Just want to stop you very quickly. Just on the artificial protein thing, you know, we don't need to consume artificial proteins. We don't take protein supplements. You can take protein powders, but that's not a vegan, non-vegan thing. Lots of non-vegans have protein powders, and you get more than enough protein from whole plant food. So,
do you not get sick of, like, I bet Ed gets so sick of just repeating this over. Like, why would you? It's like, if I see someone with a change my mind board, right, and it says, let me go. Wait. Let me just get something here. Let me get something good. It says tomatoes are unhealthy. Change my mind, right? I don't know anything about tomato. I don't know much about tomatoes, really. Okay, I know. I've got top level knowledge on tomatoes. Like, I'm not a botanist. Is it botanist? What's the word? Like, somebody who knows how to. I don't fucking plant biologist. I'm not one of these people, right? So, if I sat down to talk, I would be more inquisitive. I'd be like, hello, I don't actually want to change your mind. I just want to know why tomatoes are unhealthy. And then I could engage with them. And then if I found something that I didn't think made sense, I would challenge them on it. But it's not like I would sit there and blast them with bullshit about tomatoes without actually knowing what I'm talking about. This guy's seen Ed's sign, and then he's sat down, and now he's saying to Ed, protein though. So that to me means he's done zero research into a plant-based diet. In most of his points show that he's done zero research into a plant-based diet. So my point is, what motivates these people, or I suppose moves them to the point where they think they know enough to sit down with someone who's clearly done the research, someone who's clearly somewhat of an expert, or at least Ed would consider himself somewhat of an expert, right? Whether other people consider him an expert or not is not the point. The point is, Ed, as a individual, has gone outside and sat down and put this thing up. So you have to assume he knows somewhat what he's talking about, which is why he set up the desk and the sign, right? So if you're going to sit down and challenge somebody who sat there with the sign, you have to know you have to have done some research, surely. You have to have done some kind of thinking about this. You have to. You can't just go down and start spouting stupid stuff, spouting half things that you don't know anything about to it. Somebody who's clearly researched on it. I don't get it. And it makes for great content. And this is why Ed does it. Clearly, if every time Ed sat down with somebody, he was sitting down with somebody who was like spent like 20 years studying the intricacies of plant foods and nutrition, and then yeah, it might not be so interesting for the masses, because it would just be like a clash of ideas and clash of studies and a clash of data and that would be kind of boring, I suppose. Although could be quite helpful, to be fair, but I don't know how accessible it would be for the average person. So I get why this does make for great content, but what I'm trying to understand is the position in someone's head where they think, I'm going to sit down and argue with this guy who's clearly some kind of expert and try and, without actually doing any research on this before I sit down with him. I just find it very interesting. What drives somebody to sit down and do that? They clearly believe they know something that Ed doesn't know without actually even just doing a quick Google. Where do vegans get their protein? Is it only from protein powders? You know what I mean? It's very interesting.
Protein, no. Supplements, yes, you do want to have a supplement, and that supplement would maybe be like a B12 or like a vitamin D, which we should all have. Maybe less so in California, but generally speaking, most people should have a vitamin D supplement, vegan or non-vegan. When it comes to supplement quality, there's really not much discrepancy in quality, and you can get supplements that are less expensive than a piece of red meat, for example. But the more pressing issue is what you were saying about people that can't afford it. Not that can't afford a supplement, because the supplements, in terms of value and expense, is no different to buying, most things. But in terms of just a general affordability and accessibility.
Yeah, you can get, just to touch on Ed's point there, in my experience and from what I've researched, it's actually cheaper to get B12, for example, it's if you were to try to get your daily B12 through animal-based foods versus through a supplement, it's actually far cheaper to get it through a supplement, your daily B12, and actually more than your daily. You know, you want to. You can overdo it as well, a lot easier if that's something you want to do for whatever reason. If you've calculated that you want to do more than the daily because of whatever absorption or whatever, it's much easier and much cheaper to do with a supplement as opposed to animal products. And this especially comes into play for places. I found this out when I first researched this. It was actually in India, which is a developing country where it's very. For a lot of people, money is very, very important. Like, you know, the budget, keeping a really tight budget is very important. And in India, if B12 is your focus, I found like getting B12 supplements from whatever pharmacy or from Amazon would be far cheaper and far more convenient and get your vitamins more sufficiently than trying to get it from eating animal products like drinking milk or whatever. And this was an argument that I came across a few times, and once I found this out, it was actually like, wow, guys, if this is your focus, then you know, get the B12 vitamin this way because it's far cheaper and easier. So just to back up what I'd saying though.
The reason I have these conversations here is because, by and large, everyone that sits down and speaks to me is in a situation where they can be vegan. There are people who don't have that luxury in certain parts of the US and, of course, in certain parts of the world. But that changes then. It's less of a moral obligation when it's not a necessity. But for you and I, because we can, that's where this conversation becomes especially pertinent, because we have that choice. Do you recognise that it is a choice for you, that you could be vegan if you wanted to be?
I do recognise that, yes.
That's really good. And so with it being a choice then...
It's the first time he's admitted something, I think. No, maybe the second.
Grounds do you think that it's acceptable to choose to inflict more harm onto someone else than you need to?
I recognize that on your grounds, it is unacceptable, but ultimately I have different grounds. I have a different worldview.
What are your grounds then? Define those. You may have already done it, but just for the point of this, reiterate what your grounds are.
My grounds are that as humans, we form society because we realize that we are all better off if we work together and that we can create our own goods. At the agricultural revolution, we are better off if we aren't worrying of somebody every night coming and just taking an evening's meal from us and our lives along with it. So that is ultimately the beginnings of society, and the freer a society, the more people are able to interact. I believe that we are actually better off. But ultimately, I believe that humans are sovereign and that we have the greatest abilities, and that if we did not, we would be proven wrong and the animals would have destroyed us.
Where does he keep going that the animals would have destroyed? What is he talking about? Why would they? If it's true that the animals would have destroyed us if they were like stronger or whatever, then why are there any other animals in the world now then? If the superior animal destroys less, then okay, then we should be the only animals on the planet then, if that's by his logic. It's I don't understand what he's trying to get at with that one. Maybe I would like to elaborate. I'd ask him to elaborate if I was there. But like, can you elaborate? What do you mean destroy? Where is there evidence of this, that the most superior animal destroys all the other animals? Because it obviously isn't the case, is it? Look around.
Okay, well, I mean, the animals don't have the capacity to do that, but that doesn't make harming them acceptable. Now, what I would say, society has always changed. What you've described as being like the evolution and creation of a society, absolutely true. But society always changes, and thankfully it does, because there's never been a point in human history, and it certainly isn't now either, where society is as good as it could be. Society can always improve and get better, and importantly, we can always learn more, and we can always understand our relationship with others around us, and hopefully become better citizens and create a better world as a consequence. So society changes, and whilst currently, in the current society that we live in, these may be the contracts that currently exist, and this may be the situation that we're currently in. That doesn't mean that in the future we shouldn't then start to think about animals deserving moral consideration, because when we talk about issues of morality, it's always important that we keep challenging ourselves and learning from our past behaviours.
I do agree with that.
Yeah, I'm glad to hear that. And so I think we need to look beyond just these societal constructs. we need to look at something a little bit more intrinsic. And I think that intrinsic is empathy and moral agency. And whilst we could be, and I'm going to use the word pedantic, I know I'm not saying that you are being pedantic, but I think maybe you are being a bit pedantic. We can be pedantic and create this kind of like construct that defines our morality. But ultimately, I think when it boils down to it, when we see situations of harm and suffering, that's not the rationalization that we have. When we see situations of harm and suffering, we empathize with those enduring that harm and suffering. And that's why I think we can understand that it's wrong, because we can understand what they're going through. So I think empathy is the cornerstone to creating a better society. Now, we can empathize with animals. We can empathize with their suffering. We can acknowledge what they're enduring. And because we can empathize with them, and because we know what they're going through, we know what it's that experience, you know, it comes negatively to them. I think from a moral perspective, that's how society becomes better. You know, your life might not be made significantly better. From an environmental perspective, sure, animal agriculture is hugely environmentally damaging. So removing that is better for the environment and better for humans in that context.
I think I'm everything Ed is saying is true. I just worry that it's pointless to tell it to this guy. Do you follow me? I mean, by this point, it's clear that this guy is not. I feel like Ed's repeating himself at this point, isn't he? And again, I feel like if this is for a YouTube audience, that he's saying this for the audience that are going to watch it later, that's good. If he's saying it to try to convince this guy, I think it's a waste of time. But again, obviously Ed is a YouTuber. Ed is doing this he's doing these videos for YouTube, so it makes sense for him to go and you know, have this kind of monologue, let's say, because he is dropping facts, is the truth bombs, and it's for somebody who's never heard these things before, fantastic. But for this guy, definitely, it's not going to have any impact on him, is it? And we already know how this ends. We saw the beginning of the clip, the guy, what he says. We know what's coming, so we know it doesn't have an impact.
But even as an individual, although you may not feel a benefit within your own life for, you know, the destabilization of, you know, animal exploitation, the betterment to society comes from reducing suffering. And when we acknowledge that, I think suffering breeds suffering, and violence can breed violence. You know, slaughterhouse workers have mental health problems. They can become increasingly violent because of the work that they do. You know, society is negatively impacted by what we do to animals. And I don't think that we'll ever have a world, which I think we probably both want, which is just a nicer world, right? I don't think we will ever have that while we have facilities and places where we knowingly put billions, trillions of sentient animals through a process that we know consciously causes them pain and ultimately takes their life. And I think that's morality for me. It's about empathy and extending that empathy in ways that make practical sense, you know, which to animals it does. Yeah.
I may be allowed to give closing remarks. So
this guy, he must be on a debate team or something. He's such a he's so methodical with that. I would like to give some closing remarks. It's like, dude, you've been very robotic this whole time. But let's hear your closing remarks. I'm sure they're going to be just as empathetic and compassionate as the rest of the points you've made.
I very much respect and I admire your arguments. I think that they are very well put together, and I do not disagree with them on your grounds. What I do say is that I think that we have a long way to go in terms of human relations and human societies, and I think that maybe this may sound like a kick the can down the road argument, but I believe that we would be better served focusing on our own species, and even within that, like the subunits of our own species, like our own societies, and then eventually our own species before we start considering others. But I do believe that we can have these conversations on a broader scale.
The thing is it's easy to debunk what he's saying, because the thing is, eating plant-based and making an effort to purchase items that don't come from animals, it doesn't make it harder for you to deal with the human issues you want to deal with. It doesn't actually change that whatsoever. You still have to go to the shop. You have to buy groceries, right? You have to go to the shop. You have to go eat. You have to buy shoes. You have to buy t-shirts. Though it's not like if you're fighting for human rights, you don't have to do any of those things. You still have to do those things. So all you got to do to be good for the animals is buy those things, but don't buy them from animal sources. Like, still buy food, clothing, whatever you need, but just buy the vegan stuff, the plant-based stuff, and then go and fight for human rights. It really, it's such an unusual argument that we need to focus on these things first. It's like, yeah, okay, focus on those things. Just do the things you were always doing before, but do them vegan and keep focusing on those things. It's not rocket science, guys.
Policy scale a couple centuries down the line.
A couple of centuries. I certainly hope that that's not the case. Okay, just for the sake of argument, could it not be that for you, when you buy food, you just buy plant-based food and then put all of your energy into focusing on these other issues and focusing on creating better societies and better relationships for interpersonal relationships between humans? Could you not just eat vegan 3 times a day when you eat and then focus all of your other energy on these interpersonal relationships that you clearly care about and are of course very important? But is that not just a small thing that you could do that just negates that aspect but then doesn't take away from you being able to do everything else that you care about?
I could, and I know this will sound cold to you, but ultimately I don't want to, and I feel that there is no obligation. But I feel that we could, as a society, agree that there is a moral obligation once we have our house mostly in order.
All right. We're going to have to wrap it up there.
Yeah, I think it's a fair place to wrap it up because this guy is a selfish piece of shit. So, to be totally honest, he sat there and acted like he actually has point. Do you know what? I'm gonna go off right now, guys. I'm gonna go off, and I'm gonna full screen for this. I'm gonna full screen for this because I'm going off, right? The thing is with this guy, is my audio just cut out? Hold up. You know, we're still on. The thing that's annoyed me with this guy is that he sat there for like close to 30 minutes, pretending he has logical, well thought out, sensical arguments against being vegan, right? He sat and faked it pretty poorly at points, but whatever, for 30 minutes, only to come to the end and say, I could do this for the animals, but I just don't want to. He is the worst kind of person. Total piece of shit. What a waste of Ed's time, what a waste of his time. It's just total selfish fuck. And it pisses me off that he would come up and pretend he has all of these points, but the reality is that he's just selfish. And to sit there, and in addition to this, and the reason I say this, by the way, and I'm being a bit rude, is because it's not like sometimes I get into debates and someone will just say, "Do you know what, David? I just don't care," and normally that's just like if I've not spoken about the animals themselves, if we haven't, imagine we've not really had a deep conversation yet, and they just go, "Do you know what? I don't care." At that point, I would say, "Hey, listen to what happens to these animals. Like, let's just talk about this for a second. Does this bother you?" And they'll say, "It bothers me." And we go, "Okay, you don't want to see that, do you? It's not nice." And we go down that road, okay. But if I say that stuff like they're a victim, what they go through is horrendous. The things we do to them are horrendous, and then they say I don't care. That's when I'm just like, you're a piece of shit. You're a piece of shit. I'm done talking to you. Like it's like if someone stands there and let's imagine a woman stands in front of you and starts telling you about this horrible experience she's had with sexism in her workplace, and then tells you like, "Oh, we need to do something about this. Why don't people do something? Why aren't people helping me?" And then the other person's just like, "Yeah, I could help you, but I don't want to, and I don't feel like I'm obligated to." That person's a piece of shit, right? Because you've just responded to somebody suffering with basically saying, "I don't care." That's kind of what this guy's just done. Like, Ed has explained to him what these animals go through. He's explained that they are a victim, and this guy has argued like a robot the entire time, and then just at the end been like, "Oh, I don't care. There's no obligation for me to." You're just trying to hide your selfishness, trying to hide your apathy behind logic and failing miserably. You're just selfish and apathetic, and that's the end of it. That's it. You're not smart. You're not clever. You don't have good arguments. They're pathetic arguments. You're just pure selfishness. That's it. So you might guess I don't like this guy. I didn't enjoy this video. I don't have respect for this guy. I think at least with the woman that he debated, the girl, whatever you want to call her, girl, woman, person he debated about, there's another one with this indigenous argument they had. At least she was somewhat driven by passion and kind of caught up in the moment and embarrassed. And you could see there was a lot going on. And it's like, she wasn't. I don't think she was a bad person. I don't think she was like horrible or whatever. I think she was just caught up and tied up in it all, and all this SJW mindset she had, and she's been, you know, indoctrinated and blah blah blah. And then, yeah, so I don't think that she's like horrible or a piece of shit or selfish. I think that was just more like the whole moment caught it. This guy, on the other hand, is very cool, cold, methodical, let's say, and a douche. I would say I would say this guy's trying to it's selfish and a douchebag. There you go. That's what I'm going to go for here. Let's see what Ed has to say on closing. I think he's in closing at this point.
Thank you so much for a wonderful conversation.
Thank you.
Jed, I love that name, by the way. It reminds me of something. It's really good. But whilst I really, yeah, I've got to go. But I just want to say, whilst I understand that you don't want to, wants are not good justifications when it comes to the exploitation of others. You know, many people want to do something, but that want shouldn't get in the fact that if there is a victim who's been harmed as a consequence of that want, the want in and of itself shouldn't make it morally permissible. Okay, maybe we'll leave. Thanks, Jed.
Right.
Have a great day.
Thank you.
I really appreciate it. Have a great life as well, by the way.
Yes.
We'll probably never
You
see
too.
each other again. All right, bye, Jed. Bye.
Yeah. Yeah. So that's the end of that. Yeah, you got my feedback on the guy. My feedback on Ed on that one, and something that Ed has his thing, and he does his thing really well, and his thing is to go out and have these conversations, and clearly not to. I guess he's not. He has done in the past, but nowadays I think he's positioning himself as like a I don't know, reasonable debater kind of thing, where it's like. I think there's two types of vegan debate you can have. Oh, there's multiple types, but these are the two that I think you see the most of. You have either somebody, you have somebody like a vegan who's debating ideas alone. So Ed, I feel like now he's debating ideas specifically. So he's removed a lot of the personal kind of fire, and now he's just going for purely ideas versus ideas. You have that kind of debate, and then you have the other types of debates where you're also debating ideas, but you refuse to let it only become ideas. And that's where I fall in. I fall into this side. I'm not interested in debating the ideals of veganism and plant-based diet and animals. I'm not interested in debating that as purely ideas that are just out there in the ether, like with hypotheticals and blah, blah, blah. Like that, I don't like that. So because for me, that's not why I'm having this debate. I'm not a philosopher. I'm not interested in getting into deep philosophical BS. And it's not BS, deep philosophical stuff, right? I'm interested in the reality, the real life. What these animals go through is not an idea. It is real. So for me, when I'm in debates, if the clash of ideas gets to a point where somebody is trying to pull me into like a pure like, let's just talk about these things as if they're not happening, I will normally pull it back to the animals. And if it gets to the point where after everything we've said, I've tried to appeal to their better nature, I've tried to appeal to their empathy and compassion, and as well as logic, they still say I don't care. That's a point where I could turn and say, well, do you know what? I think you're a bad person. I think that you're selfish, and I think that the way you live is the way that many people have lived in the past, and it's led us to horrible situations and to people being abused. And now the way you live leads to animals being abused, and I do not respect it. And I really hope you change your mind. And I tell them directly. I tell them that I think that it's selfish. I think it's a real piece of shit position to hold. Depending on how horrible they're being, I can be quite direct. And with this guy in the last one, I feel like at the conclusion of this for me, if he said I don't want to, that's the point where I would differ from Ed. And I know Ed's got his reasons for doing what he does. I'm not criticizing him. I'm just saying that what I would do, I would have said in the end, well, if after everything that I've just said to you, and knowing what these animals go through, and knowing how they scream and beg for their lives, and the horrors, and all the other stuff, and the human problems that come into it too. We mentioned that humans suffer with all of these jobs, and they get abused as well, and oppressed, exploited, and with all the environmental impact, all of that together, and the fact that these animals clearly don't want to die, you don't care, then I think you're a very selfish person. And I think if more people were like you, the world would be a horrible place. And I hope you change that. And, I don't expect you to change right now, obviously, in front of me. Clearly, we're arguing here. But I hope you take away from this today, and I hope you really think about what I've just said and become a less selfish person, because we need more people who give a shit about others, even if they're animals and not human, right? That's how I would have concluded, something like that. And I probably would have been quite visually pissed off. But I get why Ed does what Ed does, because me speaking like that probably wouldn't get me on TV. It wouldn't get me on a radio show. Maybe it wouldn't get me interviews or debates with people, because they would be scared of being called out like that. Whereas Ed gets these, I think Ed gets a lot of these opportunities because he's more reasonable and he's more debating the ideas, I think, as opposed to the other side. He used to do this kind of thing. I'm sure I've seen him do that, and we'll get into some of these videos today. But I think nowadays he's going for ideas as a target. But yeah, it's blowing up. Obviously, you see he's blowing up. You see he's doing really well. His ideas go a lot further than they used to, and his videos go a lot further. So maybe this tactic he's using is working out. Maybe it would work. Maybe it will blow up even more if he did what I just said. Who knows? We don't know. That's the thing. But I respect Ed. That's why we're doing today's video. I see we have a super chat from Niharika. Thank you so much for the 100 rupee super chat. Really appreciate it. And if you want your message to be read on the screen today, guys, super chat or use the Streamlabs donation link in the pinned comment. The Streamlabs donation link is better because it takes less of a cut, and I can still see your messages up on the screen. So yeah, send me a message and I'll read it out publicly. And just don't forget, we are doing a fundraiser today, okay? I explained it briefly earlier, but let me just give you a bit more of an understanding. If you give a shit about animals, which I know you do, and if you give a shit about animals caught up in human bullshit like a war, which I'm sure you do, this is a great thing to donate to, okay? Basically, we have a vegan activist friend who just started a new group over in Ukraine. They're called Ukraine Animal... sorry, there are brand new organizations. Let me just quickly remind myself of the name of the organization. So that's the one. Ukraine Animal Task Force is the one. Brand new organization. What they're doing is, in this Ukraine Animal Task Force, they are getting animals out of Ukraine. They're helping at the border. They're getting resources and things over to the animals there, both wild and domestic. And they are getting them either out of the country or getting them somewhere safe in the country. Giving them medical supplies, getting them treatments, and taking care of these animals caught up in the war. It's really, really important that they get funded. They don't have any funding going on right now. They're literally like working just basically, I think, with their own money and with some minor funding. They can't do fundraising themselves. They don't have time. So we're doing some fundraising today. So the link Annie will post in the live chat right now. Please, if you've got a couple of dollars, couple of euros, couple of rupees, whatever, then send it over on the donation to the GoFundMe page. Donate it on the GoFundMe page, and let's help these guys get those animals to safety and treat any of them that need treating, and take care of these animals that are caught up in the Ukraine war. This human bullshit that affects humans and obviously affects animals, but obviously the animals get forgotten, don't they, in these wars, in this human bullshit. So please help out with that, and drop a donation over there, guys. Really appreciate it. All right. Yeah, donate a couple of Bitcoins, please. That would be awesome. You took a couple of Bitcoins for the animals, guys. That's a lot, by the way. It's like 80 grand if you were to donate a couple of Bitcoins. Should we take a look at the comments of this one? I said I was going to promise you guys some comments, wasn't I? Let's do newest first, because we know the top ones are going to be the Earthling Ed fans. Let's have a look. This guy, Ed, has a point, but to be honest, at the end of the day, these animals we kill wouldn't give a fuck about us, so why would we need to care about them? Oh, Robert, so shall we respond to this one? So apparently, because animals wouldn't give a fuck about us, why would we need to care about them? Okay, I'll try this out. A baby doesn't give a fuck. Doesn't give a fuck about adult humans either. But that doesn't mean we'd hurt the baby, does it? Animals have the same or less cognitive. Let's not get too wordy. Animals are as vulnerable as baby humans. So we should protect them the same, or at least not abuse them. There we go. Let's have a look. Let's have a look. Yeah, so there's mostly vegan comments here. Even when I go newest first. Sounded like a robot. We went through that. We said that as well, didn't we? Okay, this one doesn't actually feel like... Well, it only has 50 dislikes, to be fair. So I reckon it's probably mostly vegans on here. And I can see from the comments it is mostly vegans, actually. Comments in here. Yeah. Yeah, there's like there's like a soy comment here. I mean, you know, someone doesn't like soy. Okay, whatever. Okay. Yeah, okay. Well, that vegan looks unhealthy, someone said that. Means okay. I don't think he looks unhealthy. But even if he did, I mean, how does that what does that matter? You know? Like if Ed looked unhealthy, what does that? This means nothing for vegans in general. It could just mean that Ed's traveling around debating all the time. He's losing the will to live. That doesn't mean like vegans are unhealthy, does it? All right, yeah, this looks to be like mostly vegans in the comments. So later on, we'll be looking at videos that have more variety, probably of people in the comments. So we'll get to that. All right. Let's have a look at the one of the next newest ones. We have farmed animals have a better death than humans. This was like a live TV debate. Shall we take a look at that one? I think we should. How's the Earthling Ed bingo going? I'm sure we got a few already, huh? All right.
Let's try to settle.
So this one is called "Farmed Animals Have a Better Death Than Humans." Live TV vegan debate. And it is 65,000 views, 6,000 likes, and 87 dislikes. So again, it appears it's reaching a predominantly vegan or at least vegan-friendly audience as opposed to the non-vegan audience, which is a shame. But I know that the Facebook clips of these videos do tend to reach a very, very hard non-vegan audience. I know the Facebook comment section of Ed's videos tend to be like mental and full of meat flakes. So it's good that these are getting out. But it appears that on YouTube they are reaching just to the vegans. These couple of ones. We will. Oh, and yeah, this one I have seen maybe like bits of it. I watched Danny's Lifting Vegan Logics video about this, but I didn't actually watch the original. So we can watch that now. Let's see.
The debate once and for all. Is it time to give up meat and turn vegan? Much has been made of the benefits of a vegan diet, but how much of that is fact? Well, to answer that, I'm joined by vegan activist Ed Winter, also known as Earthling Ed. He's a prolific public speaker who's been invited to schools, universities and businesses across the world to discuss the issue. And while in the meat corner, I have Chris Snowden, Head of Lifestyle Economics at the IEA. Ed, I'm going to start with you. Thank you for joining me today. Can you explain to me, you are a vegan activist, so it's not just a lifestyle choice for you, it's something you're very passionate about.
Yeah.
Do you feel that you envisage a world where everyone eventually embraces the vegan approach?
Well, hopefully so. I mean, obviously, I am aware that not everyone in the world is going to be able to make the options and, you know, choose the choices that we have in the UK especially, but my hope is that in the UK, we'll shift towards a plant-based food system for all the merits that a plant-based food system would bring. Just
talk us through it then. So people watching this at home, they might not have heard of what the merits are.
Yeah.
Why is a vegan diet better for you than a meat-based diet?
Well, I mean, veganism is a moral philosophy. So it's about removing or at least eliminating as far as is possible and practicable the exploitation of animals.
Yeah.
So there's a moral obligation to it as well. But of course, it helps the environment, helps the planet, and there's also personal health kind of positives that can come from it as well. But it is about the animals fundamentally.
So, yeah.
I like that the guy's trying to pull him into a health debate, and he kind of avoids it because he's right and he's sticking to his guns, Ed. Even on TV with somebody who, you know, with people who are clearly wanting to shift the attention away from animals because it's more comfortable to talk about health, it's more comfortable to talk about the environment. And Ed won't let them do it. And I think that's really good because it must be very tempting for Ed to go down a route of like, oh, let's talk about health and stuff, because it's so much easier. It's so much less like people feel more comfortable, make everyone around you comfortable. So I like the fact that he won't let the guy drag him into the health debate.
Yeah, so you're not talking about from a personal point of view, from a selfish point of view. This is more a kind of a global perspective.
Yeah, I mean, it's about trying to reduce suffering wherever we possibly can.
And you take it further than just vegetarianism. So, you know, I mean, I haven't seen, but I've read accounts of what goes on in abattoirs, and it does strike me as, to be honest, horrific. And
it's really honest. It's really honest, isn't it? What a nice change of pace to have somebody who's like bringing him on, but not to make him sweat or like try and make him out to be an idiot. The host is like, yeah, I saw that stuff and it makes me feel bad. It's like, it's really refreshing to see someone just be honest, you know, because it's true. And most people that Ed talks to will agree with what the host just said, but they will keep it secret because they don't want to say it, because then they don't want to look like they brought somebody on the show who like shows them up, you know. But the thing is, you get shown up anyway, don't you? You see what I'm saying here? Like, if you bring Ed on your show and you try and argue with him and try to bring him on as you're a host, or you try to take him on, you're gonna get shown up. So the best tactic you can really do is just be totally honest, because you'll look good. Even if you're not going vegan, you're still gonna look good because you're taking him, you know, you're being honest with him, you're meeting him as another individual, you're meeting him where you both agree on certain points, and you say what you agree with rather than trying to hide it, because that always looks really bad on the host. And I think this guy's honesty is helping him.
But you would extend that to the use of animal products, for instance, when an animal's died of natural causes or something like that. That would also be...
Well, not necessarily natural causes. Of course, we will want to eat animals who have died of natural causes because of the diseases, but this is more about the human exploitation of animals. So not necessarily, you know, an animal who's dead on the side of the road, but the farming of animals and, of course, the abattoirs that we use, even with dairy cows and egg-laying hens, of course, because all of those animals are also killed in the same slaughterhouses in the same way. So it's about that human aspect of the exploitation.
Okay, well, let me bring Chris in on this, because I'd be interested to hear the counter-argument to that. Chris, thanks for joining me today.
You're not going to get a counter-argument. I've seen enough of this guy to know that he doesn't work.
Are you a big carnivore? Are you a big fan of meat?
Yep. Big fan of meat.
And what is there to object to in what Ed is saying? I mean, it seems fair enough to me when he puts it like that.
Well, people make their own moral judgments, don't they? I'm not interested in what other people eat. If people want to be vegans or vegetarians or carnivores, it's of no concern to me whatsoever. I hear the arguments. I make my own mind up. Everyone should be free to make their own mind up. So go for it, whatever you want to do. My only concern about the veganism and vegetarian movement is at some point in the future, it is possible that these people will become a majority. And once you get a majority of people who think that something is ethically unacceptable, then there's a good chance they're going to go out and try and ban it. So I'm all in favour of people being vegans, but I'd rather they remained a minority. That's
just change the topic of what he's saying, and you know what I'm going to say. He sounds to me like the kind of thing that somebody would say about so many other things that have changed in society that we're now all happy for because these things changed to benefit victims who were suffering from other decisions. You could talk about, again, we've already been through it. You could talk about transatlantic slave trade. You could talk about women's rights. You could talk about LGBT rights. You could talk about specific animals if you wanted to, that have now got more rights than they had in the past. And what this guy just said, like, I'm worried that if the majority of people start to realize that this is unethical, it might become outlawed. And I wouldn't want that because I like what this thing is. So he's not interested in whether it's immoral or not. He's interested in how it impacts his life because he wants to keep doing it. He's not interested in whether it's a good or a bad thing to do. He's interested in that it makes him happy. And this is exactly the kind of logic that's been used to justify so many horrible things in the past, so many scummy things that we've done to other people and other animals. People like him who say, well, yeah, okay, you think it's bad, but I like it. And I don't want more people to not like it because I like it and I don't want it to become illegal, right? When you break down what he's saying and take animals out of the equation and say, okay, so he could be saying this about slavery. I like it. I have a business that depends on this, okay? And I fear that if enough people become anti this, that it'll end up being illegal then, and I don't want that because I benefit from it. You see that he's completely avoiding the moral argument and just speaking about it as in like, it benefits me. I don't fucking care if it's immoral. And yeah, he could apply. But again, because he's saying this about animals, it's more acceptable to the masses. And a lot of people would agree with him because it's about animals. If it were about other things, then people wouldn't agree with him. That's why it's important to take what the words people say and apply them in other contexts to see that the logic itself doesn't stand up. You know, the victim changes and all of a sudden it's really fucked up what he's saying.
What about what Ed says about the animal rights aspect to this? I mean, to what extent? I mean, you say everyone should have their own right to make their own decisions about what they eat, and that's fair enough. But if we are according to animals their rights as well, don't they have to be taken into consideration to a degree?
No, I don't. I mean, I think animals are essentially there to be killed and eaten. So, I mean, that argument is never going to cut the mustard with me.
Really, mate? Which animals then, mate? Animals are there to be killed and eaten. That's what his statement was. They don't have rights. They're there to be killed and eaten. Okay, so which animals then? And what you need to be specific because, yeah, I know he's referring to animals that are not human when he says animals, but he doesn't mean all animals apart from humans, does he? He's not going to say this about guinea pigs and dogs and cats and maybe even horses wouldn't be included in this, right? So what's it based on, mate? Exactly.
Obviously, there are lines I wouldn't cross. I've never eaten veal, for example. I've never eaten foie gras. I think there's such a thing as unnecessary cruelty.
So veal and foie gras are out. What about dogs and cats then? And what about if so baby cows? That's too far. Give them another 6 to 12 months and we're good. Then it's okay. Then tell me the exact moment that a calf becomes old enough for you to be happy to be killed and eaten? Because veal, you're saying no. Okay, so is there like a day difference, an hour, a minute? Is it like when they turn I don't know, turn 2 years old? The minute they turn 2 years old, so 1 minute before midnight, that's not okay. 1 minute after midnight, that's okay on the day they turn 2, or is it older? Is it like 4 or 5 years? What exactly is it, mate? You know, what is it set by second? The second before midnight, second after midnight, second before midnight. No, I would never eat that. Second after midnight, shoot them in the head, slit their throat, and eat them. Very ridiculous point to make.
Clearly, and I happily sling people who torture cats and dogs and things in prison for quite a long period of time. Not
right. So if you torture cats and dogs, what about if you just kill cats and dogs and eat them though? No torture, just a quick shot to the head. Is that also you sling them in prison for that too?
Because it's usually a pretty good precursor to being a serial killer. But I think in the natural world, obviously billions of animals are killed and eaten every day by other animals. I don't see any particular reason why they shouldn't be killed and eaten by humans.
Amazing. And it's straight up he wants to base what he does in his day-to-day life on what other animals do out in the wild. I'm sure this guy's walking around and, you know, just raping people and killing other people, killing humans, killing other animals, and just doing all these horrible things to others, because animals do all this stuff in the wild. So I'm sure he's doing that as well. I'm sure when he gets a new partner, a new girlfriend or boyfriend or whatever, if they have a kid, I'm sure he goes and kills that kid so that he can secure his own genetic, passing on his own genes, right? I'm sure that's what he does. I'm sure that's what he does, because those lions do that, right? So I'm almost certain that this guy operates that way in all of his life decisions, not just in his diet.
So this is going to be something, Ed, that you will face routinely, is that of course, you know, Chris is arguing from a position of natural law there. We are on the food chain, are we not? There is something natural about eating meat. We have developed that way.
Well, of course, we've eaten meat for thousands of years, hundreds of thousands of years, and it's been instrumental in human survival in times of food scarcity. But, the reference to other animals who eat other animals in the wild, well, they do that out of necessity. And the vegan argument is really that we don't have to do what we do to animals anymore, and that's why it becomes a moral issue. Chris said it was about unnecessary cruelty. That's why he didn't eat veal or foie gras. But of course, we don't have to eat animal products, so it's all unnecessary. And to a dairy cow who's killed for dairy, or to a pig in a gas chamber who's killed for bacon, that suffering to them is just as severe as the suffering to a geese or a duck who's been exploited for foie gras. So when we look at this issue from that of the individual who's suffering, we realize that it's all unnecessary, and that's why it's all immoral.
But doesn't your argument rest on the presupposition that animal life and human life should be seen almost on a par, and that rights are accorded to everyone, whereas Christopher's argument is more that, well, human beings are more important than animals?
Well, we don't have to view non-human animals as being the same as human animals to understand why it's wrong to kill them.
That's it. I totally agree with that. It's too often people think that vegans were saying, like, yeah, you should be able to, a cow should be able to buy a house, you know, legally be the owner of a house, or a chicken, we should be able to get a chicken a driving license. It's like, look, there are clearly things that we are afforded, like, the rights to do, and we're afforded the privilege to do, that we wouldn't give to other animals the same way we wouldn't give to children. Of course, there are differences, but in the same way, like, that we as adult humans have a lot of privilege because of our cognitive ability and because we're trusted to do so in society, and we wouldn't give a child the same rights. Doesn't mean we would then have the right to abuse that child the same way we wouldn't have the right to abuse this animal, right? It doesn't make sense to say, well, because we can't do the same things, then that person or that animal, we can then mess with them and hurt them. Well, no, that doesn't make any sense at all.
You just have to understand that their right to life and their right to their own autonomy transcends the reasons we use to exploit them. So taste pleasure, for example, or convenience. You know, that's what we have to really kind of underpin with this conversation is their right to life and the suffering they endure in farms and slaughterhouses worth more than our sensory pleasure? You know, what has higher value, life or taste, fundamentally?
Okay.
Now, this other guy is like, Ed sits there and is like, let me lay it out for you. Here are all these reasons that we shouldn't do this, right? Cool, great, very good. And the other guy is just like, animals don't have rights, they want to kill them, but not dogs and cats or foie gras or veal, but all the others because it's nice, and I don't want it to be illegal because I like it. So it's like, I reckon I'm just going to get more of that.
Okay, so
I'm predicting.
When you hear that argument, do you think that there is a case here that, I mean, Ed is trying to persuade people of his point of view. Do you think that's ever a view that people will buy into ultimately? Or is it just something too innate about our taste for meat?
Bacon, though. That's what I think's coming.
Into it. There's more vegans than there ever been before. I think there's probably more vegetarians than there's ever been before. A lot of people get on and get off that particular bandwagon, but you can see how, you know, you can see the argument. It's not like I disagree with the argument, really.
Ooh.
It's just that's the point of view, which I just don't hold it, and you'll never get me to accept that an animal's life is worth the same as a human's life. And I don't think it's something you can ever prove empirically either way. You know?
Why is he arguing against something that Ed didn't say? Ed didn't say. He literally just said that they're not worth. That you don't have to consider them to be worth equal to not hurt them.
What do you make of, I mean, there's obviously been a rise of very militant veganism, with people calling for veganism to be a protected characteristic within the law. Do you think that this is something that you understand in any way?
Well, not really. I mean, I understand there are vegan militants, and I think that's potentially quite a dangerous thing, because once you have a lot of people who think that animals' life, that chicken's life is worth the same as a human being's, then I suppose they feel morally entitled to go around attacking people who rear chickens or whatever, and you get the similar kind of thing you do, of course, with the anti-abortion crowd, where you have abortion centres being set on fire. And that's why we need to respect each other's views without resorting to extremism, militantism, and violence. But if I may say so, the argument that meat is unnecessary and then therefore we shouldn't consume it, I don't buy into. You hear this a lot from puritanical campaigners, that something is unnecessary. Alcohol is unnecessary. Tobacco is unnecessary. Music, I mean, most things are unnecessary. Human beings, one of the things that sets human beings apart from animals, actually, is that we have a lot of things in life that are luxuries and are unnecessary.
What is he talking about music? Did he just compare the meat industry that is shooting animals in the head, slitting their throats, chopping them into pieces, to the music industry to say that, well, I mean, music's also unnecessary? Oh my God. Look at his face, man. The guy is like, clearly, he knows he's wrong, and he's just mouthing off like a fucking numpty.
We don't need them per se to exist, but they hugely enrich our lives, and there's nothing wrong with that. In fact, it's a good thing.
Ed, I want to ask you about that specifically. Is that,
so
Christopher's
funny.
making this point that, well, there are all sorts of things that we have that are luxuries.
Sure.
I mean, so that is a persuasive argument, isn't it?
Well, not really, because the things that Chris listed don't have a victim. You know, our choice of, you know, the music we want to listen to or things like that, there's no victim at the end of it. But when we talk about meat, dairy and eggs, there's a victim at the end of that choice. You know, the animals who are, of course, being exploited and killed, they're the victim. So when we talk about unnecessary action, from a moral perspective, it's about whether or not that action has a victim and that action is unnecessary.
Doesn't alcohol and smoking have a victim ultimately?
But it's your own personal choice in that sense.
But there are people who are affected by your alcoholism, and by your passive smoking,
sure.
you know, this kind of
thing.
And
of course, we should definitely be considerate of that. I'm not saying that we should ban smoking or cigarettes. I'm not even saying that we should ban meat, dairy and eggs right now. What I'm saying is that we should have conversations about the morality of these actions to determine whether or not we as individuals, morally speaking, align with that. I mean, Chris himself said that he would be outraged if someone did this to a cat. You know, maybe the Kurt Zuma case comes to mind. But the real question is, well, why is that wrong, but putting pigs into a gas chamber morally right? So, why, you know, where's that hypocrisy? Where does that come from?
You make a very persuasive case because we're sitting here having this discussion, but I mentioned the sort of more militant approach. Do you worry that when you have more militant voices within this debate, they're actually putting people off your argument?
Well, yes and no. I mean, I don't think that this idea of militant veganism is really representative. I think it's kind of a media talking point that's been blown out of proportion, to be, you know, perfectly honest.
True.
But I see it's also been something I can play to my advantage, because hopefully by having reasonable, constructive conversations, it shows to people that veganism isn't this extremist ideology. In fact, it's just this kind of extension of the values we already have.
Yeah.
How often do we hear that Britain is a nation of animal lovers and that we stand against animal suffering and cruelty?
I like how I like a lot how he dealt with this vegan militant thing so briefly, because it's just, it gets pulled up a lot and he's not wasted any time on it. It's just like, yeah, I think it's just a media talking point, to be honest. I think it's just blown out of proportion. What I think is more important is it's very good to just keep it moving, keep it flowing, get to the points that are more important than that. Don't let them derail the conversation with conversations of these militant vegans. Yeah, all right, cool, great. Move on.
Well, I like to believe that's how people genuinely feel. So now all people have to do is recognize that their morality already exists when it comes to animals, you know, that strong morality, and then work out whether or not the unnecessary exploitation, suffering and death of 1 billion land animals, and when it comes to marine animals, much more, of course, in this country alone, aligns with that morality, or indeed is actually contradictory to that.
Final word to you, Christopher. I'm assuming you're not persuaded by what you just heard there.
No, I'm not. I remain of the view that animals, for the most part, are there to be killed and eaten. Most of them have a perfectly good life. If you are a sheep raised by a farmer, you'll just be basically standing around in a field eating grass for a period of time, and then one day you'll get a bolt in the back of your head. It's a pretty painless way to go. Everybody dies. Ultimately, I don't consider that to be unnecessary cruelty. In actual fact, I think that a lot of animals get a better death than human beings do, but that's a different question. Maybe
human beings don't have their throats, obviously.
Well, look, I didn't expect for us to reconcile and reach this.
What a twat. It's all he's got, though, isn't it, right? It's all that this other guy has got to go back at Ed. It's like, Ed, just put it all out, like, there you go. What intelligent argument do you have to come back to me with? Well, I don't agree with him. I'm not going to change. And the animals get a better death than humans get. So they just get a bolt in the head. So there. It's like, yeah, all right, mate. You've really represented your side really well there, mate. You sound really smart, really intelligent, and definitely not just like a total bell end. And I like that he said the bolt in the head thing, because that even that is enough for a lot of people to be like, He rattled that off so comfortably. Like, oh, they have the life in the field and they get a bolt in the back of the head. Most people would be like, a bolt in the back of the head doesn't sound very nice. You realize that. That actually sounds pretty brutal, to be honest. And how is that a better death than humans? Most humans, like humans who die of natural causes, will go out on painkillers in a fucking hospital bed. Most likely, if they had a good family with people that care about them. They won't go out in a slaughterhouse smelling the blood and hearing the screams of all of the people that they care about and other humans terrified, getting shot in the back of their head and then having their throat slit. So I don't get where he thinks that animals are get a better death than humans. What a fucking numpty.
Lots of agreement at the end of the debate, but I do appreciate you both coming on and sharing your views.
Yeah, what a total fucking lemon that guy was. I can see the comments here. This is going to be predominantly vegans, I think. but we can read a few and see if there's anything. Chris never had the intention of coming on to listen or have an open mind. Agreed. But it just looks like we got, I think it's yeah. So what pub did they unexpectedly drag the meat eating guy out of? That's true. That's funny. They did just drag him out of a pub, didn't they? There's someone saying they want to see a more intelligent person on the other side. Yeah, it would help, but obviously this is still very entertaining to see somebody just being so pathetic and failing miserably. Yeah. It looks like it's predominantly vegans here in the comments section, which doesn't give us a lot. Obviously, doesn't give us a lot to respond to, but it's cool. Ed gets a lot of support. It's good. And as I said, it doesn't mean that non-vegans aren't seeing this. Meat eaters are seeing this. They're seeing it on Facebook, though. I think predominantly, not necessarily on YouTube. But I mean, maybe there are also non-vegans in the comments, but they're supportive, right? What I'm looking for, like, is anything we can respond to, like, meat flake stuff. But no, doesn't look. Doesn't look. What's this? Fair enough. Are you kidding? So if I choose to eat your child, fair enough. I don't know where that's coming at. Fair. Someone's upset.
I mean, you say everyone should have their own right to.
Because he says like fair enough. Yeah. All right. Yeah. So overall, with that one, my overall take is Ed did very well and represented himself well. I think the other guy was just showed himself up to be a proper numpty. I think the issue that could have come up with this is that, and I've said this before on the channel and I'll say it again, I think it's really important. The guy they interviewed on the other side, although to us he seems like a proper numpty, to a lot of people he won't seem like a proper numpty. To a lot of people, he is your average Joe. He is your average dude from the pub. And that could be more convincing than Ed, because Ed is coming across as an intellectual. He comes across as someone who's like, I don't know, maybe like a lecturer. He comes across as somebody who is more in like a position of authority on these topics. And my only concern, I would say, from an interview like this is that maybe, although Ed won the debate, he might have come across as potentially could have come across as like pretentious, maybe because of the, I don't know, terminology and how well spoken he is. Or the other guy would have come across as definitely not pretentious, even though the other guy's arguments are absolute bullshit. The majority of people would identify more with the guy against Ed rather than Ed. I feel like the majority of people are not in this kind of, the vast majority of people don't go to university. They don't, do you know what I mean? They don't go to higher education. They don't speak like that. So I would say that would be my only concern, but I do think Ed does a great job with his points. I think there's definitely room for someone who's a bit more salt of the earth, a bit more like Joey, for example, is more salt of the earth. He speaks in a more basic level, layman's level, and doesn't get too philosophical. I am like that as well. I mean, I'm grew up on a council estate, which for those of you that aren't from England, like basically government welfare. Like I grew up with that. So from an area that's like very low income, and so I'm also kind of from that background too. And I think if we get, I'd like to see more of this in the mainstream vegan discussion. More people who are just like putting out the same points, but in a way that's more digestible for like the absolute masses that maybe aren't as receptive to somebody like Ed, although what Ed is doing is fantastic. Do you get my point? I'm not criticizing him, but I would like to see another Ed who is more appealing to your average Joe as opposed to the more like, I don't know what you would call it, like intellectuals of society. I don't know if it's being offensive to even say that. I don't really know how I'm trying to put it. Just like average Joes, your average Joes, your common man, someone who's working, just, most people are working like basic salary jobs and they're just getting by and trying to pay rent. And I think the more we can appeal to this kind of person, because they are the majority, the better. That's what I'm trying to say, as opposed to only appealing to people who are interested in in-depth philosophical, intellectual conversations. I don't think that's for everyone. That's the only critique I would have of that. But we are watching Earthling Ed, and Earthling Ed has his very specific goal and his specific way of speaking, and that's great that he does what he does. And that's why we're watching him today, because I think it's great what he does. So yeah, how you all doing, huh? We've got only 8 hours left, so I'm you know, it's going fast, guys. I'm so sorry to tell you that we've only got 8 hours left. I know it's time flies when you're having fun. But remember, guys, there are a few things you can do today if you want to get more involved. You can drop Streamlabs donations and get your message up here on the screen, right here on this, like this area here on the screen. It'll pop up, and everyone will see how cool you are. You can also do super chats for the same thing too, and I'll read them out, and I'll publicly acknowledge you and how much of a fucking legend you are. Also, if you want your name to be green with a nice little ram logo next to it, you can join the YouTube memberships team, which is pretty cool. So yeah, that's how you'll get that. And then you'll be even more of a fucking legend than everybody else who's here in the chat. So you could do that, guys. You should do those things because you're a hero and you want to see me make more videos. So you support me. That's how you support me. If you want to see me make more videos. If you don't want to see me make more videos, dislike the video right now. What have we got next? I'll let you decide. Do you guys want an older video, or would you like to stick to newer videos? Let's ask you. Let's ask you, the public. Older videos or newer videos? Put that in the chat right now. Old or new? Just put the word old or put the word new in the chat right now, and I will make a decision based on how many of you say that. And in the meantime, I will just remind you that we do have a fundraiser going on today. Again, we're trying to help animals get out of Ukraine or get safe in Ukraine. Click the link to the GoFundMe. Go read more about it. It's a great group run by, or at least partly run by, a vegan activist that I know personally, and she's doing a good job with helping these animals in the Ukraine survive this fucking stupid war. With this group called Ukraine Animal Task Force. So go check out that link, okay, and help them out, guys. Let's raise some money for them today. I see we've already raised €40, so that's awesome. Keep it coming, okay? Oh, we've got a mixture of new and old. All right, so we've got one old, newer, old, new, old, both, old, new, old, baby Ed. Okay. You can, fuck. All right. I'll tell you what we're going to do. We're gonna go for an old one. Let's do an old one because you guys are you're kind of split. So let me find one. Let's go for an old, shorter one. This one's called Slave Market Confrontation. Okay, let's take a look. All right, it's called Slave Market Confrontation. 37,000 views. It's got 82 dislikes, 2,000 likes. It was posted. Why is the date not here? That's strange. Hey, YouTube, dude. Tell me when this was posted. YouTube. How do you find out? It usually comes there, doesn't it? It usually tells you the date this thing was posted. Is it because it's too... Ah, okay, there we go. Let's just get that back a little bit there. There we go. Just a little bit more. Okay. Wait. There we go. All right. This was 15th of August, 2017. And it says Slave Market Confrontation. Okay? On the 15th of August, 2017. Let's take a look. So this will be like a live auction. This is where they'll auction off the animals.
We've come to bear witness at a livestock auction where the animals are auctioned off and sold to the highest bidder, where then some will be taken to slaughter and others will be taken to farms before they're then eventually slaughtered in the future.
So I haven't seen this video before, by the way. I'm reacting with you the same as you're reacting to this, okay?
Now obviously this is an incredibly stressful environment for the animals. They're herded into these tiny little pens. They're then taken out to be judged in front of farmers who are then auctioned off and buy them. In essence, they are treated as property. They are objects for these farmers to purchase and swap hands with. So it's a really horrible process. And if we did this to humans, we call it slavery. And in essence, it's no different. These animals are treated as if they're not living beings. They're treated as if they're not sentient. They are treated as slaves and they're auctioned off and then eventually sold and slaughtered. So we're here to bear witness and shed light on a different area of the process that many people simply aren't aware of.
Siren's saying he looks older here. I think it's the beard. So I'm gonna keep going because this kind of stuff obviously we don't. Most people in here are vegans, so we're just gonna get straight to the discussions as opposed to watching this horrible shit. I've personally seen too much of it for one lifetime, and I'm gonna see a lot more of it coming soon. As we'll be doing some new projects behind the scenes that I can't talk too much about, so I'd rather not watch that stuff right now. going to be filming a lot of it soon.
Shift will always be gradual, as you say. It's not a.
Let's just go from there.
The shift will always be gradual, as you say. It's not a push.
It's got to be a long-term
It will.
process.
So what will happen is, as the shift happens gradually, less animals will be bred into production.
Exactly.
So this won't ever happen when we have millions of animals left in existence, because over a period of time, less and less will have been bred.
Yes, but what happens to those in the meantime to
Well,
grow old gracefully?
no, that will never happen, because what will happen is
Your-
people will still be
your
consuming the
beast
ones
could
that are
be
bred.
20 years.
But the thing is, the farmers aren't going to breed animals they know they can't sell. So we'll never end up with a massive surplus in the sense that you're describing.
So your benefit is then, as far as I can see, is that I mean, by then probably I should have retired and
Probably.
died or whatever.
Probably.
But your benefit then is to convert more and more people.
It's a gradual process. We all know that.
To vegan.
Yeah, it's not overnight.
Just bear in mind. I see where you're coming from. Just bear in mind if you can, the world produce enough protein.
We already are.
Well,
We're growing enough. But I'll tell you what, we slaughter 56 billion land animals every year, yet we have 800 million people starving. So we have the food to feed them, but we feed it to livestock animals instead. So the protein's there. It's just the distribution of it's all wrong.
Well, it is, but the animal feed that goes to
Slightly
animals
different, absolutely.
is a different protein.
It is.
And there is a situation where your soya, you probably can't grow soya. You can't grow soya in this country particularly.
But we're already grown enough to feed, as I say, billions of land animals.
But
we've got more than enough soya at the moment. We don't need to stop producing it.
No, okay, that's fine. That's fine.
I do. I love it. Like,
No, I do too. Vegan does.
No.
It's pretty interesting how this is a more reasonable conversation with a guy who is literally like an auctioneer, and they have turned up and interviewed this guy. This is more reasonable than the last guy, who wasn't even. The last guy didn't even have skin in the game. You know, the guy who was just in the last video. It's not like he was. Well, maybe he was some kind of related to some farmer, or I don't know, whatever. But this guy's literally like defending his career, and they're able to be very like smiling. He's able to like acknowledge that maybe some things Ed's saying is right, and like he's not at this point. He's not even arguing necessarily. He's sharing opinions in a non-inflammatory way, which is I find is very interesting actually. This is actually it's reassuring to watch. It's like it's refreshing to watch so far.
But no, the issue that you're describing, it wouldn't be a real issue, because we've grown enough food to feed between 12 and 15 billion people currently. So we've got the food there and the land's there and everything.
There's going to be a progression. It's going to be a long-term progression.
It is a long-term. It's a long-term.
That's what we're here for.
But all we are doing is facilitating the movement of those animals to another farm.
Absolutely.
Part of the reason why they are moving is under the industry that we have at the moment is that the farm that they've come off probably doesn't have the facilities to keep them for the next stage.
Yep.
So they're better to be sold and to be well looked after
until they're killed.
Until they're killed.
Do you see the juxtaposition there?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. But that's there at the moment.
Do you think
I think maybe in these scenarios, I always find this. It's a difficult thing to have a discussion about with other vegans and other activists, right? But if somebody's going to come out like this and talk to you, you should probably agree that one person goes with maybe one camera and not like 10 people with like 3 cameras. Do you know? I mean, like, it's like, it's not exactly reassuring this guy that he's, you know, it's putting him on a spot, isn't it? It's making him feel very uncomfortable. Maybe this guy seems like he can take it, to be fair. He seems like he can handle it. But I always feel like it's a bit unfair when it's like, hello, person, could you talk to me about what you do as a job and da-da-da? And like, of course I can. Okay, come along, 10 activists, and everybody get your cameras and phones, and everybody, let's all talk to him at the same time, and let's have like little points and like completely overwhelm the dude. It's funny. I've been in this position before, and I've been one of the people that probably shouldn't have been there filming when somebody was talking before. Right? I've been the talker, and I've been one of the people kind of crowding as well, and so I've been on both sides, and I realize now that like it's either way, it's not a very good thing to do. You should always try and have it 1-on-1, 2-on-2, 3-on-3, 4-on-4. It should never be 5-on-1 or 6-on-1. I don't know. I don't think anyway. I think that's just like it's not completely relevant to this whole thing. I'm just sharing an opinion on that.
There is a humane way to kill an animal, in your experience of dealing with livestock.
I don't know.
Do you think that we need...
So honest. Did you hear that? what is a humane way to kill an animal? I don't know. Do you ever hear that from? Could you ever imagine somebody who literally gets paid by the animal ag industries saying that? I don't know. This guy is very, very open-minded for somebody who works in this industry, and wow, things have changed a lot since 2017, huh? I guess back then there wasn't as much emotion around it all, so it was easier to have these conversations, whereas these days I guess things have changed a bit, right?
Need to eat animals to survive.
Well, we always have eaten protein.
But do we need to?
I don't know that either.
If I told you that...
Fucking honesty, just I don't know. How often in your life do you say I don't know? I feel like a lot of us say it quite, a lot of us say it a lot for sure, like, but in times of like debate or in times of a disagreement with somebody, how often does it come up where you say I don't know? It's a shame, isn't it, that we got to a point where I think we got to a point where saying I don't know is seen as weakness. It shouldn't be seen as weakness. It should be seen as an opportunity to learn. If somebody asks you a question and you don't know it, I'm not really too sure about that. Why don't you explain it to me and I'll see what I think about it,
Recently, the British Dietetic Association and the American Dietetic Association, which are basically the largest bodies of nutrition and diet experts in both countries, have stated that a vegan diet is both adequate, safe for all stages of life, including pregnancy.
I didn't hear vegan, I heard vegetarian the other day.
There's vegan as well now.
If you eat vegetarian, your metabolism uses it more quickly or something, so you're
it's vegan now as well. They've stated that.
If it's vegetarian, it's probably vegan as well.
So do you think with that in mind that professionals have said it's healthy, that means that this sort of trade becomes immoral because it's unnecessary?
I can't answer it
because you're involved in it.
I've been in it since I was
of course. And obviously because you've been raised from a young age with that kind of, we're all conditioned, aren't we, in a certain sense, and we get raised into these environments where we're given a set of values that maybe isn't true to what we believe in. Because we've been raised with them, we believe them to be the way that we have to live our life. Would you agree that maybe you've fallen into that kind of situation?
Of course I do. Yeah. I've done it ever since I left school. So
that's all you've known, right?
But I don't. Yes, and I've been educated into seeing it. What I've done is done the best I can. In my industry.
Yeah.
The point is here is that it's not like I know this guy is from this conversation is probably not gonna go vegan from this conversation right now. Maybe in the future he would, to be fair. And my point of saying that he's good here is not to say that like, oh, I support this guy's great. What I do support is this guy's ability to have someone look him in the face and say, I think your industry is immoral, here's the reasons why, and for him to be able to answer questions calmly without launching into a emotional bullshit and start saying get off my property, because it's his job. He's able to actually have a conversation with somebody and consider his points and put his own points forward in a reasonable way. That's what I'm impressed by. You don't really see this from people in these industries. We have more videos coming later of where Earthling Ed gets into the similar discussions with farmers, and they do not offer him the same, even close to the same level of understanding as this guy. They get very upset very quickly. They get defensive. It is just genuinely nice to see and kind of reassuring, I suppose. It makes me more optimistic about getting into conversations because sometimes you kind of forget that people like this exist, people who are able to have a conversation with you and not freak out and start being silly and whatever. And when you do get a good conversation where somebody's paying attention, listening, and is open-minded, it reminds you that, oh my God, these people exist, and it gives you this big boost and makes you want to talk to more people again. And that's why I like watching videos like this, and I like it when I get a conversation like this, even if the other person doesn't end up agreeing with me, even if the other person doesn't end up going vegan, I still think they're far closer than they were before, and I appreciate that we were able to have this kind of conversation because it gives me energy to keep going, and I'm sure this gave Ed energy to keep going as well.
With the animals in my care while they're in my care.
Yeah.
So I'm just going to go back through and see if there's any more debate because we don't want to see this footage today. That's not what the stream is for. Yeah, that seems to be the whole. Well, that's how, as much as they used. There's no more debate, discussion after that. So a very interesting discussion, and yeah, I've given my opinions on that. I feel like it would be great if more people could speak like this, and it's not. people seem to think that the only way to have a conversation with a vegan is like, oh, you guys are only happy if we just give in and do everything you say. And it's like, no, if you listen and go vegan, then fantastic, thank you, because the animal, it's about the animals, it's not about me. But if you don't do that, then yeah, I'll be disappointed. But if you're able to at least fully acknowledge and be completely honest with me and actually listen to what I have to say and take me seriously, and I'll take you seriously, that is very, very good as well. That is a very good thing as well. And obviously it doesn't help the animals that you are doing that if you don't go vegan after. But it's definitely, it makes me feel like you're on the way, and that this conversation had an impact on you. And that also would personally make me feel somewhat accomplished in some way. I see a lot of you are talking about the t-shirt, by the way. I'll show you it again. So it's a new t-shirt I've made myself, designed myself. Well, obviously I had some inspiration. It's got veganism across the top, and then it's got justice for animals there. Oh, also the back. Shit, I forgot. The back is also pretty cool. Check this out. It's got the same thing on the back, and in the middle, that is documentaries. Look, well, I'll move up closer. There you go. You see that? These are all documentaries. And then just at the bottom, there's like a small print that says something. I can't remember what I wrote exactly. It's like, oh, what did I write on it? 1 minute. I'll read it out to you right now. Hold up. They're on the website. So like I'll show you on the website. Hold up. Let's get the website up. Is it this? Oh no. Oh my God. I'm all the way over here. That's fine. Let's bring it up on the website so you can take a look. There it is. Yep. Okay. I don't know if you guys can see that. It's very small, isn't it? It's not very useful. Come on, dude. All right, here we go. Oh, that's better at least. There we go. So it says, watch Dominion, watch Earthlings, watch Land of Hope and Glory, watch Seaspiracy, watch Folks Overnight, watch The Game Changers. Stop making excuses, go vegan. And in the small print, it says, I'm going to read it. I'm going to have to go real close. The small print says, animal agriculture tortures and kills animals for your pleasure and convenience. Animal agriculture is destroying the planet. Animal agriculture is a burden on society and needs to end. Go vegan and stop funding this monstrosity. That's what the small print says, just below there. So yeah, it's pretty cool, huh? My microphone's falling off the table. Get back on there. Yeah. So I'm very excited about this one. So yeah, go pick one up. I think this is my coolest t-shirt that I've ever had the idea for and made. I'm very happy about it. And there's some others as well. I dropped some other merch as well. Oh my God, I've made everything huge. Haven't I? Oh shit. I'll move over here whilst we're doing this. So we've got satanic religion. Yeah. You got like that bad religion, like punk style. I've got veganism for the animals one, which is like Terminator, and it's Joaquin Phoenix. Do you like that? And I've got a new one, enjoy dog meat. It's like with the cola style, and it comes in red, but it wouldn't let me show it as the main photo. But let me show you the red one. There you go. The idea of this one is to it's just trolling. It's just trolling meat eaters, like, because if you wear this, they're going to be like, "What do you mean enjoy dog meat?" And then you can tell them how, like, yeah, it's a troll. It's why would you not eat dog but you'd eat a cow? It's like just to start a conversation, And whoops. And I'll show you this is the Joaquin Phoenix Terminator one. It's called Terminate Meat Flakes. There you go. I photoshopped Joaquin Phoenix onto Arnold Schwarzenegger's body and did the font and stuff. So it's like Terminator one. Oh, it's a funny one, huh? And this is the satanic religion one, nice and a bit bigger. So you can check that one out. There you go. Style of that. And again, with the veganism, vegan Talika, vegan metal one. There you go. And there's that one. Pretty sick, huh? So go to davidrams.com, go check it out. I'm really excited about these. I'm very proud of myself with these designs, and I'm wearing this one now. And it looks pretty cool on camera, actually. I've not worn it for you guys before because I wanted to make sure I did the drop properly and everything was ready, and now it's all ready. So enjoy. Go and pick some of these t-shirts up, and all the money, all the profits from the t-shirts go straight back into the channel, guys. All the money I make is basically going into the channel, like literally. I want this to be fucking successful, so everything comes back here, and whether it's gear or services to help with research or whatever I need, it's coming back into the channel. So keep it coming, keep it coming. All right. let's keep looking through. So we'll go for another old one, shall we? Because they're a little bit, mix it up a little bit. Right, here we go. We have. Let's go for a longer one. This is one that's Meat Eaters Protest Yulin Dog Meat Festival. Should we take a look at that one? That's interesting. Okay, hold up. Let's restart. Hey, excuse me. There we go. So this one is from... Why is the date not coming up again? This one's from... I have to make it bigger for the date. 28th of June, 2016. This one's from 28th of June, 2016. It's a really old video. And it's got 155,000 views, only 158 dislikes, 6,200 likes. Once again, I really do think that YouTube for Ed seems to be vegan dominant in terms of the viewership. But like I said, I think his Facebook makes up for that, and I think the Facebook actually has a lot of non-vegans commenting. We'll check the comments of this one. We didn't check the last one, but we'll watch this one and we'll see what people say in the comments. All right, then let's have a look.
I'm not anti-meat eater.
Okay. Anti-dog eating, though?
Anti-dog eating? No.
You're not anti-dog eating?
It's if it's done humanely.
Jesus. All right. We'll get to that later. I just want to skip the intro just in case there's any music there that I shouldn't have on. Oh, these are... What is this? What protest is this? Oh, sorry, guys. That's really loud, isn't it, for you guys? Turn it down a bit. Shame on China. They're chanting shame on China. You can tell this is 2016. You can't do that these days. Oh, my God. That's so funny. If they did that shit these days... Oh my God. They would be like taking pictures of the people in the crowd. They'd be getting them on Twitter, getting them fired. Oh my Lord. They'd be fucked for chanting shame on China if they did that in 2022. Could you imagine? Just go out with some signs and chant shame on China. That is so 2016. Oh my Lord. Stop Yulin on the back of that dog. Interesting. Okay. China, shame on you. I can't believe they're chanting this stuff. It's mental. Stop the Yulin torture. Okay, that's...
Yeah, we're just going to have a cigarette.
Oh, very nice. You help yourself, by the way.
Yeah.
I do mind if I record the audio on my phone. Is that all right?
Right, okay.
Yeah, sorry if this is okay.
I've got an awful voice.
No, not at all. Not at all. Don't be silly.
Yeah, so what it is I foster.
Yeah.
I rehabilitate them because a lot of them have only ever known torture and cages.
Yeah.
So she's fostering and rehabilitating dogs from China. That's mad. Okay.
That's the thing.
So therefore, what I do then...
I mean, it's mad considering what she said at the beginning of the video.
Is I get them rehabilitated so that they can then be adopted by a family.
Yeah.
Oh.
So it's safe to say that you're against animal cruelty, like all animal cruelty.
Oh yes. Yes. I've got 10 dogs, cats. I've got a little dog that
gets put to prison.
Yeah.
What does someone do?
I've got a little dog that they had from Romania that they hung.
Yeah.
And he's got brain damage.
Right.
And he does, he can be very loving.
Sure.
But I mean, why?
So people that commit animal cruelty should be punished, should be persecuted and arrested.
Well, yes, it shouldn't go on.
Yeah.
Oh no, it shouldn't go on. I can't.
She seems so nice and so genuine, and that's a horrible story. She's talking about a dog that got hung. It's really horrible, and I know where it's going to go, and it's already making me so depressed knowing what she's about to start saying about other animals.
I mean, I'd die for one of these dogs. I would die.
Yeah.
And if anyone ever hurt them, as I say, I would fight to the death.
Sure.
I would.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Does this apply to other animals as well, like pigs, chickens and cows?
Yes, yes. There's no need nowadays to have any cruelty.
Yeah. Do you eat meat?
I'm not a vegetarian.
So you do eat meat?
I like fish, yes.
Yeah. What compels you to come and...
That's a good cut, because it is insane. How to sit there and say, I would give my life to defend these animals. Other animals too? Absolutely. Do you eat meat? Yes. What? What? I forgot how this can be. I forgot about how bad it can be. I really did. I've not been out on the streets for a while, you know. I've not had these kind of conversations for a while. I've been doing different type of street outreach. I've got some videos coming soon, by the way, that I did. Different style to this. I forgot just how mad it can be when you get into this kind of style of convo. And oh my goodness.
Protest today.
Seeing the videos on Facebook.
Yeah.
I'm a big Facebook follower and seen a lot of videos on there, and absolutely find it heartbreaking.
Yeah.
So yeah.
What about yourself?
My mum was my main influence.
Yeah.
She showed me all the pictures online and that sort of thing, and it really urged, when she asked, it urged me to come out. You know, I'd rather be here than anywhere else at the moment.
That's so true. Yeah.
Aww.
So what do you think
A
makes
nice, seemingly nice pair of people.
what do you think? What happens in Yulin that makes it so horrible?
Just the way they absolutely torture them. I understand. They eat meat. We eat meat. Well, I don't. I'm a vegan. We don't treat animals right here.
Where was the stop? Where was the pause and all that? See, when I'm interviewing somebody and they say I'm a vegan, I usually do some music and some Mexican celebration music. Ed's very happy, but we should definitely have had some celebration music and some popping some fireworks and things there.
People that eat them. We dreadful the way we treat animals here. I mean, we do boil pigs. It's dreadful. You know, we don't wait till they're dead before they're boiled to get the hairs off. But over there, they absolutely torture them horrendously. It's disgusting. Fair enough if they want to eat them. Yeah, but there's no humane way to kill any animal.
It's amazing you say that. I'm a vegan myself.
Yeah.
And one of the reasons I want to talk to you... Are you a vegan yourself as well?
No.
Okay, but one of the reasons I kind of wanted to talk about this is... I'll ask you this question. Do you think that it's a conflict of morals to protest against dog slaughter in Yulin but eat meat in the West?
I'm not too sure. Like my mum said, it's just inhumane.
Yeah.
There's no other excuse for it.
Yeah, because your mum was saying there's no humane way to kill an animal. Is that something that you agree with, or?
Yeah, I can see that argument, definitely.
Yeah. So
jeez, why are people? What happened? I think that this was before the rise of veganism, right? This was before things got really I don't know, before things got really popular, and I guess people knew less of I don't know what it is. People seem more reasonable in these older videos. Is it just me? 2 older videos we've just watched and people are being more reasonable in the conversations. Is that maybe that we're just more used to career debaters, maybe anti-vegan people who make it their job to be a douche versus your average regular person? Do we see less of the regular people nowadays? Is it just my perspective that I feel like there's less of this kind of conversation going on? Or maybe I just stopped watching them, these kind of more regular ones. I don't know, but this feels like a lot more productive, doesn't it? So far with these 2 older videos.
Is this protest really important to you guys?
Basically because it's just it shouldn't be happening. Yeah, it's cruel, it's wrong.
It's cruel what they do, skinning them alive. How would they feel if that was their pet and somebody did that to them? That animal that's part of your family that you've grown up with and loved, and they're doing that to it, torturing it, and don't care about how much pain that poor animal is in. Yeah. It's just disgusting.
It's horrible, isn't it?
It's absolutely cruel.
Yeah.
You know, just because it's an animal doesn't mean you can do that to it. If it was a human, you wouldn't do that.
Yeah, exactly. It's just a simple thing about empathy, isn't it? If you want it done to you, you shouldn't do it to others.
Exactly.
Do you
part of Chinese culture. It's only 10 years old, this festival, but there's millions of dogs and cats all together, being skinned and boiled and whatever they've done.
It's the torture. It's the torture.
So are you guys more against the torture or the eating of the dogs?
Both. Both. All of it.
The whole thing. It's a mercy at the end. It's the torture that's horrific to make the meat tender.
Yeah, you're absolutely right about that. So would you all unanimously say that you were kind of against animal cruelty then?
Completely. Any animal cruelty.
100%.
Yeah. Does this apply to cats, cows, pigs, chickens? All of you are vegan?
No, I'm not vegan yet.
Oh, but you work. That's amazing.
And I'm doing...
What's going on? It's like, he just keeps meeting vegans.
Less
This is
of
great,
the dairy
obviously.
products.
That's great, yeah.
And don't drink milk and stuff like that now. So I am trying.
Yeah.
I was vegetarian.
These people are like more consistent than I expected. She's saying she's off the milk and you're making some effort. But then again, later on, she's going to say something really bad because that was with the clip they showed at the beginning. So, okay, let's see.
Vegetarian for 5 years. And I do say sorry when I feed my dogs. I do say sorry to their food.
Yeah.
Because
So is eating a dog any different to eating a pig or a chicken or a fish?
it's the torture. Why the torture?
So do you think that we don't torture animals in this country the same way?
Well, yes, we're not much friendlier.
No, we're not.
I mean, I've rescued dogs from dog fighting people.
That's true as well.
No, we are not that friendly.
Yeah.
We just hope that the laws we've got does give the animals some protection.
Yeah, that's right, yeah.
And we just pray that they do die, if they have to die, humanely.
Do they ever have to die, though?
Well, a dog can't be a vegetarian, neither can a cat.
Well, a cat certainly can. I think dogs can be.
No, they can't.
Okay. No, I don't own a dog, so I'll take your word for it.
They do not, they die. They will die.
Okay.
You cannot have a vegetarian cat or dog.
Yeah.
So therefore, I have...
How can you so boldly say things that you don't know anything about? And again, this was 2016, so maybe this was before a lot of this information was around, to be fair. But now the information is out, especially on dogs at least, right? By the way, if you didn't know this, dogs don't need meat. They don't need it. They can be healthy. Cats, it's not as clear with cats. I believe that some people have been able to use vegan cat food and the cat's been perfectly fine, but some people have seen quite, not positive reactions. But with dogs, it's like a pretty much just a known thing now. Like, yeah, dogs are able to get all the nutrition they need without animal products.
Go with one or the other.
Sure, yeah.
And as I'm saying, I just hope that they are humanely. It's very hard. I like fish.
Yeah. Do you eat any other meat other than fish?
Again, I'm trying to eat as less as possible.
So you're moving away to towards a vegan diet, would you say?
No.
What would stop you from going to a vegan diet?
I like me fish.
The Chinese like their dogs. I don't get it. How does that marry up? I'll get back to it. I'm sure he's going to go back to that interview later.
What compelled you to become a vegan in the first place?
Again, on Facebook, I saw a video of the dairy industry and it broke my heart.
Absolutely.
And I went from a huge meat eater one day, overnight, to vegan the next.
That's amazing.
And I've not found it hard in the slightest because my eyes were opened and that was it.
When you have that kind of eye-opening moment,
it was a light bulb moment.
That's
and
what
that
we
was
say,
it.
a light bulb moment, because that's exactly what it is, yeah. Do you think that if in China, millions of people signed petitions and went to the British Embassy demanding that people in Britain stopped eating bacon, how do you think that would go down in this country?
You'd get the people that would take notice, but no.
Probably ignore it, wouldn't we?
Yeah.
If someone do you eat bacon? Yeah. If people in China were telling you to stop eating bacon, how would that make you feel?
First of all, I think it's very hypocritical. Secondly, it wouldn't change my opinion because they won't change theirs.
Yeah. Okay.
So,
do you think there's any difference between killing a dog for food and killing a pig for food?
I feel like they can be both as bad as each other, depending on how they're killed. So, like, the Yulin Meat Festival is, like, the worst of the worst.
Yeah. So do you know about, like, what goes on to pigs in this country? Like, that we chop their tails off and pull their teeth out and castrate them without any anaesthetic?
I roughly know, but she knows, like,
Do you think that, like, the cruelty that we impose on these animals is any different to the cruelty we impose on, or they impose to dogs in Yulin? Because we boil chickens alive, and as your mum was saying about boiling pigs as well.
No, I'm not sure.
One of the things I like to do with these, like, protests...
So, again, a bit more honesty with that kid. I guess it's people, like I said earlier, if you don't know, just say you don't know, and don't, rather than trying to bullshit. I think more often today we see these interviews tend to go where people pretend like they know, and it usually comes out that they don't know, and it makes them look a lot worse rather than just saying at the beginning, like, I actually don't know, I'm not too sure about that.
I like to come and, like, chat to people, because there seems to be, like, this idea in the West that it's unacceptable for people in China to eat dogs, but it's acceptable for them to eat pigs or cows or chickens.
By the way, a few of you are saying Joey Carbstrong's streaming. That's totally fine. I'm sure he's not streaming for 10 hours, so I'll outstream him. Don't worry about it.
Anything that breeds cows, what's happening there is horrendous. You know, for years, you know, they are raped, your babies are taken away from them. Oh.
It's disgraceful, isn't it? It is. Do you think that what happens in China is worse than what happens here?
Both just as bad.
Yeah, it's all just as bad.
It's all just as bad.
China, Japan with the dolphins, it's all the same. It's cruelty.
It's the captivity, it's everything.
Everything we do to exploit animals is...
inflicting pain on another living creature.
Yeah.
And how these people sleep at night is beyond me.
Absolutely.
Exploitation.
Yeah. Do you think if in China currently there were millions of people signing petitions and, like, going to the British Embassy telling people that here in Britain we shouldn't be allowed to eat bacon, how do you think that would go down in the West or in this country?
Well, I know
I think it would take a long time for people to get on board with it, and there'd be a lot of people against it, obviously.
Yeah. Do you think
Sorry, I think it needs to be put more in the media because we don't see things. They've only just started showing what happens to these dogs.
Yeah.
So once it's on daytime television, that's fine.
So you think if we, like, spread the awareness and teach people what's happening in our own factory farms and what we do to animals?
Education is the key, definitely. Facebook, I think, is amazing, really, because I didn't know half the stuff until Facebook.
Social media has really revolutionised how we view animal cruelty, hasn't it?
Absolutely. Start with children and educate from the younger
in schools.
Do you think that fish feel pain the same way that a dog does?
Yeah.
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 Do you think they deserve, like, the right to a life as much as a dog or a cat does?
Yeah, but then as I'm saying, I can foster dogs, I can't foster a cow.
No.
And
but does that mean does that mean it's okay to...
No, but the point of it is also, are we condemning what farmer, if say everyone went vegetarian, what farmer's going to keep a herd of cows on his land that are no use to him?
I guess they could change to maybe, like, more grown plants or find a different occupation.
Yeah, but what happens to the cows?
The cows could be left to roam freely.
Where?
On the grass that they're already on.
Yeah, but they're going to turn that into grain.
What they turn to grain, sorry?
They turn the field that the cow is on now into grain.
Well, presumably...
So therefore, what happens to all the sheep and the cows?
Well, presumably, if everyone did go vegetarian or even vegan, it would happen, like, over a gradual process. So it wouldn't be left that we'd have, like, a huge stock of animals left, because we breed them to kill them at the same rate, don't we? So if we all shifted to a vegan diet over a number of years, the number of cows and sheep and goats and chickens would gradually reduce as well.
So therefore, that's an extinction of a species.
But they still exist in the wild, don't they?
What would?
Well, cows and chickens, we breed them.
Cow wouldn't.
Yeah, cows do naturally exist in the wild as well. And we wouldn't have to, it'd be up to us whether we made them extinct or not. We could ultimately have that decision, couldn't we? So if we didn't want to, we could still leave enough in the population.
But in an idealistic world, everything would be free. But it's, as I'm saying, you've got the cows. I mean, I used to rescue monkeys from the vivisection.
Great, that's amazing.
And so I held a dangerous wild animal licence for 30 years.
Wow, okay.
And I kept them till my old age pensioners till they died.
Yeah.
And they've all got little, as they died, they've all got their little cemetery in my garden.
Okay.
But I would have been condemned because I actually kept them in cages.
I see.
But when I say cages, we're talking outdoor runs and heated inside.
What's the point of this?
Meals
much
on
better
wheels.
conditions than they were in.
I'm getting impatient.
In the laboratory.
Exactly. So you still did a good thing, didn't you?
Yeah. But I mean, other people would have condemned me for doing that.
That's interesting. Good point, yeah.
Yeah, but is she trying to say that as in like that the farmers are doing a similar job or something? Like, no, she didn't create that problem. She's not her fault those monkeys were in vivisection labs. She helped them. She took them out of that and gave them a home. So why the farmers aren't doing that? They're breeding them. That doesn't make any sense. That she'd talk about this as like a reason to. I don't get why she went into that really. Or maybe she was, as Weiss and 8 to 9 said, she's coping. Yeah, she's just trying to cope. Obviously, she doesn't like what's being said and she doesn't like how she's being made out to be. So she's trying to like, no, but I'm a good person, It's like, yeah, okay. We established that you do good things, but you're doing bad things too. We need to talk about the bad things as well as appreciate the good things.
It's really difficult because part of why we eat meat in this society is because we've been told that it's okay to, much like people in China have been told that it's okay to treat dogs this way. So it requires like a whole shift of like how we've been conditioned and what we've been told. Yeah. So do you
it's slightly different for us because ours is done behind closed doors in slaughterhouses, whereas China they do it out in the open and it's a festival and people stand around and watch and they think it's fun.
That's a fantastic point.
They watch it and they got smiles on their faces and they're videoing it and they think it's marvellous.
Yeah, it's a really good point because they're like spit roast dogs, don't they? I mean, we do that to pigs as well. Like we see pigs that have been boiled in the same way, have that same crap.
But we don't stand around and video them slaughtering it, and that's all done behind closed doors. And we don't. I think if people watch that part of it, then there might be a few more people who would stop eating.
We're like, I promised you guys a circle jerk, right? Didn't I? Literally, what's happening right now is we are here having a circle jerk, and Ed is also having a circle jerk with these vegans. So we're circle jerking on their circle jerk. The circle jerk exception, guys. I promised you a circle jerk, and that's what you got.
I think this is interesting. Do you think it's worse that people like know it's happening but like pretend it doesn't by like making it go down slow? Do you think that's worse than like people filming it? Because if you embrace that it's happening, it's kind of more like you don't have any of that like guilty conscience. You take it as it is. But if we pain people to do it behind closed doors, in a way, is that worse?
Yeah, because you're getting somebody else to do the nasty bit. And
it rids us of any guilt, doesn't it? Do you think we should show animal cruelty, like slaughterhouse footage, to children?
I think to a degree.
Softy approach. I think first they need to be taught that that's a cow, and if you want to eat a burger, you're actually eating a part of that animal.
Agree.
Rather than giving them nightmares, actually teach them.
Yeah, how I was raised. My mum did that exact same thing for me. She raised me by telling me like, yes, this is not a cow. Sorry, not a burger. This is a cow, and then when I pushed back even more as I got older, then she showed me the footage when I was a little bit older. Not that much older though, maybe like 11, maybe like 10. I saw footage and it made me who I am today. So that it didn't necessarily. People worry that it's going to like, oh, traumatize the kids or traumatize. Well, if it's the kids wants to go out and eat dead animals and pay people to kill animals, and then show them the footage. Yeah, okay, there's a chance it might traumatize them, whatever. It won't, by the way, but like the alternative is that they go out and eat and pay for this. So why not, show it to them and show them what they're going to be eating if they do that, which is what my mum did for me. And I turned out okay. Some would argue against that, but I feel like I turned out all right.
Maybe not the killing, but maybe the process, say like of the pigs waiting to be slaughtered on, and trying to turn their faces away like a 3-year-old would do, to think that if he can't see you, it can't see, it's just horrendous.
Yeah.
What the pigs are like a 3-year-old child, and if it hides its face, no one can see that pig, and that's what they do.
That's the problem. We do it behind closed doors.
Yes.
We get other people to do the killing for us.
Yes, of course.
So it's like, as a society, we've kind of got this disconnection between the food that we eat and where it's come from, and we pass this on to our children, don't we? Like, so you think that do you think that all children are born like inherently vegan, and then society makes them non-vegan?
They're fed by the parents.
Yeah.
It's what you grow up with.
Yeah.
Yeah, if you don't know any better.
Exactly, you don't know any better. Yeah.
Food now is amazing.
Drink your milk, you don't make your nails and your teeth strong.
Yeah.
That's how
Yes.
animals that drink that to one's humans.
Yeah.
You don't have to.
Exactly.
We haven't died. We're vegans.
None of us have died, yeah. How long have you guys been vegan for?
2 years.
2 years, yeah. Yeah.
Mine's not been very long. Mine's only been about 4 months.
That's amazing. Like the fact that you made that like change is so good, and you're on the way to making that change.
I'm nearly there, yeah.
So you're keen to do it. And...
maybe not vegan, but definitely vegetarian.
Yeah.
Because of my health problems.
Okay,
but yeah, absolutely.
So,
I can't sort of, I see things on my plate and I go, oh, no, can't do it.
Yeah, that's it. Once you made that connection and you open the
I
blinkers, so to
wonder
speak.
what those health problems are. And I guess these days Ed would get into it, but back then maybe I guess not. It's not really. Well, I mean, it'd be kind of hard to get into it with all that noise, wouldn't it? Something as personal as that, but yeah, it could be worth asking.
Close them again, can you? Yeah. Do you think that if in China, millions of people signed petitions and protested to the British Embassy in China saying that we should no longer eat bacon, how do you think the British people would react to that?
Right. I'm having trouble with, say, my boys, because my boys do eat meat.
Yeah.
So I'm on a fight because I'm saying to them, well, we could go vegetarian, couldn't we? And they're going, no, I'm not a rabbit, give me my burger.
Right.
So therefore, I would literally have to be going against my family.
Right.
And one of my family doesn't come and see me now because I've got so many dogs there.
Okay.
So
fuck your family then.
I alienate, you know, what do you do?
Fuck 'em.
I can only do what I can do.
Yeah, and I guess the thing is, like, food doesn't, I mean, that was a difficult situation. Family's always hard, isn't it?
That's
But, like,
right.
we've always got to understand that these animals that we kill for food go through the same amount of pain as any other animal, so...
That's right.
We've kind of got to weigh up what's worse, and in a sense, like, if your children or your family can come to the decision that it's acceptable for you to give up those animal products, then surely that's better than, like, not doing either.
It's not, I'm not anti-meat eater.
Okay. Anti-dog eating, though?
Anti-dog eat, no.
You're not anti-dog eating?
What?
It's if it's done humanely.
What are you talking about? She just said she would defend these animals. These dogs that I've rescued, I would defend them. I would put my life, I would die for these dogs. I would die for them. And then someone behind the camera is like, me too. I would die for them. And now she's like, well, I mean, if they're killed humanely.
So it's okay to
It's
kill
culture.
Animals? So culture.
It's culture. It's culture. Great. It went from I would die for them, some conversation showing that she's a hypocrite, and then it's culture though, and if it's humane, then it's okay.
Overrides.
I do not see any difference if you're going to eat a dog or a cow.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah. Well, I mean, I think this is what I think. What's happened here is she's realized that he's called her bluff. He's called her bullshit. Like, she's eating cows, she's eating chickens, whatever, fish. And now she's feeling under pressure because he's pointing out that there's no difference. So she has to, she's not got many options here. She's a bit stuck. Now she needs to say either, yes, they're different, or she needs to be like, they're not different. And to be logically consistent, she has to say, I don't mind eating dogs as long as it's humane, because she believes eating cows is okay as long as it's humane. That's why she's got, whereas at the beginning, she never would have said that. But now she's saying it because of this situation. Thank you so much for the super chat, Notorious Tam Pattern. I'm going to move the alert box above there so that next time we can see it. Thank you very much for the super chat of £1.79. Really appreciate it. Thank you for supporting me, supporting the stream, supporting the channel. Remember, guys, you can use the Streamlabs donation link, which takes less of a cut, and you can do super chats if you want to support this stream today. I'd really appreciate it. And also, just as we were talking about earlier, we are raising money for an incredible group of people who are helping Ukrainian wild and domesticated animals to escape the nasty, horrible conflict over there, with giving the supplies, fuel for the cars, transport, all this stuff to get those animals to safety. So please get over to the GoFundMe and support as well. Thank you.
I guess that's what I'm trying to ask people. Like,
yeah.
Because there seems to be a big divide in this community that eating a dog's wrong, but eating a cow's perfectly fine. And it's really interesting to talk to people and see if they agree. So thank you for saying that.
Yeah. I mean, and they eat guinea pigs in crew and things like that. I could no longer, I couldn't bash him over the head and eat him.
No.
I couldn't eat a rabbit. I couldn't eat a, whether you want to say it's because the pet side of it comes into it. I don't know. But I'm not actually, it's the torture that I'm here to protest against.
Okay, so not the killing itself. So,
I can't say it is. It's the torture.
So do you?
Because I'm a hypocrite. If I said, "Oh yes, it's," you know,
she's realising.
I'd be a hypocrite.
Do you ever like when you eat meat?
That was it. She found an inconsistency in her own argument, and then she switched from the killing is wrong to the killing is okay if it's done humanely because he called her hypocrisy out, which is really sad. But she didn't just say, "Do you know what? Yeah, all of it's the killing is all wrong, and I'm going to go vegan." Instead, she just switched it up instead and was like, "Actually, no, I don't really mind killing, just torture."
Sorry if I'm putting you on the point. I don't mean to like. It's fine. Interesting. When you eat meat, do you ever think about the fact that it was an animal that like felt pain like you and I do, or like a dog does?
Yeah, sometimes. Like I don't think about it often, but every now and then it will come up. Like,
what would compel you to maybe like cut out and follow your mum on like a vegan lifestyle?
Probably watching the videos, as she said. Like she's been trying to urge me to do it for a while.
He's eating an awful lot more because I've stopped buying it. So he's only eating it when he's not at home
That's
now.
excellent. So you want your son to go vegan as well? We all want you to go vegan.
Maybe one day.
Yeah?
Maybe.
Is there anything holding you back? Like, is it...
I guess it's like how you said that we've all been like brought up to like to do it. So I guess one day I'll just have, if I do get into it, I'll have to like force myself to do it.
Because once you have that moment, the light bulb moment, there really is no turning back.
I have huge guilt that I brought my children up eating meat.
I mean, like I was brought up eating meat as well. My mum shouldn't feel guilty. My mum still eats meat, and I would never expect her to feel guilty for doing so because it's not her fault. But it's like it's just amazing that we live in a society now where people open their eyes and making that change. Do you think there will come a point where the world is vegan?
I'd like to think there will be, but I don't think it'll happen in my lifetime.
No, probably not in mine either. No. Do you think it's hypocritical for people in the West to condemn the actions of those in China if we eat meat here as well?
It's a hard one. Yeah. It's a hard one.
It is hypocritical. It's not a hard one. It's completely hypocritical.
I think it's hypocritical. It is.
Yes.
It's hypocritical. I'm
Correct.
sorry, it is.
Of course it is.
I totally agree with you. Don't you worry.
But we have to be careful.
Yeah, we do.
No, you don't. No, you don't have to be careful. Fuck them. Like, what's the use of... I'm about to go on a ramble. What's the use of going out and protesting if you are protesting for something you do in your own fucking country just to a different animal? What's the use of... I've seen people make this argument before where they're like, we need to open up... Like, I've seen people argue, some big organizations even argue, that, oh, we need to open up the animal rights movement to people who aren't vegan. It's not about vegan or not vegan. We need to open it all up and yeah. And it's like, well, it depends on what your aim is. If your aim is to get better conditions for animals, but still have them in the same position where they're being killed and used, yeah, okay, yeah, then you wouldn't necessarily only need vegans. Then that because people who eat meat also would say, a lot of people would say, oh yeah, I want better conditions, cool. If that's your goal, then yeah, for an animal rights march or an animal rights focus, whatever, that's it, yeah. If your goal is to convince people to stop seeing animals as these fucking resources that we just take everything from, abuse, make them fuck each other or inject them with semen and shit. If you want all of that to stop because this is like, oh my God, this is like a horror movie. It's like real life Black Mirror. It's insane what we do to them and we don't need to do it. And if you want it to stop, then you can't then say, yeah, if you are currently paying for all of this, then please come along and help, I don't know, protest with us. Like, why would you protest against something that you are funding? It's like there's so many examples I could go through right now. But it's like, say if there's like a BLM protest, right? Black Lives Matter protest, and somebody comes along who's a police officer, who's white, who enjoys shooting Black people and Hispanic people and basically enjoys shooting people who aren't white. And then he goes to the protest and says, hey, look, at the end of the day, I am part of this problem and I'm still doing it every day and I still love it, but I support you guys trying to stop me from doing it. What? What? What the fuck? That's why I don't get it. So when my point of this is that when he's saying we have to be careful and not say that these people are hypocrites. Well, I mean, no. If you're doing an animal rights event or a vegan event, yes, I'd say people who are not vegan, you shouldn't tell them don't come, right? I don't think it's like you're not welcome if you're not vegan. No, come. But when you are here, we're gonna talk to you and we're gonna tell you it is hypocritical for you to be here right now, because we are protesting to stop you. We're protesting to stop people like you from doing this. We want you to stop. So for you to be part of this protest, although we appreciate that you have some sense in your mind that you want to help, you came, awesome, but you're not going to leave before we've had a word with you and before like someone has addressed this problem. And if you do let them leave without that, you've failed. You have failed your cause, in my opinion. I did a talk in I went to the first, I think it was the first animal rights march in India. Let me just find it. And I actually covered this. Look, I'll show you this if you guys want to see this, actually. Thank you very much. I got a sandwich delivered. How nice is that? It's vegan, by the way. It's a vegan cheese sandwich, obviously. But look, I'll show you this. This video, if you would like to see what I'm talking about. And this is what I think. You don't have to do it the way I'm doing it. I'm just saying this is how I did it. So it's called I Finally Lost My Temper, Animal Liberation March India. This was 2 years ago. And I basically, to give you a precursor to this, we've just been on an animal rights march, and I just learned that most of the people weren't vegan, or at least people had told me that most of the people weren't vegan. So yeah, we'll watch this just to show you what I'm talking about.
The animals need you, so step up.
Okay.
Please. If you're... Raise your hand if you're a Jain, please. If you're a Jain, raise your hand.
I haven't seen this since I did it, so...
If you're a Christian, raise your hand. Interesting, all right. Muslim. Hindu. Atheist. Agnostic. Okay. Raise your hand if you came here for the animals. Keep your hand up. Look around. Look at each other, please. Look around at your family, because that's who they are.
To the bit where I talk about the vegan
Give
stuff.
the person next to you a handshake or a hug.
Let me find the bit I'm talking about, because the whole thing is not this. I just wanted to show this one part where I think it's really important that we cover. Hold up. Okay, here it is.
Because I'm not in the vegan movement, all right? Maybe you're not vegan. I'm sure some of you here aren't vegan. Then what are you doing at an animal liberation march when you won't even change your lifestyle? I'm sorry if that sounds too mean, but I'm being serious. If you're looking for a sign, something to say, now's the time to go vegan, you're waiting for the right moment, this is it. Now. This is your sign right now. You have over 200 people here that are ready to help you right now. If you're not vegan right now, do not leave this area without asking someone, help me go vegan. We're here. If you think I'm too aggressive, fair enough. Pick somebody else, that's okay. But we're here, okay? We're here for you. Ask one of us before you leave, please. We can help you make that step. It is going to be easy and simple. And do you know what? It's going to be much easier than walking around in 40 degrees heat for 3 hours. Yeah? You've just done something that's pretty tough. This will be much easier for you. It's a simple change of lifestyle and a change of habit. Talk to one of us, please. It's that simple.
So that's part of the speech. I didn't play the intro and the outro because, you know, I don't know, it's cringe watching myself do a speech. But that's the bit that I think is so important. And that, you know, you could call me aggressive. And I said it in there. I acknowledged that was maybe came across as quite aggressive. You can acknowledge that, like, telling people do not leave, you know, it's quite forceful. But at the end of the day, as I said then, if you have the time and you made the effort to come out and walk around with signs for 3 hours. It was a 3-hour march. but you won't make the effort to not pay for the things you're marching against. You're still paying for them. What the fuck are you doing? Like, what is going on? And yeah, someone's put here that you were lovey-dovey back then. It's not. It's just that I held back because what I wanted to say was, what the fuck are you doing here if you're not vegan? Why have you come here today? To protest yourself? That's what I wanted to say, but I realized that maybe that wouldn't have gone down so well. Not that it would go down so well in other places of the world, but in India, I truly believe it wouldn't have gone down well because I know for the large part, I don't think it's not. It's culturally. I was trying to do a speech that with a culture that wasn't my own, that wouldn't be completely like, you know, taken badly. And this is what I landed on. I don't think culturally that would have matched up with me shouting like, "What the fuck are you doing here?" You know. But anyway. So that's back to Earthling Ed's point that just quickly, the reason I went off on a tangent was that he'd said, oh, we need to be careful not to offend these other people who eat meat. I disagree. I think you need to tell these other people who eat meat while they're at this an event, if it's an event that's against animal use, animal abuse, to tell them, hey, you're protesting against yourself, right? The biggest protest you can do is not here today. The biggest protest you can do is changing what you fucking buy every day. Every day. You spend so much money on so many products that fuck animals over. So come to these protests, great. But what the fuck are you doing coming to a protest once a year? Protest every single day. Every day. Every penny you spend can be a protest when it comes to like food and other things, all the other things that animals are involved in. So I think that's really important.
You want to live a life where you don't view yourself as a hypocrite, where you could live by your morals and your actions as well. Like, you save animals, which is amazing, but then you also harm animals.
Yeah, but I'm probably feeding these horses.
Of course, but you don't have to feed yourself necessarily.
I buy tripe by bulk. I raw feed my dogs.
Okay.
So, and every time I feed them, I say to their food, I'm sorry.
Yeah. And that makes it better for you, like better on your conscience, I guess. Yeah, we live in a really challenging society, like, and it can be so difficult to kind of align our actions with our belief system as well. Do you think that it's a bit hypocritical for us to campaign against China killing dogs while we mutilate pigs and other animals?
No, not at all.
Okay.
Everyone's a cell.
Yeah.
And it's lots of little cells that get together to make a difference.
Yeah.
And today it's dogs.
Yep.
Tomorrow it might be the pigs.
Right.
Or the cows.
And would you be there protesting for the pigs and cows?
I'm getting that way.
That's great. That's so good.
I am getting that way.
Thank
I'm saying, I've gone over to virtually all dairy free now.
Yeah.
I'm eating more salads. I'm eating more fruit.
Yeah.
Fuck salad.
So.
That's amazing. Well, thank you so much.
That's all
thank you. I
right.
really enjoyed it. I hope that was okay.
Ed was a lot more apologetic back in the day. I don't mean that as in, I mean that as in, not in like apologetic, like, oh, it's okay if you're not vegan apologetic. I mean that as in, he was more nervous. And I've been there as well, where you're like, you're interviewing somebody and you don't want to like disadvantage them. You don't want to be like, oh, I'm sorry to put you out. You know, I'm sorry to put you out. And I'm sorry I asked you these tough questions. I've done that so many times because I think it's like a general, you know, when you're not used to this, you feel bad for like getting someone on camera and then making them feel bad, right? You do. You sometimes, well, you start, at least when you first start, you feel a bit guilty. So that's why, oh, I don't want to put you under pressure. I don't want to. These days, it's a bit more like, I don't fucking care. You agreed to the interview. You agreed. Okay. So, you know, you agreed to talk about this. You can walk away at any point. I'm not holding you hostage. If you get upset, you get upset. I'm not trying to upset you. I'm not trying to upset you. But I'm also a little bit less concerned about upsetting you. I'm not trying, but if what I say upsets you, you're free to leave. It'll make for a better video if you storm off anyway. Oh, man. I've become a monster.
God-fearing person, and I wouldn't hurt a fly. But that man, if I had a gun, I would have shot him. I can't help it. Or if I had something, I would have done. Because I can't stand people being barbaric.
But is it not barbaric then to kill animals for meat if we don't need to eat meat to survive?
Oh, you can't do that, Ed. To be continued. Where's the second one? Oh my god. It's not even in the description. Ed. So the link to the second one's not even in the description. And I didn't see a second one. I'm going to go try and find a second one. God damn it. Earthling Ed. Come on. That woman saying she would have shot that guy. My god, that was some intense shit, wasn't it? Aha, I found part 2. It's okay, guys. Panic over. All right. We're back on.
Well, that's disgusting. That is, and they should be closed down. And I thought in this country, the animal rights and everybody thought for years and years, and I always thought our slaughterhouses were humane.
No. No music.
It made my husband and I ill, so it will go in the tin at home in the bin. Yes. No, why I've feel so strongly. I have a dog, but even if I didn't, even if you're not an animal lover, it's barbaric. I had to have something living, and I mean, everybody feels pain, everything. And how would they feel if I went up to them and started boiling them, skinning or burning their stuff? It's just horrendous. And ever since I've known about it, which is about a couple of years, it's made me ill. So much so that I was under the hospital with counselling.
Wow.
Yeah, I couldn't sleep.
Oh my goodness.
No, and
so you're really seriously connected to this then,
yes, it is.
Do you think that all animal cruelty is wrong?
Just the cats and dogs. It's the whole board across the line. Not just China, all the countries, South Korea, and.
Does that include cows, chickens, and pigs? Do you think?
I am a meat eater. Okay, sure. I am not. I don't know, vegetarian or something. Yes.
Yeah. So am I right thinking that
Mental. Isn't it mental?
You rescued this dog from the Yulin slaughter?
Yes.
So were you in China yourself?
I wasn't actually. This is something that I've seen on social media. It was an independent rescuer who rescued many animals and saved animals and had adoptive homes for them all throughout the world. I saw this picture, which you can see here today on my t-shirt. It broke my heart. And I already had Thai dogs, 2 of which from the meat trade as well. And this was another one that I had to help. So I didn't attend on adopting them. I just wanted to save them.
You felt compelled to do so?
Yeah, I had to. I absolutely had to.
So it's pretty much safe to say that you're against animal cruelty then?
Absolutely.
And does that apply to all animals as well, like cows, chickens and pigs?
Yes.
So
I've actually got rescue chickens, rescue ducks. I ended up taking on 2 cockerels that no one wanted as well. I've kind of got a bit of a menagerie. I've got Romanian dogs. I've got Thai dogs. We've got Siberian Huskies. You name it. We've kind of got it.
Are you vegan or?
I'm vegetarian.
You're vegetarian.
Yeah,
so you gave up meat for the ethical reasons.
Yeah.
And did you give up meat after you rescued the miracle? Or?
Yeah, it was actually.
So that was kind of like a.
It's been a gradual process. The more I started to see on social media, I couldn't stand it anymore. I just couldn't stand it anymore.
I do feel really bad, and I don't eat a great deal of meat because I did see years ago a cow, obviously a steer, going to slaughter in a wagon, and we were going along the motorway, and I looked up as this cow was looking down, and that affected me so badly. But at the end of the day, if they eat dogs and cats, if they're killed humanely, I mean, it's just unthinkable, even that.
Do you think that we kill animals humanely in this country?
Well, I sincerely hope so. I don't agree with slitting throats and doing a prayer over them. I hope that I could never ever go to a slaughterhouse because it would be too upsetting.
So if I told you that in this country we chop the tails off pigs, pull their teeth out, and also castrate them without any anaesthetic at all, and that we boil chickens alive, and that we slit the throats of cows even if it's not halal, would that make you maybe change your opinion on whether or not it's humane?
Well, I would never ever in a million years thought that would have gone on.
Yeah, and it's regular practice in UK slaughterhouses and in Western slaughterhouses.
Country.
Yeah, even in like RSPCA and Red Tractor Proof Farms, that's a standard procedure.
So they have a live pig, you say, and they cut their feet off?
They cut their tails off, they pull their teeth out, and they castrate them without any anaesthetic whatsoever. When they're piglets, when they're children.
Well, that's disgusting.
It is.
That is, and they should be closed down. And I thought in this country, the animal rights and everybody fought for years and years.
Yeah.
And I always thought our slaughterhouses were humane.
Yeah. Have you ever...
Where do you get this idea from? Like, how do you think? Like, I know there's indoctrination, but as somebody who's clearly kind of clued up and thinking about these things, like this woman is. What do you think? What do you think goes on in a slaughterhouse? Like, what do you think in there could possibly be humane? Unless they were just taking sick animals there and killing them to put them out of their misery, you could have an argument that potentially, okay, that's a humane thing to do potentially. All right, cool. Aside from that, what do you think could possibly be going on in there that you would deem to be humane? Really? What could they do? What could a slaughterhouse do for you to think it was humane? Like, genuinely. So, shooting them in the head. Okay. Is it humane to do it to a perfectly healthy dog? No. Great. So, shooting in the head is not a humane thing to do to any perfectly healthy animal then? No. Great. So, we established it's not shooting in the head's not humane. Great. Slitting their throat? Well, okay. Is it humane to do it to a perfectly healthy dog? No. Great. So slitting throats is also not a humane thing to do. You have to come to the conclusion very quickly that killing a perfectly healthy animal or person is never going to be humane because they're perfectly healthy, right? V. Jamie says, they are rocked to sleep and they gently slip off to heaven. If you took an animal to a slaughterhouse and then they somehow were... So some really stupid like ideas, some like philosophical mind game you could play would be like, if you took a person or an animal and you put them on some crazy LSD type trip that you ensured it was like beautiful and perfect, and in their head it lasted for like 100 years of just bliss. And then while they were in this trip, you killed them and they didn't feel it in any way. Like, imagine it was just a chemical and or they ate something and it killed. Maybe then you'd have some kind of argument. It's some stupid desert island style kind of point. You know what I mean? Maybe that. If you offered me that, if you offered me like, hey, David, you take this pill and in your head, you'll live 100 years of pure bliss. But in real life, you'll have been killed 5 minutes ago. I'd be like, maybe I'll take that pill. Maybe. Depends on where I'm at the time, but, you know.
Ever thought about making the step to veganism? Did you know about the dairy and egg industry and like the
I
horrors
do.
of that?
I absolutely do. And I know how the animals are treated and slaughtered in other countries, including China, Thailand, and, you know, everywhere.
All over, unfortunately.
All over. So the next thing that I want to do is to go across to Thailand, maybe do a bit of filming with an animal charity over there. And the next step is I'm going to adopt a dog from the Indian streets as well.
Nice. Do you think that you would make that step to veganism?
You just never know.
You just never know. Is it something you've thought about doing?
Yeah, I have thought about it.
Do you think
but I just don't know, you know, how easy it would be for me to make that transition.
I mean, like, it seems to me like because you were so like in tune with like helping animals and stuff. I think when you make that connection between like dairy cows and egg-laying hens as well, and the fact that there's cruelty that goes in the industries, as you say, you know, it would be probably quite easy for you because you've already like done so much in your life and you're still keen to go traveling the world to save more animals. I think the fact that you want to do that and you're willing to go to the extent of traveling the world to do that, which many people wouldn't do, like giving stuff up off your dinner plate would be quite easy for you.
Absolutely. I mean, it's, you know, obviously people don't eat eggs. And I've got the chickens and I've got the ducks.
Yeah.
But they were rescued.
Yeah. So you eat the eggs that your chickens and ducks lay.
Yeah, or I give it back.
Oh, you give it back to them.
Or I give it back to them.
Yeah, because they can enjoy it, can't they?
Yeah.
So what impelled you to come?
It's again what I said about earlier. Like, people will do They're willing to do like protests. They're willing to adopt animals from all over the world. They're willing to go to like seriously big, difficult, complicated things, efforts, make big, complicated, difficult effort to help animals, but they're not willing to just change what they buy from the supermarket. It's very unusual, isn't it?
Come down to the protest today.
Well, okay, so I'm against basically any form of animal abuse, so I'm a vegan.
Okay,
So I think it's really important as far as like animals in general. It's important to defend dogs, even cows, pigs, you know, all these animals matter. So I don't know, I just thought I'd join in and see what it's all about. It's my first one, so yeah.
Do you think that there's like a hypocrisy in people who campaign to end eating dogs in China, but then eat meat themselves?
Yeah, unfortunately, I think it's very hypocritical. I'm from the U.S., and in the U.S., people protest like crazy about this, and it's very hypocritical because of the meat industry in the U.S. is like one of the worst in the world. So, yeah, I think it's, I mean, it's unfortunate. I've seen and met some people that are vegetarians and vegans, so that's good. But, yeah, but I'm sure there are quite a few people who think it's okay to have a steak, but, you know, this is a big problem,
Do you think there's ever such thing as a humane
Pretty
way
cool
to
how he's
kill
met a lot of
something?
vegans here.
Well, there's no good way. There's absolutely no good way. But if the animal doesn't know that the one before it has gone to be slaughtered, and it is so quick, they haven't even got time to think about it. Because at the end of the day, you're not going to stop people. They've got to improve, and all the time, because people are still always going to eat meat.
Is that true, though? Do you think that people would stop if they knew about the truth and saw real footage of what goes on? Like maybe if you saw like the pig's been hurt and the cow's been hurt.
I knew that the animals, it would stop me, but there's a lot of people that...
So like now that you do know, perhaps it would change your opinion? Because you said that you could never see an animal being killed in a slaughterhouse. But if you couldn't see it happen, would it be acceptable for you to pay for it to happen?
I couldn't... See, I always thought that chickens, I have seen them being stunned and then quickly beheaded sort of thing, even though that's horrendous to me. I can't even watch that. But you said that they... I can't believe it, in our own country. I know that we got some wicked people. In fact, on the news only last night, that farm somewhere in Hereford where he was taking baby fox cubs. I'm not a, you know, I'm a God-fearing person, and I wouldn't hurt a fly. But that man, if I had a gun, I would have shot him. I can't help it. Or if I had something, I would have done. Because I can't stand people being barbaric.
But is it not barbaric then to kill animals for meat if we don't need to eat meat to survive?
No, and it might take, the day might come when they suddenly think, years ago, God, we used to kill an animal just to eat. Yes.
Do you know, I'm about to go down a bit of a woke rant here. You might think I'm woke here, but just bear with me, all right? Bear with me. Because I can kind of see, I've heard some of like the woke crowd come after vegans for this, but I don't agree with that. But in this case, with this woman and a few of these people out there who aren't vegan, right, who are protesting against China and what they do to dogs, and they have this view of their own country, England, that it is better, really good, great laws, this stuff doesn't happen. But they've not actually checked any of this. Do you notice that? Like, they're quick to jump on and point the finger at China, North Korea, Thailand, right? But they are so slow to point the finger at themselves and their own country. Is this not some form of xenophobia, some form of racism? Could it be argued that it is? At worst, it would be that. At best, it could just be, like a blind spot. Like, you know, like it's not on purpose. It's like a blind spot. At worst, it's that they're just, it is those things, right? It's like discriminatory at worst. But it is, I can see how some people would think that, some people would argue that it is. Now, when they argue that vegans are being whatever racist or xenophobic, I think that's bullshit, because the reason that a vegan would protest against the Yulin festival is for the same reason a vegan is vegan. It's because if there's a Yulin festival protest on, then okay, go to the protest. If there's a protest against animal farming on, go to the protest. You know, if you're going to go to the Cube, go to the Cube of Truth or whatever. I don't see an inherent problem with a vegan going to a protest against Yulin, right? There's no issue with that. But I do see an issue with somebody who's not a vegan and has no interest in animal rights aside from this one point going to Yulin, because then it does kind of feel like you're happy to point the finger elsewhere, but you won't point it at home. And why would you not do that? Well, it's either a blind spot or it's some kind of racist shit, isn't it? Right? So like nationalist bullshit, I think. JP and Julia dropped a Streamlabs donation. Thank you so much. 26.23. Thank you. I think it went through in pounds, right? But it's really, thank you so much. That's a really generous tip. And remember, guys, if you have a message, it says keep going, David, as well. And I'll tell you what we'll do as well. I will get back to every single one of these donations, by the way, every single super chat. We can open this up to a Q&A as well. So let's carry on reacting. But if you have questions for me, like, it can be anything you want. I'll answer practically anything, all right? We'll do an open Q&A too. So if you want to ask me any question, use the Streamlabs donation, use the super chat, and I'll answer your question. It can be totally unrelated. Let's crack it open. Let's do a Q&A, because I like answering your questions. And obviously, I appreciate your support. So you supporting me, I'll give you something back. I'll answer any question you want, and we'll talk about the topic you want to talk about for that time. Does that sound fair? I think that's fair. So if use the Streamlabs donation or use the super chat, and definitely pump that in there, and I'll answer some questions for you. I see a comment here from Kieran saying, very sad how having social concerns about matters is just trivialized as being woke these days. I don't agree that that's what woke is. So just a quick sideline here. How I define woke is not that. It's not having social concerns about matters. I don't think that at all. I think that what woke is when people assert that something is a social matter when it isn't, that something is racist, xenophobic, sexist. Woke people seek these things out in places where it isn't, and if there isn't any, they try to create it. That's what I define as woke, okay? It's when there isn't a problem, and anyone can see there isn't a problem, but these individuals make a problem from it, develop one, create one, fabricate one, and then they attack everybody who doesn't agree with them. That's what I consider to be woke, right? That's my definition of it. I know there's many, but when I say woke, that's what I mean. So when I was talking about this and these people, I was double checking with myself. Am I just inserting this on them? Am I just like asserting that they are racist, xenophobic? No, I'm not. I didn't want to appear to be acting like woke, because I'm not saying they all are, but I'm saying there's a possibility they could be. That's the difference between me being concerned about this versus me being woke. Would be me saying it's definitely this and we need to boycott blah 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 blah. That would be stupid, because it's not definitely this. See the difference? One's being woke and one's being like, this could be what's happening. It could be a thing, right? Okay, so I hope that makes a lot of sense to you. See, Stacey B is asking, the 10-hour fundraiser is happening. I'm sorry I'm poor again, but I'll watch. What are we raising funds for today? Okay, so let me show you what we're raising funds for. So I haven't actually shown you yet. Now I'll show you the GoFundMe page so you can see what's the fundraising's for. So hold up, here we go. So this is the page. Oh, I can do it in a better way, can't I? I can put it on this other screen. Let's move over. Here we go. So actually, you know what I'm going to do while we're here? I'm going to switch this up and make this easier so I can... There we go. So this is the fundraiser. It's to help animals survive the war in Ukraine. So basically, it's this group here, Ukraine Animal Task Force. And there's a brand new page on Facebook, by the way. They've not had time to build social media and post loads of stuff because they're out there on the ground, and they have been for a while now trying to get the shit done. They don't have the time to do loads of social media posts and do fundraising, which is why I'm helping. So basically, they are rescuing wild and domestic animals, okay, caught up in the conflict. They're getting medical treatment for the animals, transport, and other costs, and whatever it takes, basically, to get them safe, to get them help. Apart from one thing, none of your money will go towards buying non-vegan food for these animals, okay? I don't know if some members of the team are doing that. I assume yes, because vegan dog food might be quite difficult to get in a war, okay? But your money will not go towards that. None of the donations today will go towards buying non-vegan food for the animals. It will only go towards the transport costs, medical costs, things like that. So they're over there, they're working on the border, they're working in Ukraine, and they're trying to get these animals to safety. As I said, both wild animals that have been caught up in the conflict and also domestic animals. That's what we're raising money for today. So if you want to help animals caught up in a human bullshit war, this is where you do it, please. They're really out there trying to help animals. One of the only groups out there doing this specifically for animals. So please, please do donate if you can. Thank you. All right. Let's get back to this reaction, shall we? To these hypocrites. These bloody hypocrites.
It's very hard. There are certain animals that it's like goose. I could never eat goose.
Why?
And I don't eat duck.
Why not goose or duck, though?
I must admit, we have a turkey at Christmas.
And is there a difference between a turkey and a goose?
Don't know, because I've never tried them.
Oh.
Not in flavour, but in life, like an ability to feel pain.
Fucking hell. Oh my God. He's like, is there a difference between a turkey and a goose? I don't know, I've never tried them. She wasn't joking. She was like genuinely thinking he meant the fucking taste. Oh my God. That is so funny and depressing at the same time. Fuck. Oh.
You mean? No, I know.
Do you think that if in China...
I can't get over it. I can't get over it. Oh my God. All right.
People were signing petitions and marching to the British embassy, ordering people in Britain to stop eating animal products like bacon. Do you think that we'd react very well to that?
I would love it.
Yeah.
I would absolutely love it. I mean, nothing makes me happier to see protesters in China. 100,000, I think there was recently.
Yes, that's right.
You know, just against the dog meat trade alone.
So do you think it would go down well with the general population, like the average person in Britain?
I'm not so sure about that.
Yeah, it's difficult,
I'm not so sure about that. But I'd certainly be happy, and I know a lot of people would.
Yeah.
You know, absolutely.
I totally agree.
Yeah.
Do you think that there is an element of hypocrisy in people that like campaign to end dog meat in China, but then enjoy meat in the West?
Well, that's a common question, isn't it?
It is.
I mean, at the end of the day, you know. In fact, someone actually, I'll give you an example. Somebody shared a picture of Miracle the other day, and a calf as well,
right,
saying there's no real difference. And it's absolutely true. And what I'm against, you know, first and foremost, I absolutely cannot stand the torture that's inflicted on the animal.
You bet.
Because it's a process that they thrive on. They want the adrenaline to run through the animal's body because they believe that the meat's going to taste better. And it's just absolutely, it's disgusting, it's barbaric.
Do you think that how we live our lives is dictated by culture and tradition?
Yeah, I mean, it is a tradition in China and Korea and all these places, but I think, you know, like, these things have to change. You can't keep the same culture forever. It's kind of the same way with, like, elephant ivory, you know. Like, these things are out of date. We know that, you know, like, a rhino horn will not cure cancer, so then there's no purpose for keeping it. It's not really, you know, like, culturally relevant at this point, you know?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
If in China there were like millions of people signing petitions every year, and like people demonstrating in front of the British or the US embassy telling us that we weren't allowed to eat bacon anymore, how do you think that we or the Western world would take that?
I don't think we'd take it very well, honestly, because I just think, like, it's one of those things, it's like you're saying, like, it's a cultural thing, and eating meat, like, people eat meat almost every meal, like in the UK and the US, right? Or every day at least.
That's right.
I think it's just like one of those habits that you've done it your whole life, it's really hard to let go of.
There is a certain level of hypocrisy in, like,
I think so.
us campaigning for them to stop eating meat, but then we go out and do it ourselves.
Yeah, I think so. And I think also there's the idea that we look at dogs as pets, but we wouldn't look at a pig the same way, which is really odd.
It's strange because pigs are more intelligent than dogs.
They're actually more intelligent, and, you know...
This is a circle jerk. I told you, we're circle jerking on the circle jerk.
All animals, regardless of intelligence, feel pain, feel fear, right?
Exactly,
so,
that's right.
yeah, it is hypocritical, I agree.
Do you think that your morals are somewhat juxtaposed with your actions? Like, you seem to be really caring about animal cruelty, and you seem to really want to protect animals, quite clearly because you're here today. Do you think that somewhat juxtaposes with when you do consume, like, animal flesh?
Yeah, I know. But I just hope and pray that I live in this country and it is dispatched really humanely.
Dispatched. Why not use the word killed?
I mean, it's like at the where you had to have. I don't know why, but the vets could put a dog down without suffering or anything.
Yeah.
I don't know why they don't do something like that.
I guess it maybe comes down to money. So I guess this leads on to a question. If in Yulin they killed dogs in a humane way, would it then be acceptable to eat them?
Well, it's like I've already said at the beginning, it's the cruelty side of it, the way they are killing it. If they had a way of, like, you go to a vet, put them down, an injection, and they go to sleep, but then I've been in an operation, they could cut my arms, legs off, you don't know about it. But I cannot stand the barbaric cruelty of, you know, a living thing, how they can do it. What kind of people are they that could actually, you know, to another living thing?
So you're not necessarily against the eating of dogs, just the cruelty to dogs?
Yeah, well, like I said, if they have been eating them apparently, which I didn't know about for years, but they've obviously done it this way, and I didn't know.
Yeah.
But I'm mainly out. I would love for them to stop completely and have them as pets, as you know they should. And also the other wild animals, you know, the fur trade. I would not. I saw on my iPad them ripping the fur off a live rabbit, and again. That's the only time that I could really hurt somebody is if I saw that.
Do you think the cruelty in Britain's any worse or any different to the cruelty that happens in Yulin?
I'm all for having cameras in all slaughterhouses anyway.
Good, yeah.
You know, absolutely.
We should hold them accountable, shouldn't we, for what they do?
Yeah.
Do you think that if more people knew about what happened in British slaughterhouses, like, you know, castration and, like, tail docking and, like, chopping the horns off like bulls and stuff, do you think more people would be inclined to give up meat?
I think it could make a massive change. I mean, you're not going to change everyone's opinion.
Change enough people.
But it's this whole ostrich syndrome, sticking their head in the sand.
Yes, exactly.
Is that a real thing? Ostrich syndrome? I need to look at this. Oh, it is. The ostrich effect, known as the ostrich problem, is a cognitive bias that describes how people often avoid negative information. Can you guys see that? Yeah. Including feedback that could help them monitor their goal progress. Instead of dealing with the situation, we bury our head in the sand like ostriches. Wow. You learn something new every day, huh?
It's difficult to get people to look at graphic images, even alone of what it is that I post.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah, it is.
And I've been quite graphic in my book. You know, I've been really very, very honest.
And that's really important.
Yeah.
Maybe actually then something like Yulin, which is accessible to people in the West because we can all get behind it and agree that it's horrible, would be quite a good catalyst for then introducing the idea of animal cruelty in, like, British factory farms as well. Because if you go up to the average person who eats meat and say you should eat pigs, they're like, oh, but why? But if you say to them you should eat dogs, they'll say yes. And then you can always compare that to the suffering of pigs, and maybe in turn that would encourage them to give it up. What do you think of it?
I just don't know. I think it's a tricky one.
Do you think a utopian world would be vegan, like the perfect world? Would that be vegan?
Well, I'm not there yet.
But you want to be.
I want to be.
And you can
so
be.
I'm not there yet.
So strange. Like, he's asking a question that's people will not answer something that they know that puts them in a position where they are a hypocrite. Like the other woman from the last video, switching out to say, oh, killing dogs is fine if it's humane, after she just said she would kill for her dogs. And now this woman here, do you think it's good if everyone's vegan and we don't do this to animals anymore? I don't know, because I'm not vegan. It's like, just say you agree that it is good and it would be better, and go fucking vegan. Like, what is actually stopping these people from just being consistent? It's quite frustrating. It's to see, like, such dishonesty, you know.
What would it take for you to do that? Because you've got your education, you've got your commitment, you know about, like, the health and environmental side of it.
It's just time.
How much time? Like,
question of time.
So it couldn't be tonight. You couldn't go home and say, you know what, no more dairy, no more eggs, no more honey.
I don't know about that. as I say, I'm not there yet. You know, I'm not going to lie.
Yeah, no,
you know, I'm
need to
being
lie.
very, very honest.
I appreciate that,
You know, vegetarianism was a big step for somebody who's been a meat eater the whole, you know, her whole life.
The same step, and it is
you know?
big, yeah.
So I think, you know, time will tell.
Absolutely. Well, thank you so much, and like, it's amazing what you've done for Miracle and
Thank you.
what you
Looking
continue
quite
to do.
happy now, aren't you?
So you're right, all these things are terribly, terribly awful, but I have to ask you, do you think it's hypocritical to be against those, but then still consume animals that have been killed in a barbaric way?
Well, you have got me thinking.
Great.
And I'm not a big meat eater, especially, I would never, I mean, I've always been against veal trade and everything. I think that is dreadful.
Do you know that the veal trade comes from the dairy industry? Like, if the dairy industry didn't exist, veal wouldn't exist.
I know.
Yeah.
And also, I feel even milk. I think, you know, the poor cow. I know when I was a young girl, my mother actually told me, because I went to, not stay on the farm, but it was next door to my auntie's in the summer. And my mother said, do you know, that cow, it bleats and cries for days for the loss of their calf.
Don't know.
And that really always stuck with me. It really did. But
you've clearly got a lot of empathy there, and you're clearly, like, I hope that maybe I'll start to make you think a little bit about how our actions do, you know.
I would ideally love that you could take a pill and not think about, that's it. I've got all my, you know, stuff. And I have started, it's like my daughter, I went out to her house in the week and we had a curry, and it was lentils or something.
Excellent,
with no meat in whatsoever.
And it was good?
So,
was it
yeah,
tasty?
It was
Did you feel like full afterwards?
Yeah.
Could you eat that sort of food every day?
Yeah, it's you got, like I said, you got me thinking, and I wasn't, because I'm not overstruck on steaks anyway.
No, that's great.
But and of course, years ago when I was a child, every Sunday was a roast dinner.
Yeah.
Well. It's a rare thing.
Yeah.
It's a rare thing to have a roast dinner today.
So one last
The thing is, it can change though. It's like, God, people get so fucking attached to this stuff, don't they? Like, if you told me tomorrow, okay, like I like potatoes, right? I like potatoes. If you told me tomorrow that potatoes are actually, like, someone could prove to me, like, objectively, like, hey, look, potatoes are actually sentient animals. Potatoes actually, we didn't realize before, but we do know now, like, the potato industry is brutal and they're sentient, and they're breeding them. They've tricked us into thinking that they're not this, but they are this, and here's all the science behind it and the evidence, and you can see it yourself, you can demonstrate it. So are you going to stop eating potatoes? I mean, it would be a shocker, but then it'd be like, yeah, I'll stop eating potatoes. I will stop eating potatoes because of that. And it's like, what is it's such a big life change. It's like, no, it's not. It's just one element of meat. If meat is just one element of a potential meal, right? Or somebody's potential plate. If meat is the only thing on someone's plate, then they won't. They're not going to last very long on this planet, are they? Let's be honest, right? Like, these carnivore dieters who just eat meat and stuff like that, they're having loads of health issues. And this is not just me saying that. There are groups of carnivore dieter groups on Facebook where they're constantly talking about how many problems they had. There's people who've, like, and there's no, as far as I know, there's no big dietetics associations or health associations that say even, like, that it is suitable as well. So it's not, you know, it's. My point is, it's not as big a deal as people make it out to be, but I feel like we as vegans, we fall prey to this too often, where we make it out like going vegan is such a big deal. And someone says, oh, but it's such a huge change. And we say, I know it is. I know. Why are we playing it up like that? Play it down. It's not a big deal. It's, you say, yeah, I know it seems like a big deal. I know it feels like a big change, but honestly, if you keep the animals at the forefront of your mind, first of all, the animals that you're no longer gonna pay for torture and abuse of, it's very easy if you do that. But also, you went to school, didn't you? How was the first couple of days at school? Terrifying? Did it seem like all huge and horrible and big change? What about your new job? What about when you moved house, if you ever moved house? Did all these things seem like big, dramatic, horrible changes that were just so scary? And yeah, they did. And then what about 2 weeks later? Was it scary anymore? Was it a big deal after 2 weeks? Did it take that long to adjust? No, of course it didn't, because this is just so something that seems huge right now. Give it a couple of weeks and it won't be anymore. You'll be back into a new habit and you'll be fine. And it's the same thing with going vegan. I think as vegans, we could do a lot better with making people realize this, that, yeah, all right, it seems big, seems crazy right now, but in a couple of weeks, you'll look back and you'll be like, oh, that was nothing. Why was I so worried about it? Like, everything's fine. I got all the support I needed. I get all my food. Everything's fine. Annie's going to come in now and react to the rest of this video because I'm going to go and pee. Yeah, you are. You come in. Come on. Come react to the video. It's more fun. Come on. Oh, no. Shit. I forgot it was attached. Come. Yeah. Well, you can react to the video and talk.
Okay. I don't do reactions. Hello, everyone. How's everyone doing? Woohoo. It's been 3.5 hours now. Yee. Okay, so he wants me to react to this video. I don't know. I don't have the patience to. I rather just look at David react. It's better. It's better for me. So how's everyone doing today? It's been 3.5 hours, and that makes it 7.5 to go, right? Right. Exciting. Yes. So I wanted to also talk about something. Who has the app A Billion? I know every time David does a live stream, I come here and talk about it. It's because I love the app A Billion. You make reviews, and then every review you make, the app lets you donate $1 to an animal charity of your choice. It's a big list of charities you can choose. Actually, I need to be a little bit bragging here. I've made 2,000 reviews. So I've donated, but I've managed to create $2,000 to different charities. I've donated to Sea Shepherd, some animal sanctuaries, and organizations as well. It's amazing. I just review these vegan products, and it's so cool. I can follow people and see what people review. Simon, I'm watching. You need to review more. No, you've been doing quite great, actually. But yeah, if we all make reviews and create money to these sanctuaries and organizations, it's good. And why I'm talking about it now, again, of course, because it's a great app and we can create money to the animals. But now, especially, there is a need in Germany. Close to Berlin, there's an animal sanctuary called Lass die Tiere leben. And last night they had a fire, and their barn burned. I don't know what the situation is, like how did that happen? But anyway, they lost a lot of hay, and obviously there's a lot of costs with this fire. Luckily, the animals were saved. Apparently, no one got hurt. There are sheep and piggies and cows. They're all saved, but there's a lot of economical damage. So in this app, in A Billion app, you can, when you make reviews, you can donate to Lass die Tiere leben. So please do that. Let's all do that. I need to also step up. I've made 2,000 reviews in like 2 years though, but I still have a lot of photos in my phone. I just keep doing that. I take photos whenever I go to restaurants. I take photos of the dishes. And actually then I put them to a separate folder in my phone that's called A Billion. And there's now also some close to 100 photos I still need to review, but that's good because now I can do a lot of reviews and donate them to Lass die Tiere leben. But yeah, anyway, all the vegan products, all the vegan dishes, just take photos and review. That's why I always, when I see vegan products, new products in the shop, I'm like, yes, we need to try this because I can review it. But yes, please download A Billion and start making reviews and donating.
Thanks for taking over.
Yeah?
Yeah.
I didn't.
No, I know you didn't react. I know.
I don't
worry.
have the patience. You're doing
it's all
great.
good. It's all good. Thank you. Yeah. What Annie was just saying then about reviewing these reviewing these products and how she takes pictures of them. It's actually a bit of a nightmare sometimes. It's like sitting in a restaurant and like I'm hungry and the food comes and I'm like, oh God, I'm so hungry. Yeah, I go to eat the food and I can't because she's taking pictures of it. And it's not for Instagram or Snapchat or something, so I can't be angry. Do you understand? Because it's to do the review. So do you know how normally when someone starts taking pictures of your food, you're like, just piss off with your bloody Instagram BS. I want to eat my food. Like this isn't for that. This is actually a good reason. So I'm always like, huh? Oh God, come on, hurry up. I want to eat. Hurry up. So it's a great app, guys. It's a great app. A billion. Definitely get in there and do it. And make sure you put my referral code in. I don't know if Annie mentioned David Rams, all capitals, and. Also, when you get these donations to animals, they'll also send an extra 25 cents, I believe it is, to me for every donation you do. That's on top of what goes to the animals, not instead of. So it's really cool. So like it benefits me but directly benefits the animals as well. So it's very cool. All right, let's finish this off.
Question is, if in China millions of people signed... Oh, hang on, sorry. One last question. If in China millions of people signed a petition and went to the British embassy saying people in Britain should no longer eat bacon, how do you think we'd react to that?
Well, it's a case of, I know, like you just told me that yeah. And I mean, I thought our slaughterhouses were above all this, yeah. But...
I thought our slaughterhouses were above all this. What, above abusing? You thought slaughterhouses were above abusing animals? What do you think they're doing in there? Do you think they're cuddling them to death? Just like, oh, come here, little animal. Oh, poor baby. I know it's so sad that you have to be made into a... But no, come on. It's okay.
At the end of the day, it's like different people on Facebook are saying, well, we eat cows and everything. And I know, and I feel really bad about it. But if I knew that they killed the cows and the pigs in the same way as they are killing dogs and cats and other animals, I'd be outraged. And I would be at the British Embassy now.
So I can give you a flyer now which has information about all of that. Would you be happy to take it and read through it?
Yeah, I'll take it.
Thank you so much. Okay.
Is a chicken worth more than a lion?
Is it?
To me, at the moment, yes.
Okay.
Now, people would say to me that's wrong, but I'm dealing with a situation where I've got 15,000 lions left in the whole of Africa.
And billions of chickens being murdered every year.
But those billions of chickens are produced in a system, and you can debate the methods of that and the morality of it, but I don't have time to worry about the chickens compared to the lions.
You don't have to worry about them, you can just not eat them. That's a simple thing to do.
You're asking me a question.
Oh, God, not this again. Oh, jeez. God damn these cliffhangers. And you know what? The annoying thing is it's working. We need to know what happens next. Wait, there is no part 3. Look, part 1, part 2. Do you see this? There's no part 3. It was to be continued, but okay, it's right there. Okay, my bad. Well, I guess, I mean, do you guys want to continue with and find out what happened with this guy? He seems more lively, doesn't he? Let's have a look. Let's have a look at this guy, hey? This one's from July 2016 also. 46,000 views. Should it be legal to eat dogs? And then we'll get to a newer one after this. We'll come back to one of his newer ones after this. All right, let's have a look.
Is a chicken worth more than a lion?
Is it?
To me, at the moment, yes.
Okay.
Now, people would say to me that's wrong, but I'm dealing with a situation where I've got 15,000 lions left in the whole of Africa.
And billions of chickens being murdered every year.
But those billions of chickens are produced in a system, and you can debate the methods of that and the morality of it, but I don't have time to worry about the chickens compared to the lions.
You don't have to worry about them, you can just not eat them. That's a simple thing to do.
You're asking me a question.
No music.
So you organised this event, did you?
Yes, I work for 2 charities. I run a charity called the Badger Trust, which looks after that species here in the UK, but also I work for Born Free, which is an international charity that does work in Africa and around the world on lions and elephants.
Yeah.
It's just so upsetting knowing that this guy is going to start saying really stupid stuff soon. You know, he's going to start being silly. He's looking after lions and badgers and elephants. But we know where he's going to go.
So my work is wildlife protection, but I have a personal interest in this issue. I came last year to speak here at the embassy and looking maybe to speak at a major conference in the US on this coming up in a few months as well.
Fantastic.
So I've really
I speak a lot about wildlife and animal welfare issues, but I just thought giving a voice to this is an important opportunity.
Why is it so important to you then, you and dogs?
Well, I'm a dog owner, and to me this is horrible. I talk a lot about China and work with Chinese officials and governments, diplomats and things on issues like ivory and international wildlife trade. And I think, you know, we need to give a similar voice to this because it's an animal welfare issue, not a wildlife protection one. But it does go to the very heart of how we treat animals, disease control, because some big issues around that about rabies and things. And I think there's a growing concern in China about how this trade is playing out in the world, how it leads to exploitation, greed and illegal activity in the country itself. And of course disease control concerns they have. So I think we're making headway to get the Chinese government to think actually maybe this isn't a good thing that we should be seeing in our country any longer. And the Chinese diaspora outside, in places like London here, if you go to University College London and other facilities, you've got some of the brightest next generation of leaders of China in this city.
That's right.
And when you talk to them, they don't want to be involved in this either.
So it's safe to say with the charities that you do and the work you're involved in, you're kind of like a spokesperson against animal cruelty.
Yes.
Yeah. Does that apply to all animals or only certain
No, the
animals?
species that I get involved with. So the badger is one that I work particularly in here in the UK. There's a big debate about TB in cattle and if the badgers spread it to cattle and if they should be killed or not. I'm very involved in that discussion, which is a big political debate. I do a lot of work on lion protection, particularly looking at trophy hunting, how we can reduce demand for trophies. I did a lot of work around the Cecil shooting and media activity around that, of course. A lot on the elephant poaching issues and ivory and rhino horn, but also quite a bit on marine mammals species, particularly Taji and the dolphin trade, and also what we're seeing with Faroe Islands and pilot whales as well.
That's amazing.
So it's a wide variety of work.
And do you eat meat yourself?
I'm not a full vegan. I do eat fish. I have that discussion and debate with some people here. I'd like to maybe make that journey to veganism. I'm not saying it's easy because it is not.
No.
When people ask me why it is you haven't made it, I said, well, personally, it's something I think I find it quite difficult to stick to. I am concerned that if we just say that actually people can only speak up for animals if they're vegan, I have this debate all the time. If I said that to all the people that support the charities I'm employed by, I wouldn't have a job. If it came to expecting only a tiny part of the population to stand up for wildlife or animal welfare because they were vegan, we miss a huge number of other people.
See, the thing is, he's talking about all these other specific species of animals that he is working for, like badgers, elephants, rhinos, the trade of illegal trades, things like this, right? And he's saying it doesn't make sense for only vegans to be able to do those things, or whatever. Or there's like some. The thing is, you can be non-vegan, and you can do those things. It just makes you a hypocrite. You can be a non-vegan going to an animal rights march. It just makes you inconsistent and a hypocrite. No one's saying you cannot do this. You cannot say this. You can't. We're saying, yeah, of course you can say these things. You can go out and fight for elephants and fight for lions and fight for badgers while eating cows. It just means you're a hypocrite. That's all. Okay. And if you want to be less inflammatory, it's inconsistent. It means you're an inconsistent person. That's all it is. So it's like, I think this guy's already on the defensive, assuming that Ed is going to start saying, oh, you shouldn't do this. It's like, well, no, you can do that. You can do that. What we're trying to figure out is how to get you to stop doing that. And again, he's gone for this whole, going vegan's such a big thing, and don't pretend it isn't a big thing. And it's like, we need to stop entertaining this bullshit. This is one of the things that just holds people back so much, but it's such a big change, but it's such a big, yeah, okay. You made loads of big changes in your life, way bigger than this, because this is not a big change. You are adjusting something in your life for the good of so many animals, right? You're doing something so incredibly good. You make bigger changes than this throughout your life. Like I said earlier, school, college, university, moving house, having kids, adopting an animal. These are all huge life-altering decisions that you make. And you make them and you just do it. You don't spend, loads of time fretting about it like, oh God, oh, but what if. But you do it, you get it done. And these are big changes. So even if you did fret about it, if you did spend weeks and weeks thinking about it before you move, makes sense, right? But just going to the supermarket and picking up plant-based products instead of meat products doesn't require anywhere near the same level of weeks and weeks of preparation or whatever that moving house would, or picking a college would. I mean, come on, guys, come on. And I hope, back in the day, I would have entertained this. It's a big change thing, and I think Ed did also, which we'll see now probably. But I've come to my senses, and we definitely need to stop entertaining this idea of like, oh, going vegan's such a big thing. It's such a big deal. No, it isn't. It really is not.
And I think the arguments I make is that veganism in itself is a good path that we should all seek to take. But if we try and break people out, if they're not vegan, and say that they can't defend or speak up for animal welfare, wildlife protection, I think that's counterproductive.
Sure, yeah. No one said that. Is there any difference between killing a dog to eat it and killing a pig to eat it?
There's a difference between the relationships. Now, you can say why that happens, but those relationships go back hundreds of thousands of years. The relationship we have with dogs particularly is more complex. People would argue with me that you could have similarly complex relationships with pigs. I'm not saying that couldn't be the case. But what I am saying is that if you look at the global animal welfare situation, there are, strict rules for how you can deal with dogs and cats in terms of welfare legislation, in terms of, how those animals are to be treated. And I see this as an animal welfare issue. To be at the end of the day, the animal's eaten, but actually it's what happens to it before it's eaten.
So you're not necessarily against the dog being eaten?
I don't like the dog meat trade.
But that's not what you're campaigning against.
The campaign, in my view, should be about how the animals are abused and treated to the point they're killed. Because they are animal welfare issues. And if you found a dog that was, beaten, was put in a cage, was, dragged on the back of a truck for 14 hours in Britain, it would be illegal under animal welfare law. The individual involved could be prosecuted for it.
So if the people in Yulin treated dogs like we treat pigs in this country, i.e. chopping their tails off anaesthetic, pulling their teeth out, castrating them when they're piglets, would that be acceptable?
I don't think any of that's acceptable in terms of modern farming methods. I think we all know that these things go on. There are good and bad systems. Some are better, some are worse. But to say to the Chinese that, because this farming system operates in Western Europe or North America, we'll give you a free pass on everything you do with dog and cats, in my view, personally, is not right. I know some people would say to me, you should, because you'll know better. But you still have that huge suffering of these animals, which I think if you can bring to a close, then I think you can improve animal welfare across a broad range of areas in China. And that's good for the world. And that could be in Korea, Thailand, and Vietnam.
Sure. So if we were in China right now, and millions of people were signing petitions and going to the British Embassy campaigning that people in Britain stopped eating bacon, how do you think we'd react in this country?
Well, no, you could, wait, there'll be a response, I would have thought, to say, well, we set various standards and requirements for production. These standards are overseen by law. People can be prosecuted for breaking them. And the argument back would be, well, there's no real, situation where you could guarantee highest animal welfare standards if you're killing the animal. Okay? But whatever you think about our systems of production for meat, they are in a legally binding process of how animal welfare and livestock and veterinary medicine and other things have to be worked.
So if what he's saying is he's against the trade of like rhino horns or whatever, and elephants and tigers, I think lions, he said earlier, something about lions, and badgers. Okay, but if all of that existed within a strict legal framework, would it then be okay? Is this what he's saying? Right? Or is it just that he loves those animals and doesn't want those animals to die, but he doesn't give a shit about chickens? I think that's probably more what's going on here.
It's legally binding in this country.
Doesn't mean it's not abuse. Okay, but in the situation we're talking about in Yulin, there's no control at all.
But it's legal in China, like the way we treat pigs is legal in Britain. So by what you're saying about legally binding, it is legally binding in China to do what they do to dogs, is it not?
Well, there isn't. It's basically the law of the land doesn't apply. This is a business that's largely backstreet, no controls. These are people's pets often being stolen and put into this business. There's no legislation on how these animals are housed, on when they should be seen by vets, on the situation they should be in prior to them being slaughtered. This is basically, you could be in the back room of any sort of establishment in Yulin or another city, butchering dogs in the most disgusting conditions, risking your health and other people's as a result of some of those diseases that could be transmitted in some of the biggest urban populations in the world, and there's no control. So,
What about the antibiotic resistance that we're having in Europe and Britain at the moment? Is it the same?
We're beginning to realise that our over-reliance on antibiotics and our meat trade could be having an impact on our health. That's one issue that needs to be dealt with. But we need to understand that, the pathogens that can pass, the zoonosis-type diseases between animals to humans in very densely populated areas can lead to outbreaks of disease like rabies or SARS that don't stay at borders, that can move quickly in a modern world where we live in these huge urban conurbations of 5 or 6 million people.
I feel like this guy's just talking his way out of dealing with his hypocrisy. He's just like, he's trying to blow past it and trying to just like drop loads of different facts about different things that are like relatively unrelated to Ed's core questioning. You know, I feel like that. I feel like that's what's going on here.
You could have a global outbreak of a disease that we couldn't control, that could have come out of a slaughter pen that was, you know, of animals in a place like China with no control.
Or in a place like Britain. So basically what you're saying is a really fantastic argument to shut down all slaughterhouses.
It would be more difficult to happen in Britain and America. It doesn't mean it couldn't. But at least you've got international laws and rules that should be applied. That doesn't mean they couldn't be abused. But if you're in places like China where you've got none, then I think the risk is higher, and that's the point.
Okay,
so there is an element.
So it's about eliminating the high risks rather than just eliminating all risks.
I don't think you can eliminate all risk unless you eliminate the whole food chain for the production of meat. And there's a lot of logical issues to say that, because for health, for animal welfare, disease control. But we have a situation where you have large numbers of people consuming these products, and you have regulatory systems that have to operate.
So what would it take for you to go vegan?
Good question. Thank you. Just fucking,
I think that...
Okay, I thought he was like really uncomfortable for a minute there, but I'm really glad that he just pulled him back from all of this other stuff. Let's see what he says.
In my view, it probably, and I'll be honest with you, there's a certain amount of, you know, what you feel you wish to eat and how you eat it and what your views are on it. I still eat some fish. I do look at how that fish is produced. Could I give it up? Yes, I could. Will I? I think I probably will at some point. But I'll say this to you. I think you've got to be able to cultivate a means by which people can take those decisions in their own time, in their own way, and feel they're doing it for the right reasons. And I think that's part of the difficulties that some people have making that move, because they might feel under a lot of pressure from other individuals to do so. And it throws up a lot of dilemmas, because if you're vegan, you can't, in many ways, there are certain animals you can feed a vegan diet to, but cats, it's not good.
Cats, no, that's
very
true.
difficult. Dogs you can feed a soya-based diet to. Some dogs take to that better than others. But a lot of companion animals, you are feeding the products of mass industrial meat production to those animals, even if you are in itself not consuming it yourself.
You were saying about how...
But I mean, like, even if that were true, that, let's say, okay, well, mostly it's true for cats. I mean, there's obviously, I know there's other studies out there, and there's some people have vegan cats, but like, I think the majority of people are not able to feed cats vegan for whatever reason, right? It doesn't, that doesn't mean, that's not a good enough excuse for you yourself to continue consuming all this. Like, if you're a vegan and you have cats, right? You don't want to let the cats die. You can't feed them vegan. So you're fine. You feed them the cat food, right? That's not like, okay, fuck it, I'm just going to go and eat steaks now because I have to feed my cat meat. I don't get his point. What's the point of him bringing this up? That's what I'm trying to get. Why did he bring that point up? It's like, just answer the question. Why won't you go? Why are you not going to go vegan yourself? You're an animal lover. You're an animal defender. Why are you not going vegan yourself? Like, why are you talking about cats? What's that got to do with this? We're talking about you, not the cat, right? We're not talking about cats here.
It can be difficult for people to go vegan because they need to come to that decision in their own time without feeling pressure. Do you think it's the same about people in Yulin when they harm dogs? They need to put too much pressure and they should come to that decision on their own time?
Well, dog meat consumption in China is relatively new in places like Yulin. Okay. This tradition of eating dog meat goes back a few hundred years, but it's nothing on the scale of what you've got in places like Korea. And there are questions about why this sort of trade developed. It was almost in Yulin, it was just a means, funny enough, of this new rapidly growing city. It was seen as a means of sort of, a culinary promotion almost, that we were going to do this. This would bring people in. And there's this belief in the midsummer when it's hot that if you inflict huge pain and suffering on a dog, increase its stress level, and then you eat the meats, you're actually going to cool off and feel better as a result of heat exhaustion or stroke. Now that is a weird thing, but clearly it's a view. Now I argue with people about the consumption of rhino horn because they believe it's going to deal with cancer or make them an aphrodisiac, or lion bones in wine. These debates go on, and most of it is absurd. There's no scientific logic behind it, but it's a belief, and it leads to the destruction of animals, so you have to deal with that.
Okay, so just one final question. I'm really sorry. So do you think that it is hypocritical of people in the West to consume meat and condemn others for consuming dog flesh or cat flesh?
I don't personally think it is, because I think if you gave a free pass to China, Korea, Vietnam and Thailand because of our industrial meat production on the issue of dogs and cats. When we in those societies treat those animals in a particular way, we spend billions of pounds on healthcare provision for them, on food for them. They're our companions for life. They have a huge impact, as I said earlier on, in our sort of overall mental, physical health. They play a huge
Dude, you're a
role.
fucking monstrous hypocrite. Like, there's no way around it. No, no, no. We're not hypocrites for criticizing all these countries, even though because we have these systems in place of health systems and blah blah. Yeah, all right, mate. Go to a slaughterhouse and tell me how beautiful it all is with these amazing systems you're talking about. Shut up, man. Like you can't. You just it is borderline racism for him to be pointing the finger at these countries and refusing to point it at his own country. Right? It's borderline. I don't know if he's doing it for that reason. But it is kind of hinting that way. You know, why can you not just say, yeah, it probably is hypocritical? Because we are also doing horrible shit to animals here as well. We're focusing on that shit because that is like more horrible than the shit we're doing. But the shit we're doing is not that much better. Like, it's all horrible. That would be a more honest answer. But what he's doing is he's trying to play it off like, oh no, what happens here is like, it's regulated, everything's fine, there's no problem. What happens there? Oh, they do it in a back street. Oh, it's so much worse. It's like, okay, yeah, maybe it is worse, but it doesn't make what we're doing good. It doesn't make what happens in England good. It's all bad, but it's more severe in China, you could argue. That's true. It's more severe. The way it's done has more brutality. Fine. But it's still brutal in the UK. It's not like it's not brutal in the UK. And if you think it is, you're either an idiot or it's xenophobia and you just think that your country is the best and these other countries need you to go over there and kind of save them from themselves or some weird shit.
In our medical treatments, in our physical well-being to deal with, you know, mental breakdowns and problems or rescue and security issues that we deal with. So those relationships are extremely important and special.
So that makes their life worth more than another animal's?
You're going to get into a debate about that all the time. Yeah. You know, I have a debate, is a chicken worth more than a lion?
Is it?
To me, at the moment, yes. Okay. Now, people would say to me that's wrong, but I'm dealing with a situation where I've got 15,000 lions left in the whole of Africa.
And billions of chickens being murdered every year.
But those billions of chickens are produced in a system, and you can debate the methods of that and the morality of it, but I don't have time to worry about the chickens compared to the lions.
You don't have to worry about them, you can just not eat them. That's a simple thing to do.
You're asking me a question.
Yeah,
if I have to make a priority, okay, in what I do, all right, I could campaign on the chickens or I could campaign on the lions.
Sure.
Okay, the chickens are not going to disappear tomorrow. That doesn't make industrial chicken production right. But the lions, this is really important, could in a few decades be gone, and that's hundreds of millions of years of evolution that would disappear from the African continent. That, to me personally, is far more important.
So you can campaign on behalf of lions, and all you have to do for chickens is not eat them. And you can still do all the work you do now, and then help chickens
But you know,
as well.
you asked me a question as to whether you put the two together as having the same status.
Okay,
it's not about my personal view on eating them. I'm giving you an answer, and my personal view is no. If you said I'm a species in terms of how I deal with those issues, yes, most definitely.
Humans more important.
It's just the nature of the work we have to do. Because everything I do, to be honest with you, and the work I do internationally or nationally, it's about compromise, and it's about having to give priorities to certain issues over others. So you have to give priority to a lion problem because the numbers are falling so quickly.
Yeah, but just don't eat the chicken. He's avoided that multiple times. Yeah, but you just don't eat the chicken then. Yeah, but that's not the point. Yeah, but just don't eat the chicken while you fight for lions. Yeah, but the thing is it's like, dude, just fucking, just slap yourself in the face and listen to what's being said to you.
We have debates in Africa, in some countries where we have more elephants than we have in others. Do you cull elephants in one country or move the elephants to another? I disagree fundamentally with culling of animals. I don't disagree with maybe looking at reproduction methods where you might be able to reduce their numbers in certain areas. I believe that repopulation in moving animals, like we're doing with rhinos and to a degree
Dude's annoying me.
can work as well. And at the end of the day, I also believe the animals must have enough space to live in. So we need proper corridors for them to move.
I'm done with this guy. He's doing my head in. He's not listening. I'm going to like flick through, see if there's anything that's better. Right? Let's keep going.
Live in their natural landscapes. If we're encroaching on that with our towns and cities, if we're making it impossible for a lion to live without coming into conflict with humans, where it's killed, or a tiger, or an elephant, then I think that's wrong. So you've got to sort of come to those conclusions. They're difficult decisions as well.
So is a human's life worth more than an animal's life? Any non-human?
Well, I debated about the gorilla in Cincinnati too, Harambe.
We're going fast because it seems anything worth
they probably
listening
had little
to.
choice on the day in that zoo to kill the gorilla, but I never wanted to see the child go in with the gorilla in the first place. And the gorilla should, if I was one of the individuals I had, yet there are 7.5 billion of us on this planet, and there'll be soon 9.5 billion of us, and there's only 150,000 gorillas left. So if you were looking at it from a number, but to have that debate with most people is quite difficult. Discussion has to be on.
Do you think a utopian world would be vegan?
Sorry?
Do you think a utopian?
Okay, let's see what he says to this.
To protect the animal, which was
utopian world
rarer.
Okay.
But having said that, it's an important.
Do you think a utopian world would be vegan? Let's see what he says.
Do you think a utopian world would be vegan?
Sorry?
Do you think a utopian world would be vegan? A world without any violence, peace, compassion, and harmony. Would that be vegan?
It'd be interesting, and I've not looked at all the research to say that if you don't eat meat, there is some I've seen to say that people are less violent towards each other, they're less likely to be killing each other. But there are societies where veganism, vegetarianism is not predominant, but it makes up a significant part of the population, where there have been significant violence between India and Pakistan, for example. So it doesn't stop it. And I think there are more...
No one was claiming it stopped it. No one's like, yeah, going vegan or vegetarian stops all violence. No, people are still going to have conflict. It just means that we're not doing this shit to animals.
More fundamental drivers of violence than just what we eat. Sure. But it is an interesting area to look at.
So, sorry, this is the absolute final question. If you had a choice between living a life where you killed animals, killed humans, or killed neither, which one would you choose?
Kill neither.
And you could do that, can you?
I think, yes, you can.
How can you do that?
Because you can go to a vegan lifestyle and you can adopt it. But I'll tell you now, personally, it's difficult. And I think a lot of people who do it at times break it.
Oh, shut up.
And they probably feel ashamed that they've broken it because they've eaten a bit of chocolate or they've done something.
Come on, bro. Chocolate. Are you fucking for real right now? Oh, it's really difficult because chocolate. Chocolate. It's like one of the most luxurious foods on the planet. If you're like, oh no, if you can't be fucked to read the packet of a fucking bar of chocolate or a cake because of like, oh, it's just, it's so hard for me with my chocolate and cake. Get a grip of yourself. You either, like, this guy's claiming to give a shit. He's claiming to care about animals and all. But then he's like, oh, but chocolate. Get a hold of yourself. Come on. Prioritize. How can you really go through? How many people go through life not giving a shit about anything but themselves? Like, seriously, all that vegans are really asking at the end of the day. Vegans are not asking and not trying to get you to care about animals, not trying to get you to love animals, not trying to get you to do literally anything with animals. We're trying to get you to think about something other than yourself. That's pretty much it. If you can get someone to genuinely think about outside of themselves, they'll go vegan. Okay, they don't need to be an animal lover. They don't need to be an animal defender. They don't need to be someone who is like, oh, do you know what? I'm just gonna really give all this respect to these animals. You don't even need that. All you need to do to become vegan is to sit there and be like, do you know what? My shit is not as important as this shit. So I'm gonna change my shit so that their shit hopefully stops happening one day. Because that shit's really, really bad. And my shit's way worse. I don't particularly care about animals. However, I acknowledge that what's happening to these animals is just really, really horrendous. So, a vegan doesn't even need to look at an animal for their whole life if they don't want to. It's not about loving. It's just about for one fucking minute, think about someone other than yourself. Not think, chocolate, but the chocolate's so difficult. Chocolate. Shut the fuck up. Seriously, come on.
But
come on.
We are human. I think if you try constantly, I think it's getting easier because the manufacturers of food. Here's another dilemma. Would you support the production of test tube meat if it was cultured in a laboratory environment where no animal died?
Yeah, I would. Yeah. Would I eat it? Maybe not, but I definitely encourage it so that the wider population who do consume meat could.
Yeah, but but it would still be a meat product, but it would come out of
cruelty.
No animal would have suffered as a
Exactly, and that's the basis until
I think personally that type of technology is coming.
Yeah, it is.
And I think it would be hugely beneficial to the environment. Yeah. I've worked in the soya food industry, so the meat alternative business I've been involved with for a number of years before I came into this. So I'm very familiar with that technology. I've worked with corn and tobacco and all those businesses and alcohol. So I understand all the issues that drive that technology. most of it is trying to produce products that meet the requirement that humans want in diversity and taste of food. If we can do that without inflicting pain and suffering on animals, I'm 100% behind it.
Yeah, we can't live a life where we don't inflict pain and suffering on animals genuinely, can we? So we don't have to wait for these cultured meats. We can do it every day without them.
We can play a part. Your diet's only one aspect of it. Travelling, the interaction we do in cities and towns, the way we use energy, the way we move around, all has massive impacts on wildlife. Your diet is just one area. That doesn't mean it's not worth doing, but it alone, it doesn't negate you having a negative impact
Do my head in.
on the fact that we're just here breathing or reproducing, because I don't have that debate.
We're almost done with this guy.
Am I in a more sustainable way than if you had children as a vegan? You have a vegan, you can have 4 of them. Okay, and they might make choices to be vegan themselves and not their children. But I've got none at the moment. So I could say that maybe I'm more sustainable. I put less impact on the planet than you with your 4 children, even if they were following a vegan diet. So, there's an element of that.
Well, thank you so much. That's really interesting.
Okay, cool. He's done. That guy did my fucking head in. I gotta be honest. Super annoying. Super annoying, guys. Super annoying. Tomato super annoying. Right. I'm glad we flipped through that one quickly. We've got a debate here that Ed did, which I've not seen before. It was to do with Kurt Zuma. Do you guys know Kurt Zuma? Do you know what happened with that footballer? Kicked his cat around. Do you know about this? The video, the famous video? Just say yes in the chat. Yes in the chat if you do know about this guy, Kurt Zuma, the footballer, Premiership footballer in England, who kicked a cat and got in loads of trouble for it. So apparently Ed did a debate about this with a TV show, LBC Radio. So let's take a look at this one, shall we? It's titled Live Debate. Kurt Zuma, Prime Minister's sister Rachel Johnson defends that cat video. It was on the 15th of Feb this year. 66,000, almost 67,000 views. Whoops, what the hell? Hey, no. Why is Mr. Beast coming up? All right. 66,000 views. 67,000 views. 4,900 upvotes and 71 downvotes, which again, actually I'm surprised. I'm actually surprised. I always thought Ed's videos reached a bigger audience of non-vegans, but looking at the like-to-dislike ratio, it seems like it's mostly vegans. I've mentioned it a few times because I am genuinely shocked by it. Because I could have sworn that his videos got more kind of non-vegan attention. At least I thought they were getting trolls and stuff. But okay, let's take a look. I haven't seen this.
The cat had been sort of shunted across the room with his foot and then slapped. He didn't look that there had been... I didn't see the cat. I couldn't inspect the cat. But it is possible
So
the
how
cat
far
is
should
fine.
he?
No, but
So how
maybe
far
the
should
cat
he
is
have
all
to go?
right. What if the
Well,
cat is
hopefully
fine?
the cat is, but you can hurt a human and the human ends up all right, but that doesn't make it justified or doesn't mean there shouldn't be punishment.
So she's trying to argue that it's okay. No.
Past 9, you're listening to me, Rachel Johnson, here with you, leading Britain's conversation on LBC till 10 p.m. And I want to turn to the case of Kurt Zuma, the footballer who kicked his cat and actually then proceeded to, I think, I watched the video, it wasn't pretty at all. And obviously we don't want anybody to treat any animal with any cruelty. It was animal abuse.
But, do I hear a but coming?
Kurt Zuma's cats have been taken away from him by the RSPCA. He's been fined £250,000, a drop in the ocean, I presume, to him. He's a Premier League footballer, plays for France.
Okay, I thought there was a but coming there. It seemed like she was setting this up to defend somehow. I feel... Okay, let's see.
Listen, thank God it's after the watershed. I'm not a cat person. I don't believe in animal cruelty in any shape or form.
What if you believed in animal cruelty? It's like a weird thing. I don't believe in it. But what's the alternative to that? Someone's like, I believe in animal cruelty. I'm a believer. I want it, yeah.
Animal lover. I'm the daughter of an environmentalist, a man who's won the RSPCA award for services to animals. However, I do think we are in danger of overreacting and cancelling Kurt Zuma for one misguided kick in his kitchen, which his silly brother posted on social media. He's 27. Clearly, he's old enough to know better. But do we really want to live in a world where one silly mistake can lead to the end of somebody's career? I think we don't. I think he's taken his punishment. His cats are now no longer in the house. I think he should apologise and move on. I think there are bigger issues at stake, which is why I've invited Ed Winters to come and talk to us.
Hold up, right. So wait, there are bigger issues at stake and he shouldn't lose his career. It's like, I'll tell you what I think about this. I see a point she's making in some sense, in that, like, what he did was horrendous, and people calling for him to get sacked is a bit weird, because it's like his actions at home and his actions at work. I mean, it's not really up to if you're outraged at someone's actions, it's not for you to decide whether they still have a job or not. Okay. I wouldn't say that, like, that's for the public to decide. What I would encourage, though, and what I would hope to happen, is that a company wouldn't want someone in their team who does that to animals. Now, if that's what you're promoting, if you're like, hey, just FYI, your company or your team, your football team, having someone like this on board who abuses animals, how do you think that looks to you? Do you really want somebody like that representing you? That I understand. That would make that argument. But to straight up, like, say, fire him because he's a scumbag, I find that's the cancel culture that I would agree with her on. Like, I don't think that is, I don't like that. I don't think that's right. I think that is like that's an overreach from the public. But I think if the public was putting it forward in a reasonable way, like me as a vegan, if I were to meet the manager of the team, the football team, I would sit him down and say, listen, he's apologized, the cats have gone, that's fine. What he did is so horrendous. The guy clearly did that without any notion, any thought for that cat. That's horrible. Do you really want someone like that representing you and your team? Do you really want to pay someone like that? Like, it's up to you at the end of the day. I'm not his employer, and I have no control over what you do or don't do with your employees. But I wouldn't think very highly of you if you kept somebody like that on your team, right? So I don't think it's about, I kind of agree in one sense, like the cancelling is going very far. The public thinks they can get involved in every single aspect of life. Like, if the fans, for example, were like, we don't want him in our team, we pay for tickets, that also makes sense too, because they're paying that football team. That I can understand. But general public who are not involved and their money isn't involved, but they want to share their opinions, I would say that's the best way to approach it, to say, hey, do you really want someone like this in your team? Not just be like, fire him, fucking he deserves to die, blah. It's like, no, that's a bit, what he did is horrible, I agree, but I don't know how that really, I don't know how that helps really, yeah. So yeah, So it's like, I don't know what point she's about to make, but if that's the point, then maybe I understand it, but I don't know if that's what she's saying.
He's a prominent vegan YouTuber, words I've never said in that order before, and he's behind the channel Earthling Ed. He's the author also of a book called This is Vegan, Propaganda and Other Lies the Meat Industry Tells You. Ed, thank you for coming on LBC this evening. I speak as an animal lover, of course. Are we allowing our national obsession with pets, and I'm thinking of the animal airlift from Afghanistan and this incident in Kurt Zuma's kitchen, to obscure a much bigger problem when it comes to animal welfare?
I mean, it's a really great question, and thank you so much for inviting me on to speak to you about it, because it's obviously very important that we are outraged about instances such as this one where Kurt's clearly gone out of his way to abuse his animal for what seems like entertainment and fun on his part. And I think it is really important that we condemn that, but we should also definitely look at the bigger picture here, which is, why is it wrong to slap a cat but not to put pigs in gas chambers for a bacon sandwich, or to cut the throat of dairy cows because we want to have a glass of milk with our breakfast in the morning? So there is a bigger issue here at play, which we sometimes overlook with our kind of outrage at instances such as this one, but not at the bigger picture.
We anthropomorphize our pets. We give them Christian names. We give them funerals. We give them gravestones. We love them passionately. And yet, under this, below the surface, all of this is going on. And the Animal Sentience Bill is going through Parliament. And the Tory shahs are up in arms about it, because it could ruin their sport, quite literally, because it credits animals with sentience. Then how can you then have legal shooting, mass industrialised killing of pheasant or grouse? How can you have hunting of the stag and the fox when it's clear that they feel pain? So it raises, we don't want to see this because it actually alters our way of life.
So true. I mean, we're very selective when it comes to our compassion towards animals, and use the word sentience, which is such an important word, because when we recognize that the animals that we farm or who we hunt or who we kill, and also the animals who we love in our homes as pets, when we recognize that they're all sentient beings capable of, suffering, of feeling pain, also, of course, feeling happiness and pleasure as well, it makes it even more obvious that we live in a very kind of paradoxical situation where, as you say, we give, names to dogs and cats, but then we give numbers stapled through the ear to pigs and cows and the other animals who we farm, and we reduce them to objects who we find, we find it morally permissible to do terrible things to these animals, which if Kurt had done to his cat, well, we'd be even more outraged. No, the truth is, for the animals in farms and slaughterhouses, they wish they were only being slapped.
And when it comes to Kurt Zuma, which is my question...
Not got much to say about that. That was just solid.
To the listeners, I mean, obviously, if they want to discuss live animal exports, or they want to discuss the morality of fishing or hunting or any other sort of field sport, do you think it's proportionate what's happened so far? He didn't play in Leicester tonight, but that was his own choice. He's been fined. The cats have been taken away. Do you think that should be the end of the matter, or do you think that should be the end of his career?
Well, I think we have animal cruelty laws for a reason, and these animal cruelty laws aren't used to protect animals in situations where they're exploited conventionally. And if they're not going to be used in situations where the animals who we conventionally love are being abused and harmed, then it really brings into question the veracity of having animal cruelty laws in the first place. So I think that he should be taken in front of he should be interviewed by the police, and he should be found to have to... I think that there is a case here, for a criminal case, that he should have to answer to. And it shouldn't be for necessarily us to decide what the punishment should be, but rather the courts that are obviously going to be the ones to fulfill the animal cruelty laws that we've created.
No, I understand the logic of that. If he's committed a crime and he's guilty of animal abuse, then he should be made accountable for that. But the additional question, the underlying question, is the one that's concerning people, which is, should he be allowed to continue to play football for West Ham after what he's done? And my view, I have to say this, despite I'm sure I'll get a barrage of abuse, is I think he should be allowed, because his footballing career is separate from what he has done, possibly criminally, in his private life, in his house.
But most crimes are committed in people's private lives, and so that shouldn't be a reason to allow people's professional careers to continue. And the way I see it is a slippery slope. And I think that if we start to allow certain things like this to continue, it's setting a bad example for what people should be allowed to do to animals in day-to-day life. And, if we are a nation of animal lovers, which we say that we are, well, we have to start showing it and taking meaningful action against people who do go out of their way to abuse and cause cruelty to animals.
Do you put him on the same level as Carl Mendy, for example, who's been benched for being under allegation for multiple rapes?
Well, I don't think it's about comparing the two. I think if people have done something that's criminal and wrong, they should both be punished within the constraints of the law for the individual actions they've committed.
She had a go, didn't she? She had a try. She tried to goad him in to say something. That would have been super controversial, but he avoided it.
So I'm not necessarily familiar with the case you're describing, but I think that they're probably not comparable because the actions are, of course, not similar.
Right. Okay. So you think that what somebody does in their private life, if it's then... but it's obviously a crime, that should, as it were, affect everything about their personal life and their career too, because in his case, he's a footballer, he's a public figure. What if he wasn't a public figure? Let's say he served coffees or burgers in McDonald's. Do you think McDonald's should sack him for what he did in his private life at home with his cat?
Well, the problem that we have is that he's not being prosecuted. So it's hard to determine what an adequate punishment should be if he's not been found guilty or not guilty in the courts of law. So if he's found guilty in the courts of law and then he serves his punishment, which could be a jail sentence as animal cruelty laws say that it could, then that would obviously, interrupt his career and stop him from having a job opportunity that he has right now in the future. But the thing is, we're speculating on something where he doesn't have a conviction yet. So the first thing that should happen is he should, of course, be arrested, and then he should go to the courts and he should find out if he is guilty or not guilty.
Are animal cruelty laws strict enough? Is what he's done an arrestable offence?
It's certainly arrestable, certainly, yes.
Okay. Wow. Okay, so Thank you, Ed Winters. You've been very clear about that. You say that what Kurt Zouma has done is enough to cancel his career as a footballer, and you have explained why. I've explained that I think that is disproportionate to what he has done in his private house, which was put on social media as a silly joke. Obviously, a really ugly scene, and we don't want to see that repeated in any household across the country.
Can I throw a question back at you just briefly? Because I'm interested to know what does he have to do to his cat to have his career impacted? You know, how far would he have to go? Because I guess it's where's that line,
is a good question, Ed. I mean, I looked at the video. It wasn't pretty. It didn't seem to me that the cat had been sort of shunted across the room with his foot and then slapped. He didn't look that there had been. I didn't see the cat. I couldn't inspect the cat, but. It is possible.
So
the cat is fine. No, but maybe the cat is all right. What if the cat is fine?
Hopefully the cat is, but you know, you can hurt a human and the human ends up all right, but that doesn't make it justified or doesn't mean there shouldn't be punishment. So I just wonder, how far does he have to go to warrant a punishment that would be more in line with what I believe, in your eyes?
I haven't thought about that. I only saw the video, and it was it was a horrible thing he did, but the cat at the end of it did not look that much the worse for wear. But I see the point you're making. You're right, as you say, it's a slippery slope. But do we have a zero tolerance of any bad treatment of any pet in any house? For example, I'll tell you one example. My dog got a chocolate bar in her mouth. If she had eaten the chocolate bar, she could have had to have her stomach pumped. So in order to get the chocolate bar out of her mouth, I had to open her jaws and literally move her with my foot. Yes, I had to kick her in order to get the chocolate bar out. Now, what would you say to me about that?
But you did that in her best interest because it was for her health and survival.
Yes, I did, but I did have to kick her at the same time.
Of course, but overall it was a beneficial and net positive for your dog because without you doing that, she would have suffered more. But Kurt, what he did to his cats had no benefit to the cats whatsoever, of course.
I think we can agree on that.
I see every...
Oh, no. It switched very quickly to this one. Are we doing this one again? No, that wasn't necessarily a debate, was it? It was more like a very brief conversation, really. And they weren't really. I don't know. There wasn't much to react to be totally honest with you. I wasn't feeling very like I had much to say about it. It was an interesting conversation. It is an interesting discussion. How far do we go with somebody who does something to an animal? Is their career over when they do something, or if it's not over, then okay, what does it need to, what would it take for their career to be over? It's an interesting conversation. I've never really thought too much about it, to be honest with you. I don't really have much of an opinion on it. I would hope that most companies that hire people would take into consideration if this person has a history of abuse, whether it be to animals or anybody else, and would decide to hire them or not. And you'd hope that they wouldn't get some really, really amazing job that pays loads and loads of money and makes them super rich if they're an abusive person. But for them not to be able to work at McDonald's or Tesco's or something like that because of abusive past, well, what the fuck are they supposed to do? If someone's been an abuser in the past, they still need to be able to have a job and make money. Otherwise, trust me, they're going to become a far more abusive person. They're going to end up having to rob people like you and I to survive. So you're just creating a different problem if you don't let them work. But they shouldn't be millionaires, should they? They shouldn't be given a job that pays them millions. I think we can all agree with that. What the hell's going on? There's something in my bloody eye. I can't get it. What is it? Get out of my... I can't even see where it is. You got something here. I think it was on the hat. No, still there. Super annoying. All right. Yeah, I don't think that you should be paying people millions. They shouldn't be able to be super rich and successful if they're an abuser, but they need to be able to earn somewhat so they can live without going out and robbing people and whatever else they would need to do to survive. I think that's a little bit too far, to be honest. Okay, let's we'll go for a newer one again. Now, I don't know if we could... The indigenous one, I don't know if I'm ready to go through that right now. I think we could come back to it. We could look at this, Numpty. I know this one's a good one. So this one is a live TV debate. Is veganism a moral imperative? I believe I've watched at least most of this one. 135,000 views, 170 dislikes. Again, I think Ed is getting a lot of love. So let's take a look at this one did like 13,000 likes. This must be a good one. A lot of people watched this. It must. I think I remember it being a little bit spicy. I remember I watched some of it. Let's see.
All right.
This is recent. This is from January 2022.
Going to talk about veganism, a slight change in topic. With us is a vegan activist and campaigner, Ed Winters. Hello to you, Ed. He's written a book called This is Vegan Propaganda. He's better known as Earthling Ed. He goes around the world trying to convert the most unlikely people to his cause. Here he is at a rodeo in Texas.
I
get it.
And I understand. We'll come back to that because we're going to look at that video later. So let's just skip through this.
Because you don't have to.
Safety?
No, not really, because the majority of people I speak to are very reasonable, and we can open up and have conversations. Just sometimes when we go to places, obviously at rodeos where it can be more heated, it's more likely there's going to be a little bit of animosity. But by and large, I always have very productive and fruitful conversations with people.
And what turned you into a vegan?
Well, there was two things that really led me to veganism. And the first was I came across this story about a truck crashing on the way to a slaughterhouse near Manchester. And the truck was carrying about 6,500 chickens. And the journalist had said that hundreds had died from the impact, but there were hundreds more who were suffering. Some were running into oncoming traffic. And I started to feel sympathy for chickens, which I'd never done before. But in my fridge was a KFC because fried chicken was my favorite food when I used to eat animals. And so I was feeling sorry for chickens, but also consuming them and paying for them to go to slaughterhouses to have their life taken from them. So there's a bit of a paradox. So I thought about my values when it came to animals, and I thought about how I viewed my relationship with non-human animals. And I said, you know, if I'm against animal cruelty, then what could be more cruel than subjecting an animal to a life where they're farmed and exploited, mutilated, have their autonomy denied to them, and then are ultimately taken to a slaughterhouse and put in a gas chamber or have their throat cut. So that turned me to vegetarianism. And then about 8 months later, I went vegan because I saw a documentary called Earthlings. And at that time, I had a hamster called Rupert, who was like my pet at that time. And I remember looking at Rupert after watching this documentary, which is very objective about what happens to animals and pretty uncompromising when it comes to the brutality of what we do. And I remember looking at my hamster Rupert and saying, he's a little individual with a personality, you know, likes and dislikes. And I thought about all the animals who are exploited for dairy, eggs, meat, and all the other ways that we harm them for things that we just take for granted in everyday society. And I thought about how I could morally justify that. And I realized that there was no moral justification to arbitrarily and unnecessarily exploit someone else when I don't have to.
All right, Ed, just stay with us. Nick,
I'm
going to ask all of you, actually.
They were trying so hard to get him to hurry up then, weren't they? They were like, shut him up. Come on, move on, move him on, move him on. We need to get to the next thing. Yeah, but no, it was still very good explanation. Even though they wanted to rush him on, and I know this guy here. I know who this guy is, and it's gonna be a nice dramatic response, I'm sure.
Are you a vegan? Have you ever considered being a vegan?
I've never considered being a vegan. I have nothing but respect for people who are vegans. My partner's daughter is a vegan, so this Christmas I cooked my first ever vegan Christmas.
Did you?
I did. I also had somebody who couldn't get out of the country who was Muslim, so I did halal, and I did a turkey as well. So it was like being a restaurant.
That's impressive.
I know. I did all three, Joe.
Impressive.
I did all three.
Jenny, what about you?
I am very impressed by Nick's
He might invite you
No,
next year.
I'm not a vegan. I'm not.
And would you ever consider it?
Probably not. I mean, I like corned beef slice and gravy and pork pies and Scotch eggs, and there's
meat.
There's a very fine pie shop in Darlington called Taylor's, and I'm a very keen customer, and I just couldn't do without it. But I like
They're such fuckers, you know, aren't they? I might have said this before. I might have even reacted to this video before, but my reaction, whether I did this publicly or not, whatever, my reaction's the same. These people are such fuckers. They sit there and listen to Ed tell them, here's this emotional story about these chickens and how I empathize with these chickens and how my hamster Rupert and what goes on in these industries. And it's like, it's a very good explanation of why one should be vegan. And then it goes to these guys and they go, blah, blah, I could never be vegan. Blah, blah, I just love corned beef so much. It's like, do you think, I don't, what are you thinking when you say these things? Is it's just because they're in the majority, right? They think because they're in the majority that they can talk like this and laugh. Yeah, look at that stupid person who's like, you know, empathetic to animals and consistent, and we're just complete selfish pricks. Yeah, it's so funny. These types of people are like, they're so cringe and scummy in the way that they're acting right now, like talking like this. It's like, it gets me as well. It's like if somebody rocks up and they're on the video call, right? And they're talking about something that bothers them about, let's imagine they're talking about chocolate. They're talking about how the person is an activist against the cocoa bean trade, slave cocoa bean trade. And then they go, and then the presenter goes, hey, so you guys here, David, what do you think about the slave cocoa bean trade? Do you also avoid the chocolate coming from those places? And I'm like, oh, well, me, no, I love Cadbury's dairy milk. I'm just, you know what I mean? This Christmas, actually, though, we did have someone there who was not really into the slave chocolate. So what I ended up doing was I did a non-slave chocolate cake, and then I had a slave chocolate cake for myself because, you know, I still like the slave chocolate, but that they wanted the, you know how it is, yeah. Oh, well, what about me? Yeah, and also, yeah, for this other person, for me, yeah. Oh, I'm also a big, I love a Kinder Bueno. You know, I love my Cadbury's chocolate, Hershey's. You know, for me, it's just I could never be against slave chocolate. It's just I love these. It's like, the dude's just given you this full explanation of why they're against it, and you don't even have the basic level of respect to not act like that, right? Even if you were somebody who's still eating like Cadbury's, Hershey's, chocolates or whatever, if somebody's just come on the video call and explained why it's all fucked up and it's all like slavery and stuff, then you wouldn't just boast about it. You'd be like, yeah, I do still eat this kind of stuff, but I'm actually... Yeah, now you mention it, I'm feeling a bit bad about it, actually, after this person just poured their fucking heart out over the video call. I'm not going to be a total prick about it, right? Ugh. There's little scumbags, you know? Little scumbags.
Vegan food as well. There you go.
Well, I think if you had to define it, I would be a flexitarian. I try not to eat very much meat, more for environmental reasons, but I just think veganism is a big challenge. I think it's...
Shut up. No, it isn't a big challenge. Every time I hear that today, every time I hear someone say, oh, veganism's a big challenge, veganism's a big change, we're going to pause and we're going to say, shut up. No, it isn't. Stop telling yourself that. Stop telling everybody else that. You're only trying to convince yourself. And every time we as vegans let it go without saying, no, it isn't, we allow them to pull off this bullshit. It is not a big challenge. And I'm going to say this every time. It's as big a challenge as anything else you do in life. And what happens when we make changes in our lives, we get used to them and they're no longer difficult. It might be difficult in the first week, first couple of days, first week, first 2 weeks. After that, it becomes a habit. Stop with this bullshit excuse.
Great, advocating for people to eat fewer animal products, but it's such a lifestyle commitment. I have like lots of friends who are vegans, and you really have to be quite a good cook to make it work.
No, you don't. I'm a fucking terrible cook. No, you don't. You know what I do? When I'm tasked with cooking for more than myself, right? Literally, just get a big fuck off pot. All right, a big fuck off pot. You pour a load of lentils in it, and then you pour some tomato fucking puree or whatever in it. You know that stuff, the tomato kind of pasta sauce or whatever. Chop some vegetables, throw them in it. Done. Or you get an oven tray out, chop a load of veggies on it, put them in the oven, and then like with chickpeas, if you want to put chickpeas in it as well. Done. Or you just be a total lazy bastard like I am most of the time, and you just get something out of the freezer and just like put it in the oven or put it in the air fryer. Done. I'm not saying any of this is like the most healthiest, whatever. If you want to be a health freak, if you were a health freak, you have to be a good cook no matter what you're eating, right? If you're a health freak, you have to be able to cook. You have to research and cook. Fine. If you're a health freak, you want to go vegan, just like if you're a health freak and you are not vegan, you got to do the research and cook. Great. If you're not a health freak and you just want to have tasty food that you like, then you can be vegan easily. You just buy all the same shit. Frozen burgers, frozen nuggets, frozen fingers, frozen pies, frozen pizzas, all that shit. You can get it vegan. So if health isn't your issue, just do that. Super easy. pasta, spaghetti, whatever. If health is an issue, you got to research. Just like you have to research if health is an issue and you're not vegan. So shut up.
Andrew?
Well, I respect everything that Ed is saying. I believe in animal welfare. I believe that we have a duty to animals to care for them. But I think that if people choose not to eat meat, to be vegan or vegetarian, that's freedom of choice. So
we have a duty to care for animals, but we also have freedom of choice to not care for them. So which is it, mate? Do we have a duty or not?
People should make their own decisions. Ed can make his arguments, but the rest of us have to decide what's best for us.
So where's the duty then? It's either so we have a duty, but we don't have a duty. Is that what you're saying? How does that make any bloody sense? He just contradicted himself literally in the same sentence. He's like, sometimes people contradict themselves later on in a conversation. He literally said one thing, then contradicted himself with the next thing he said. That's hilarious.
I don't think it's something that it should be, you're evil if you eat meat, you're a bad person. I do think that the fact should be there and people should be able to make their own decisions in a free society.
Ed, would you like to try and persuade Jenny, for example, who loves her pie shop in Darlington?
Absolutely. I mean, Jenny, the question that we have to ask ourselves is
Let me just quickly, before we respond to this, I want to respond to a comment here someone's just made. Being a health freak is especially important in being vegan. Don't disregard it, man. No, that's just bad advice. You are absolutely and 100% wrong. You do not need to be a health freak to be a vegan. Absolutely not. 99% of people aren't health freaks and they're not vegan, okay? And that leads to things like heart disease, cancer, and diabetes. Way higher risk of that if you're not vegan, right? And you're not a health freak. So if you're an unhealthy non-vegan, those things are very high risk. If you're an unhealthy vegan, the biggest risks that you've got, well, it's not cancer, heart disease, and diabetes, the three biggest killers in the world. It's things like you could end up with potentially some B12 problems, maybe, right? Or you could end up with maybe, if you're being very unhealthy here, you could end up with like maybe some nutrient deficiency or something like that if you're being an unhealthy vegan. But your chances of developing something like heart disease or cancer or diabetes from being an unhealthy vegan are definitely lower than being an unhealthy non-vegan. So you don't need to be a health freak to be a vegan. You can be just as unhealthy as you are if you want to be unhealthy, or you can be healthier but still unhealthy as a vegan. I would encourage that you do look into it so you don't end up with any deficiencies. So you don't end up, I don't want you to get heart disease either. So, move to a plant-based diet, but I also wouldn't want you to get any nutrient deficiencies either. So definitely make an effort, do some research. Don't just dive in and eat shit. But if you do want to dive in and eat shit, who am I to tell you what to do? So you can absolutely be a very unhealthy vegan if you want to be. That's up to you. What's more important, to be honest with you, I couldn't give a shit, to be totally honest with you. If you want to be an unhealthy vegan, go for it. I'm just happy that your lifestyle now isn't fucking animals over, putting them in slaughterhouses and stuff. That's, I don't care what you do with your own health. You can be healthy as a vegan if you choose not to be. That's none of my business. That's your choice, isn't it? But you can be. That's the important point.
What has higher value? Sensory pleasure, the enjoyment we get from eating these animal products, or the lives of these sentient beings. Because when we say that we are allowed to do what we do to animals because we enjoy how they taste, we're saying that the 15 minutes or so of sensory pleasure that we get from consuming them has higher value and is worth more than their entire existence. Because of course, when we eat animal products, including dairy and eggs, an animal's autonomy has been denied to them. They've been exploited throughout their entire life, and they all end up in a slaughterhouse where they're put in a gas chamber or have their throat cut.
All right,
so that's the question.
Jenny, are you persuaded?
I mean, I'm not anti-vegan. I'm
not persuaded. We shouldn't put animals in slaughterhouses or put them in gas chambers and slit their throats for things for burgers. Jenny, are you persuaded? No, I'm not persuaded because I feel bad and I don't want to admit that I'm wrong. It's basically what's going on.
Vegan food, but I enjoy other things too. I do agree, though, with what's been said about information, and I think that us having a better understanding of where our food comes from, I think the more food that is produced here in the UK that we eat, the better. Farmers' jobs, very important.
And You've got to think of those farmers, those poor farmers' jobs. Just like when we all moved to the DVD, moved to Netflix, sorry, when we moved to the DVD, we were all thinking about those VHS workers, weren't we? We were all really praying, please, oh please God, I can't. Those VHS workers. I'm up all night thinking about those VHS guys. Oh, I can't move to DVD. I just can't move to DVD. And then like Netflix comes up. Oh God, those poor DVD workers. Oh God. Oh, what are we gonna do with these poor DVD workers? Oh no. Oh God, I can't download Netflix. I can't work with Netflix. I can't do it. Oh, I just care so much about these DVD industry workers. I just can't do it. Oh no. Yeah, I'm sure. Yeah, but you know, when it comes to you changing your personal things and getting rid of things that you like the taste of, you know, like you like the taste of meat and you like the texture and you don't want to change, all of a sudden you give a shit about farmers' jobs. Yeah, sure, mate. Yeah.
Actually, when we're looking at
what does have higher value, taste or life?
Livelihoods. Livelihoods. We have,
but we can still protect livelihoods.
Sorry, Jenny,
livelihoods. Oh my God, what a fucking moron. What is more important to you? What is more important to you? Is it having the convenience of having anything you would ever want to watch in one place? Or is it, I don't even know where I'm going with this. I'm doing the Netflix DVD comparison, but I've lost my train of thought. It's just pathetic that he's putting people's jobs in front of an industry that is abusive and horrible. It's like, why are you putting these people's jobs above this? You know, like I said, you didn't put DVD workers' jobs above Netflix. You didn't put taxi workers' jobs above Uber, because a lot of taxi companies got put out of business with Uber. So, but you'll put farmers' jobs above this instead of buying vegan food. But I won't buy vegan food because of those farmers. Yeah, I won't go vegan because of those farmers. Shut up.
But also the environment, and there are, you know, I think that we need to. If I had my way, most of what I ate would come from the region where I live. It wouldn't be imported across the world and use vast amounts of water or take up rainforests to produce. I want to eat locally. I want to eat high quality, nutritious food. And
how are those animals killed, Jenny?
I know how they're killed. You've done actually a fair. Well, I don't need to, because you
tell him, Jenny.
No, Jenny, I'd like you to tell me how they're killed.
You might
Jenny, tell him.
Like me too, but I think we all know. What I want to do is eat a varied diet, and I'm not against anything that you're doing.
Jenny's a coward. She sits there. The first thing she came out with it was like, oh, yeah, you know, I love my corned beef. I love my blah, blah, blah. And then she's a coward, a complete and utter coward. She says all that shit to try and derail Ed. Can't derail him. And then he's like, come on then, Jenny. Tell me how it's done. No, I'm not going to say that. I'm not going to say that. Yeah, shut up.
All power to you. But I think as well that it's fair for others who maybe have a different ethical framework to you to make the choices that they want to make and to support their local food producers.
Can I just pick up on something, Ed? Because in terms of this assumption by many people that going vegan is a healthy and healthier option, you know, we've done a little bit of research, and Ian Givens, Professor of Food Chain Nutrition, Director of Food at Reading University, he warns about the risks that come with cutting out meat and dairy without replacing the nutrients they provide. Could include weak bones, osteoporosis, well, that is, I suppose, weak bones, and potential life-changing fractures in adulthood. Do you...
Wait a minute, are you telling me that if you're eating something and relying on it for nutrition, and if you take that thing away and don't replace it, you might have health issues? Oh, God. Oh, my God. Oh, my God. I can't believe it. I can't believe it. So if I stop eating something that I was relying on for nutrition, right, and I don't eat something else that replaces it, I'm going to have a problem. I'm going to have a nutritional problem. This person at this university who said this he should be winning a Nobel Prize. He should win something for coming out with this. Wow. Where were we before this guy? What were we doing before this guy explained that? What were we doing for all these? Oh my. Wow. What a revelation. What a fantastic revelation. What a mind-altering, life-altering epiphany that is. My mind is blown. My mind is blown. It really is. I just feel like today's 10-hour stream has been worth it for that one moment, because now I just feel like so elevated. I feel like I am at a higher place of being for knowing this incredibly important information. I really do.
It's not an easy option in terms of being able to have a balanced diet, and actually could result in you damaging your health.
Wow.
Well, it's easy when you're educated, and of course we have to be educated on how we get our nutrients. And so the word you use, which is really important, is replacing. So of course, if we switch from animal products to plant products and don't replace the calcium and the iron that we get from the animal products, then we will have problems. But once we recognize where we can get iron and calcium and the nutrients that we need from plants, it's just as easy as making those swaps. So everyone who makes a change and everyone who eats, which is all of us, should be, you know, fundamentally aware of where we get our nutrients from, vegan or not. But it's still absolutely possible, which has been confirmed by the British Dietetic Association, the NHS, who have all said that a plant-based diet can be healthy, which of course means making sure that we're eating all the nutrients that we need.
Andrew?
Yeah, look, all this is fine, and I agree with what Jenny has said, that
Come on, Andrew. Let's be sensible, Andrew.
Making great arguments, and people listening can make the choices about what they want to do, how they live their lives, what they choose to eat. So please carry on making the arguments you're making. More and more people are becoming vegan.
What about you? What about you, Andrew? Stop talking about other people.
I'm aware of that, and that's their choice. But we live in a free society, so people must make their own decisions about what's best for them. But I do really take on Nick's point about our farming community and the livelihoods of people, and I think that
which can be made bigger, as Jenny was saying. Let's get more out.
And locally home produced food is exactly what we should be doing, and hopefully Brexit will help us to do that better.
Well, I mean, on that, I think that is a serious point about doing the trade deals that we're going to do. I think one of the fundamental principles we must make sure we don't lose sight of is that our high food standards and the quality of the food we produce here is protected, and that we can make that food more affordable and available for people.
All right. You can tell these people are like the politics live. You can tell these people are like versed in politics because they use buzzwords a lot, like the quality of our food. Just that sentence, it makes you feel a certain way, doesn't it? The quality of our food, local, high quality food that's available for all. Wow, doesn't that sound amazing? Doesn't it sound lovely? And that's when Ed followed up earlier when he said, yeah, but how are they killed though? Because it's like when they use that buzzword, high quality, locally produced, environmentally friendly, ethical food. Oh my God. Doesn't that sound fantastic? Right? And they do it on purpose. It's a very typical thing that politically minded, like politicians they do this kind of stuff because it is just buzzword salad.
Undermine it.
And just finally, Ed, what about Andrew's point about, and Nick's, livelihoods, about farmers, about that whole community?
Well, vegans support farmers and support farmers' livelihoods as well. But of course, what we need is a just and fair agricultural system that supports the planet, that supports us as humans. And the system that we have right now is doing the opposite. I mean, animal farming in the UK, for example, just animal farming uses 48% of the entire land mass. And yet when we look at our intactness of biodiversity, out of 218 countries, we were ranked 189th. So there's a big problem where farmers aren't stewarding the land in the way that they should. So we need a different agricultural system, but that doesn't mean that we just disregard the livelihoods of animal farmers. It means that we help them to transition to plant-based farming or rewilding, and they become publicly funded land managers who are subsidised just as they are now to recreate nature rather than to continue to destroy it.
Convinced, Andrew?
Well, some of it may well be correct. And
this guy is pissing me off so much. He's such a fucking spineless coward. This guy's a spineless coward. He's such a politician. Oh, it might be correct. It also may not be correct. People can make their own minds up. Dude, take a side. Give your opinion.
The thing is that we've got control of our farming policy again, and we can decide what our priorities are. We can decide if we subsidise farmers for doing different types, different usage for their land. And that's our decision now, so we can make our own choices.
You spineless prick. Jesus, dude. How are these people getting positions where they get to like influence people by just saying nothing? You know what? At least the other two bite the bullet and just say exactly what they're thinking. This guy is just constantly avoiding trying to give any independent thought. He's just like trying to play both sides and be liked like a complete coward.
British people must make their own choice about whether they wish to be vegan, vegetarian, or continue to eat meat.
Andrew, shut up.
Publicly funded land managers, what the hell are they? Just put the bloke or woman on his or her tractor and let them go and feed the sheep or the cattle and take them to market. It's been known fine for centuries.
But it's not doing fine, Nick, is it? Because we know that animal agriculture is one of the leading drivers of climate change and results in the death and exploitation of billions of animals. It's the opposite of doing fine. We're warned time and time again by the UN, by the leading environmental organisations around the world that we need to change
one question, have you had powers? Would you seek to restrict people eating meat?
Twat. Guy's a total twat. He's asking this because he's playing a political game, right? He's doing this. That's why he said, "Oh, we've been doing it like this forever, and it's all fine, and everything's working fine." Because he knows that majority of people are going to go, "Yeah, that's right, yeah." And now Ed's like, "Nah, you're full of shit." And then he's like, you want to try and make meat illegal? Like, dude, you're such a twat.
Were you to have powers?
No.
You would not.
I
Okay.
don't want to mandate things. I want to educate people to understand that there's a better, more ethical, more sustainable and healthier way ultimately
then you
that
must
we can
accept
farm and
people
use
have
our
other
land.
views.
All right, on that,
Of
Earthling
course
Ed.
they do, but we can have open conversations.
We can,
like
and I've
we are
enjoyed
now.
And we've had a very open
Me too.
conversation. Thank you very much for joining us. Moving on.
What a complete prick that guy was, man. Did my head in, that guy. Such a douchebag. Such a douchebag. Oh, I've seen him on other stuff as well. I've seen him. Oh, was it with Joey? I think it was with. Oh shit! It was with Joey. I think that guy. I don't know what his name is. The fat one. He did. I'm pretty sure Joey went on and he laughed at Joey. Or at least there was somebody on one of his shows once, and he was being a proper douchebag then as well. Yeah, that was like. Yeah, I think Ed did well with that whole situation, but they were just total assholes, weren't they, to him? They weren't directly like, haha, I'm being an asshole, but they were inflammatory in the way that they disrespected Ed, I believe. Nick Ferrari, yeah, that's his name. I think there was some disrespect, and yeah, I mean, we could sit here and say, I see some people said they felt Ed backed down. Look, I can see how people might think that, but I think Ed has his own style, his own strategy, and his own agenda when he goes on to these things. And he does the same thing every time. It's quite clear he has his thing. So we could all sit here and say, well, you know, I think he could have been harder. I think he could have been harsher on them. I think he could have been more brutal and all these things. But that's not Ed though. All right. So it's like, that's his thing. That's his style. This is how he talks and how he decides to move forward. So I think it's like, yeah, okay, you know, that you keep doing that. And then there's people like Joey who do it a different way. I would do it a different way too. We all have our own thing that we're going to do. You know, we have our own ideal. We have our own. You can only be yourself. You can try and transform yourself into somebody else if you want to, but I would recommend being authentic. So you can only be yourself. This is Ed being authentic. I think this is how he talks. This is how he is. So it is what it is. And Joey does what he does, and other people do what they do, and I do what I do, and that's that, really. You know, I sit here and shout. Yeah, these people, Peter, whatever his name was, Andrew, sorry, that was it, wasn't it? And Jenny, you know, I shout at them and stuff like that. Other vegans would come on and react to this and just be like, you know, chill about it. This is, I'm. What you see is what you get with me, right? What you get what you get on the tin. That's it. What you see is what you get. I act like this in private too. Like if I was watching this in private, I'd be like, "Fucking Jenny" in my head. Or if I was watching it with people and sharing my opinion, that's what I'd be saying. So, you know, I give it to you straight too. We've got a lot. We've still got loads to go through. Some spicy ones. I see. We're almost at the 5-hour mark. We're almost halfway in. How about that? Mental, huh? We've not got to Ed's most famous videos yet. There are some like with a lot of views, but we are going to get to those at some point. Should we take a look at this vegan activist gets trolled? Let's have a look at this one. This one is from let's take a look. 30th of October 2019. This one 30th of October 2019. It's called Vegan Activist Gets Trolled. 4,600 likes. a lot more dislikes, 273 dislikes. So chances are we might find some meat flakes in the comments. So I will take a look later. And let's see how Ed gets trolled.
My name's Ed.
Will.
Will.
Nice to meet you.
Are we ready to go? So Will, I'm here at Yale University,
Uh-huh.
and I have a sign, well, it's not a sign, it's a tablecloth that says, if eating animal products is a choice, then why do we choose to be cruel?
Uh-huh.
You very kindly sat down, so I'm interested to know what you think about that statement.
So the sign said to debate a vegan.
Oh, yes, we can broaden it to debate a vegan, yeah.
Uh-huh. So I'm just going to go ahead and say it. I believe it is America's place in the world to be the world's police.
Yeah, it is. And what does that mean by debate a vegan, then? What can you provide some context for that?
I haven't seen this before, by the way.
You're a vegan?
Yes.
That's sort of a heated opinion.
Ah, you've waited all this time for that. All of this time. Would you like to have a debate about veganism?
Not particularly, no.
God.
Sensible gun reform?
Are you vegan?
I am not vegan.
So how do you justify not being vegan?
You know what? Honestly, it just hasn't been that much of a factor in my life.
Yeah, sure. It wasn't in mine for a long time either.
Uh-huh.
So how do you justify not being vegan?
How do I justify it? Look, there are a lot of things. There are a lot of things that keep me up at night.
Sure.
Uh-huh. Do my parents really love me?
This guy is like, he's got a voice like, reminds me of some character, something. I'm trying to think. Who's his voice remind me of? It's like a cartoon character. I'll let you know if it comes to me.
I don't know.
But why does that justify harming animals?
See, the thing is, when I go to the supermarket,
sure,
and I'm walking down the aisle,
yes,
and I'm looking at all the food,
yeah,
and some of the food is meat,
yeah,
I look at that,
yeah.
And I think, well, you know, man's got to eat.
Yeah, but does man have to eat animals or animal products?
I'm very in touch with my caveman-like instincts.
Is that why you go to university, wear clothes, drive car, live in a house, have central heating?
Yeah, I would say so.
It's a complete consistency there, isn't it?
Uh-huh.
So do you shit in bushes?
More than you want.
Very good. So, okay, so ancestry is not a
Yeah, very good. So
justification for what we do to animals today, right? Because if we were to apply that logic, then everything our ancestors did would also be morally justified, wouldn't it?
Okay.
But do you think that everything our ancestors did is morally justified simply because our ancestors did it?
I do not.
Okay, so then that's not a justification. So let's continue.
Okay.
What other justification would you use?
I think health.
Okay.
I think, I mean, I know nothing, but I'm just gonna go ahead and say red meat is maybe good for your health.
Subjection, right?
Yeah.
So we're just gonna deal with speculation. Is that speculation a good argument?
Okay, well, I think for me personally, it's just a lot more convenient. I know there are less vegan options out there.
Very good.
So like it just hasn't been enough of a factor to, you know, really weigh on me.
And I think that, there you go. Now we're being honest, right?
Yeah,
now we're being honest. And so convenience is a big factor in why we do what we do, because as you say, you go into a supermarket and there's loads of animal products, right? And there's as many, you know, vegan only products.
Yeah.
And so the question would be, even though there's less accessibility, those vegan products still exist, right?
Uh-huh.
So we could argue it's less convenient, but what has higher value, convenience or life?
Well, that's a good question, but I mean, I would argue the same, like, I think there's sort of a balance there.
Sure.
And I think, like, if you're arguing lives, like, we can sit here idly by discussing this, but meanwhile, there are, like, thousands, millions of lives being lost across the world because, like, well, we're living in comfort, we're not helping other people out.
Agreed.
So, and I think it's sort of a question of how we balance that.
Sure.
And
it's an interesting point, but unfortunately for him, the thing is, you sitting there and having a conversation, if other people die all around the world, right, they are not dying because you're sitting having a conversation, and they're not dying because of anything that you do in your daily life, right? This is the big, I think Ed will probably cover that, but it is an interesting point he's making, that, like, well, you know, we sit here and idly and just relax or whatever when there's lots of other things going wrong, but it's like, but you're not participating in those things by sitting down having a conversation, so it's kind of a weird comparison.
Like, when we're talking about the life of, like, one cow that I never really interact with versus like just how I'm gonna get my next meal.
Sure.
I think it doesn't really come up very much.
How I'm gonna get my next meal makes it sound like he's out there trying to survive, doesn't he? Like a little privileged rich kid at like a posh university.
I think that's, again, I think that's honest. But one wrong in the world doesn't justify another wrong. And I think what we should do is isolate what is wrong in the world and do our best to try and solve all those problems. And, you know, I think otherwise we end up in like a defeatist attitude, don't we? We say, well, what's happening in this country is terrible, so therefore I'm gonna, you know, not look at what I'm doing that could potentially be terrible as well. It's almost like a disingenuous, comforting idea, isn't it? Oh, I'm morally excused because something terrible's happening there. It doesn't make it right, though, does it? Or does it?
No, it doesn't make it right, but I think...
I wish this kid would stop looking at the camera. It's freaking me out.
I mean, I don't know. I agree with you. Honestly, like at the end of the day, I totally agree with your values.
Thank you.
I personally don't choose to live the same way, just like out of convenience, really, but like I admire it.
Thank you.
I wish I did.
But you can, though, because when we use convenience, say you had to drive 25 miles, right, every single day to get something that was vegan, then we'd say, well, that would be very challenging. But you don't. I mean, there's Beyond Meat burgers in your canteen here. You know, every supermarket is going to have vegan products in, and by that I mean like fruits, vegetables, nuts, seeds, grains, legumes. You know, all the rice, potatoes. So everywhere you go, there is vegan food. So the convenience isn't real. It's more psychological because you've been raised and always eaten a certain way, right?
Yeah, I mean, no, certainly. I agree 100%. It's not a question. It's not like it even would be that much of a challenge, but just I'm used to a certain, you know, lifestyle, way of eating.
You hear that? You hear what he said there? It wouldn't even be that much of a challenge. I'm just used to a lifestyle and a certain way of eating. You see? That's what we need to make sure people realize. And when they say things like, oh, but it's such a big challenge, it's so difficult. No. It's just that you're used to a certain lifestyle and a certain way of eating. It is not a big challenge. It'll be fine. You're going to be absolutely fine. I never expected something like that to come from this guy, but it did. So that's really cool. You know, who knows? Who knows? Maybe the troll will end up being the most productive conversation that we've had today. That we've seen today. We've not been having the conversations. We've been just circle jerking over them.
I mean, maybe it makes me a bad person that it is so easy to change, but then a bad person I will be.
I don't think we should. I don't believe that it's easy to categorize people as good or bad. I think that everyone, regardless of how good we deem them, does bad things, right? Yeah. And so I would say that eating animal products is a bad thing, but it doesn't define who you are to being a categorically bad person. But by your own admission, it wouldn't be that challenging. You said, it wouldn't be that challenging. And so, because it's...
I'll clarify.
Yes, please.
It wouldn't be that challenging in, like, theory. Because there are options available, but just there aren't that many options. And, like, they're not, in my opinion, the tastiest. So, like, the actually following up on it and doing it every day for the rest of my life would be pretty challenging.
We'll take it day by day.
Bullshit.
What made me scared, right, when I first went vegan?
It's not challenging. We've been through this already.
Vegan was the idea. I'm going to be vegan forever, and I'm never going to eat these things again. Yeah. But actually, I'm just vegan just day by day. So today, why don't you have like a Beyond Meat burger and something, right? And then you're vegan today, and then tomorrow's a new day, and you can be vegan that day, and then every day's a new day, and you just so happen to be vegan every single day.
Yeah, I mean, again, I hear that in theory, I get it. I love it. I agree with it. But in reality, I'm gonna like go right now. I need to eat lunch, and I'll probably have like a chicken sandwich.
Get the Beyond Meat burger.
And the Beyond Meat right now I'm in a hurry, or not that much of a hurry, but like I have
sell it down
class
there
in
in the
30
canteen.
minutes.
Don't they sell it in the canteen?
Yeah, they do at the dining halls, but I'm just like picking something up.
But they don't have anything vegan in the picking up.
I'm sure they do have vegan options, but they're maybe
grab
less
that today.
filling.
Get that today. We'll get it.
You're quite charming. The accent is quite persuasive.
Yeah, it helps, doesn't it? Well, here in this country.
But alas, I think I'm going to hold strong on this one. But I will say, I very much agree with your points.
Thank you.
I admire what you're doing.
Thank you.
You almost had me there for a moment.
Yeah.
So
until we became logically dishonest again.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh well.
Funny.
But anyways.
Thank you for your time.
Yeah.
Have a wonderful day. I appreciate you actually sitting down, by the way. That was cool, man. It was funny. Yeah. Have a lovely day. Bye now.
It's tough because it's like, well, it doesn't sit well with me. And what this kid, all right, whatever. This guy was whatever, right? But what I find, and I wonder about this a lot. Okay, I'm gonna give you some take now that maybe is gonna be spicy hot take, controversial, maybe controversial, right? I worry that as vegans, activists, people that go out on the street and talk about this kind of stuff, I worry that we're too soft a lot of the time. I worry that we are too forgiving when people tell us no. And I don't mean like forgiving as in like, I don't mean to be the opposite and be like, fuck you. Like, no, that's super aggressive. Maybe not. That's not the right thing to do, I don't think. But I find that like the kind of shaking the hand and saying, well, you have a fantastic day after you've just told me you're going to keep abusing animals. I don't know that that is good. I don't feel that if we truly believe whatever we're saying about the animals and we are truly passionate and we truly care, I find it unusual that we would end a conversation where someone basically tells us I'm not going to change with a nice shake of the hand and smile and have a great day then. Unless you believe that end of that interaction being positive and warm would make them go away and go vegan. If you believe that, then fair enough. That could be an argument that I'm not considering here. But I know that I've done that in the past, and I've watched videos of myself where I've done that, and I'm like, really? Like, why have I just been so kind in the end there when that person, I'm passionate, but then I'm happy to like smile and shake hands and like, bye-bye. Like, really? Am I really that passionate then? And, you know, or you know what I mean? Like, or is it just like, are we too used to, well, of course I know I'm passionate, but are we too used to the social etiquette of this to do it properly? What would an alternative ending be? Would an alternative ending be to say, listen, I appreciate you sitting down, although to be totally honest with you, it's very disappointing for me to hear you being so dishonest. Even though you're a good person, you're clearly kind-hearted. I find that it's really a shame that you have this inconsistency that the animals have to suffer for, and you know, maybe to say something like that and to say, look, I hope you change your mind. Here's this card. Please watch the stuff on here. Will you watch that, or will you look at that, or will you research that at least? Will you go away and do that for me, or not for me, for the animals? Will you agree to do it? Yes. Okay, then maybe shake the hand on that. Maybe I think that's what I tend to do. I tend to be like, shake the hand on the promise that they'll go and research, right? I don't think these days I could ever someone just goes, I don't want anything to do with you anymore. I'm done with this conversation. Bye. I'm not sure if then I would be like, all right, okay, have a great day, shake the hand. I'm not sure if I would do that anymore, because I'm like, I don't know. I don't feel like what I feel like it's like, when I do that, it's like I'm approving their decision to not listen to me and to continue doing this to animals. If I say, have a fantastic day, shake the hand, big smiles, I feel like I am saying, yep, you go ahead and do that. You go get that chicken, because I'm kind of like being so kind and at the end of this conversation. So I suppose there's got to be, I feel like there's something in the middle for me personally that I would feel more comfortable with to end the conversation. I try to always end on an action, really. Like, I try to end on an action that's like, hey, look, here's a card. Will you look at? Will you research this? Let's agree you'll do that at least, right? Will you do that? As for the respect you have for me in this conversation we've had, would you do this? Yes, I would do that. All right. Then I would like shake the hand, because then there's a mutual respect of like, you know, they have agreed on that. So at least that's something they take away. They took something seriously, right? So that, yeah. Slap in the face. No, I wouldn't slap. I wouldn't. YSM89 says slap in the face. You know, obviously, no. That's a joke. I wouldn't go that far. Not even a little slap. No. No, definitely not. And that's not a criticism of Ed, by the way. That's just me sharing my opinion. I said, this is about, I'm reacting to Ed's videos. I'm sharing. Ed has his way of doing this, and he does it his way because it's his way. And I that's why we're doing all these reactions, because clearly we like Ed, and we're responding to Ed, right? So we're reacting to Ed. It's all good. But I think that's maybe where we would differ slightly. But this is me, like, after a long time of thinking about this kind of stuff, you know, and my approach is different to Ed's approach completely, I think. And Ed's clearly more successful in his approach, but hey, we can't all be Earthling Ed, can we? And we shouldn't be. Shouldn't be. Should we take a look at vegan versus angry farmer? Does that sound fun? Unfortunately for this one, the farmer was so much of a meat flake that they had to blur out his face, because I believe that I think he like requested it, or I don't know if they did it out of the goodness of their heart or if they did it because they were worried about legal stuff. But yeah, it went online and then they took it offline and then they had to put it back up again with blurred face. So let's take a look. It's only 10 minutes, 41 seconds, and it's got 984,261 views. It's probably it's from November 2017. It's the most viewed one we've seen so far. And the like-dislike ratio is a little bit more interesting here. 53,000 likes, 5,900 dislikes. So with this one, it's got a lot of comments too. So I'll remember at the end of this one, we'll definitely get in there and check out the comments. I forgot what the last one, but it's okay because I think this one's going to be more interesting in the comment section anyway. So let's find out what happened here. A vegan versus angry farmer.
Tell you what, how will you kill a cow? How will you kill a cow? You're a natural meat eater. How do you kill a cow? You're a natural meat eater. You don't need to use weapons. Lions don't use weapons, do they?
Yeah, they've got their claws.
Exactly, but they're natural meat eaters. But if as a natural meat eater, exactly. But as a natural meat eater, you shouldn't need to use guns or knives because you could kill the animals yourself naturally.
That's my weapon.
No, because if you were a natural meat eater, you're not the ultimate. You take a lion on, fight a lion. Who's the ultimate predator?
Mate, I've got a gun. That's the
no,
brain.
but you can. But that's a device. Yes, but you are not a natural meat eater. The word natural means nature. You're not a natural meat eater because you're using guns.
I'm an omnivore. I eat both.
But you don't have to eat both.
Yeah, but I can.
But you don't have to. But you don't have to. I can eat a dog. I can beat up a child.
I love this. I can. So there's so many things to think about already. So the lion's claws are the lion's weapons, right? And he's claiming that our brains are our weapons, which is why. But if your brain was a weapon, you wouldn't need to use guns, right? Or is he trying to say like the brain is the weapon because then you build a gun to shoot an animal or something like that? It's a very weird argument. And then this point here, I can, so I do. That's the might makes right argument. That's the if it's possible to do it, then and I can do it because I'm strong. Then I can do it. Then I can do it with no repercussion, and the animal deserves it, or whoever I'm doing this to deserves it. Not deserves it, but whatever. They have to just deal with it because I'm stronger. That's the might makes right argument.
Just because you can do these things doesn't make it moral to do them.
Yeah, no, I'm not like no. You've gone a completely different.
Well,
you've gone on morals now.
Yeah. Okay. So how do you morally justify killing an animal that doesn't want to die?
How do you know it doesn't want to die?
But you
How do you know it doesn't want to die? Oh my God, man. These people literally just lose all sense of any sense. They lose all sense of sense, right? How do you know an animal doesn't want to die? Does that really need to be a discussion? Does it, you know, it's almost like a waste of time to even respond to that question. Because by responding to it, you're entertaining it, and it's so fucking stupid that you're like, I don't want to entertain this question. You don't believe that they want to die. You don't believe animals want to die, right? Healthy animals. You don't believe they want to die. So why are you pretending you do right now to get yourself out of a tricky situation? That's the only reason you're saying it. So let's just continue and move on, maybe, right?
No animal wants to die.
Can you speak to animals?
No, but can you?
Holy shit.
But all it takes is simple logic. All it takes is simple logic. If you inflict pain on an animal, they avoid pain. They don't want to have pain inflicted upon them. They have a preference.
I wouldn't have even entertained this personally. I wouldn't have even entertained this conversation. I know I'm not. This is again when I criticize when I say these things. This isn't judging Ed or criticizing Ed, by the way. I'm just sharing my opinion of what I would do, for better or for worse. Maybe me not entertaining this would have been the wrong decision. Okay, none of this is saying what Ed does or doesn't do is good or bad or whatever. Just saying I would do it a different way, and I would either it would be better or it would be worse. Who knows, right? You'll see when I put more outreach videos out. You'll see. I'll be doing. Oh, hopefully getting out and doing a bit more of that when the climate is a bit better to get out and do it. It's tough to go out and do it as is. Doing it in Finland winter is not very attractive.
To live their life like you and I do. What right do you have to take their life from them?
It's how the world works.
It's not how the world. That's not an answer. How do you morally justify? How do you morally justify killing an animal that doesn't want to die?
That's just how it works. Like, honestly.
Yeah, A moral justification.
So, no, the human species
Yes.
eats meat.
They don't have to. How do you morally justify taking the life of an animal that doesn't want to die? That's not true. Yes, it is, but that doesn't make it moral, does it? But it doesn't have to be that way. No, it is changing. This is why we're here. I don't know if you are, but the world is going. The world is changing. You got Nando's have vegan burgers. GBK's got vegan burgers.
They still sell meat.
Yes, but they didn't used to have vegan burgers. They do now because the world is changing. Because there's a demand for it. Yes, but there's a demand for vegan food because there's more vegan food, more vegan people come into existence.
I love vegan food. Yeah.
Okay, great.
But like, it's not going to change.
It is changing. Yes, but it's changing. It is changing. So, but why?
People are still going to eat meat.
Yes, but just yes, people will still eat meat, but the world is changing. What moral justification do you have?
Oh, the finger. Look at that finger, like pointing. That's it's more aggressive than I'm used to seeing from Ed.
To take the life of an animal that doesn't want to die.
How can you?
An animal has a preference to live their life. All animals, dogs, pigs, cows, chickens have a preference to live their life.
Okay, so what's more important, a human life or an animal?
Irrelevant.
Why is he asking that? What does that have to do with anything?
Irrelevant.
But like, no, we eat meat. Yeah?
You don't have to eat meat. You don't have to do it. People in China eat dogs.
I choose to, yeah, and that's one of my life.
So if I choose to eat dog, is that moral?
If it's killed humanely, yes.
How do you humanely kill an animal?
Either you slice its neck or you bulk kill it.
What does the word humane mean?
No pain.
The word humane means having or showing compassion or benevolence.
Because you can be respectful when you kill an
You can't respectfully kill an animal if they don't need to die.
I've killed many animals.
And you didn't respect them when you killed them, did you?
Hell. Oh my God. Yeah, I don't remember what I must have seen this, but I don't remember Ed being so mad with the pointing and stuff.
You can't tell me that.
You can't respect. You cannot respect an animal if you're taking their life from them unnecessarily.
You can't tell me I didn't respect their time.
So
can though.
Don't get me wrong. I love animals.
But you kill them.
I'm a farmer.
Yes.
That's interesting. The guy's getting emotional here, and the thing is here, right? His voice cracked a bit there, and because of the emotion of the, he went high, and I do this a lot, right? When I get worked up, my voice goes high. A lot of people do this. I think it's like I think it's just something that we do, right? When we get like worked up or whatever. So this guy's getting worked up here, and what's really worked him up here is when Ed said to him, "You did not do this respectfully," and this is that's triggered. That's not triggered. I don't want to use the word triggered, but it's bothered him a lot, right? And that's interesting because I always wonder if there's like something with people like this guy who farm animals. It's like there's a deep knowledge that they know that what they're doing is killing animals that are feeling emotional animals. And there's I think with a lot of farmers, with this guy included, he genuinely has tricked himself into thinking that he does this respectfully, that he cares for them. So that, and then when they are in a slaughterhouse or when he kills them himself, he's fooled himself. And I'm doing this for their own good. I'm respecting them and it's good for them and it's good for me. And when somebody confronts them and says, hey, no, you don't, this isn't respectful. You're killing them for a burger. It's like, it's upsetting him because the only way he can do this is by convincing himself that it's right and it's okay. As Weiss M89 just said in the comments, he needs to believe he's not a bad person. I absolutely agree with you. He needs to believe that. Otherwise, he's been fucking killing animals for what? He's some kind of murderer. He's some kind of violent asshole. He needs to believe what he's doing is right. And when Ed tells him, no, it isn't, he's getting really upset. And you can hear it in his voice. And the next comment he's making here, I have the utmost respect for my animals. He's really upset about that comment because deep down he knows what he's doing is violent and horrible, but he's had to convince himself it isn't. And Ed's holding up the mirror and he doesn't like what he sees.
Utmost respect for animals.
So, but you kill them.
Yeah, for my living.
It's like saying I have the utmost respect for dogs when I kill them. If someone rescued dogs from a shelter and killed them, would you say that they loved them?
If the dog was in pain, yes.
But the animals you kill aren't in pain.
Finger again.
You kill them unnecessarily. You don't have to.
Okay, so you're saying
oh my God. It's a wonder that Ed didn't get a smack in this, to be honest with you, because I mean, this guy is going after this guy's business. He's going after, and he's in his face a little bit, and he's pointing at him and stuff, and saying really nasty, like, things that are really upsetting him. They're not nasty things, but they're upsetting the guy. I'm surprised this didn't escalate, and there are some examples of that, by the way. We'll get to those later, but I'm surprised this one didn't escalate.
I can't make a living.
You can make a living doing something else that doesn't involve killing innocent animals.
Oh,
why?
It did escalate a bit.
Why?
Why should I?
Why should you? Why should an animal?
Some fucking hippies.
Think that you have the right to take the life of an animal?
Because the human race goes like we eat meat as a whole human race. Yeah?
But we don't have to. Well, take a child to a slaughterhouse then. Take a child to a slaughterhouse. Let them see a cow being killed and tell them that that's normal.
No, it's horrible. No, I agree.
So it's horrible.
Hang on, yeah, it's horrible.
Right.
But it happens.
But it doesn't have to happen. It doesn't have to happen. It's horrible because it's wrong.
You've got to get used to it. What's that? Like, as if we've not been used to it. The whole point is that almost every vegan out there got used to it. The point is that they decided they didn't want to be used to it anymore, and they wanted to stand up to it. This idea of you need to get used to it. Dude, Ed was eating it for years. It's not like he's not been used to it. He's been totally used to this whole system, and he decided to change and make a point of not being used to it anymore. He wanted to go against it instead. So it's like, it's weird how he's like, you need to get used to it. It's like, dude, that's how most vegans start.
There's a market
it's
for it.
wrong.
And when there's a market for it, it's not.
But most
stop.
of these people won't kill the animals themselves because they don't think it's right.
I'm sorry.
You ask.
Mate,
you do, but you're an exception. Most people here won't kill animals.
Massive worldwide market.
Yes, but most people here in Britain won't kill animals themselves because they don't think it's right. What animals do you farm?
I farm horses. We have sports horses.
Okay.
We have sheep.
Yep.
And we do arables.
But the fact that you farm these animals isn't natural in the first place.
It's small scale, and they live in beautiful lives
until they die. Mate, I don't doubt that you look after your animals. I'm not saying you're a bad farmer.
You just said I don't respect my animals.
But if you kill them, you don't respect them.
But you've just said
what I'm saying to you is you may well give them a good life, but you kill them. The only reason you look after them is because it's profitable to you. If those animals didn't make you money, you wouldn't be looking after them.
Well, no, I would, because I've got dogs and I don't kill them, do I?
Exactly. Why don't you kill the dogs?
No.
Why don't you kill the dogs?
Because they're pets.
But what's the difference between killing a sheep and killing a dog?
Sheep aren't pets, man.
But that's only your perception of them. But the only difference is.
It's as simple as
But why does the dog get to live because culture has told you that they're a pet? What's the difference?
Because I go by culture's norms, yeah?
Yeah.
I'm a normal person.
But
that's such a oh man. It's a really, imagine saying that and thinking it's something good. I go by culture's norms. I'm a normal person, yeah. How many people in the history of humanity have said something like that to justify something horrible? Like, how many times do you think that's been said in the defense of something that's been like truly, truly horrendous, like something nasty, violent act? Listen, I'd love to stand up with you and go against this, but I'm a normal person. I go by the cultural norm. I'm no activist, all right? I'm just going to keep doing what we've always done. Leave it. How many times has that been said?
Okay. I don't want to be one of these out there.
It used to be culturally normal to have a slave. Slavery was culturally normal. But would you have said,
it's disgusting.
Right, just because it's culturally normal doesn't make it moral.
These are people that you're talking about. These are people who are you and me.
Yeah.
They're on our level.
No, they weren't considered to be on our level, though, were they? That's how they became slaves. Is that people made them less than human, and is this how they justified what they did to these people? So no, the guy's wrong. They were considered less than our level. So.
They're alive, they feel pain. That's all that matters to me.
The first thing sheep try and do when they're born is kill themselves. I'm sorry, from being a sheep farmer, all they do is try and kill themselves.
How?
They get stuck in
So
fences,
how did sheep survive?
So
how did sheep survive for thousands of years?
I think you're pretty naive. Honestly, I think you're very, very, very naive.
No. What's naive is thinking that animals are here for you to kill for an unnecessary reason. Okay. That's what's naive. You don't have to kill animals. And you don't have a moral justification to do so. You don't have to do so.
You're saying drop something that your family has done for generations.
Yes.
Well, a guy did recently. He gave away £48,000 worth of cattle because he was vegetarian. He inherited a farm, and he felt the remorse and the guilt.
No. They got to go to a sanctuary. They're in a sanctuary.
He didn't sell them. He could have got the money. He could have got the money.
What a lovely chap.
Yes, what a lovely chap.
And
What's going to happen to those cows? They're just going to
They're in a
live until
sanctuary.
they're like 30 years.
Yeah, they'll live until they naturally die, like we will, and like all animals should be able to.
You can actually farm other things. What about organic vegetables? What about vegetables?
I'm all for organic farming.
Well, farm them instead.
Yeah.
Do you not think the planet is dying?
It's not sustainable anymore.
The planet is dying, yeah?
Yeah.
And we can cut back on the meat we eat. I think it'd be a great idea if we seriously cut back
Yeah.
on the meat we eat.
But why stop there? But why stop
growing
there?
vegetables.
Why stop at cutting back? Why not go vegan?
Because the human species is an omnivore, yeah?
Look, it's irrelevant when
need meat.
we don't need it. That's the thing. We've already established we don't.
want meat,
None of
but
we don't need meat. We don't need it.
That guy's fucking freezing, isn't he? The guy in the background, by the way. He's like, please hurry up. Unlucky for you, mate. There's another 3 minutes of this.
People don't need it. Like Buddhists, the Hindus have not eaten meat for thousands of years. They don't need it. None of us need it. None of us need it.
Well, as at the start, the human species.
We evolved from apes that were plant-based and maybe ate like some.
What does it matter? There's no point even engaging that argument. Humans are omnivores. Yeah, all right. Yeah, it means we can eat. We can eat animal products and we can eat vegetable products. Great. You can say also humans are fistivores. Fistivores, because I can do this with my hand, and look at that. We can make a little fist out of it. Oh, look, I can make 2 fists out of it, and I can punch people. Right? I can do that. I can go to people and punch them. I can do that. Why would I not do that? Because it wouldn't be fair to that person for me to go around punching. So yes, we are omnivores. Yes, okay, sure. Biologically, we can do that. Biologically, my hands can turn into fists. Yes, great. Doesn't mean that, doesn't mean should, right? And can doesn't mean good either. Like, I can punch, yeah, but it doesn't mean I should punch. And it doesn't mean it's good for me to punch. I don't get why this argument even comes up like, yeah, but it's omnivore. It doesn't matter. It doesn't actually, it's no relevance to this conversation.
Termites or something. So the original beings we evolved from were vegan. We began eating meat when we needed to for necessity. Well, it's irrelevant. It's irrelevant. It is because we don't have to. We don't have to. We don't have to. You don't have to put a non-human animal on the same pedestal as a human. You don't have to do that. All you have to acknowledge is that the life of an animal is worth more than your taste. And if you acknowledge that, that's all you have to do to understand why you should be vegan. You don't have to say a sheep is worth the same as a human. It's irrelevant if I believe that. You don't have to. Mate, you can go live in your life thinking that you're superior to non-human animals. That's fine. You just don't have to kill them.
Oh, is there? Oh,
that's it.
God,
but you can make a living elsewhere.
That's the first honest thing he said, isn't it? I do have to kill them to make a living. And he's saying that almost like it's a regrettable fact. Like he feels like he's backed into a corner and he doesn't have a choice, which is actually really sad. And I think I've actually met farmers who have said the same thing. They say, I agree with you, and I've never thought about this before, and it's upsetting, but what am I supposed to do? Right? It's like, I have all of this, and they've got so much money invested in these properties, in the systems they work in, in these animals. It's like, obviously we care about these animals, and it gets to a point where, like, sometimes with farmers, they agree morally. They're like, wow, I agree. But what am I supposed? Like, how do I do this? And maybe they don't. Like, for example, the farmer I interviewed in France said that they had this whole thing set up, and they were barely able to get by with the system they had set up. And the only thing that was keeping them going was government subsidies. So it's like telling them, I asked them, do you think about farming fruits, vegetables, blah, blah, blah. And they said we could, but we wouldn't be subsidized. And the only reason we can survive now is with subsidies. To the point where they had plum trees, right? Fruits, plums, and they were selling them. And the subsidies stopped for the plum trees, and that made the plum trees no longer profitable. So they just had to cut them down, basically. I think they sold the trees themselves or something. I can't remember exactly what they did, but they couldn't. So it's like, I empathize with the complication of being in a situation where you agree morally and theoretically, yes, you know what, you're right, but then putting it into practice can be really difficult. And I have to say that I empathize with that to some. It doesn't justify not changing, but I empathize with the difficult position that this can put farmers in. Like, this guy seems like he's kind of having a sober moment where he's like, oh fuck, but like, I don't have a choice, kind of thing. And he's going to keep on trying to convince himself and convince Ed that this is right, because the alternative means that he has to fucking figure out what he's going to do with his farm, and like all these problems are going to come up, and he doesn't want to deal with all those problems. So it isn't a justification to do this to animals. However, it is a complication that I can empathize with. That's what I'm trying to get at. The solution to this, well, there are organizations that help people like him transition. There are people out there who actually do work in this, and they're experts at helping farmers transition. I would hope that Ed would put someone like this in contact with, you know, as if this was 2017, so who knows if these people were around back then, but they're around now, so that's something.
What we need is subsidies from the government to go to helping people transition. It's not going to happen. That's what we need. But we can work together to make that happen, because you want to make money in the future. The world is changing whether we want to admit it or not, and you yourself said that people need to reduce their meat consumption. So if people go by your logic, that means you will still be losing out on business. So what we should be doing as vegans and as farmers is working together to create a world that exists for both of us. And that world is a world where you can farm, but you farm vegan plants. So we get to eat vegan, we get to change the world, help the animals, save the environment, and you get to keep your job. That's why the subsidies need to go to people like you to create a vegan farm. Not yet, but we can get there. Our subsidies came from. Yeah, I know. But I'm saying, but we're not against you. But what I'm saying is we're not against you inherently. What I think you do is wrong, but I do not think you're a bad person. And I want to see a world where you get to keep doing what you're doing without harming others. No, we come at opposite ends of the coin, but inherently, we want to see the same world. The world where you get to live and still do what you're doing, which is farming. But the world where these animals are having to pay the price for that life.
I can see what you're saying.
Thank you.
But I can't see it changing.
It is changing. It is changing. And I don't want you to be in a situation where you're without a job, and I don't want that to happen to you. And I'm sorry we're in a situation where people feel under pressure because they feel like they're going to lose their money and stuff.
I'm a realistic human being. I know what's got to be done.
Realistically, we can live in a different world. It may seem scary, and it may seem like a big drastic change from what we have now, but realistically, it is possible. It's possible. It's possible.
There's a couple of people in the comments saying that they don't have any empathy for a farmer, or the farmers are bad people or whatever. And yeah, I want to just comment, like, I understand where you're coming from, and absolutely there are many farmers that fit that category of just being total scumbags, 100%. But, and there is a big but here, it's kind of like saying that your average Joe in the street is also a bad person and a scumbag because they're not vegan. Now, like, given the average person in the street doesn't see animals the same way you would, for example, that's why they eat them. The average farmer doesn't see animals the same you would, so that's why they eat them. In my opinion, when somebody becomes like a shithead of some sort is when they have fully considered and know now that, like, the arguments from somebody like myself, and they think about it and they're like, okay, yeah, and they hear it and they reject it and continue doing what they're doing regardless. That's when I think they cross over into being a bit, you know, you could argue then that, like, no, they're a shitbag, right? Before that, though, I think that the indoctrination we have in society is so fucking strong that it's hard to blame somebody for something that they've been indoctrinated into without, first of all, trying to get them out of the indoctrination, right? So, like, if you've not tried to get them out, you can't then just say you're a scumbag already, because it's like, well, it's not really fair, is it? It's not really fair to blame them for something they've never been challenged on before. But after being challenged and, you know, given the appropriate amount of time to process what the information's been put to them, then if they continue, then that's where I would agree with you and be like, yeah, you know what? They're probably a bit of a shithead. Or could be, at least. It could be a bit of a shit. Then I'd be more inclined to agree with you. So I hope you see where I'm coming from there. I think it's very easy to be angry with everyone, but people don't always do these things because they're shitters. They sometimes do them because of the indoctrination, and I think that's most of the time. Simon Flame says, sing the chorus of your favorite Architects song, Corgi Derp. What's Corgi Derp? Why is it? Was that supposed to be an emoji? Is it an emoji? I can't really see it. Oh, it is an emoji. It is an emoji. The emoji's called Corgi Derp. That's so funny. Sing the chorus of my favorite Architects song. I will I mean, geez, okay, you caught me off guard right now. I didn't even know I was taking requests, to be honest. Are we doing requests? Has Annie been telling you to make requests for me to sing things? I guess I have to now. You've paid for it. I don't really know. Architect songs are hard to sing. You've put me on the spot big time. I'll tell you what, I'll watch the rest of this and I'll think about it later, all right? And I'll think, well, after this, I'll think about it while I'm watching and I'll get it ready in my head, okay? I'll come to you. Thank you for the super chat, by the way. The Streamlabs donation, by the way, Simon.
Very nice to talk to you.
It's good to. The thing about this is the only way that we change is through having discussion with each other, right? And even though we might not always agree with one another and it gets heated, we can disagree, but it's good to talk. And I appreciate you talking to me. I'm sorry for being angry, but we're passionate.
Yeah, no, it's a very passionate subject.
Yeah, it is.
So yeah, it ended up really well, didn't it? I don't remember how that one ended, and it ended pretty well. Oh shit, there was no video. My bad, guys. Hey, whatever. They just said thank you to each other and ended it. My bad, guys. My bad. Hey, don't worry, you didn't miss much. We got the rest of it. We got the rest of it in there, so it's all good. Right. I mean, singing on camera is weird for me, but I suppose you paid for it, so I'll have to. I think it would be Doomsday is probably a good one, isn't it? Doomsday's a good one. They did this. I feel weird. I can't believe you're trying to make me sing on camera. And now I'm gonna build up to it. Maybe we look through the comments here and come back to it later. Again, the singing. You've put me on the spot. I'd just be singing it like, they say the good die young, no use to say what is done. So that's what you're gonna get from me. I just don't feel I can pump out Architects vocals, really. It's so difficult to sing like him. Guys, if you don't know who Architects are, by the way, you should totally check them out. They're a vegan metal band. They're amazing. You sang the Meat Flake song, didn't you? Someone's asking, Waste M89. Yeah, I did sing the Meat Flake song, but I put some auto-tune on that shit because, you know, wanted to make sure it was perfect. I did sing it. I sang the Architect song just now. I sang Doomsday. They say the good die young, no use in saying what is done, because it's not enough. And when the night gives way, it's like a brand new doomsday. There you go. It's not really singing, but I can't sing like Sam Carter. It's too difficult, all right? I'm sorry. His vocals are too good. Come on, Annie. Knock it off. I can't sing like that. Not like Sam. Anyway, let's check out the comments of this video. So, as I said, Vegan versus Angry Farmer, almost at 1 million views and 53,000 likes, 5,900 dislikes. Let's take a look at the newest comments on here. And let's see. What do we see? What do we see? I can't stand these vegans, someone says. I can't stand these vegans. I'm going to say, yeah, I know, right? These damn vegans with all of their... These damn vegans with all of their reasonable logic. What a surprise. People hate being told what to do or what to which is why. What to which is why when they tell you to FO, you won't be shocked. Okay. Did he say that he can beat up a child? Dumb people, man. It comes down to these people doing what they do because they like to. Yeah, there's still a lot more vegans in here versus. I can justify eating meat in 2 seconds. It tastes good. Jeffrey Dahmer would agree. Yeah. What else do we have? Who literally gives a single fuck if people eat meat or not? You are lucky you pick and choose who you interview. Some of us would just knock you the fuck out and walk away. You couldn't... I'm just going to be like, you couldn't knock your way out of a paper bag, mate. It's just funny. Just wind him up, you know. Because everyone can chat shit behind the keyboard, right? It's just funny to wind them up. Like, no, you're not. You're not going to knock anyone out, you fucking little bitch. I know, be vegan now, says the animals care. I could have said that. but I don't believe this person would have given. I just felt like going aggression with aggression on that one. Just for a bit of fun, you know. What else do we have? How rude standing pointing at someone like that. Horrible skinny pale man. Shut up. It's a lot less rude than stabbing an animal in the neck for a sandwich. And then this person said, gay. Are you 12? Gay. Why are you interested in him being gay? That's the question. Yeah, very unusual. Probably a 12-year-old though, yeah, so we'll leave that one. He straight up said vegan plants are expensive as if there are non-vegan plants. This is quite a funny point, actually. I wondered what he meant by vegan plants. All right, is there anything funny here? Nice one. I'm looking for short ones. I like the convo de-escalated. Yeah, it was good. The world is changing, vegan changing. Cool. This guy is an idiot. I would own him. This Nick says. Why don't we invite Nick for a debate? Hey Nick. Great idea. Hey, Nick. My name is David Rams. I'm also a vegan YouTuber. You say you'd own Ed. I'd like to give you the opportunity to come on my channel and own me live. What do you say? Email me at itsdavidrams@gmail.com to set it up. I look forward to hearing from you. Let's see how that goes, huh? Hey. How do you keep your cool? Do anything good here? Just another comment. Why can't I debate like that? Bad arguments, to be honest. Humans have evolved to use weapons as human. A weapon is as much a part of us as a lion's teeth. A weapon is as much a part of us as a lion's teeth. I don't even know where to begin with how stupid that argument is. Yeah, like a sword is as much a part of a human as a lion's teeth are a part of a lion. I don't have the patience or skill to put why that is so dumb into words that would just not be me laughing at the person, basically. Just laughing at them and mocking them. Lol, Ed, literally 10 seconds in. We can use the argument against you. Why don't you eat trees, leaves, and grass if you are a herbivore animal? He literally says in the beginning that he's not a herbivore, I believe, that he doesn't believe humans are herbivores. So I'm not sure about that. Cool. Well, all right. That was a few nice little comments there, wasn't it? Did you enjoy that one? That was a spicier one, wasn't it? That was one of Ed's most popular videos, actually, this one. It was one of his most popular ones. But yeah, a few people saying that his debate technique has improved. Obviously, I mean, well, you could say improved. I mean, the pointing thing was definitely an improvement. There's no more pointing there. But as for like the rest of his position, I don't know. For me, it's like obviously as an observer, I enjoy this style more than going on TV and being politically correct, which I feel like he does. He does definitely. He's more politically correct now than he was back then. He's definitely, obviously, we all improve with experience. It would be cool to see some more of that fire from him on TV and stuff. I would say I would like it, but this is just me. This is my opinion. This is what I prefer to see. Whether or not that's better for animals or not is another debate altogether. You could argue it is, to be fair, but you could argue that it isn't. You know, that's kind of it is quite subjective without hard data. What did I say earlier? There was two videos we were going to watch by him. There was the ranchers one, right? Which I think, did I even get that one? I must have got that one. The one where he goes to the Cowboys and stuff, right? Shit, maybe I actually didn't find that one. What about the one who he gets attacked as well? So it's like, let's try and find these, make sure I've added them to the playlist. Earthling Ed, Cowboys one. Texan Cowboys meet vegan protesters. That was a pretty good one. I hope I saved it. I did save that. What about the Earthling Ed attacked one? Did you guys see that one where he got like attacked by this guy in a car? this farmer in a car. Farmer assaults vegan advocate Earthling Ed. That one was very interesting, so we can save that one too. It's not by Ed. It's actually posted by Plant-Based News, but we can check that out as well. We can check that out as well. Cool. Should we watch this one about the Cowboys? Do you want to watch the one about the Cowboys? Did you guys see that one? That was pretty cool. Let me find it. Hey, come on now. I think it was an old one. Where is it? Where he goes to like the... There it is. Texan Cowboys meet vegan protesters. So let's have a look. This one was posted in 2018, 9th September 2018. It's got over 1 million views, 1,061,000 views, 20,000 likes, 22,000 dislikes. Wow. So the comment section of this one is definitely going to be a good one. We're going to get some meat flakes in this one. Let's have a look at what happened.
No. So just to clarify, you'll shout abuse at young girls, but you won't have a conversation with me?
You're wrong. Back up.
Ah, look at that. This guy's been mouthing off at the girls there, but he won't talk to Ed.
So what's wrong? So just to clarify, would you like to have a conversation? Because it's funny because when someone invites you for a conversation, no one wants it. So hang on. So you were shouting abuse at these young girls? No. I just like to have a chat. It's funny. It's just because when someone wants to have a chat, you don't want to do it. So hang on. When someone wants to chat to you, you tell them to fuck off. No. This is fine. No, it's all good. Don't worry. I'm here to chat with you. But the thing is, I don't give a fuck. No.
These guys. Stephen, thank you for the super chat, mate. Really appreciate it. Thank you so much. This is getting heated, huh? This is getting spicy as fuck.
Because you were shouting abuse at people, and now when someone's... but you were shouting... Oh, no. And that's fine, but you know what I want? I just want to talk to people. I understand. I get that. I do. I get it. And I understand that. And all I want to do is just chat to you about it. No. It doesn't. I used to. What about my shoes? No, I don't drive, so that's fine. My shoes also, they're just fabric.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah. Because you don't have to hurt animals, right?
Okay.
But you don't have to.
Everything we get comes from some guys.
Yeah, but it doesn't have to be from animals, right?
This sign that says...
Jeez, man, those guys. That's funny that he called them out. I like that he called them out, saying, like, you shout abuse at these women, but you won't talk to me. And they're just like, go away. It's like, yeah, why not? Why don't you just... why don't you talk to Ed? Why will you shout shit at these girls but not talk to Ed? It's very funny that they were doing that.
Dairies take their babies from the mom. You know what happens?
But they do, right?
They do, but you know what happens if they don't take that baby? That cow, baby will hurt that mom and possibly kill it.
But you've got to remember, right, that these animals evolved in that way. Like, biologically, babies are supposed to suckle from their mothers. That's how they live. How did cows survive for so many years without us intervening?
Because people were giving them medicine to keep them alive.
Oh, my God. Yeah, wild cows. That the only way they survived was because people were giving them medicine, right? Okay.
Not back thousands of years ago when cows were around and they were breeding, like, you know.
Yeah, they didn't have a choice. It was too cold back then.
Right.
They didn't have a choice.
But the fact
it wasn't hot enough for diseases.
All animals can survive without us, right? We don't need to take babies away from their mothers to help.
Not all animals.
We take babies away from their mothers so that we can take their milk, right?
Let me ask you this. If you were the only human on this planet, or like you had your own little group over here of people, and all these animals are a lot like humans. So you're telling me that if you walked down a hill and you tripped and you broke your neck, and all these other humans kept walking, you're telling me you would get up and survive from it without anybody coming to help you?
But that's not what I'm saying.
No, that's all it is. That's all it is. It's an accident. If something happens, it's an accident.
Of course.
Like that shit right there. If that calf breaks its neck or breaks a leg, It's pure accident.
But it's happened because of the rodeo. The cow shouldn't be in this situation to begin with.
Either way, it's just a matter of time. Nothing ever is going to stop fate or destiny.
But this isn't fate or destiny. This is created by us. We put them in that position and wrote them ourselves. This isn't fate or destiny. We decide this for them against their will.
Would you rather that animal get sick and die painfully of some disease, or just a real quick on accident?
No, I would rather these animals were allowed to live their natural life like we want to. We want to do the things that we do naturally as humans.
This guy's like trying to use the old, oh, well, we rodeo them and whatever and then kill them and that's better than them dying of disease. It's like, yeah, but you created these animals, so you can't then give yourself a pat on the back for taking them out of the world. You brought them into the world. You created them for your entertainment and killed them. You're not some kind of saint, mate.
Okay,
let the cows do what they want to do.
I do not want to be a lineman. I hate electricity with the fucking passion.
Right,
like, I hate it. It scares the shit out of me.
Right.
But let me ask you this. My hand can be as far away from a line as it is from your face right now. Electricity will jump out and kill me.
Right.
Electricity is not natural for us to fuck with.
Absolutely.
But if I did not work on electricity, you and everybody here would not have heat or anything.
Why is he talking? Why are we onto this guy's phobia of electricity all of a sudden?
And I'm very grateful for the fact that you do that.
So
but
if we didn't take care of these animals like we do outside of here, they only do this on the weekends.
I know that.
It's only mostly Fridays and Saturdays.
But it's still abusive to them in the weekends. Think of all the animals that live in the wild, like the lions and the whales and the dolphins. They don't need us to survive. Cows and pigs.
Oh, bullshit, they don't. If it wasn't for us, and the poachers done to wipe them the fuck out.
Yeah, but that's because of us as humans, right?
Yeah, that's because idiots with fucked up mindsets.
I agree, but what's the difference between hunting an animal for sport and roaching an animal for sport?
Well,
both can be done for money and for livelihoods. People poach for money, so there's not really a difference because both cause unnecessary suffering and harm.
It's not cool. If you look at the anatomy of a cow, the art of roping them
I'm
by
popular
the neck,
as shit today. I got signs and cameras all over me.
Sorry, could you say that last bit again?
The art of roping a cow by the neck, if you look at the anatomy of a cow and look at the way that it jerks them by an anatomy standpoint, I was a vet tech for 6 years.
Very good.
So I worked on a lot of livestock. I worked on dogs and cats too, but big livestock was my
like a speciality, right?
That was my specialty.
Sure.
Is big animals.
Yeah.
And I worked on a lot of cows and goats and horses.
Yeah.
And I've worked on some chickens too. But when a cow gets roped by the neck, it doesn't even hurt them. It's kind of like if your kid is running and you grab them by the arm and they kind of go like this.
They can dislocate their arm if you were to grab them by the arm, right?
They can, but it's not normal.
Oh my lord! Oh my god! How is she ever a vet? When an animal is running at full speed away from you, and you throw a rope around the animal's neck and drag it back, like drag the rope back, that's not, no, they don't feel it. It's just like pulling a, what the fuck are you talking about? Well, as a vet tech, as a vet, if you were ever a vet, you should be fucking ashamed of yourself. What an absolute disgrace that you are to try and pass that off as like veterinary fact. You know, like somebody who's like studied animals. You complete and utter fraud. It's not even funny. It is funny because she's like it's ridiculous, but it's also not funny because it's like, wow, that you as somebody who's supposed to be somewhat qualified would say something so fucking stupid. My God.
It still hurts them because they have pain in their neck. They have spines like we do, and their spines can break, right?
Where the rope puts pressure.
Shut
I'm gonna show you something. Okay, you tell me if this is cruel.
And it doesn't put any pressure on their spinal cord in order for them to
but it's whiplash. It's whiplash.
It's no different than you rear-ending a car.
And no different than what? Sorry.
You rear-ending a car.
Yeah, and that's
no different than you rear-ending a car. Yes, that's why we don't crash cars, because it hurts. It's one of the reasons we don't crash cars is because it hurts us. So yes, it's just like crashing a car. Thank you, Wrangler. Wrangling animals is like crashing cars. For us, it hurts us, it hurts them. Yeah, don't do it then. Come on.
Right? That hurts.
Tell me if this is cruel. This is me. This animal has no rope on it other than the one I used to hold on to.
So why
he
are they...
steps on my head and breaks my neck and my back in two places.
But why is the bull bucking?
Why?
Why is the bull bucking?
It's a sport.
No, but why is the bull bucking?
Y'all don't go up to NFL football games saying y'all are beating each other up. That's cool.
No. But why does the bull buck?
Why is the bull buck?
Yeah.
Because that's how they're bred.
Okay,
why
but
are you doing this? Because you're bred to be this way.
no. But the bull bucks because they don't want you on their back.
No.
They want to
No,
get
it's
you
not.
off their
No,
back.
it's not.
They want you off their back.
Listen,
Yeah, you eat meat, huh?
No, I don't. I'm
and you're
vegan.
wearing a tag that says that that animal was killed.
The tag
for meat.
reminds me of the
You
animal.
eat some meat. You're kind of linky.
Thank
I know,
you.
right? I've been doing
It's
this
very
shit
kind of
since
you.
about 6 o'clock.
But the tag reminds me of what we do to animals. We can have a conversation, but if you want to...
Say, mate, you're from Australia.
No, the point is, right,
All I'm
that the
saying,
bull
man,
bucks
is-
to get you off their back.
All I'm saying is if an animal gets hurt in a rodeo, it's an accident. It's no different than you driving. Listen, you don't voluntarily get into a car accident, do you?
But I voluntarily get in the car,
It doesn't
knowing the
matter.
risks
Do you
of that.
voluntarily
No.
get into a car accident?
No, but I voluntarily get in the car knowing the risks of a car accident. These calves have no, and the bulls have no
so
say.
funny.
When growing up, riding with your parents, you did not know if an accident was going to happen.
No.
But you got in the car because you did not know, right? Right?
But
Yes or
I
no?
can't make my own
Yes or
decisions.
no?
As a child, I can't make
Man,
my own
listen,
decisions.
I'm being respectful for
and
you,
I'm
so
being
shut
so
the fuck up when I'm talking to you. It's disrespectful to cut
Well,
somebody off when I'm
I know,
talking.
we're having a conversation, man.
Now,
It's
what I'm
okay.
saying is, growing up, your
Yeah.
parents hauled you around in a car, right?
Yeah.
Okay, knowing you didn't know if you're going to get an accident or not, right?
Right.
Okay,
Because I was
well,
a
let
baby.
me ask you this. You
Sure.
got used to it, right?
Well, I had no choice.
Okay, and then you grew up and
Right.
started driving on your own, knowing there's that slight possibility you might get into a car accident,
Absolutely,
right?
absolutely.
Okay, these animals got hauled around to rodeos and in trailers and whatnot growing up from the
Yeah.
time they were calves until they were full grown, right?
Yeah, right.
Not knowing, right?
Right.
And then they got older and got to that ability where they could do this. Whether half these animals, you can walk out there with a bucket and shake it and they will come to you.
Submission, though. That's submission. It's consensual. What you do is consensual.
I got 14 horses, and I guarantee you, I can get on every one of my horses.
It's submission, right? I want to tell you, there's a torture facility in there's a torture facility in Afghanistan where every day they put the prisoners.
We're not in Afghanistan,
no, but
buddy. We're in
follow me.
America.
It was an American torture prison. They put the prisoners in a box every single day as a form of torture.
That's their fucking
Okay,
fault.
but after listen to this, the prisoner over time would get up. Come on, please listen. The prisoner over time would get up, walk out of his cell, and get into the box himself because he'd been told to do it so many times. He became
It's no different
dominated.
than you getting into a car.
But I do that
because you have been
consensually.
taught
No.
growing up that it's okay to ride in a vehicle.
But
It's no different.
I choose to get in the car. The calf does not
They
choose
choose
to be
to get
here.
in the damn trailer.
The bulls
They choose to
no,
get caught. They can run the fuck
have
off if
no
they
choice.
want.
They have no choice.
They can't run the fuck. Yeah, they choose to get in the trail. They could run off. And what would you do? You'd grab them and drag them back every single time, which is why they learned there's no point in trying to run off. There's no point of them trying to resist. There's no point of them fighting back. They learned this a long time ago. Just like an elephant, when they're a baby, these elephants they use for riding, they tie the elephant to a structure that the elephant can't get off, right? A baby elephant. When the elephant gets bigger, they tie the elephant to that same structure, even though now the elephant could rip down the entire structure, but they don't. Why? Because as a baby, they learned there was no point trying, and even now they're strong enough, they don't try now, because if they learned that it's pointless to do it, they learned there's no point, complete submission. That's what Ed's talking about here. Just because you force an animal into submission and now they do what you want always, doesn't mean they're choosing to do it. It means they're so simplistic, they don't know any better. They literally don't know any better.
Can they run to the fences?
Here, I'll make you a deal. What are you doing next weekend?
I'm not here next weekend, unfortunately. I don't live in Fort Worth, so I won't be here. But the point of what I'm trying to make is we make that choice. They don't have a choice. They don't have a choice.
If one of y'all had a chance, y'all should come out to my family ranch next week, and I'll show y'all what it's like day to day for a cow and a horse. I would show y'all.
You know, if I was
and
here
I would
next,
show y'all what my vet bill. My vet bill probably totals 4 times of what your house.
I don't, and I'm not surprised, and I don't doubt that. But listen, if I was here, I would go to your ranch, and I'd also go to the slaughterhouse with you and watch them being slaughtered with you, right? Because it's not just about how the animals live, it's about the fact that they're killed as well, right? And we can't just ignore the fact that they're murdered at the end of it.
It's no different than them getting a disease.
No, it is, because they're not killed because they're ill. They're killed because we can take something from them.
Yeah, it's, hey, quit.
Yeah, it's okay. There's no need for stress here. It's okay. I'm sorry about that. There's no need for stress here. Like, the thing is, right, we don't kill them because they're ill. We kill them because we want to take something from them, their meat. So it's not done because out of respect or because they're ill.
So you're telling me if a serial killer walked down the street with a Thompson submachine gun and mowed every one of us down, nobody would feel sorry for him because he killed a bunch of humans. But because one cow gets killed, all y'all throw a shit.
I wouldn't. Well,
hang on.
No, wait. I want to make sure.
What did he just say? Sorry, can someone explain? I'm going to go back and watch that again. 1 second. I don't get what he just.
Nobody would serial killer
something from them, their meat.
Right.
So it's not done because out of respect or because they're ill.
So you're telling me if a serial killer walked down the street with a Thompson submachine gun and mowed every one of us down, nobody would feel sorry for him because he killed a bunch of humans, but because one cow gets killed, all y'all throw a shit fit?
I wouldn't.
What is he talking? What is that? If a serial killer killed us all, nobody would care about him. But one cow gets killed and you care about the cow. I don't understand what he's... Does that make sense to you guys? I'm really lost with that one. Maybe the next scene will explain it.
Well, hang on, no, wait. I want to mention God for one moment. Do you think that God's happy that you took his creatures and modified them for your own use?
Do you ask him?
No, but I'm saying if you asked him, do you say God is okay for me to take the creatures you built
whenever
and
my
change
time
them?
comes and I die and I meet him, I mean, I'll be more than happy.
Do you think you're playing God by doing that? By going against what?
Blaming God?
Are you playing God?
Playing God? No.
Because you're taking something that he created and manipulating them. So you're changing them. So God didn't create the animals that we have in farms now because they've been modified. So we've created our own strain of animals.
He created it first.
Exactly, and then we've modified them against his, well, presumably against his will. We took his animals, we said, God, I'm really sorry you didn't do a very good job. These cows need to be fatter or produce more milk,
Because
so we're going to modify them.
Aspect. We want them a certain way.
Okay, so but God designed them the way he did. I thought God was perfect.
He is.
So why did God not design cows and pigs and sheep perfectly?
He had it from his own perspective, yes. Everything was perfect to him.
So you're going against God's version of perfection?
No.
Yeah, you are. You said that God designed these animals to be perfect.
Are we going against
and you
it?
said,
Sure.
you said, God, these animals aren't perfect enough. So you went against God's eyes. Because
I
God,
haven't.
You did, because you perpetuate that system by forcibly impregnating these animals.
I didn't impregnate them.
You put your fist inside the cow and put semen inside it.
No, I did not.
You said you didn't. So
I put a baster in, yes.
And so you impregnated
There was no semen in it.
Oh, okay.
They were teaching us how.
Oh, okay. But you did the action of impregnating the cow.
Yes, the action.
So what I'm saying is,
I did not.
If God created these animals to be perfect, then do you think he's happy that you're saying, by the way, God, they're not perfect enough?
If he doesn't like the way it's it, then I'll answer to him when my time comes.
And when he says to you, why did you disrespect my creatures? What would you say?
Because that's the way we want it.
What do you forgive you for sin of abusing animals, his creatures?
He forgives any sin.
If we abuse animals all our life, right, and then we turn around to God and say, look, I'm sorry, God. Whoa, I know.
We can't say sorry when we get there.
Are you going to say sorry before?
Yeah.
So are you going to say sorry for abusing animals before you go to heaven?
Well, no.
So by the time he asks you, why did you hurt my animals, it'll be too late.
Well, if it's too late, then I guess condemn me to hell.
So, oh my God. There's like not even a point in this conversation, is there? I find myself... Like I get it's good content, right? It's good content, but that's the only thing it is. There's no progress being made with this conversation. There's no there is definitely no progression here, and no productive conversation here. But it's good content. It's good content, and it's a good job it's being filmed, because that's literally all it's good for. Ah, man, this guy's not even paying attention properly to what Ed's saying. He's on his phone. And I think even if he was paying attention, I don't think he'd grasp it anyway. To be honest, he doesn't appear to think about much, ever. Maybe.
Would you rather go to hell and continue rodeoing, or stop rodeoing and go to heaven?
If I get sent to hell for it, I mean, damn me, I guess.
Is that not bad? You're not worried about that? So God created these creatures, and you're abusing them in front of him. You're modifying them because he didn't make them perfect. Yeah, we've established that.
From what you see, it's abuse.
Riding them against them. Did God create animals for rodeo? In the Bible, did it say, and these bulls will be used for men to ride on the back of against their will?
Does it say anywhere in there that we're not allowed to?
Oh, no. It also doesn't say in the Bible that they're not supposed to do lots of things, right? So,
but people put it in their own perspective and do things on their own terms.
I'm just interested to talk to you because I want to know what you feel. I just want to know if you believe that forcibly fisting animals, abusing them, is acceptable.
Do I think abusing animals is acceptable? Yes. Adam and Eve, Dad.
We were chatting about all things rodeo. And we were chatting about the Bible.
I'm screwing
and we were saying about how, one of the things we were saying is about how God created these creatures.
I think I remember. I think this guy loses his shit, if I remember correctly. I'm pretty sure this guy loses his shit. I'm pretty sure it gets pretty heavy right now.
He created them to be perfect, and we all agree that he created them to be perfect. But then the thing is, we've taken like his cows and his pigs, and we've modified them. So what we're kind of saying to God is, you didn't create his creatures perfect enough, so we're going to make them more perfect, which in my eyes is kind of blasphemous to God, because he created them to be perfect, and then we go against his will by changing them. And I just thought that wasn't right, because he did everything to be perfect. He created us perfectly, he created all animals perfectly, so why did he not create cows and pigs to be perfect as well? That's why I was asking this gentleman. I was wondering if you had an opinion as well, if you'd like to engage. Or you don't have to, of course. You can not talk to me, you can walk on, but I was just wondering.
The legend.
I'm getting ready to get on your bulls and leave these idiots alone.
Is that a yes or a no to the question?
Yes or no to what?
So did we take God's creatures that were perfect and then say to God they're not
they're all perfect.
So why
I created every one of them.
So why are they modified then? Why have we said the cows need to produce more milk and the pigs need to grow fatter quicker and the chickens need to grow fatter quicker if they're perfect already? Are we not playing God?
So we're not playing God.
But we're taking his
playing Cowboys.
Wait, what just happened? Did that just like cut? What the hell? Is that just the end of the?
We're not playing God,
but we're
playing Cowboys.
Oh yeah, that's what the video did. Okay, I thought that guy maybe went off. I had a feeling he went off, but no, I guess not. I think this was Ed at his bravest. I would say, definitely. I think that was his most bold, brave act. Impressive. But with these guys, I mean, I don't think it's going to be like really, really difficult to talk to these guys if you're Ed, especially because he's British, right? That's one thing. So immediately there's just a big cultural divide. Two, that Ed is clearly educated and speaks like an educated person. And again, that's not going to work here because I'm not saying these people aren't educated, but they're educated in things that are not, like, it's not university education we're talking about. They're educated in, like, I don't know, like ranching, rodeo stuff, like living in that part of the world. Like, this is what they're into. I mean, some of them will be university level people, like university like students or whatever, college students and stuff. But like the ones he spoke to clearly didn't appear to be, and didn't appear to have had any kind of philosophical level, like higher level conversation like that. And that doesn't mean that they're idiots or something. That's not what I'm saying. But what I'm saying is, if you really, really wanted to try and reach any of these people, you'd need to be a vegan who was also kind of on that same wavelength, which means that you need to have at least some common ground, some common interest with them, and the ability to understand how their minds work. And it makes for good content to send somebody like Ed into that environment, because he is could not be more the opposite of what they are in every single way. Like, could not be more the opposite, right? So it makes for good content. But I think, like, on paper, it was never going to end well, was it? Let's be honest. It was either going to end up in, it could have gone many ways, but I think none of us were expecting it to go in a very good way. If you catch my drift. And there probably aren't many vegans in that world, if any at all. But if there were a vegan in that world, I reckon it would be quite interesting to see the kind of conversations that would be had between people on the same wavelength in that world. A vegan conversation, that would be very interesting, I would say. 4 more hours to go, guys. We're absolutely charging through here. And I think as we're in this middle kind of the middle part of the session, I think we should definitely try and keep with the heated kind of fast-paced stuff to keep the energy up. So the next one we're going to look at is when Earthling Ed got attacked by somebody. It was I don't think it's like, I think it's a relatively short video. I'm just trying to find it now. I'll just click on so you can see what I'm looking at. It was something like, it's like Earthling Ed attacked by something. There we go. Breaking. Farmer assaults vegan advocate Earthling Ed. Let's have a look at this, shall we? All right. Dramatic. So this one has 71,000 views. It's plant-based news. 3,000 likes, 200 dislikes. February 2018. Let's have a look.
He says yes. He says yes.
Yeah, okay, but you were laughing to yourself in the car. I've asked you why you thought it was funny. You stopped me as well. So.
You see, the thing is, you laugh in your van. I come and talk to you. You can't respond to what I'm saying to you. Getting angry. It's pathetic.
Yeah. Jesus Christ.
It's pathetic.
The finger came out again. I can kind of see how this escalated, huh?
Fucking
Alex, come on, Alex.
I said fucking
Yeah. I said you.
Oh, police are there and everything. I mean, I mean, look, I support Ed, obviously, but that wasn't unprovoked. That was provoked. They're in his face, camera in the car, called him pathetic. Yeah, bloody hell. Alex lost his temper, but I don't know. I think I might have lost my temper too if I was doing something I thought was normal and I was doing a job that I thought I was whatever, you know, and then someone came in my car, started pointing fingers at me in a fucking camera. You're pathetic. I might be like, you what? I'm gonna get out and slap you, mate. Maybe I would have flipped out too. Jesus, man. All right, so what actually do you know what I mean? You know, come on, you gotta be like this. You gotta be a little bit fair to the farmer there. Like, I don't support what the farmer did. I don't support the farmer's job. I don't support what he's doing to animals. I don't support him attacking Ed. But I understand why he got out the car and lost his temper. Fucking hell.
So, quite disturbed to hear about what happened to you today. Would you like to set the scene and just tell us a little bit about what happened?
Setting the scene, so we were laying some roses down at the entrance to kind of pay our respects to the animals that were going to be taken to be slaughtered. And I saw this car pulling out. I know I kind of knew who it was because about 5 minutes before, a couple of activists had come up to me and they'd said that, oh, there was this couple that were laughing at them and mocking them, which they were very upset about, understandably. So this car pulled out and it stopped just where we were laying the roses. And I was filming and I looked through and I could see through the window of their car that they were laughing again. And I thought, right, okay, so I knew they'd already upset a couple of the activists. So I kind of waited maybe 10, 15 seconds or so, and they were still looking at us laughing. So I thought, I'm going to have a wander over and just kind of chat to them because I don't know what's so funny. So as I walked over, the driver, the man, wound down the window. And so I'm looking over the passenger seat past the lady and talking to the man. And I said to him, what's so funny? And he said, what you doing? I said, well, we're laying down some flowers to pay respect to the animals that are going to be slaughtered.
Yeah.
He said, is it all right to swear? Is that okay?
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
Yeah.
You
Okay,
quote the man. You feel free.
Yeah. Okay. So, and he said, oh, you look like pricks. And I said, why? And he said, you just look like a joke. I said, well, can you explain what's funny? Because I don't understand. Can you tell me what the punchline to the joke is? And he was like, I was like, it's just comical. And I was like, but why is it comical? Like, if you're laughing at something, you have to have a reason why it's funny. Tell me why it's funny. And he was getting more and more irate because he couldn't answer the question. So I kept asking him, why was it funny? And he went, oh, you all look ill. And I went, okay. He went, you need to eat some bacon, go have a bacon sandwich. I went, okay, right, that's good. And I said, why would I do that and give myself cancer? And he started laughing again. I said, that's it again, you're laughing. What's so funny? Tell me what the joke is. This went on for too long, this kind of back and forth. And then he started getting pissed off at me because he couldn't respond, and he was going "fuck off." And I said,
"Because you're quite well known for remaining calm in these difficult situations."
I certainly tried to. I mean, I had no reason to be irate at him. Like, there's no reason for me to get angry at him. I went over there because I just didn't understand what was funny. Like, what's funny about a few people, or like a group of people, trying to pay respects to living beings that are going to have their throats cut?
I mean, I think to be honest, I don't know if Ed was being like, I feel like it's a little bit naive to not understand why it's not funny. Like, it's funny because people don't understand it, and people mock what they don't understand, and it looks funny that you're putting roses down outside of a slaughterhouse because people don't care about these animals, or at least they see these animals as resources and food. So for them, it's hilarious. Like, you're putting flowers down for a slaughterhouse, like I don't know. I feel like I can see exactly why people would find that funny. I don't know if Ed is I feel like Ed knows this maybe, but I don't know. Anyway, this is quite a long video. It's like 19 minutes, and it does appear that it's just an interview about the rest of it. But yeah, that was a fiery little exchange that we saw there, huh? But I think we can move on because it is just an interview, and we got the basics of it. The guy got upset because Ed was asking him what was funny, and you know. Someone's like, Arnav's asking me, David, you're still streaming? Wow. Arnav, no offense, mate, but you don't understand the concept of a 10-hour stream? I'm here for 10 hours, man. I'm here for 10 hours. It's like we got 3 hours, 45 minutes left. Let's pick out another fiery one. Let's look at farmers fail to justify killing animals. This is Ed confronting farmers, I believe, on their way into a slaughterhouse. I've seen this one before, I think, and I think I remember liking it. And it's 188,000 views, 2017, 744 dislikes, 9,600 likes. We'll take a look at the comments after, maybe. Oh, actually, wait a minute. Before we watch this, the fucking cowboy one had a lot of dislikes. Let's go see this one, the cowboy one we watched, the ranchers one. We actually didn't check the comments. So, what the fuck? My thing is frozen. So, let's get in the comments here. 22,000 dislikes. Got to have some good comments. And Josephine's asking, have you watched the Bloodlust one yet? I don't know what that is. Can you describe what that is, please? And I'll do a search for it. Okay, let's have a look. So, it looks like there's no pinned comment, actually. So these are like the top comments are actually some of the actually, fuck it. I'm gonna do newest first. Let's have a look. What vegans, this is 21 hours ago, what vegans don't understand is that if there's no cows on the land gets ripped with a tractor. When a tractor rips the earth, there's countless unheard screams of organisms dying, habitat lost, converted to pavement, or short-lived orchards. So, wait, what? I don't get what is he trying to say? You can keep cows on the land without killing them and breeding them and killing them. Like, and you also... this doesn't need to happen to the land. There can actually be land that is cared for without cows being on it. So it's a weird point. I'll respond to it. It's not the case that no cows automatically equals all of that. And even if it were, breeding and killing cows for years, even if it were, it's not a justification for breeding and killing cows for years. Why talk to these people anyway? What a lot of energy wasted. I suppose that's the point. It's for, well, it makes good content though. That's the thing, and it would convince some people who watch it. What about all the critters that get tore up to farm your tofu? Responsibly managed free-range meat is where it's at. And yes, you can develop bonds with livestock. Yeah, Amber, sure, yeah. Responsibly managed free-range meat is where it's at, right? Yeah, and how are you going to feed a population of billions and billions of people? The answer is you can't. There isn't enough land for that. So the next option, the next least violent option is to eat plant-based, and also, especially because there are better ways to produce plants that don't involve critters getting torn up, right? So there is an option to make plant foods without the thing that you're saying. The option this responsibly managed free-range meat, there's no way of doing that without killing animals, and you can't feed the whole world anyway. So we'll respond to that. One, tofu can be produced without animals being harmed. It isn't. It may not be now, but it can be, and it's something we should work for. Two, free-range, responsible meat can't be made without violence to animals, and it could never feed the world population. Anyway, there isn't enough land for that on the planet. There you go. I hope vegans don't think people will stop eating meat, because that will never happen. So I'm not sure what their intentions are. I hope feminists don't think men will stop hitting women, because that will never happen. So I'm not sure what their intentions are. Easy one. Dumb. You're claiming these people eating meat is violence, but you're showing the most violence in the whole world. Wait, what? How is standing and talking to people violence, you numpty? So weird. Where is the Texas vegan community? I live here and know no one vegan. There's lots of vegans in Texas. All right. Now, what were we going to watch? We've done a few comments. That was nice. A few meat flakes. We were going to watch the Ed taking on farmers. Farmers fail to justify killing animals. Let's watch it. Cool. Let's see if we can get to the point where the talking starts.
Auction off of animals, and apart from obviously seeing the animals and bearing witness to them and filming them and showing them as individuals, I want to talk to as many of the farmers and as many of the people who work here as possible. After all, these are the people who are most psychologically and economically invested in this way of life, and I want to ask them the questions I normally ask people to see if they have any different answers, to see if they can morally justify it in a different way, because these are the people that should be able to do that, and I want to see if I can reach any common ground and kind of break down any of those initial boundaries, initial barriers, and see if we can kind of establish something and maybe even plant a seed in the minds of these farmers. So let's see how that goes. I think for me, like the issue isn't necessarily just about the conditions, it's obviously the fact that these animals end up dead anyway, and from my personal opinion, even if we raise them beautifully, it's just the fact that they end up being killed in the first place.
From my point of view, we're omnivores, we eat meat.
Do you think just because we can digest something, does it make it moral? Like we could eat dog, but would that be moral to eat dogs?
I come from a science point of view, I know where we've evolved from.
Yeah, absolutely.
The other apes that are most similar to us, most of them eat meat as well.
Well, I think the apes that we originally evolved from were insects and plants mostly, and then we evolved into like our early Homo sapiens, then we ate meat for necessity. But I guess the thing is we don't have to do so anymore, like because we have an abundance of other stuff available. There was a time undoubtedly where we had to survive, but now we don't, and I think that's why for me the issue of whether or not we should be vegan is so important, because we have the option to be vegan now.
It's not me, mate. It's not me doing chicken farming. It's not me, mate. It's not me.
But you are raising animals to kill them. You are raising animals to kill them. I'm not shouting shame on you.
From my point of view, those guys over there are the same as you. From your point of view, I'm the same as all the
No, I don't agree. I don't agree, because as I said before, it's not about the conditions or the welfare. It's the fact that they're ultimately killed and exploited in the first place. And you can give them a lovely lush greenery, which you probably do.
Moral point of view that you think it's not moral to...
Well, how do you morally justify it? How do you morally justify...
Very easily.
Go on then.
Okay, I produce the animals that I eat.
Yeah.
I look after them to the best of my ability.
Yeah.
They're produced on my own farm.
Yeah.
I see them when they're born. I look after them. I spend all day and all night looking after them. And so morally, I feel I'm justified to then eat them.
Wow. Imagine thinking that you bring someone into the world and then you're like, I look after them, I care for them, I spend this time with them, I see them when they're born, I give them like nice, and then because of that, I'm justified to kill them and eat them. Wait, what? When did we go from looking after them to killing them and eating them? When does this? How does this make sense? Where's that logic? You care for somebody for their entire life, so you're justified in then taking whatever you want from them, right? Is that what people do with the kids too? Like, okay, well, I've raised you, so now give me all your money. When you go 18, you start get a job, pay me all your fucking money. I raised you. You owe me. I take everything from you. Right.
About morally, but why?
People have eaten meat for millions of years.
But we've also murdered and raped each other for millions of years. It doesn't make, just because we've done something for a long period of time doesn't make it moral today.
Strangely enough, I've never done that.
No, it's good, because it's not right, and you acknowledge.
I don't think it's right.
There we go.
Morally, I do think it's right to eat meat.
But you think it's not moral to hurt other people because you see them as being victims. All you have to do is see the animals as victims, and you understand why it becomes an immoral act to kill them.
You're seeing them as a victim, I'm not.
Yeah. But why are they not victims in your eyes? They think and feel, right? They feel pain. They have an inherent preference to live their life like you and I do.
I don't inflict pain on them.
No, but they die. They suffer and die, and they don't want to. So even if they live a lovely life, they still die.
In the most humane way.
Well, but what does the word humane mean? What does the word humane mean to you, as an objective definition?
Well, not having pain.
Or it's compassion and benevolence. But how do we compassionately kill an animal that doesn't want to die for an unnecessary reason?
Well, yeah, but
you've taken that argument to a point where I can't argue against that.
Because it's objective,
no, but I can't argue it saying,
exactly.
oh, that animal doesn't want to die.
Exactly.
Because I am nowhere near that point that you're coming from.
At least that's honest. He said he can't argue back against it, and he's nowhere near that point. As in, he's not. I guess what he's trying to say is he's not even considered that before. He's not even thought about that before. So now he's like, what am I supposed to say to that? Which is a fair point. Like, that's a fair point, and I wish this is actually a really good point to come out with. I wish this happened more often, where somebody was like, do you know what? I've not thought about this enough to come back at you here. You've obviously thought about this a lot. I've not, because this is way more honest than what usually comes out of people at this point, where it's just a load of, like, you know, incoherent nonsense or terrible excuses, which I'm sure this guy's given a lot of too. But this is definitely a more, it's a better conversation than others, isn't it?
To be able to argue.
But objectively speaking, we know that these animals have a preference to live their life. They would rather live their life than be killed.
They wouldn't have lived if we weren't eating them. They would never have existed.
You just came up with that on the spot, by the way. If you go back, look, as he's listening, watch.
But objectively speaking, we know.
Now he looks away. You'll see in a minute. He looks away, and then his brain's ticking, and then he's excited. He gets the point. Watch.
Know that these animals have a preference to live their life.
He's thinking.
They would rather live their life than be killed.
I got it. I got a point.
Have lived if we weren't eating them. They would never have existed.
Yeah, but the fact is that's better than being killed early. Like you and I would. Yeah, but you and I would not like to be exploited and killed at a young age just to have that experience of life.
Right. Yeah, okay, well, you just plant a field of wheat and murder that. And
we don't need to do that. Listen, I don't think you're a bad person.
Is the same thing as animals.
But they're not conscious or alive. They're not sentient. They don't have a brain and a central nervous system. It takes up to 16 kilograms of plants to make 1 kilogram of animal protein. Yeah. So vastly more plants are used in the production of animal products than they are vegan products.
That grows naturally on my farm and has done for hundreds of years.
Yeah.
So what's the problem with them eating that and producing meat out of it?
Well, the problem isn't them eating the grass. No, the problem is they die. We don't need to. But we don't need to eat them.
So we don't need to plough it up.
But at the expense of others, you're saying that it's good for the natural wildlife, but at the expense of these animals.
So my grass at home, I'll just leave it there and I'll let it just go to rack and ruin the ecosystem, and not put any animals on it and not eat animals.
But you don't.
You would rather I do that.
You can allow the wildlife to naturally flourish, allow the natural ecosystem to replenish itself and restore itself.
So in those hundreds of thousands of years ago when people started farming, you're saying those people were wrong.
No, because maybe it was a necessity. It's not a necessity now. I don't think you're a bad person. I don't think.
It wasn't a necessity.
Okay, well then.
They could have carried on hunting, but they have brains.
Okay, right.
It's going to be easier.
But I mean, the necessity to kind of get those calorically dense foods. But now we don't have to do that. We've got Waitrose over there and Tesco's and Sainsbury's. We don't need to do these things to animals anymore because we have an abundance of other foods we can eat. It is full of meat for now. It's changing. You and I can both see that there's more. Hey, listen. I don't think what you're a bad person. I just think what you do is wrong. Okay. No, I don't. I don't think you're a bad person, sir. I am not. No, I don't think you're a bad person. I don't. Please. I don't think you're a bad person. No, I don't. I think what you do is bad. No. I don't think people who slaughter animals are bad people. Not all of us get to choose what we do in life. But I presume you've been raised in a generation thing, and it's probably what you've been taught to do by your family, and that's fine. I don't think you're a bad person for it. Yeah, but you can't kill animals if you love. You can't kill them if you love them. That's the only thing, right?
Well,
you can't kill them if you love them.
Have you ever heard of euthanasia?
Yeah, but that's only because they have to die because they're suffering and in pain. These animals aren't suffering or in pain, and they don't want to die.
Yeah, you're very good at arguing, but seriously.
I'm not.
This guy's like emotionally. He's almost a little bit emotionally vulnerable. You know what I mean? Like, though he's like. That bit where he said, let's go back to it. He said, I love animals. Like he said,
you can't kill them if you love them.
Wait, what was it?
By your family, and that's you.
When he's like, you think I'm a bad person and I love animals, right? He's kind of acknowledging that, like, he's been called out, you know, and I feel like he's emotional here.
I think you're a bad person.
This is like, why would he even give a shit if Ed thinks he's a bad person? He gives a shit because it's getting to him that he thinks that maybe what he's doing is bad.
No, I don't. I think what you do is bad. No. I don't think people who slaughter animals are bad people.
The way he's like looking away, it's really interesting.
Not all of us get to choose what we do in life, but I presume you've been raised in a generation thing, and it's probably what you've been taught to do by your family, and that's fine. I don't think you're a bad person for it. Yeah, but you can't kill animals if you love.
He's really, you know, there's emotion here. It's we saw it again with the last farmer. Like when it's put forward that, hey, look, what you're doing to these animals, it's not all right. Like, it's not cool. It's not necessary, and you know it. they have to look at the mirror and say, shit, like, I thought I loved animals, I thought I cared about animals, but now this person's saying these things to me, and all of a sudden I'm realizing that, wait a minute, maybe I'm wrong, maybe I don't really love them. And it's not, they don't like seeing that picture, it doesn't look nice, it doesn't make them feel good, and you see that it gets emotional. But it's good because it shows that it does show that what I was saying earlier too about, it's not like all farmers are evil monsters. That's not how it works. A lot of farmers probably have more and I know it sounds fucked up to say this, but some farmers probably have more empathy for animals than somebody out in the world who's just eating meat, who doesn't actually, you know, have any connection at all. Like with somebody like this guy, he's got a connection with animals, right? Whether we don't like the connection he has, but until they go to a slaughterhouse, he is claiming he has this connection, he looks after them, right? The problem is the end for him specifically. And probably the problem is the breeding as well, let's be honest. Like the breeding and the end are two of the biggest issues that this guy's... But if he was caring for cows, let's say, if he had a sanctuary, it would be practically the same as his farm without the intensive side of things. If his farm was some kind of small farm where he's not doing intensive factory kind of farming, and if he weren't, without the breeding, without the killing, it wouldn't look so much different than a sanctuary. It wouldn't be so much different than a sanctuary if he is as good as he's claiming he is. If you follow me here, without the killing, without the breeding, it's very similar. They're looking after the animals. The reasons for doing it are different, of course. In his case, he's only looking after them because he makes money from them. In a sanctuary's case, they're looking after them because they care about the animal, actually care. Very big difference. But in the terms of the practical on the ground stuff, you'll find that a lot of sanctuaries that have typically farmed animals like cows, pigs, etc., they operate in very similar way to a farm, to the point where some sanctuaries will call themselves a farm, even though they're not farming anything. You get what I mean? But they operate in such a similar way, like getting up at the crack of dawn to go and change the hay, to change the whatever. There's so many things. There's a long list of things you have to do if you're working at a sanctuary, the same way there's a long list of things you have to do working on a farm. It's just the reasons for doing it are different. And of course, the sanctuary doesn't breed or kill animals. So my point here is that this guy, at some level, in some way, probably does care and get connected to these animals the same way a sanctuary worker would. And he's convinced himself that the breeding and the killing and the milking or whatever he's doing is fine. And now, again, the same as before, Ed puts the mirror up and says, hey, you do all these things to care for these animals, but yet you take them here and kill them. What you can't claim to love them, right? You can't claim to be loving them. And then now the guy's getting emotional because he's realizing that he does care about these animals. And, you know, no one called him out on his bullshit before now, maybe.
Right? Well, you can't kill them if you love them.
Have you ever heard of euthanasia?
Yeah, but that's only because they have to die because they're suffering and in pain. These animals aren't suffering or in pain, and they don't want to die.
Yeah, you're very good at arguing, but seriously.
I'm just trying to put forward an objective reasoning.
Yeah, I know. Yeah,
but I really appreciate you talking to me, by the way.
That's fine. No, it's nice to talk to you as well. I know that there are people who are not quite as nice to talk to as you.
Yeah.
Okay,
yeah.
mentioning
and likely farmers as well. Both sides of us can be aggressive and passionate.
No, I don't want the farmers here and the market officials here because they are threatened by you and they don't know what to do.
Of course,
they're obviously reacting.
Yeah, absolutely. We're all passionate and we're all reacting.
It's totally the wrong thing to do.
I agree. I wholeheartedly agree with you. At least we can agree on that. Have a nice day, sir. Thank you for talking to me.
Okay.
Interesting. All right, there's a little bit more talking as well. Yeah. So I hope that point made sense earlier as well, in that, of course, the reasons are different, but, you know, when these people spend so long with these animals and they're literally the primary... So, for example, with the meat animals, right? Cows that are raised for meat, the primary goal of a farmer is to make them healthy, right? Of a farmer who's like, I'm talking like not like factory farmed, is to keep them healthy and keep them not sick because they can't sell them if they're sick, right? There are certain boxes they have to tick. So that requires them to at least give somewhat of a shit. And if the farmer is actually a good person, as in somebody who actually doesn't just to tick the boxes, as somebody who goes above and beyond because they have some kind of pride in in the way they look after animals, then you'll find that they probably do feel extremely guilty about taking them to kill them. And they don't know it until someone like Ed confronts them and tells them. And then they have to, either try and rationalize it, or they can stop and sell the cows to, give the cows to a sanctuary, and call it a day. Not many of them call it a day, but the ones who do, it's been done before. There are people who do it.
Inside. But do you think that ultimately they will be killed, won't they? So do you think that that's exploitation?
Do you know that?
What's
there
that?
Could be females in there. They could be going to have cock.
But they still get killed at the end of the day, don't they?
Did he mean like they're going into getting impregnated? They could be going to have cock. Ew, that's Jesus.
No, they could be going to breed.
No, but they still get killed at the end of the day. There's always a point where they get killed. Yeah. If it was dogs, would you feel any differently? But no, but like morally, what's the difference between a dog and eating a cow or a pig? There's no right or wrong answer. I'm interested to know morally what you think.
We don't agree, and it's fine.
But yeah, but morally, what's the difference between eating a dog?
I realise what you're saying. I agree with you.
Yeah, yeah. And would you eat a dog?
No, I wouldn't eat a dog. I don't even fucking eat meat, to be perfectly honest with you.
Good. That's
there
good.
You go.
Well done. No, it's good. That's good.
Everybody has their life choices, and that's the choice that these people have made, and this is the choice that you've made.
Do you think we should consider the choice of the animals in the situation, the fact that they have a preference to live and not be killed?
None of them are going to die.
No, not now, but they will ultimately end up dead. Yes, yeah. This is just another stage of the process before they end up dead.
If we didn't have, there would be none left.
Only
They'll all be extinct.
But we breed them into existence.
Nobody is going to look after them.
Well, there'll be sanctuaries and stuff, and naturally people who do care.
It's expensive.
Yeah, but the sanctuaries do exist. But at the end of the day, like, we've got to decide what life is better, and is it better to be born into an existence where you're born to be killed, or to not be born at all? These animals aren't in pain or suffering, and they're still being killed, aren't they? And I totally agree about euthanasia, and if animals are suffering, they should definitely be put down. That's the only humane thing to do. But the way that we treat animals that don't want to die isn't humane, or at least not in my opinion.
Well, no, and I don't think that. I think that people see the bad because they want to.
I agree.
I don't think all farmers treat their animals badly.
But ultimately they still end up dead, don't they? It's no matter how nicely you treat them, the fact that they will still end up with a knife across their throat or in a gas chamber, whatever way it is, it still makes it wrong.
Kill children. Some people kill humans.
And that's wrong as well, right?
Well, it is, but...
But what?
People abuse kids.
They do, and it's not right.
And it's not right.
How many people...
What's that got to do with anything? What a weird line of question. Well, a weird line of logic to go down.
World is that 7 billion?
7.5 billion.
Okay.
Or thereabouts.
How many people eat meat?
I can't tell you. The majority of people. Yeah. But it doesn't make it moral just because the majority of people do something. Like the majority of people used to believe that slavery was all right. It wasn't. I mean, personally, what moral justification would you use to slaughter, like, the lives of these cows? Like, how do you morally justify that?
Well, I'm a Christian, and it's in the Bible to eat meat.
But in the Garden of Eden, what did Adam and Eve eat?
Does it make a difference?
Yeah, I mean, they were vegan in the Garden of Eden. I think that the reality is with religion is God has neither said that we have to or don't have to, okay, and it becomes like a choice between the two of us.
Exactly.
So
it's a choice.
It becomes almost irrelevant about God because again it becomes personal, and again the question is what moral justification do we use to justify it?
You could back that both ways, couldn't you?
You could too. But I'm just saying God hasn't told us that we have to eat animals. And the fact that I think that when the Bible was written, we probably had to live. Now we don't. So I think in the eyes of God, this is my personal opinion, in the eyes of God, because we had the option between not killing his creatures or killing his creatures, morally, he'd prefer if we didn't.
I don't think this guy even gives a shit about what the Bible says. I think it's just a pure excuse. I think a lot of people use the Bible or religious texts as excuses, but then they'll go through their lives doing nothing else by the book. Nothing else by the book, by the Bible. Like, they'll actually do things that are actively prohibited in the Bible, right? And the things they don't like in the Bible, like, Old Testament, if you apologize to the father of the person you raped, of the girl you raped, then you get off. You're okay. It's fine. You'll be fine. That's fine if you apologize. Oh no, if you marry the girl, I think it's something like that as well. Then it's totally fine. You can stone people to death. That's in the Old Testament of the Bible as well. Stoning people. There's loads of shit in Old Testament. And there's loads of things like, even in the New Testament, in each religious scripture, there's loads of shit that people just pick and choose and ignore and stuff. Thank you. Because it's easier to pick and choose and ignore. And then the things they do like, they'll use the Bible to try to justify the things they do like doing, even though they would never use it. They would never rely on it for the things they wouldn't do. Like, using the Bible as a moral system makes absolutely no sense because there's so much immoral shit in it. You can't just pick and choose from it. It's hilarious that people do it though, and I've always found that to be a very fascinating thing. And by the way, I got some vegan meatballs here with some dips. It's like, oh my god, it's like snacking food, so we can keep on reacting. We can munch and react.
There are also massive. It's down to people's own personal convictions, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, ultimately, but do you think that we should consider the personal convictions of the animal who has a preference to live?
Has an animal got a soul then? So how would it know?
Well, I mean, I'm not Christian, so I don't necessarily believe in what you believe in, but what I do know is that an animal is alive, they think and feel, and ultimately have a preference to live that life. That's why if we put pain upon them, they flee or try and run away like we do, because they want to live. And to me, it's not about whether they have a soul or not, it's just about the fact that they're alive, and because they're alive, they should be granted a basic moral respect to be given that chance to live, you know?
As I said, I've got nothing. Everybody's right to their own opinion.
Yeah.
That's yours.
Yeah.
I've got mine. Happy days.
Well, say there was a room, and in the room was a lamb, and in that room with the lamb there was Jesus and the devil. Which one would kill the lamb?
Varies.
Varies. Would they work together?
What?
Would they come together?
The Passover, that was a lamb that was killed, wasn't it?
Yeah. But say in the situation now, which one would kill the lamb? So they both kill the lamb?
No, I didn't say that.
Well, I mean, which one would be engaged in the killing, Jesus or the devil? I mean, does the devil step back and let Jesus kill the innocent animal, or...?
At the end of the day, it's everybody's own conviction.
But at the end of the day, when there's a victim, like if I want to bet on dog fighting, that's my personal choice. It doesn't make it moral just because I want to throw a couple of quid down on dog fighting, does it?
But no, that's everybody's got their own judgments, haven't they?
Oh my god!
But then, if morality is totally subjective, then surely rape and murder and theft and...
I hate this like political aim of political style where it's like everyone's got their own opinion. Everyone's got their own opinion. It's like, dude, come on, man.
Mugging and arson are totally moral because everyone has their own personal convictions.
I'm not.
It's
not for me to comment on that sort of thing. I'm here on business.
I know. I'm putting you on the spot, and I appreciate that.
I would hate to see somebody killed here.
Likewise.
Because at the end of the day.
And to be honest, I know these animals aren't dying here, but this is why we're here, because we hate to see someone being killed.
Yeah.
And that's why we're here. Yeah. It's just all you've got to ask yourself is if we can live a healthy, happy life without harming others, why wouldn't we? And do you value your taste over the life of another? I mean, are your taste buds worth more than the life of an animal?
Subjection, isn't it?
What do you reckon?
Depends what your judgment is.
What's your judgment tell you?
I eat meat.
So how do you morally justify your taste preference? Because it's not about, the way I see it, you don't have to put non-human animals on the same level as humans. You can agree that humans are superior, that's fine. Or you have to acknowledge that non-human animals, their worth of life is higher than the sensory pleasure we get from taste alone. That's all we have to acknowledge. And if we can establish that the life of a sheep is worth more than our taste buds, then that's why it becomes morally disingenuous to eat them.
Good.
Something to think about, right? Food for thought, pardon the pun.
Yeah. Literally.
Literally, pardon the pun, yeah.
Okay, done with that. That was an interesting one, huh? Very interesting one. The guy at the end was totally done with him. The comments seem to be, Ed does not seem to grasp that many animals in their natural habitat are still prey to other animals. So it's okay for other animals to prey and eat them, but Homo sapiens cannot. Homo sapiens cannot. Funny. I mean, I've been through this. I was bummed. Other animals work on instinct and survival. They have no choice. You have a choice. I have a choice. That's why we don't base what we do on other animals, and we make intelligent, moral decisions instead. Come on. I just wanted to just the one comment this time, and I will take and then we'll take a look at what else we've got, so I can keep eating while we watch some more. We've got part 2 of that one. Looks interesting. Let's do this BBC debate. This one was funny. I remember this one vaguely. I remember it being interesting. This one's got almost 250,000 views. Only 400 dislikes. Lots of likes. Let's give it a watch. It's called oh my God, Vegan and Dairy Farmer live BBC debate. Let's watch.
And I get a ton of abuse from farmers as well. Like, I get death threats sent to me. I have farmers saying they're going to events where I'm at and they're going to hurt me, stuff like that. But most worryingly, I have farmers who message me saying they're going to go abuse an animal. They're going to go shoot a calf. They're going to go hurt their pigs because I've irritated them. Now, I don't believe that this is acceptable from any side at all. But what I think is really important to note is perspective. And in this situation, it's neither Paul or myself who are the victims. The only victim in this situation is the animal, because they're the one that's kind of the knife pulled across their throat. They're the ones who suffer and ultimately die. And although words are not very nice, the actions of what we do to animals are significantly worse than any words that can be said to either of us.
You have, as far as I understand it, and correct me if I'm wrong, Ed, you've openly trespassed on property as part of your activism, which is not breaking criminal law, it is breaking civil law. Why don't you do what other people do when they object to something, which is write to your MP, write to the Environment Secretary, get a debate going and try to get the law changed using the normal democratic process?
Well, if we look at any social justice movement throughout history, laws have always been far behind, and laws always kind of are struggling to catch up with the activism of its time.
Granted.
Now, as you say, trespass is a civil offence, it's not a criminal offence. I think this whole idea that farmers are using fear of trespass is a distraction, and they're not scared of the trespass, and what they're scared of is what the footage and the information is showing. And because of trespass, a civil offence, we're showing a whole hidden industry that, I mean, Paul said that farming is transparent. It's anything but transparent. The things that we do to animals in terms of the mutilations are not transparent. What happens in slaughterhouses is not transparent. And even on a dairy farm, things like the male calves and the female calves being separated from their mothers, many people don't know that. In fact,
Respond to that.
Well, back on my farm, Ed, we are transparent. You know, I enjoy using social media to show people exactly what we do. Many farmers also engage in events such as Open Farm Sunday, which is a time of the year when we can open our gates and invite the local community to come around and have a real look at what we're doing. What I would suggest is that activism is perhaps discouraging farmers from doing this. So although you may ask for an open, transparent way of looking at farming, when we do provide this, the counter effects that we receive is the distressing instance I've just told you about.
I mean, do you show the people that come to your farm things like the artificial insemination? Do you show them what happens to the calves? Do you show them the pens they're kept in for up to 8 weeks at a time where they're not allowed to see their mums, they're not allowed to nurture, they're not allowed to socialise? Do you take them to the slaughterhouse as well and show the knife being pulled across their throat? Or do you keep that bit hidden and just show kind of the cows grazing and being fed?
That is an absolute destruction from Ed. Absolute destruction.
Across their throat? Or do you keep that bit hidden and just show kind of the cows grazing and being fed?
I like to think that we show everyone.
Volume's up full on this one, guys. Nothing I can do about it. It's a low volume video.
The full spectrum of
farming. Do you, or you either do or you don't?
Well, I like to think that we do, yes.
So do you show the people that come to your farm what happens to the dairy calves that are taken from their mother?
Yes.
And do you show the fact that they suckle on people's fingers because they want to suckle from their mother to obtain the milk that we take that is rightfully for them?
Well, the arguments that Ed's portraying are some of the management practices that we use on farm every day. And I guess one of the things that we can agree on, although we've highlighted a lot that we don't, is that what we really should be looking at is educating everyone, the consumer that enjoys spreading melted butter or delicious cheeses across their toast, exactly how that is produced. And I think that's one thing that we can both agree on, that what we need to do is show everyone how we produce food in our country, because I guess what we sometimes...
He's totally dodged the question, basically. You're not showing people what you do to dairy cows.
...forget is that we all need a farmer 3 times a day. And the truth is that 98% of people enjoy consuming cheeses and butters and yogurts. So let's get out and show them really how that is properly done.
Ed, coming back to you, I mean, this footage is online. If people want to see it, they can see it.
But people don't want to see it because they know that what's in the footage is upsetting.
Right. And that's their choice. And then they can carry on eating meat with a without waking up at night.
If it's not good enough for your eyes, why is it good enough for your stomach? If you can't face the reality, how can you morally justify paying for it to continue?
It's their choice.
What about the choice of the animals who have a preference to live their life? You see, we can eat other things. It's not a necessity for us to eat animal products. We can survive and thrive on a plant-based diet. So in effect, it's unnecessary. So these animals should be given their preference, which is to live their life without our exploitation of them.
What is your ultimate goal?
So the world that we want is ideally a vegan world. So that's a world where people understand that the exploitation of animals is unnecessary and has no place in contemporary society. What we have to ask ourselves is, are a taste preference worth more than the life of an animal?
So Eerie in the comments is saying, notice how he's feeding off of people's sensory addiction to taste. The farmer went for that. He was talking about delicious spreads, delicious butter, delicious cheese, blah, blah, blah. That was his angle. But I think it failed miserably for him.
Because, you know, a meal to us lasts a matter of minutes, but death for an animal is eternal. They have one chance of life. What right do we have to take it from them just because we enjoy the taste of their flesh in a sandwich?
Farmers are here to produce what the consumer wants. We're a demand-led industry, and we'll continue to provide great, nutritious food.
It's weird how some of these videos just like cut off so quickly. But yeah, there was that one. It was interesting. That farmer was just way out of his depth, wasn't he? He had no arguments, no responses apart from just repeating himself and trying to avoid Ed's questions, which tends to be what a lot of these people do. I think we've got more videos of Ed debating farmers as well. Let's take a look. Shall we look at some more? Let's take a look at some more debates that he did, like more actual kind of like straight up debates, and then we'll come back. There is definitely another farmer one. I know that for sure. Hey, look at that. We're into the last 3 hours almost. Crazy. Let's take a look. I've not seen this one. It's called Veganism is an Elitist Stance. It's one of his newer ones. Let's take a look at this one. As I said again, I've not seen it. 98,000 views, 7,000 likes, 113 dislikes. Not still, again, very much supported, which is cool. Let's take a look.
I don't really want to eat.
Want?
Yeah, want, of course, want. But in order to fulfill, you know, my caloric needs, I don't want to eat the same dry beans.
You don't have to eat the same dry beans.
I mean,
you're creating an extreme scenario to try and justify this. You don't have to do that. Hey, nice to meet you. My name's Ed. Today we're at USC, and as you know, I have a banner here. And the banner says, "Why aren't you vegan yet?" You've been waiting, you kindly sat down. What is your response to that question?
I think there's a lot of different ways to look at the whole vegan argument.
Sure.
For starters, I think that there are sustainable ways to eat meat.
Okay.
Now, you'll never find me supporting or condoning factory farming, or, you know, clear-cutting Brazilian forests to grow feed.
Sure.
But I think that if you're sustainably hunting, say, deer in a German forest or in a forest here in the United States, you know, considering that deer are already overpopulated, I think that's a sustainable way to produce meat. On top of that, I think that, especially like, look at where we live in South Central LA, we really live in a food island here. So I think it's sort of an not entitled, but sort of an elitist stance to say that it's immoral to be vegan.
Did you just say that in South Central LA they live in a food island? Did you just say, is he trying to say that like it's hard to get food there where they are at this university campus? Is that what he was trying to get at? Like, I hope that this. I'm not going to jump to conclusions, but I hope that he's going to elaborate on this, because that I don't believe that for a second.
Or to not be vegan, because I look at the supermarket where I shop and I look at what I can eat if I were to be vegan and what I can eat as a meat eater, and how I can just fulfill sort of my daily dietary requirements. And it's difficult and expensive, right, to substitute and to find the right substitutes to be nutritionally healthy as a non-vegan.
So some plant-based alternatives are undeniably more expensive than their meat counterparts. Of course, that can't be denied. That comes down to a few issues: supply and demand issues. Also, the subsidization of meat inherently pulls the price down. So there are a couple of socioeconomic factors that can be a part of that. But the point still remains that some plant-based alternatives are more expensive. But there are also a whole host of plant foods that are relatively inexpensive. So when you look at things like whole grains, legumes, chickpeas, so peas in general, lentils, those kind of foods, they can actually be very inexpensive compared and can actually bring the price down. So it varies on what you're purchasing, definitely. The point about the deer is an interesting point. Because from an isolated perspective, you know, obviously let's separate morality and sustainability. Of course, we separate those two things. So from a sustainability perspective, of course, one person going out into the Bavarian forests of Germany, or indeed the forests of Connecticut here in the US, for example, and shooting one deer does not have a broad, you know, impact on the environment. Yeah. However, the issue then becomes, if we're deeming, you know, that to be a sustainable form of meat production, it's only a sustainable form of meat acquirement because hardly anyone does it. If we removed factory farming and tried to fulfill people's, you know, desire for meat from hunting, we quickly realize that 30 million deer versus 350 million US citizens has a sustainability issue as well. So when we talk about sustainable food systems, those sustainable food systems are food systems that work to feed the masses, yes, which obviously hunting wouldn't be able to do.
No, I do agree with you, but you asked me why am I not a vegan?
Ah, right. Yeah.
And I was telling you why I'm not a vegan.
Yeah.
Do I believe in veganism as a concept? I mean, I think it's one of the ways that we can be more sustainable as a society, for sure.
Right.
But you asked me why am I not a vegan, and that was my answer.
And so you only eat a deer hunted in the US?
And so, no, I don't. But I'm saying, morally, that's what, if I had the, I'm not a vegan because I don't have the means to be a vegan.
Right. Okay.
At the end of the day, right? I have not the time to sit down and cook my legumes.
But you have the time to cook the meat and the dairy and the eggs.
I don't really cook meat. I eat whatever's available. I don't really have the time to cook for myself, right? It's terrible. I agree. It's unsustainable. If I had the time, I would definitely cook, eat more sustainably, right? I mean,
wait. So he doesn't have the time to cook vegan food, right? But he has the time to eat other food, and he also has the time to sit and have a 23-minute conversation with Earthling Ed, right? Yeah, this young university student is so pressed for time. Even sounding like he's a fucking single mum of 3, working 3 jobs just to stay afloat. Like, no, dude, you're a university student. What the fuck are you talking about? I hope Ed calls him out on that bullshit.
I mean, I'm from Tanzania originally.
Tanzania, nice.
Right? And so I can tell you there, the way I eat is sustainable, and I do eat meat, right? Because we have a neighbor who's a cow farmer.
Wait a minute. Not only that, this kid is from Tanzania, so that means his family has enough money to send him to university in America. So he is literally about as privileged as it gets, right? In terms of, and you could say, oh, but you're assuming this. Oh, how else did he get to the USA from Tanzania if he wasn't already rich? If you're not already aware, Tanzania's in Africa, all right? And it is not a rich country. So if he was like actually like Tanzanian, like most people in Tanzania are, which is like not hyper rich, then he wouldn't be in the USA. I don't see how he could get over to university. So I'm assuming, and I'm probably correctly so, that he's from a rich family living there, and that's how he's able to be here. But he's sitting here now making all these excuses about not being able to have time to cook or whatever. I'm making a lot of assumptions. I'm aware of that, but let's see if we get the truth out. But I mean, that's what it appears to be the case to me. I might be wrong, though.
Right? I see these cows every day. I see how they live.
Sure.
I see the carbon footprint. I see how they're killed.
There's firstly a kind of a consideration I have to apply to this, which is, you know, when we talk about sustainability, the issue becomes about, it becomes less about veganism and more about like the environmental impact. What I mean by that is veganism is beneficial for the environment, but as a philosophy, it's not about the planet. You're not in Tanzania, you're in LA.
Yeah.
And so from that perspective, you're not consuming the food that you say is justifiable to consume.
Yes.
So from that perspective, how do you justify consuming the food that you're consuming here in LA away from the cow farmer in Tanzania?
No, I'm hungry and I'm a broke college student, and that's the easiest way for me to get the protein that I need.
Okay, so hungry, okay. Well, you can eat other food.
Of course.
Yeah.
But it's the most convenient, cheap, and
this kid's not broke.
Effective way for me to get the protein that I need at the end of the day. And I realize that's like a very self-centered argument, right? And I understand the implications, and I know there's a million different rebuttals that you could make to that comment, but at the end of the day, like that's the reality for so many Americans. And so until that changes, and there are more vegan, you know, subsidies and ways for us to be vegan more conveniently, it's just not going to change.
Okay. Where do you get your food from then, if you don't mind me asking? Because you say you don't really cook food.
I mean, I cook a bit.
Okay.
But I eat whatever. I mean, like sometimes it'll be Postmates, and if I do get Postmates, I'll try and eat something sustainable. Sometimes it'll be, you know, just whatever's open, whatever's close by. I have a supermarket right next to my house.
And in that super. Okay, so when you're going to Postmates, you have options.
Yeah, of course.
When you're going to the supermarket, you have options. So from a convenience perspective, it's no less.
This kid's really suffering out there. He's getting food delivered to his door. He's getting food from the supermarket next to his house. Oh my God, this kid, I feel so bad for him. He must be he's struggling so much.
Inconvenient or convenient for you to go into the supermarket and buy something else, or go into Postmates and type in vegan and get a delivery from Veggie Grill or somewhere else, as opposed to where you do it.
So listen, so if I'm eating Postmates, I will try and eat a salad, right? Like that is something that I do try and stick to. And if I walk into a supermarket, I will try not to buy the beef, right? Because I know beef, especially beef that we eat in the US, is by far the worst environmentally and sustainably, right?
It is, yeah.
But will I eat chicken? Yes. Because at the end of the day, when it comes to cooking my chicken, right? Legumes, cooking legumes takes hours. Like,
not if you buy tinned legumes, it takes seconds, minutes.
I buy tinned legumes, but have you had tinned legumes, especially in this country?
Oh yeah, I have. They're alright. Chickpeas are nice.
Oh man, come on, they kind of taste like shit. Yeah.
Not true.
Maybe that's just a matter of preference, but it's much more. How do I word this? Sitting down and cooking a little bit of chicken on my pan, right? Yeah. Searing up some chicken and then eating it is far more wholesome for me, right? First of all, the protein that I get is significant. The time that it takes is significantly less, and it tastes so much better than that tin of legumes that I'd go and buy for $2 from Smart and Final and sit down and eat. Like, maybe it's a difference in taste preferences, but I think that's also, I think this is kind of a dead end argument, you know.
Oh, I don't think it is, because your foundation for consuming animal products was determined by a few factors. Firstly, convenience, but it's no more or less convenient for you to buy something else in the supermarket and cook it. It was then time to cooking time, but of course the time it takes to sear a chicken and cook it thoroughly so you don't get ill from salmonella and E. coli is the exact same amount of time, or potentially more time, than it would be to cook some chickpeas, some frozen vegetables, you know, add some soy sauce to that, maybe a packet of Uncle Ben's rice or something. Is pretty much the same time. And when you look at the price, a price for a packet of chicken breasts is going to be higher than it is for a tin of chickpeas and a bag of frozen vegetables and some, you know, big bag of rice.
So listen, you asked me why am I not a vegan, right?
I did, yeah.
And I told you why I'm not a vegan when I'm not in this setting, right? And I'd much rather fixate on that side of my argument than on when I'm in LA, because when I'm in LA, I'm not operating the way I would like to.
But when you're in LA, you're making choices. So, of course,
this guy is so full of shit.
Be different parts in your life where
choices, but you're constrained by so many more factors here.
In LA,
what are you constrained about in LA? And someone just put in the comments saying this college he's at is $61,000 a year. So tell me, what exactly is this kid being constrained by?
Hey, where you have supermarkets and you have an
if you can afford that.
Of options that most people in the world don't even have. LA is one of the best and easiest places to have that choice.
I would say yes. Have you been to Smart and Final, which is a supermarket where I shop?
Yes, I've been in a variety of different supermarkets, and they all have the plant-based foods. You're not going to the supermarket and only finding chicken breast. So the point I'm trying to make is the arguments that you made initially to justify not being vegan are not justifiable enough to negate the consequence of that consumption. You know, even the sustainability impact, but more importantly, the moral impact of that.
Well, you see, I think the moral impact, I don't think there's really moral implications to eating a chicken. I've killed chicken. I would kill a chicken and eat it with no problem, right? Sure. That's not my issue. I think you're basing a lot of what's so wrong with eating chicken on the moral side of it.
I think that is the biggest issue. Sustainability-wise, is a big issue, of course, but it's beyond that.
Talk about the moral. So why are you so morally opposed to the eating of other animals?
Because the animals that we consume are sentient, so they have capacities, certain capacities. The capacity to feel, so the capacity to experience suffering, pain, but also, you know, pleasure and happiness. And they're individuals. And importantly, what we do to them is unnecessary. So, obviously, in a time of necessity, or in cultures where there is necessity, tribes perhaps, or areas of the world where the accessibility isn't what it is here, that becomes a different issue, because in the times of necessity, you can justify, you know, different things. But in the absence of necessity, which, you know, where we are in the situations that you and I are in, there is an absence of necessity when it comes to eating animal products.
Do you know what would be great is if we could get like the Earthling Ed debate videos, but only the person he's debating, like a supercut of only the person that he's debating, and then just like a super like 10-hour video or 12-hour video of just that, of just all these different people and all their arguments, just one after another, and then just to like see them one after another and just see them all together and how ridiculous they are when you piece them all together. I think that would be a lot of fun.
The consideration that animals deserve based on things like sentience, the capacity to experience and suffer, outweigh the convenience, let's say, of us wanting to consume their flesh, or the enjoyment that we get from consuming their flesh. that's what I think it comes down to.
I'm sorry, just to better understand your argument, what's the basis for how you like weigh one versus the other? I mean, obviously you're human, we're all intrinsically selfish beings. Like, how do you weigh the suffering of a chicken versus how much you want to eat the meat? Like, can I ask how you sort of draw that comparison?
I asked
to better understand the grounds.
Of course you may. So I asked myself the question, first and foremost, what do I think has higher value, taste or their life? Now, for me, obviously, in the position I'm in, I believe that their life has higher value than the taste I get from them. But back in the day when I used to eat animals, and I would say taste, I had to think, well, what does that actually mean? And that meant that I'm valuing sensory pleasure as a moral justifier. If I acknowledge that animals deserve moral consideration and therefore what we do to them is a moral issue, but the reason that I'm doing what I do to them is because I enjoy how they taste, I'm saying that my sensory pleasure morally is a moral justifier. And I don't believe that that is the case. What do you think?
Are you familiar with this idea of moral relativism?
I am familiar.
And I realize this is sort of a problematic route to take, and you can point to Germany in the 40s and all that.
Maybe so.
Going down that route. But I think that is definitely something that one can consider. As a society, we've come to accept it, and I think that as a society, we determine what's morally right and what's morally wrong.
As a society, yes.
As a society, as a whole.
But what a society believes to be morally right and wrong changes and evolves over time. 1940s Germany is a good example.
I know. I gave you that example.
I'd have thought of it anyway. There's a multitude of different examples, and so moral relativism is an interesting philosophical position. But in the real, tangible world where our decisions have consequences, we don't actually live by the philosophy of moral relativism.
No, we don't. I just wanted to throw that out there because I think...
Because you're a little douchebag. By the way, we'll take a quick little break because I want to just talk to you about the fundraiser again because it's really important and I really want to make sure we raise some money for these guys. So remember, we are raising some money today with the fundraiser today for these guys here. We're trying to help animals survive the war in Ukraine. Okay, there's a group called Ukraine Animal Task Force, and basically these are on the ground. One of them that I know personally is a vegan animal rights activist, and she's on the ground. They're trying to get animals out of Ukraine, try and get them safe, both wild and domestic animals, out of the country or get them safe in the country. They're trying to get them transport, trying to get supplies, trying to get medicine for them, trying to get the medical attention. Okay, there's a lot of horrible shit going on there right now. So help us, help them, please. Let's get some money over to them. So far, we've raised 40 euros, which is good. But I think it's a bit more, actually. 1 second. Let's double check. Okay, 60 euros, which is good, which is a great start. We've got a couple of hours left, guys. So if you've got a couple of dollars, couple of euros that you want to throw over here, please do it because they really need it. We need to help them help the animals. And remember, none of your money will go towards any non-vegan food or anything like that. We've already agreed that if they're buying any food for the animals, please make it vegan food. They've agreed that none of your money will go towards that. It will only go towards vegan food, medical treatment, transport, and any other costs that they need to get these animals to safety, to get them out of the war. Okay, so please get over there and check out the GoFundMe, and please send over a few euros, a few dollars to help with this because it's really important and they really need our help. Okay, guys, if you're enjoying today's stream, do it, please. Help us out, help us help them. It's really important. Thank you. How are you enjoying the stream so far? I see somebody came in here thinking I was ripping on Earthling Ed, which is funny. I guess the thumbnail wasn't so clear about why we were watching Earthling Ed. That's hilarious. But yeah, no, we're not ripping on Ed, unfortunately for that person. I've seen 2 people came here today thinking that I was going to be ripping on Ed. It's quite interesting, I guess. They thought I was an anti-vegan or something, which is good though, because that means I don't look like a vegan, which is good. Because that means that maybe some anti-vegans come to the channel, watch a video thinking it's thinking I'm an anti-vegan or whatever, and then they actually get some vegan content, which is cool, right? That's always nice. It's always nice to not be given away completely, apart from the fact that I'm wearing a t-shirt that says veganism. But I suppose it doesn't look like it says veganism. It looks like it says Metallica, to be fair. So that could be it. If you're interested in this t-shirt, by the way, they're on the website now. They're for sale with a few other t-shirts. I think they're pretty cool. I'm very happy with them. Very proud of them. David McCammon as super chat. It says, appreciate your activism. Thank you. Thank you so much, David. You're absolute fucking legend. Everybody who's donated to me through the super chats, through the Streamlabs, thank you so much. And to everybody donating on the GoFundMe as well. You're legends for donating to that as well. Thank you so much, everybody. I really appreciate all your support. Let's jump back in and take a look at what this... honestly, this guy's kind of boring, isn't he? I don't think he's not really got much conviction in what he's saying, so it's kind of boring in a way, I feel. But we'll see what else he's got to say. We've got a little bit more. And if it is boring, if it goes on and stays boring, I think we'll just bail out and find a more exciting video. Let's see.
I think that is, at the end of the day, if you went around this school and asked people why they do eat meat and why they don't think that way.
Oh, and by the way, I've got something coming up. We've got Earthling Ed's most famous video. That's on the way. Earthling Ed's most viewed video. We haven't watched it yet, so stick around for that one because that one's the biggest, most dramatic one, I suppose. I mean, I don't know actually. I haven't seen it, but it's his most viewed video on YouTube. So
what moral relativism was per se, that would be the argument that they made, right, in one capacity or another, because everyone else does it. But I think at the end of the day, when you weigh your own needs versus the life of another sentient being, it's impossible to make the comparison, right? Because you're the only one who experiences your own like, how do I word this properly? You're the only one who experiences your own experience.
Absolutely.
Right? And so at the end of the day, it's very easy for you to weigh your needs over that of someone else. And it just becomes this completely subjective sort of roundabout argument that, do I value the life of another human over a meal? Of course. Do I value the life of a chicken over my meal? Perhaps. We don't know, right? And so I think you end up going in this circle that you can't come out of, because I say, well, I value, the taste of my food over the life of the chicken, and you're going to say, no, I value the life of the chicken over the taste of my food, right? And we're going to go in circles for hours because, I don't know.
Yes, on that line, but there's another way of potentially going about this. The first thing is, you're saying the needs. Firstly, it's not the life of the chicken versus the needs. It's our wants, because it's not a need. So when we phrase it that way, it becomes maybe a little bit more, easier to discern, what the black and white should be, because it's about their life versus our want. But
I think the way that we can maybe break through this potential barrier that we could have is to try and understand what your morals around animals are. Is it that you don't think animals deserve moral consideration and that's why it's fine? Or do you think that animals do deserve some moral consideration? And I guess if they do, what moral consideration?
Hudson there in the background. You guys know Hudson Tarlow? He's a good guy, good activist.
Do they deserve?
Yeah, no, of course. I think that's a difficult question, because you go, would you eat a horse? And I go, no. And you say, would you eat a cow? And I go, yes. Right? And so we end up kind of going in circles there, because what's the difference between a cow and a horse? It all ties back to moral relativism, right? As a society,
which isn't a good moral framework.
We've sort of come to the agreement. It's not a good moral framework, but that's what everyone's argument eventually goes back to, right?
It can do
for many people.
But whilst the discrepancies or the
arbitrary lines that we may draw up between species point to a certain hypocrisy in our view of animals, I think potentially there's another way of getting there. And that would be to try and discern whether or not reducing animal suffering we should consider to be a moral priority. Should we pursue the reduction of animal suffering?
Okay, can I ask you a question? And this is
just... You come back to my question afterwards.
I will come back to your question, of course. But, I've spoken to other vegans, kids in my class, whatever, and, they've compared, they think that animal suffering is one of our world's greatest issues. Right? I mean, I've heard people compare it to some of the, humanity's greatest atrocities, and they say that, the mass slaughter of millions of animals every day is a travesty. And my question is, do you agree? Do you think that as a moral dilemma is comparable to some of our society's greatest atrocities, or would you say that there is also a distinction, right? Because what you're saying is that we really need to take into consideration the suffering of these animals, right? And so my question is, how would you compare what's taking place now in this mass animal suffering with mass human suffering? Would you say that this is as great or a greater atrocity than...
I don't know why this is relevant, and I'm very tempted to just skip over this point, to be totally honest with you, because it's just like it's called red herring as well. He's just bringing up a topic that makes no difference to him at all. He's completely beside the point. So I'm just going to skip through him. He's pissing me off.
Way more chickens are suffering, right?
Right.
Think that the life of a chicken is worth less. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Well, even if we did reach that conclusion, and my views on I'm
skipping through
based on the numbers.
Thank you so much for the super chat, Crystal. Really appreciate it. Thank you so much to everybody who supported the channel. You're all fucking legends. You're making this. You're helping me keep going, okay? Can't do this without you. And remember, all of the super chats, all the Streamlabs donations, they go straight back into the channel to get gear, to get out and about, to make the videos, to support myself and my team in getting this shit out there, which is a very small team, by the way, but it's still a team nevertheless. So thank you so much. Hopefully we're going to grow this team. I am looking for a video editor right now, actually, to help. But I first of all need to get more money. So your donations really help with making this a possibility. Thank you.
Well, then we would say, well, one of those atrocities was worse than the other because one of those atrocities caused more suffering. Yeah. But in effect, what that does is it sounds like we're devaluing the other atrocities.
I'm going to keep moving on.
That's why you would morally justify saving the life of the human over the chicken. So in an extreme situation, you might value the human life over the chicken's life. To the question, that's a great that you're justified just to kill the chicken normally. Which brings me back to the question. That's a great answer. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. Thank you. Very well put. Thank you. I appreciate that. I mean, I've said it before probably, but I really appreciate you saying that. So to bring back to the question that I asked before,
to the question. Good.
Should we, when we're looking at issues of moral consideration in animals, is the reduction of suffering something that we should prioritize when it comes to our treatment of animals?
You see, this is a difficult question to answer because if I say no, right, and I say we shouldn't minimize and try and decrease the suffering of animals, I mean, you know, that's like killing Nemo, right? That's that's a morally terrible thing to say. Right. And so obviously, yes, I do think we should. That's why I'm, you know, opposed to factory farming, because I think throughout the life of that animal, they should live the best possible life, right? I think a cow should grow up in a pasture and not in a cage, right? But I think when it comes time to kill that cow and eat it and put an end to its life, I think there's nothing morally wrong with that, as long as the life that it led was decent, right? Because at the end of the day, I think we both think animals should suffer less throughout the course of their life, right? I mean, we both come to that agreement. I just think you can kill them prematurely and eat them, and you don't. Right.
And so this is where it becomes really interesting, because what we both agree on, and most people do seem to agree at this point, that factory farming is morally wrong. Okay, we agree on that. And so then what happens, I suppose, is we come down this line, and at some point we split off. Okay, but the point is, if the aspiration from a moral perspective is to reduce suffering, whilst we may say that there are systems of farming that involve less suffering than factory farming, the question isn't, you know, is this...
I've got to be honest here, and pause for a second, in that old Ed really appeals to me. You know, the old videos we watched where he was more like pow, 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 like quick and in and without a lot of the fluff. I feel like that really appeals to me a lot more, because what we're looking at now is it's Ed in a more philosophical debate sense. And I feel like there's a lot more fluff added to the points, and there's a lot more. I feel like he's a lot less direct, and is a lot more kind of like explainy, which is fine. And I suppose there's a reason for this shift, and which is fine. But I feel like for me personally, I find myself it's more digestible for me. But look, this video is not for me. Obviously, his videos aren't for me. It's interesting how I feel way more connected to old Ed, is what I'm trying to say here, and I find it easier to react and respond to as well. With this is quite difficult for me, to be honest, to be going so slow. I'm finding it hard to react really or say anything. So I'm just kind of following, and I'm just kind of like, okay, you know, and I'm not really entertained either. But I guess that's the point of this is not to entertain me. So.
Better than that. The question is this alternative the best alternative? Does it reduce the suffering the most that we possibly can? And if the objective is to reduce suffering, then that's why a system that still causes suffering isn't the baseline, if we can go further than the baseline. And remember that even those animals who are raised in those farms, the fact that they have a nice life and they're enjoying their life and find pleasure from it means that when we take their life, we're depriving them of more pleasure. Because at some point we go to an animal who's living a nice life, we say that's enough happiness for you. You know, oh, you've reached your fill of happiness. Now you can go to the slaughterhouse. But each day they're not slaughtered is another day where they'd experience more happiness, which is a further reduction of the suffering.
Is a quick death suffering?
Okay, so that becomes an interesting question. No, but that doesn't necessarily mean it's moral, because whilst suffering is an important aspect of the conversation, it's not the only aspect of the conversation. You know, if well, first let's use a human context. You know, I could go up to a human, shoot them in the head, and they wouldn't suffer, but it wouldn't be a moral thing because you're depriving them of their life, and it's a non-consensual thing. Same with a dog. You know, I could shoot a dog in the head, but we wouldn't say that was moral because for the same criteria. So whilst you could theoretically kill an animal in a way that doesn't cause them suffering, it wouldn't mean it's moral because you're depriving them of their existence and you know, of their life basically.
No, I hear what you're saying. Like I said, you know, born and raised in Tanzania. Yeah. Very limited options in a supermarket, right? Very few vegan alternatives, very few ways to effectively source your proteins, vitamins, minerals, etc. The things that you get from eating meat, right? Would you also sit down and have this conversation with someone in Tanzania?
So he's just going for now for the, what about people that can't do it? What about people in tribes? What about people in countries where it's difficult or whatever? It's just, we hear this all the time, and now he's going to focus on Tanzania. The thing is, Ed isn't in Tanzania, and I don't believe Ed has ever been to Tanzania. I don't think Ed would go to Tanzania, and if he did go to Tanzania, he'd probably be going there to climb Kilimanjaro, not to go and sit and debate people about veganism in Tanzania.
Who had no other means to, you know, fulfill his dietary and nutritious needs, or is this something that's only limited to sort of the wealthier world?
It's a really good question, and the answer is,
if I was talking to a person, or I was going to a culture or a tribe or an indigenous group of people who relied on it for survival, I would not have this conversation. This conversation stems from the fact that we have the choice and we have the capacity to do something else. But in the absence of that choice, you know, it becomes a lot less of a conversation that we could have. You know.
So we've kind of spoken about systems that you would find moral. I like to think that maybe we've reached some commonality on the morality of those systems, and maybe an understanding that reducing suffering is preferable even in those environments where it could be worse. Okay, great. Bearing in mind that when you go into the supermarket you go into, the products you're buying and the Postmates that you're purchasing are supporting systems that we have, you know, kind of both deemed to be wrong and immoral. From this point onwards, will you choose and will you, opt for plant-based options, considering that we've reached commonality on much of the morality of this, and the system that you're supporting we have both agreed is immoral?
Now listen, I've always been in support of plant-based options, right? When I had the choice. So we came to an agreement that at some point it's too much of a sacrifice to eat a plant-based diet.
But you and I are way over the line.
Okay, yeah, we're way over the line, but we've come to a point, right, that where it's too much of a sacrifice. So I think for me, I've shifted the line a little bit.
Conveniently, maybe.
Conveniently, perhaps, maybe for the sake of debate, but I've shifted the line a little bit. When it's convenient, right, and I know convenient is very different in Los Angeles to, a village somewhere in the middle of nowhere.
Yep.
Big difference in convenience, but when it is convenient, I always have and I always will try and eat the most sustainable.
Thank you so much for the super chat, Lily Veg. It says, people eat meat because other people eat meat. This is not about flavor. It is just social pressure. Thanks for your work, David. Yeah, it's social pressure, indoctrination. It's just the way that it's always been for these people. They just do what they do, and they don't think about why they do it or whether doing it has any problem for anyone else. And then when it comes to somebody who questions it, they put a defense mechanism up, and it starts to get crazy and starts to get silly. In this case, it just got very, 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 very philosophical very quickly, with lots of points that I don't think were necessary to get into. And I feel like I'm finding myself a little bit feeling very impatient with this one, to be honest with you, especially after the more fiery videos we went through where Ed was a little bit more direct. I find this one to be quite a drag to watch, which, I mean, look, that's just me. 98,000 people disagreeing. People watch these videos and love them, and I hope a lot of non-vegans watch them too. But for this one, for me, I'm finding it a little bit tricky to get through. I'm not finding it to be too entertaining. I'm not finding the pace to be where I'd like it to be for me to keep engaged. But as long as you guys, I want to see how it ends, though. That's the only reason we're sticking with it. I want to see how it ends. And we do have some very spicy videos coming up. As I said, Earthling Ed's most popular video coming up. So stick around. We're going to get back into the spice soon. I just want to see how this one ends, and then we'll do a quick little conclusion, and we'll take a look at another one.
Diet,
which you can now.
Which I can in certain circumstances, but
like the circumstance you're in now.
But you see this is the fundamental disconnect, is that I don't really want to eat.
Want.
Yeah, want of course, but in order to fulfill my caloric needs, I don't want to eat the same dry beans.
You don't have to eat the same dry beans.
I mean,
you're creating an extreme scenario to try and justify this. You don't have to do that.
Isn't that all debate is? You create extreme scenarios to justify stances. No, listen, we've reached commonality for sure, right? We both agree that at the end of the day, you know, we are trying to reduce suffering. Right. We're in agreement. And
well, I mean, not really, because he isn't trying to reduce suffering. He's going to the supermarket and buying dead chickens because he can't be bothered to cook fucking something better. And he's even ordering food in that isn't vegan when he could order the vegan food. So no, I don't think you are you know, both. You might say you're trying to reduce suffering like Ed, but you're really clearly not.
And when it is convenient, I think I always have and I will continue to pursue a plant-based diet, right?
When it's convenient. So you don't care about suffering then?
When I'm back home, I will pursue the diet which has the least amount of suffering, right? And so I think at the end of the day, that's a win. That's a win.
And so, yeah, okay. So on that regard then, if we agree that we should pursue a diet that causes the least amount of suffering, do we acknowledge that a plant-based diet or a vegan lifestyle is indeed that diet that causes the least amount of suffering?
Sure.
Oh.
There you go. Thank you very much. A pleasure speaking to you. Really good. Have a wonderful day. I loved that. Thank you.
Well, he conceded, so that's something. Whether or not that means he'll actually change is a completely other thing altogether. But hey, I guess that's the reason for debating like he's debating now. It's more to have somebody concede as opposed to have somebody actually, you know, confront their bullshit, which is, it's a different topic, you know? It is a different topic. I see someone's asking, will we respond to Earthling Ed's most recent video? Well, unless he's posted another one today, we already have responded to his most recent one, unfortunately. But I will check if there's any new one today. No, we already did his newest one. So if guys, I saw somebody earlier was talking about Earthling Ed, something about blood. What was it? Somebody was saying something about blood or something like that. I don't know. If you wanted to, again, I missed. If you said what that was, please just let me know in the comments. Like, which video was that? Something about blood or something weird like that. I will find it and put that one on if you know about it. If you can tell me what you were talking about. It sounded intriguing, but I haven't seen anything like that. Something. What was it? Somebody said there was like. It was there in the chat. It was something blood, something like that. Like it was a weird thing that you were saying, and I don't know which one you were talking about. Yeah, it was. Let me see if I can look through the chat and find it. Maybe. I don't. Hold up. It was in here somewhere. No, I don't know. No, I'm not gonna be able to find it. It was something somebody said. I don't know. It's something somebody said. Something blood related. Like, oh, you should watch this one. Bloodlust. That was it. Bloodlust. What does that even mean? Was there somebody claiming they have bloodlust or something? Earthling Ed, bloodlust. Earthling Ed, bloodlust. So this is like some creepy. So apparently someone said something to him about like a creepy anti-vegan excuse. So if somebody could tell me which video that one's in, where somebody's talking about their bloodlust, then please let me know, because we should watch that. I mean, holy shit, if somebody's like claiming they have some kind of lust for blood or something, oh my god, we should definitely react to that one. The Texas one we already did. Sorry guys, if you missed that, we already did the Texas one. That was very brave of him. Let's watch this vegan and butcher live BBC debate. I think I remember this one being quite intriguing and interesting. Let's have a look. So this is where Earthling Ed is on this show. So, okay, it's got vegan and butcher live BBC debate. 500, wow, over 500,000 views from 2019. 1,800 dislikes, 20k upvotes. So that's interesting. All right, then let's have a look at this one. And we get into the comments of this one because it looks like there could be some spice in there.
John. Hi, well, welcome. We've got Ed here, who's a vegan, and you're a butcher. So, oh, look at that. That's what we want more of. Are you both available to go to Brussels next week? Do you feel demonised as a butcher? Because, you know, you have high animal welfare standards, don't you?
I think this is about educating about production systems and that, and I think a lot of the production systems all get lumped together. And as a small retail butcher who has direct contact with the farms, I feel that I can offer my customers the traceability, the welfare, and also how those animals are looked after and fed.
Can you tell me how they're looked after and fed?
Yes, I can tell you how they're looked after and fed. We actually go and visit the farms. We actually have an abattoir as well.
And how are they killed in the abattoir?
So they're killed in the abattoir. This is not a debate on killing methods, or this is a debate on environmentalism.
But can you tell me
how they are killed in the abattoir?
Well, they're electrocuted, so they're knocked out cold, and then they.
But it doesn't always work, though, does it?
It does work.
It doesn't always work, though, does it?
We have vets there watching everything. We're even on CCTV all the time. So there's never been higher welfare standards in this country than there are at the moment, and we're wanting to defend those standards, especially with regard to Brexit and that as well.
Why are you doing that in the first place? You don't have to do it.
We do it because, you know, we believe that we should eat a varied diet, and meat is part of that diet. Well, that's your opinion.
Varied diet. This is another buzzword these guys tend to use when they're on these TV shows. Varied diet and nutritional quality, these kind of things.
As well, it's the fact that we don't need to eat these products, so to take the life of an animal unnecessary can never be higher welfare.
Thank you, Mark H&S, for the tip, mate. Really appreciate it. The horror cycle begins when parents begin feeding their children meat, so the lie is promulgated from generation to generation. People aren't born inherently desiring or needing meat. We have to reach young people. Thank you, David. Thank you, mate. Thank you so much for that, for the Streamlabs donation. And you're absolutely right. We do have to reach young people. We have to reach all people, but reaching young people is usually a lot easier as well to reach young people. You're absolutely right.
Choose to eat these products.
Okay, gentlemen.
We're going to produce.
It was all going so well, gentlemen. But we hear you. But what is it doing to the environment?
So the issue of talking about the impact of...
Taking out the animal welfare aspect.
Absolutely. Talking about climate change and not addressing the role that animal agriculture plays is like talking about lung cancer and not addressing the role that cigarette smoking plays.
But British agriculture has reduced carbon emissions by 20% since 1990. 65% of the land, the arable land in this country, the agricultural land in this country, is grass. That locks in 90 billion tonnes of carbon into our soils, right? Animals are an essential part of that actual life cycle. They cannot emit more carbon than they eat. They are part, and that's why Natural England and people like the RSPB actually support grazing animals. We're talking about grass-fed livestock here. We're talking about small butchers who have those short supply chains.
Okay, Ed, respond.
Low travel distances, supporting the local food economy, which all has a big effect.
Animal welfare better here than many other parts of the world where it's horrific. But there are some horrific things online. You have to look about what's happening in our own country in some circumstances.
And there's a documentary called Land of Hope and Glory online, which talks all about what happens to animals in the UK. But let me respond, please. Okay. So there's two studies. The first study was a 5-year study conducted by the University of Oxford. It's the most comprehensive study that's ever been conducted exploring the relationship between the environment. Was this the one that was run by a vegan?
But
he wasn't vegan when he started, but he was vegan when he finished it because of...
Fucking hell. Fucking... That is like headshot right there. That is just like... Is that one that was run by a vegan? Yeah, but he wasn't vegan when he started it. He was vegan after he finished doing the study. Oh, fuck. Oh, fuck. That is the biggest... Oh, my God. That is such an own... I wish Ed would have paused for a second there just to really, like just sit in that for a second. Wow.
He found out. And what he discovered...
You may be after this conversation, John, as well.
Not very likely.
What he discovered is that 83% of the farmland that we use is currently dedicated to animal agriculture. And if the world shifted to a plant-based diet, we could reduce the amount of land we needed for agriculture by 75%. He conducted, and at the end, he summarized by saying that the best thing that we can do for our planet is to live a vegan lifestyle. Now, the second study was the most comprehensive study ever conducted, exploring the relationship between food and the environment. And it said that in this country, in the UK, we had to reduce our beef, our lamb and our pig consumption by 90% and our dairy and poultry and egg consumption by 60% to not hit that 1.5 degree threshold rise in 12 years' time. The studies are out there. Okay. The information is out there. We have to listen.
Thank you.
Jeez. It's a lot of information that he had ready to go. I mean, this guy started it, though, didn't he? I mean... The guy started it with rambling off some percentages or whatever, which I guess he'd taken from some industry-approved, you know, studies or whatever, industry-funded studies. And Ed's got these, like, actual largest, most comprehensive studies that are most likely, I don't know which ones he's talking about, but he wouldn't come up here unless they were peer-reviewed. He wouldn't bring them up here if they were flawed, because obviously... We know like that how people go after vegans and try and criticize and poke holes. So I'd like to I think I've seen those studies a while ago. I mean, there's videos from 2019, so I think they were a while back. I think there's been more advancement on those things as well. But can you imagine this at the time being in the room? Can you imagine being that butcher right there? Oof. And that's the end of the video. Shit. So apparently you guys, there is an interview with Earthling Ed about this bloodlust thing. But I mean, I'm sure there must be a video too to go along with this. You know, someone said it was recent. Something happened with someone saying there was a reason to go vegan, not to go vegan, something to do with bloodlust. I really want to know this. Okay, so Simon, you sent me it on Discord. Right, but is you said it's an interview though? If it's an interview, then I'm not interested in watching an interview. We want to see him. We want to see like if someone. See, yeah, Earthling Ed reveals strangest and creepiest anti-vegan arguments. Yeah, but which video was it from? Do you understand what I'm saying? Like,
I think
if he's revealing the argument, that's fine. But I want to know exactly: is there a video that includes this argument that somebody made to him? Do you get what I mean? That would be good, wouldn't it? I'm just gonna like search and see like. Right, I don't know. The bloodlust thing would be pretty cool to like see if someone actually said that in a video. Someone's asking for the crazy drunken religious guy. Yeah, we can watch that one. I had that one. If you can find this bloodlust thing where somebody claims like, oh, I have bloodlust, that's why I'm not vegan. If you can find that somewhere where the person he talks to says that, then please send it over or tell me what's the title of the video so I can go find it, okay? Because I'm pretty sure it exists. But the drunken religious guy, yeah. It's on video with standing conversation, you're saying. Okay, 1 minute. Earthling Ed bloodlust. If I search for Earthling Ed bloodlust, what comes up is a few podcasts. Bringing Veganism to Hollywood Boulevard. He's standing up in this one. It's from 3 years ago. Is it like recent? Or is it from years ago where this happens? Because I've got one here where like they're standing up and he's talking to a group of black dudes, and they're talking on Hollywood Boulevard. 15-minute video. Is that the one where it happens? Please go and do some research and find it out. It was at Texas A&N, was it? Texas A&N University. I don't know, guys. What could if you one of you could go do some research for me and find it while we're doing the stream? I would love that if you could do that for me. That would be sick. So I'll kick off the next video now, and if one of you guys could find that one for me, we'll do a reaction to that one because that sounds interesting. As for right now, we can find out. We can watch the crazy drunk guy wherever he is. That was a relatively recent one. This silly drunk guy, right? Where is he? Vegan outreach gets disrupted at Yale University, right? Here we go.
But then again,
this is the one where the crazy drunk guy comes over, isn't it? Is this the one you're referring to? I think it is. December 2019, 150,000 views, only 200 dislikes and 7,200 likes we're up to. Let's have a look.
We have to take it beyond just taste, right? So that's one aspect of it. But then we do like.
All right, debate time.
Well, there is a queue, but you're more than welcome to.
What do you do? What time you want to do?
Well, I mean, it depends. There is a little queue forming, so it depends.
I'm cutting the queue. Yep. I'm a very important person. I got things to do. People in control. How long a debate do you want to have?
My name's Ed.
My name's Michael. I'm
nice,
a
Michael.
proud carnivore.
There you go. A carnivore or an omnivore?
Omnivore.
Sure. I'm here at Yale University, and I have a tablecloth that reads, if eating animal products is a choice, then why do we choose to be cruel? You sat down very kindly and you said you're a proud omnivore. So,
I'm a proud omnivore.
So tell me more about the pride of being an omnivore.
So stupid. I'm a proud omnivore. What's there to be proud of? You were born that way, and everybody else that you're around is most likely that way. Like 98% of people are that way. So what, you're proud of what, towing the line? You're proud of being the same as everybody? It's like people like nationalists, they say like, oh, I'm proud to be English. It's like, you're proud of, you're just born here. It was happenstance. Why? You can't, it's so stupid that you would be proud of that. I'm proud of being a man. Proud? You were born that way. You just, like, you are, I am male. Why? I'm proud of being male. It makes no sense. It makes absolutely no sense. I see Nut-Based News with a super chat. Wow, thank you so much for the super chat, Nut-Based News. And a message says, thank you for organising this fundraiser, David. As part of our first monthly Patreon organised donation, we are donating €250 to Ukraine Animal Task Force and £45 to you and your team. Wow, incredible, guys. Thank you so much. And no, you're fucking legends. And for those that don't know, Nut-Based News. Go follow them on Instagram. They have a very cool kind of like, if you like the Babylon Bee, or I think that there's the Onion, like, you know, these like fake news sites that make funny news that's like not real. Nut-Based News does this for vegan stuff, so go check them out. I know you guys are on Instagram. Where else are you guys online? We can promote you a little bit, get people to go check you out. I'm just checking your Instagram now. Are you guys on Facebook as well? But yeah, Nut-Based News, go check them out. And thank you so much for a generous donation to both the team in Ukraine and also to myself and for my work. You fucking absolute fucking legends. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Fucking legends, guys. Fucking legends. Where was I? I was ripping into this guy for saying I'm a proud omnivore. It's like me saying I'm a proud male, or I'm proud of being English. So these are things that happens to you by happenstance. You're born into them, and that is just it. There's nothing to be proud of. It's weird to be proud of something like that, I feel.
It's not necessarily that, you know, I'm hurting animals, as it is that I'm cooking. And I like, when I cook, I like to have a large array of choices.
Sure.
That includes meat,
Yeah.
and it's not necessarily limited to meat, but I do like the choice of animal products in my food.
So it's, you'd say an idea of choice absolutely is very important, but also like a flavor, you enjoy the taste of it.
Yeah.
That, so it's not, because it's interesting when we say proud omnivore. One of my first questions I was going to say to you is, well, are you therefore proud of what happens to animals?
We're all animals.
Oh,
but are you proud of what? So when you buy like a piece of steak or a chicken breast from KFC or whatever it is, and you say, well, I'm a proud omnivore because I enjoy how it tastes. Are you also proud of the suffering that's caused by the purchase?
Am I proud? No. Am I ashamed enough to change my behavior? No, because it's very far removed from me.
Yeah,
Coward.
So there's degrees of separation.
Yeah.
So let's take, I want to come back to tasting, but let's follow this train of thought, degrees of separation. So we buy a product in a supermarket or wherever, and the consequence of that is that supermarket's bought it from a slaughterhouse to have killed the animals. So let's say I hire a hitman and I pay a hitman to kill someone, the hitman kills someone. Am I then morally excused because there's degrees of separation in place?
Well, I think we should draw a distinction here when we're talking about morality, because, you know, say you're Christian, right? Thou shalt not kill. Yeah. That doesn't include animals.
But there's also no asterisk that says it shouldn't include animals. And you also said that humans are animals just a moment ago.
Yeah, well, don't kill other men or women. You know,
So-
it's kind of a stretch if you try and equate, you know, killing another person with killing a chicken. You know,
So what
I don't necessarily mind.
to,
you know, killing the chicken.
Who tried to equate that? Oh God, it's just arguing against a point that Ed's not even made. So stupid. But they seem to do it over and over again. It's been done a few times with Ed. Like, oh, I don't think that a chicken's worth the same as a human. Yes, and I didn't say that. And never did I say that because I don't believe that. Right? Ed doesn't believe that a chicken's life is worth as much as a human's life. But what he does believe is that a chicken's life has enough worth, has enough value, that they shouldn't just be killed for burgers. That's not a controversial opinion to have. That's not like a crazy thing to believe. Hey, cow, I don't think your life is worth as much as my life or my human friend's life. However, I think your life is valuable enough that I don't kill you and put you in a burger. Is that fair enough, cow? I think the cow's like, I get that. You prefer your own species. No worries. That's cool. We like people that are like us. We have preferences for people that are like us, that think like us, that look like us, that speak the same language as us, that are the same species as us. Nothing wrong with having a preference, unless that preference turns into something that harms those that are not in that category. That's how we end up with fucking around with animals, turning them into fucking burgers, slitting their throats, using them for whatever. That's how we end up being racist as well, and fucking around with, you know, fucking other people over because of their ethnicity. It's how we end up being sexist and fucking other people over because of their sex. This is how all these things come about. When a preference for those like you turns into something that is actively causing harm to the others, is when it becomes a problem. Having the preference and giving value to people that look like you or are like you, as same species as you or whatever, is not alone the problem, right? The problem is when you do horrible things because of it. like this guy is doing. It's like, you don't have to believe a chicken has even anywhere near the same value as your life. You don't have to. You don't even need to respect them at all. You just need to look at them and say, do you know what? I don't give a shit about you. However, I don't think you deserve to have your head cut off and turned into a burger for this, just because I don't care. Right? It's basic. It's just basic stuff. I think maybe as vegans, we fall into that trap too often of trying to convince people to view animals as somehow equal or something, or, you know, and it's not necessary to do that. It even goes against, you're trying to go against something that's like innate. You're trying to tell people, you're trying to break something inside them that says you shouldn't be more connected to your own species. You shouldn't be more connected, which is like, well, they're always going to be, and fighting that isn't going to help them go vegan. What's going to help them go vegan is acknowledging it. Yes, we're the same species and we like our species more. Fine. But it doesn't justify doing that. I think we just need to I would personally say, like, trying to convince somebody to not prefer the people of their own species is a losing battle. I went off on a proper rant then, didn't I? You don't need to, do you? You just need to, you know, just leave animals alone. You don't need to care about them.
Well, what we then have to establish is what is it about non-human animals? What trait or characteristic do they possess that makes it worthwhile killing them? Is it just because we enjoy the taste, or is there something more biological? What's the trait in non-human animals that means that we're morally excused to kill them?
It's that they don't have, I wouldn't say self-awareness, but they don't have the same level of consciousness as a person.
So they don't have like the cognitive abilities, right? The emotional capacities, maybe.
Yes.
Would we define that as like a form of intelligence?
Yes, but I don't want to say that humans without those cognitive abilities are safe to eat. So I think
he saw that coming. He saw the name, the trait coming. He was ready for it.
Well, not necessarily. I think that you can, like, put all humans into one bin, and generally the case is true that...
But what we have to do, so if we're differentiating humans from non-human animals, then we have to find a trait in non-human animals that, if applied to humans, would not make that justifiable. So if...
Oh, that's why
it's tough.
I don't know, man. I don't know if I agree with that, because I think you can find a trait that's generally true in all animals, and then you must apply it to say, is that trait generally the case in all humans? Because you're always going to find an exception.
Yeah, of course.
And you don't necessarily need to apply the rule in the same ways to those exceptions.
But if we wanted to create a distinction between two separate groups, there has to be one thing about one group that isolates it from another group that, if applied to the other group, would still not be valid.
All right, so what is your response to heightened level of consciousness?
Well, the idea of heightened level of consciousness, I don't know. I'm not sure exactly what that means. I think the point is of consciousness, right? So these animals are conscious, and I think when we say heightened, we're referring more to like an emotional or an intellectual, a cognitive capacity rather than just consciousness. Like, to be conscious is to be conscious, but the other add-ons to that are what separates us, right? So
I agree with that.
So when you say heightened level of consciousness, what are you referring to specifically?
Intelligence, self-awareness. Ability to build giant structures like Yale.
Yeah.
You know,
so
I don't see any chicken farms looking like this.
Yeah, but he couldn't do that, could he?
Well, I mean, we see massive chicken farms produced by humans. But the point is that so what we're then saying is if life is defined by intelligence, right? Yes. So that's what we're making the claim of. Then we do have to be consistent. We have to create hierarchies within our own species to say, well, those of us who built Yale are worth more, have a higher worth of life than those of us who I couldn't build Yale.
I think we totally are. Oh yeah, yes I lead.
What is wrong with these people? This is a Yale. This is like a university. This is like a, my God.
Seems somewhat.
That was
Seems
she's actually
over the top,
craziest thing. She's actually a vegan.
Is she? Oh, that's fine then. She's more than welcome. Okay, so we have to be consistent. To use that idea consistently has to be applied to this situation as well. To say, well, those of us who built Yale, which was not me, would therefore, and probably not yourself, maybe your forefathers did, but must therefore have a higher worth of life than those of us who couldn't build Yale.
Well, they're certainly worth more money.
True, but that's another rabbit hole. Okay, let's go back.
That's a good point.
To taste, okay? And let's say you say, well, I'm a proud omnivore because I enjoy cooking with these things. I like choice and I like flavor.
And nothing I feel like would make me not be an omnivore, just because forget the food. If you made the food taste exactly like real chicken, then I would eat it. You know, I think it's morally a correct decision here. But currently the food doesn't taste like that, and it's a lot more trouble for me than it's worth, especially because of, as you said, the degrees of separation. So if everyone else was a vegan, like, I'd obviously have lots of vegan choices, and it'd be very easy, and I'm sure in 50 years the technology will be excellent. So my fake chickens will taste like real chickens.
So it is just a taste thing, right? And a convenience thing for you.
A convenience and taste.
Well, I like that because I think that's honest. But then the question becomes, well, in the present time, and we can get beyond burgers, they're pretty good. The question then becomes, I mean, what has higher value, taste or life? Or more to the point, can we use sensory pleasure alone to morally justify an action?
Wow, Simon, you just got so much bingo there. It's like, pow, pow, pow. You got taste or life, and then you got, what was the one after it? Morally justified. I think that was another one of yours.
Yes.
But then if we use sensory pleasure alone to morally justify an action, again, we have to be consistent. And so anything that provides us with sensory pleasure, that could be taste, it could be feeling, it could be sight, must therefore be justifiable. So then dogfighting is justifiable because we enjoy it.
Well, it's not categorical, man.
We've got to be consistent.
I know, but there's weights to every wrong, and I think they'll weight to killing a chicken.
Just shift the goalpost every time you get confronted with your own bullshit morals. Yeah, or your own bullshit logic. Just keep shifting those goalposts, bro.
It's less than the weight to, you know, dogfighting.
But why?
Why? Because chickens were raised to be killed.
But some dogs are bred to fight.
Yeah, but that's like for not necessarily the culinary pleasure. It's of like a person, which I think is
visual
inherent.
pleasure. I mean, what's the difference between taste pleasure and visual pleasure in terms of what's moral?
Well, I think taste and like appreciation of good food is a lot closer to the human soul than watching some other animals hurt themselves.
I mean,
what is he talking about? I think taste and good food is closer to the human soul than watching animals hurt themselves. How do you sit down and say something so fucking stupid? And what are you talking about souls? What the fuck does a soul have to do with whether or not you go to watch dogfighting or you eat chickens who screamed and begged for their lives? The thing is, he's focusing, this kid is focusing on, he gets the food in front of him and he just eats the food, right? And he's like, yeah, that's so much more soulful than going to watch dogfighting. Yeah, sure. But if you followed your food before it was food, then you wouldn't say it was more soulful than dogfighting. You would say, actually, shit, I think what happened in that slaughterhouse was just as bad as dogfighting. So therefore, the food is just as bad as dogfighting. But because he's a little sheltered in his little bubble, he's never fucking seen any of this. So he comes out with silly things like that.
I mean, look, historically, we've always found pleasure and entertainment in watching gladiators, that was humans, but even just more like animals fighting animals.
Bread and circuses.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So we've always found pleasure in that. So I would argue that the two are probably intrinsically similar in terms of we've done them for a long time. They've always provided this pleasure.
Bread came before circuses.
Bread did, but bread's vegan, so that's fine. Bread's good. But but I guess the point is then, you know, we do have to be somewhat consistent. And so if we do say taste provides justification, then we have to say, well, anything that provides me sensory pleasure, you know, let's take humans out and just do animals, right? Non-human animals. Then that has to be justifiable. So, you know, is eating dogs justifiable because people in Southeast Asia enjoy it? Is eating pilot whales justifiable? Yeah. So okay, that's good.
Sure.
Okay, yeah. So that's good to be logically consistent. But then again, we have to take it beyond just taste. Right, so that's one aspect of it, but then we do like.
All right, debate time.
Well, there is a queue, but you're more than welcome to.
I'm gonna give you what time you want to do.
Well, I mean, it depends. There is a little queue forming, so it depends.
I'm cutting the queue. Yep. I'm a very important person. I got things to do. People in control. How long a debate do you want to have?
Well, I mean, it depends on when we're finished.
I think I'm just finishing up.
I think we're wrapping up, aren't we?
Yeah.
We'll just talk for a little.
I mean, sure. I think this was a really productive discussion for the two of us.
I really
enjoyed hearing your side.
You're not going to debate me?
Thank you so
much. Are you
much.
serious? You're tabbing out before we even have a discussion.
Excuse me, sir.
No, I'm
vegetarian is like horrendous.
I'm going to debate you.
Vegetarian is the worst thing.
I'm going to debate you. I'm going to debate you. I'm going to debate you. But you have to sit down.
Okay.
What is wrong with this guy?
Hang on. But I mean, have you seen this guy? He seems pretty. Oh man.
All right.
So are you happy to wait 10 more minutes? Thank you. I appreciate it, guys, and I'm really sorry about this. This is very uncharacteristic.
I have no patience to understand When I want something to happen, it happens.
Okay, well, let's make it happen. Let's make it happen because these guys have been waiting very patiently, and I appreciate their patience, which I think is a virtue.
This guy makes my skin crawl.
Okay, so are we ready? Firstly, my name's Ed. What's your name?
Smitty.
Spitty.
Smitty.
Smitty. Okay.
Yes.
So Smitty, I'm here at Yale University, and I have a tablecloth that reads, "If eating animal products is a choice, then why choose to be cruel?" So what is your thoughts on that statement?
Why don't you just like raise cattle ethically, and then like kill them ethically, and like eat delicious meat that like makes your body feel good?
Okay, well, you've got to describe that. So describe the process of raising and killing animals ethically, and also actually before that, define the word ethical. What does
Are you noticing, is there something about this? Ed is like stroking that microphone in a very suggestive way. Like he's really going up and down that thing with some vigor, but with like a slow, passionate vigor. Like I'm just going to go back because I want to show you guys and just make sure I'm not seeing things here. Maybe I've just got something on the mind. I don't know, but I think Ed has something on the mind a little bit more than me.
So describe the process of raising.
Are you seeing this? Look at that.
And also,
both hands. He's even pulling it away. Look, I've got a microphone here. He's even like pulling it down and moving, like double hand action on this microphone. It's actually wow. That's wow, okay, fair enough. I don't know. Maybe there's some kind of retention thing. This is how you get people to watch the video for longer. Maybe something he's focusing on. I'm not sure.
Actually, before that, define the word ethical. What does the word ethical mean?
You like make them live good lives, like they graze,
no, objectively,
they fuck each other, they have their children.
Objectively, what does the word ethical mean?
Not inflicting suffering on like creatures that are innocent.
Okay, so with that in mind, so then let's continue. So how do we then kill an animal ethically?
You like raise it well, then when it's time to die, you do that thing in No Country for Old Men, and you shoot the cattle prod in his head, then it dies painlessly, then you like prepare it cleanly, then you eat like, if you're like on a farm, you eat like delicious meat for like 6 months.
Okay, but we said without suffering, and so the animals suffer when we do these things to them.
Why would it suffer? It lives a great life. It fucks the cows.
But you're not thinking about this logically, because the reason we farm the way we do is not because we're cruel, it's because it's the only way to do it that's economic or environmentally viable. So the way you're proposing wouldn't work with the situation you're asking for.
Maybe we should just like commit genocide, like kill all the people, so that way like like eliminate the cattle farms. Because there's not many shitty cows, but there's a lot of shitty people. So maybe we should be like not ethically cleanse, but just like cleanse out the shitty people.
So you said that there's not many shitty cows, so would you say that cows are innocent?
Yes.
Okay, and then you said that the word ethical was not to harm animals that are innocent. So cows are innocent, which means we can't kill them ethically?
So why isn't it ethical to like raise them really well, and then when it's time to like kill them, you just take the cattle thing, you shoot it in their head when they're not looking, and they instantly die, and then you have delicious food that's very healthy.
Because it's not a necessity. So in the absence of necessity, to take the life of an animal would be an act of cruelty because they don't need to die, nor do they want to die. And if they're living a good life, it's almost crueler because they value their life and they find happiness in their existence. And so if they live a good life, to take that from them is almost arguably crueler because they value their life more than those who are raised badly.
Mm-hmm. They don't live a good life if they're like if they're in nature, they don't live a good life because they get instantly killed by wolves.
Yeah, well,
what is it? Why does this guy like seem like really uncomfortable and keeps like laughing in really strange moments?
Unfortunately, we've hunted wolves to the point of extinction, so
weird.
that isn't true in today's world. But that's beside the point. Just because in nature horrible things happen doesn't mean that you and I are justified to do horrible things.
I guess, but they live fine lives. We've like bitchified the bison animal into this cow. So like, why don't we just raise it well? Then like, when it's time to kill it, we kill it, and we have delicious food that makes us feel good.
Because that's an act of immorality. Because these animals.
Why is it immoral?
Because it's unnecessary. And you go back to taste. So what is higher value? Oh, no, let's not say that. Do we require more than sensory pleasure to morally justify an action?
No, you can be vegetarian, but you shouldn't, because it's healthier to eat red meat.
I'm talking about being vegan, and actually, it's not healthier to eat red meat. It's been proven time and time again that actually red meat is bad for us. It's high in saturated fats, cholesterol, trans fats. It's actually a class. I think it's considered a class 2 carcinogen, meaning it can cause colon cancer. What is it about red meat that makes it healthy?
It's not that. People who eat red meat live like a much unhealthier existence. So they eat like the bloomin' onion at the Outback Steakhouse and like the cheesecake at the Outback Steakhouse.
But you'd say
the
that
baked potato at the Outback Steakhouse and like the Big Mac.
But you can take that out of the equation. That doesn't change objectively whether or not something is good or bad. But okay, so does sensory pleasure morally justify an action?
No.
Okay, so then taste itself does not justify what we do to animals.
it plays a role.
But it doesn't justify it.
No.
Okay. So then what justification do we have if it's not taste and it's not necessity?
Because we are designed to eat red meat. There should be no dairy. There should not be dairy.
Well, that's good. We agree on that.
Dairy does cause the cow to suffer. Yeah. And vegetarians eat dairy. They like
I'm
eat
vegan.
exclusively dairy.
I'm vegan.
Okay, but like soy is terrible for you. Soy, beans, and nuts are terrible for you.
Why is soy? Why is soy?
Your gastrointestinal system is horrible.
And why would? And based on what reasoning? Why is soy terrible for you?
Because it messes up with your stomach. It makes you feel.
Why?
Horrible.
Why though? Why?
It's like a rotten food.
But why? But if you're going to make claims, you have to tell me why that's the case.
It's a legume, and legumes are unhealthy.
But why?
I don't know, because
okay, you don't know.
A personal experience plus like
anecdotal evidence is not does not provide
I've
grounding.
studies before. I can't cite them because I'm not like a loser who like studies stuff. But, like I'm pretty sure that like.
Oh my god.
And from personal experience, when I ate that stuff, I was all messed up, and it doesn't make me feel good.
Sure. Okay. Look, so I think we can all agree, right, that you and I are probably not going to throw citations and studies at each other, but we have to look at kind of what a generic scientific consensus would mandate. And by mandate, I just mean
I'm gonna give this debate to me because I crushed you, but I'm gonna give you like a last word because I like to wrap up my videos like on a even now. So we're gonna go to 7 minutes.
So we're gonna wrap this video up now?
Yeah, 55 seconds.
Why are we wrapping this video up now? I'm happy to go longer.
I'm bored.
You're bored? Really? But
yeah.
You were so excited.
What?
You were so excited to sit down and debate me.
Yeah, but like I won the debate.
How did you win the debate? We proved that taste doesn't justify something, that animals are innocent by your own logic and therefore we can't ethically kill them, that just because we raise them in a good way doesn't justify taking their life from them, that the way you propose that the way you propose is not environmentally or economically sustainable, and the reason we do what we do to animals is not because we're cruel.
Wipe out the U.S. population of shitty humans, and then we'll have plenty of cattle to eat.
No, then we can just go vegan, and then we don't have to kill animals or humans being animals as well.
Last word. You got 15 seconds.
Being vegan is better for the environment, it is better for your health, and also it's better for the animals. What we do to animals is unnecessary, and therefore what I would say is that sensory pleasure does not justify it. Thank you for your time, and do you have a t-shirt?
What? I gotta run.
That's nice. All right, okay. Have a nice day.
Weird one, huh? Weird one. That guy might have just been visiting the campus just to go and troll the students or something, though. I don't know. That was weird, huh? Is that the drunk guy you wanted anyway? Well, there you go. You got the drunk guy you wanted. We're going to go now, and we are going to look at... I think we've got time for two more, like, longer videos, right? So I think one of these videos has to be Earthling Ed's most watched video of all time, okay? Which I have lined up. I have that ready. Let's watch his 2 most watched videos of all time for the 2 last videos. I think that makes the most sense. I hope you guys agree. I think that is what we should do. I do. So let me just quickly find which 2 are the 2 that are the most popular of his videos. Great. So we've got one of them which is very long, and the other one which is also long. One's about 30 minutes, one's about 40 minutes, and these are his 2 most watched videos. One is a debate, and one is but they're both debates. They're both debates. One's his debate with Infowars, which is very long, and the other one is where he debates with the guy at a university, and it got big. So I'll tell you what we can do. We've got 2 hours left, guys. Exactly 2 hours left. So let's watch some of his Infowars one, and we'll see how we go with the Infowars one, right? And it's 41 minutes. So if we feel like it's like not appealing to us as much as we'd like, we'll switch it earlier. But I also want to make sure we got enough time for his most popular video. So I think no matter what, in 1 hour, we switch to his most popular video. So we've got a good hour to watch that one. And if we go over 10 hours, we'll go over 10 hours. But let's spend the next hour looking at this one, the Infowars one. It is quite a long one, though, so be prepared for this one. But I'm sure it's pretty spicy. I'm pretty sure it's pretty spicy. Let's get into it. And don't forget, guys, we are still raising money. Let's not forget. We've got a few good donations now. We're up to 325 euros, which is fantastic. Trying to raise money for animals that are stuck in the war in Ukraine, for the Ukraine Animal Task Force, who are trying to help animals over there with medical treatment, transport, and other costs that they need. Remember, all of the money that you guys put into this will not go to anything that is not vegan, okay? We're helping these animals out in a vegan way, and they really need your help, okay? The people working on the ground, they really need your help. So let's do it. Let's get a last push these last 2 hours. If you're enjoying this today, send some money over to the GoFundMe, please, and let's get them a bit of support, hey, from the vegans. Couple of dollars, couple of euros. It's not breaking the bank, okay? You can do without that beer this weekend. You can do without that one vegan burger. It's only, come on, it's like one meal's worth. A couple of dollars. Come on, a couple of euros. Get over there. Drop a donation to these guys, please. All right. Let's take a look at Earthling Ed's second most popular video on YouTube. This one has 1,143,722 views. It has 49,000 likes and 2,500 dislikes, which is an incredible. These are all great statistics considering the amount of views on it. Great if for the support, not so great for it's always good if there's like the Texas one. That was great because that meant 22,000 people had seen it and disliked it, which means it was getting through to the non-vegans. This is pretty cool how this has got through to so many people, and it has likes though because it's got so many views, and they can't all be vegans, so that's very cool. So should we take a look at it and see how this goes?
I can do an interview if you want. I'm not, but I can do an interview if you want. Do you have a question?
Yeah, what brings you guys out here? Do these look like tortured animals?
Well, it's irrelevant if they look like tortured animals now. They're still going to be killed, aren't they? And if you look at them, a lot of them are emaciated and they've hardly got any grass to feed on because the grass has been shredded so low. So I'd argue even though they're in a field, it's not a very good condition for a cow to be in. And it's irrelevant what conditions they're kept in because they're still going to be slaughtered unnecessarily, aren't they?
They don't really look emaciated to me.
Well, you can see.
As far as I can see, and I'm assuring you that they probably are also fed grains, as most cattle are in the United States.
But I would also say that that's irrelevant. It doesn't matter what life they give, and they're still going to be slaughtered. And I'd ask you, how do you justify taking their life if it's unnecessary?
Well, what I would say is, how do you justify banning meat across the whole population? Are you talking about banning meat in America or globally?
Well, what we're asking is, we're not asking about banning something, we're asking people to make more conscious and ethical choices, which is reducing their consumption and eliminating their consumption themselves. It's not about us banning something, because we realise it's probably very impossible to ban something, but if we encourage people to stop their consumption, then naturally the amount that's raised and produced will be dropped until it's no longer relevant in society.
Let me ask you, what moral code are you using to say that it's wrong to kill animals for meat?
Well, the same moral code that we have towards each other, which is that we're alive, that we suffer, that we have pain, and that we want to live. And because of that, we realise that we shouldn't harm each other. Now, the animals are alive, they're sentient, they're conscious, they can feel pain, they can suffer just like us, which is why I use the same moral code, which is just let them live if we can, which of course we can.
So, would you say that you're using the same code when you say that we shouldn't kill each other, to apply that to not killing animals?
I think it's not necessarily about it being the same code, it's just the fact that we don't have to do these things, and because we don't have to, there's no moral justification for it because it's unnecessary. So it doesn't matter what species the form takes, if we don't have to, then we shouldn't, you know?
So let's talk about, you know, the plan and aspect of if you were to try to move toward a veganism diet for the entire global population.
Right.
How would that be sustainable? And, you know, as far as what we've seen regarding agriculture use in with plants, vegetables, crops, and everything like that, are you aware that the amount of arid land, farmable land that we have in this country couldn't necessarily sustain everyone in the world having a vegan diet?
She just said the amount of land in this country couldn't sustain everyone in the world having a vegan diet. Did you catch that? What is she trying? Was she trying to say everybody in the country, or like, do you think she just like mixed up her words there?
But that's not actually true, because the majority of the crops that we grow, we feed to livestock animals as it is. And in fact, all the grain that's used in this country alone could feed 800 million humans, which means we could eradicate world hunger with just the grain that's fed to animals in this country alone. So the sustainability issue is kind of a non-issue when it comes to a to a vegan lifestyle, because veganism is the only way we can live sustainably with our planet, because a non-vegan diet is destroying our environment in so many different ways.
We know that look, I've done a lot of research into veganism.
Yeah,
I'm sure you have.
As have I.
And I don't knock you guys for being vegans. I think it's a personal choice.
Right.
But what I would say is we do both know that you cannot just live off of grains. You have to have a well-balanced diet if you're trying to be a vegan. You have to have lots of greens, fruits, and a plethora. And a lot of those, the produce items that you guys live off are actually more tropical, like bananas, mangoes, papayas, things like that. So
where's she getting this from?
what about the impact that you would be having on these other nations that you would be having to transport, you know, using more oil and more fossil fuels, and the impact that that would have on the environment? Do you take into effect how that would have an impact on our environment?
Well, I think you raise a good issue, but the point is in America alone, there's so many crops and so many fruits and vegetables that are grown here that we wouldn't necessarily need to import lots of vegetables and fruits from abroad. Yes, of course, some are, but we wouldn't necessarily need to up the intake of those that we produce from abroad. We could just up the intake of those that we produce here. So you could still get all the nutrients you need, but from fruits, vegetables, crops and grains that you produce in this country. And if you want to talk about crops and grains being transported from other countries, a lot of what these cows are fed is soy, GMO soy that's grown in places like Brazil and South America, where huge amounts of the Amazon is destroyed to make way for the soybean plantations. So, you know, when we look at sustainability again, it's still much more sustainable and environmentally conscious to be vegan than non-vegan.
Well, you know, if you want to talk about feeding cattle grains, right? And how that's not sustainable. Well, I will agree to an extent in that regard with you, but we both also know that the cattle weren't meant to be eating those grains. They're meant to be eating grass. They're actually healthier when they're grass-fed. And that's why there's a premium on grass-fed meat. People want to consume grass-fed meat. It's healthier. The meat's healthier, the animal's healthier. So if you want to look at sustainability, okay, we could talk about if you had grass-fed cows, well, you couldn't complain about deforestation from grain produce, but if you're still wanting to talk about, okay, let's switch everyone to a vegan diet, well, you would have to use virtually all of the arable cropland in the entire world to try to feed and sustain our current global population, and that doesn't account for if our population increases. So are you essentially pushing for globalism, because you'd have to have a global community all organized and working together to try to accomplish that goal? The question is, are you promoting globalism?
So we'll start from the beginning. So the grass-fed beef one's an interesting one. Now the reason that we don't always have grass-fed beef is because there's simply not the space. To have grass-fed beef require loads more space, which would take even more land, which we don't have.
But no, it wouldn't require arable land. You can have grass-fed beef in land that is not farmable for vegetation.
But it still takes up that land.
Certain areas. But that land is actually more vast, and we actually have way more of it than we do farmable land.
I don't know if she realizes this, but there's actually been studies done to show that if everyone in the world to provide enough meat for people who are eating meat right now with grass-fed animals, it would require something like another. It would require more land than we even have on the planet to be able to support that system. This is back in this video was back in like 2018, so maybe that information wasn't around then or whatever, but yeah.
Still takes up that land, and the issue of cows is all the methane gas emissions that they produce. Now, the animal agriculture enterprise is responsible for more greenhouse gas emissions than the entire transportation system combined. So say let's eliminate Amazon rainforest destruction, it's still terrible for our environment due to the greenhouse gas emissions that are put into our environment because of methane.
We all know that the dinosaurs actually produced way more methane gas, and it didn't end up
you're climate skeptics, aren't you?
The Earth. Okay? So the Earth is fine.
The issue here is
about not destroying farmable, not destroying forests and habitat. If you wanted to essentially switch to veganism, well, what would you end up having to do? You'd end up having to mow down more forests in arable land to plant vegetable fields.
Well, we're already growing enough food to feed between 10 and 12 billion people, but the food that we grow, we feed to the livestock animals in the first place. The land is there. We just have to change what we're producing on that land, or at least change where that food is going on the land that's produced, or where the crops are produced. So 82% of starving children live in countries where food is grown to feed livestock animals in the West. So the countries that need that food most are the ones that are growing it, but then we're taking off them to feed to the cows and chickens and sheep and every animal that we eat in this country and indeed across the West in general. So the argument again, it's kind of a non-argument, because the food's already been grown and the land is already there. We could reduce the amount of land that we need to use through growing plants alone, because humans consume a lot less plants than cows and pigs do.
Thank you so much, Sodalin, for the Streamlabs donation and the message. 10 hours of carnist nonsense. Only tofu could make you this strong. It's true. It's true. I am running on pure tofu, and that's what keeps me going. It's kept me going all day. Thank you so much for the tip, the donation. You fucking legend. Thank you everybody who's donated so far. Absolute heroes, a lot of you. And also in the fundraiser as well. We're still at 325, which is incredible. Definitely keep that coming, guys. Keep it coming.
But I'd like to get some clarification or explanation from you on.
Yeah, sure.
Is how would you be able to not use any animal byproducts at all, even when it comes to agriculture? You use fertilizers that come from blood, bone, feces of animals. So even when you think you're not playing a role in animals being used or killed or exploited, well, every time you're eating your vegetables, those vegetables were grown with animal fertilizer. So without animal fertilizer, if you get rid of the entire animal industry, how would you then grow your plants?
So the thing is, the reason that we use manure and animal fertilizer is because we have so much of it, right? And a lot of it's put into our rivers, into our streams, into our fields, and it pollutes and kills a lot of wildlife.
But it's also highly fertile and effective.
Of course it is, but there are other alternatives that we can use, other nitrate-rich substances that we can use instead. So the issue isn't necessarily that we'll be able to produce these foods, because we still would. We just find another alternative that wasn't manure, because the only reason we use the manure is because we have so much of it because of all the animals that we raise. So there's always an alternative to that.
That's not the only reason we use it. It's because there's a symbiotic relationship between all plants and all nature and the whole cycle of life. It's not the only reason just because it's available. It's because it's what we've been using for a very long time.
But there are alternatives in place that we can use instead that would be just as effective for doing it.
Are you talking about plant compost?
Yeah, plant compost would be good. We could use.
Well, how do you produce the plants? Like, what I'm saying is, when you go to the store and you buy your plant compost, a lot of the plants that were used in the plant compost were grown with meat fertilizers. So wouldn't that disrupt the entire cycle if you were to completely remove animals from the mix?
But it's going to be such a gradual change over a long period of time. We'll have a long time to adjust into that. It's not an overnight thing where, like, okay, there's no more animal fertilizer, let's just use this plant fertilizer instead. It's going to be such a gradual shift that we'll be able to change accordingly as that shift continues. So it's never going to be like, oh my God, what are we going to do today? Because we'll have many, many years or even decades to kind of figure that out and slowly change it as the system changes.
And the other thing is, in the agriculture process, crude oil and fossil fuels are heavily used.
So they are,
You have, in every aspect of the process with industrial farming, you've got the processing, harvesting, you've got fertilizing, every aspect, pesticide control, everything. They are using tons of fossil fuel, especially with transportation. There's been studies and research out there that's indicated that veganism, and if everyone in the United States were to adopt a vegan diet, that it would actually have a major impact on a lot of these other nations. For example, in some South American countries where avocados and quinoa is produced, it's driven up the price for the natives there to where they can't even afford foods grown in their own native environment.
Because only vegans are eating avocados and quinoa, right?
Do you feel like
Numpty.
The vegan diet is truly a sustainable, reasonable solution?
I think it's an interesting point that you raise, and I don't think by any stretch of the imagination a vegan world will cure all the world's ills, because we've got so many other situations of oppression, injustice, and kind of corruption in place. And the issue that you describe isn't an issue with veganism, it's an issue with the economic and socio-political system that we have in general. So that isn't necessarily a criticism of what a vegan world would look like. But as I say, it's not going to cure all the world's problems, but what it will do is it'll create a system that is more sustainable. There's always more sustainable steps we can continue to take, reducing our carbon footprint in other ways. But it's the single biggest thing, or the single smallest thing we can do that has the biggest impact is going vegan. And all these other issues we do have to address, single-use plastic, greenhouse gas emissions from other sources, absolutely, crude oil use, but it's such a pivotal and significant thing that we can do that will have such a huge impact.
Did you know that it's estimated that around 300 animals, that includes groundhogs,
here we go. Is she going crop deaths? Is that what's going to happen?
Rodents, birds, animals in the wild or in agricultural settings are killed per 1 acre of agriculturally farmed land that is for vegetable production. So around 300 animals are killed when you do a farm agriculturally per acre. That's actually more than per acre of animals that are killed with cattle raised land, with cattle farmed land. So to say that you're not participating in the killing of animals is unrealistic to think that we're not playing any role, regardless if you eat vegan or regardless if you eat meat.
The reason she brings this up, it's not because she actually cares about those animals, right? And remember, the reason then when people do bring this up, 9 times out of 10, 9.5 times out of 10, is that they don't care about those crop deaths. They don't care about those animals. It's just a gotcha. They think they've got the vegan here. That's the only reason they bring it up, because they couldn't care less. She could not care less about those animals in the crop deaths. But it's why it's always hilarious when a meat eater, an animal eater, brings this up. It's like, you don't care about animals. You don't care about those animals. You don't care about any animals. You're just bringing this up because you want to. It's like you're vegans doing something good. I want to try and make it out that you're not doing something good because I want to get you here. I don't actually give a shit about these crop deaths, but I want to act like I do so that make you justify yourself. When the reality is, I should probably justify myself. Really.
I wholeheartedly agree with you. Like, I'm the first to admit, if you ask me, that, yeah, small animals like rodents and small birds and stuff die in the production of crops. That's an unfortunate situation they're in. But for the most part, if you think about it, it takes up to 16 kilograms of plants to produce 1 kilogram of animal products, which means that vastly more plants are used in the production of animal products, which means that vastly more acres of land are used in the production of animal products, which means that vastly more small animals like rodents and little birds and mice and stuff are killed in the production of animal products generally. So even as a vegan, I know I am responsible for those animals being killed on some level, but the fact is it's still less animals. And it's about that intentional killing. When we go into a supermarket, we buy steak, bacon, eggs, dairy, whatever it is, we're consciously and intentionally paying for an animal to die on our behalf when we don't have to. We have to eat something, and we have to eat plants.
Okay, so what's your plan? Okay, you guys say you want to shut down farms like this that have cattle and pigs and chickens. What happens to those animals? You do realize that those animals have been bred in a certain way to be used for us domestically. The chicken today is nothing like the original fowl that we took from the forest and bred and made fatter and bigger and less capable of escaping from predators. So how long do you actually think a chicken will last in a wild if you just released it?
They won't, but the thing is, right, as the world shifts to veganism, it will be a gradual shift, which means that the number of animals that we breed will obviously reduce accordingly as the number of vegans rises, because farmers aren't going to breed animals they know they can't sell. So
she's actually just made a vegan argument. She's like, those animals have been so manipulated and so bred in such horrible ways and manipulated that actually now the ones that we have in these farms couldn't survive a day in the wild. That is an argument to go vegan because of what the non-vegan life and the non-vegan farming has done to these animals, created these absolute man-made monsters that have multiple health conditions that as much as I love them, they are not. When I use the word monster here, I mean in terms of like biological sense, like they are physically and internally completely fucked. Because of how humans have created these monsters that were designed to only be killed and put on people's plates, right? I love them, obviously. You know, I love animals. I don't think they're monsters in the sense of like ugly or something like that. It's just more like yeah, someone's put, Eerie says in the comments, an abomination. They're a man-made abomination. They suffer so fucking much for what we've done to them and what we've created. And they wouldn't last, they would barely last in the wild, most likely, So she's made an argument for veganism. That's a reason to stop right now. Stop breeding more of these man-made animals and let them go extinct because they are suffering so much. So it's interesting that she made a pro-vegan argument by accident.
The animals will just disappear.
Right, well, so the animals that we breed, the ones that, as you rightfully admitted yourself, are natural animals who can't survive without our help, will disappear. But what that'll allow is for this farmland that we have now to repopulate, for those natural ecosystems to replenish, which will allow natural wildlife to restock in those natural areas. So we can have wild roaming deer, wild roaming boar, wild roaming, all the birds and everything that are on the brink of extinction can come back in these land areas that we decimated for agriculture. So the animals that we bred unfairly and disgustingly to die at 6 weeks old.
But if you're going to create more agriculture, how are you going to then not... Like, what you're saying is, okay, we decimated those lands for agriculture.
For animal agriculture.
Animals, right?
Yeah.
But we also would need to create more land for agriculture if we're having to feed humans without meat, because currently we do rely on a large portion of our diet for meat. You know that. Americans mostly eat meat. So
they mostly have heart disease, cancer, and diabetes and are dying in the thousands of it every single year. But yeah, let's act like eating meat is definitely not the reason for that.
Actually have to mow down way more animal habitat in order to feed ourselves.
But like I said before, we're currently growing enough food to feed between 10 and 12 billion people globally, and the grain alone in this country, America, that we feed to livestock animals could feed 800 million other humans, which is just about the number of people that are living in a state of starvation. So actually, it's not true we could use less land, and we're already growing enough crops because cows and pigs eat way more food than we eat on a daily basis.
Well, the grain, like I said before, you can't live off the grain.
Right, but the wheat and the corn and the soy.
Humans aren't even meant to eat that much grain. It's very unhealthy for ourselves.
Yeah,
so you would have to look into what types of, you'd have to have a balanced diet, and like I said, a lot of that comes from tropical regions. A lot of that stuff, the mangoes, papayas, bananas, and the impact that it would have on those areas would be pretty big, wouldn't you say?
But it doesn't have to come from those areas. Yeah, we're going to import some fruits and some vegetables and some grain stuff from those areas, which is good for the economy in many senses. But we don't have to produce all of our, or to get all of our fruits and vegetables from those areas. We can grow them here. So the places that we're currently growing all the wheat and the soy and the corn and the barley and the maize for animals, we can totally take that down and grow the foods that we want to eat instead there. Because the land is there, the farmers have that land, they can shift the agriculture, what they're producing.
That implies that all farmland is equal, and
it's not. It's
and
not.
There are areas where you can grow grain and corn, and you cannot grow other vegetables.
Absolutely.
And you would have to import tons and tons of different soil and amendments, and it's just not practical and not reasonable.
It's not practical or reasonable to breed literally billions and billions of animals, feed them loads of grain, and then kill them so that rich people could eat them while poor people starve and animals have their throats slit all together at the same time. None of this is practical or reasonable, is it? Go and interview some slaughterhouse workers and ask them, like, you know, the animal argument clearly is not working on her, or at least maybe she's acting like she doesn't give a shit. Fine, whatever. Go to a slaughterhouse and watch them being killed. See how you feel about that. And then interview some slaughter workers and try and get some honest opinions from them about how they're doing. And then, you know, go and take a look at these mega farms. Go and take a look at the waste outside and look at what they're doing to the communities. With the waste that they're spreading out. Go and smell that shit, see how that is. Go look at the amount of pollution these places produce, and then come back and tell us if this is reasonable or not, right? I mean, they've already been through. He's already told her how, like, it's not environmentally friendly, it's not good for the animals. He's not spoken about health yet, but she's now saying it's a reasonable way to live. It's this kind of like the notion of we've always done it this way, so it must be okay. Whereas the reality is, it's like you've always done it this way, and look at what's happening to human health, and especially in the USA. USA is like one of the most privileged places on earth, has one of the most highest rates of heart disease and obesity on earth. I mean, something's going wrong. Surely you got to realize something's not right, right?
So to say that all farmland is equal is a problem.
I never said that all farmland was equal. Yes. I admit that many farmland is not equal, and some grains you can produce on some farmland and some you can't in others. But like I said before, the shift to veganism is going to be gradual. So these little bumps in the road that we're discussing can be solved over a long period of time and sustainable. Yes, there are always going to be sustainability issues in the way that we live. We can never eradicate the sustainability issues that we have.
You know, research and studies have shown that actually the most
research and studies have shown which research, which studies?
Most sustainable and healthy for the environment and healthy for even humans diet is actually an omnivore diet, where you do have vegetables, plants, and you also do have meats. Now,
I would be interested to see that study.
Most Americans do eat too much meat, but our ancestors ate meat. They found it in their teeth. They found it in their surroundings. They have cave drawings of us hunting meat. They have the tools that we use for hunting meat. So our ancestors have always eaten meat. If you want to argue through science and say we evolved from monkeys, well, monkeys are omnivores. They eat meat. And as far as the idea that, okay, well, you can't use a tool to be considered an omnivore, that's not necessarily true, because there are tons of animals out there that use tools to hunt and tools to obtain prey or advantages.
That's fine, the thing is, like, just because our ancestors did something, why does that provide moral justification for what we do today? Our ancestors used to murder each other. They were very violent. So are we allowed to kill each other and be violent towards each other because our ancestors did? I mean, our morality is changing. As a species, we've evolved so much. We live in homes, we have cars, we fly in planes. Our ancestors never did that. So if you want to be purist in your logic like that, you should be living in a cave and squatting in the bushes to go to the toilet, right? But the fact is, we don't do these things anymore because we've changed as a species. Now, it's irrelevant. Say we're biological omnivores, right? Irrelevant. Just because we can do something doesn't mean that we should. Now, we've evolved again so far.
But isn't it healthiest for us to do something that we've been doing for so long, and that is in our history of our ancestors? And scientifically, if we're omnivores, we are opportunists. We're supposed to eat what we can get a hold of. And to have a diet that varies in different things, where we can get nutrients and fats and things from different sources.
So our bodies thrive on a plant-based diet. You're right, we're opportunistic in the sense that we eat what we have to survive. And what we had to survive back in the Ice Ages, when there's times of food scarcity, was animals, of course.
It's so fucked that we, you know, I just had like a real kind of moment where I realized how stupid it is that someone stood there on the street, right, with a microphone, a blazer, like a suit, with somebody filming her, for a news channel, in front of somebody else wearing sunglasses and a hoodie, on the street, in a very advanced country, one of the richest in the world, okay, and she's saying, but our ancestors, they were eating this for survival. It's like, you know, you go there when you have no argument, don't you? That's where you go when you are lost. You're completely lost. Why would you talk about what people did thousands of years ago? It's like when people say, but Jesus ate fish. It's like, Jesus was living in a time. Jesus was a desert dweller. Living 2,000 years ago. A desert-dwelling man living 2,000 years ago. The people who wrote the Bible were people who were alive at that point as well, right? Why would you listen to what anybody was saying to do then, now? When it comes to things like diet, for example. You could say, like, morals, like, I don't know, some ethical systems that someone like Plato came up with or some shit like that. That was a long time ago. Applies now because, yeah, you could say that they were like, you know, innovators or whatever. Yeah, fine. But in terms of health and nutrition, this is not moral codes or philosophical kind of systems or whatever. We're talking about science. Nutrition isn't an opinion, it's science. Nutrition is science. It's biology, it's science, it's vitamins, minerals, it's all, you know, it's macronutrients, it's scientific, okay? So 2,000 years ago, the world of like our ancestors way before Jesus, did they have science for nutrition? No. They didn't, did they? Right? Didn't happen. So then why now, with our modern day science and the way we can analyze nutrition, we can analyze the best athletes in the world, we can see what makes them the best, we can see what the things that vegan athletes are eating and how it's working for them, we can do all this really good stuff and we can use science. Why would you now revert back to, well, but our ancestors though? But our ancestors though? What about our Jesus and those people? Why would you pull that up? Focus on what you have right now and the modern day things we've discovered, the revelations, the science we have now. It's so crazy. I see a salad has sent a donation, $3. Thank you so much. It says oat milk is better than soy milk. Lol, 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 salad. Listen, whoever you are, you better watch it. You better watch it. Now, I'll have people come on this stream, people who come on my channel, they call me all kinds of names, but I will not entertain someone saying oat milk is better than soy milk. I will not entertain it. So if you believe that, keep it to yourself, all right? Keep it to yourself, okay? Just keep that opinion to yourself. Other opinions are okay, but that one's just too far, so keep it to yourself. But thank you for the donation, you legend.
We don't live in those times of food scarcity anymore, so we don't need to be opportunistic omnivores.
Because we have globalism and we have shipping.
Right.
But let me ask you this.
We can farm crops like we do animals.
But let me ask you this.
Please.
Could you, if you had however many acreage of land for yourself, right?
Yeah.
Without any animals.
Right.
No animal fertilizer, no nothing, right?
Yeah.
Could you plant and grow outside crops
right.
and sustain yourself throughout the cycles of the year, only growing native or localized seasonable crops, meaning no bananas, no mangoes, none of that stuff. That's not naturally grown here in Ohio.
Yeah, of course it's not.
You'd have to be living off of whatever's natural and can be grown in this environment, and you'd have to only have the seasonal window that we have here.
Yeah.
If you actually were to sit there and examine that aspect here, you would realize that there's a reason why we ate meat, because we had winters. We didn't have refrigerators very much, so we couldn't.
Yeah, but she's okay. If she's arguing against globalism, she's arguing against like imports, exports, and stuff like that. All right, was your microphone made in America? I'm gonna guess it's not. I'm gonna guess because it's plastic. It's probably made in China. Not because it's plastic, but most plasticky things, like tech things, come from China. And also sometimes I think Japan makes a lot of like lenses and camera equipment stuff as well. Comes from Japan. Sometimes where else? China, Japan. Where else is kind of tech come? I'm trying to think where I've seen tech come from. I think some of the parts of the world, but mostly in Asia. A lot of things come from Asia. You know, if you're against it for food, then you have to be consistent. Be against it for everything. And is that what she's advocating for? That we do everything. You only buy things from America that's made in America, and that is it. Well, you're going to really struggle for that, aren't you? You really, really struggle for that. And why would you do that? Just for the sake of what? Excuse me. because you're against globalism, you know, you're against this idea of like international trade, or what exactly is the focus of this point of here? Like, if she's trying to tell him, but you couldn't survive that way, so you shouldn't do it. Well, then I don't really get how that's relevant. You know, if we try to only consume and use things that were from the country we were born in, a lot of us would either struggle to survive, or it would be practically impossible to survive, because some things just aren't made here. Some things are made here, but they're very, very, very expensive because they're made here. They're like more exclusive, like more not factory made. Let's say they're more done by like individual people with small businesses, so it costs more. There's a lot of things to consider here. It'd be very difficult for most people to live if they only lived off exactly what they could buy right where they are. That's just the way the world is right now. Is she arguing that it shouldn't be that way and it should change? In which case, that's a completely separate argument from veganism. That's like a total different debate, right? If that's what she wants to debate with him, that should be a separate debate. It's not an anti-vegan argument. It's just her thinking that we should go back to a state where we only, you know, small communities, and we eat what we can where we live in small communities, stuff like that. If that's what she wants, right? Okay, well, we can get into that, but that's not what he agreed to debate, is it? It's not an anti-vegan position.
Canning and storing wasn't as simple and easy as it is today.
Yeah. But the thing is, you said it's not as simple as it is today, right?
Yeah.
So it is simple today. We can live off different things. And to answer your question, I honestly don't know if I'd be able to do that. I know that a vegan diet on average requires a 16th the amount of land as an omnivorous diet does. But again, the issues you raise, I couldn't tell you what seasonal fruit and veg and if I could do it all year round. But I don't have to worry about that, because we can sustainably live by getting foods from different parts of the country and from different states. We can get avocados from California and take them to Cleveland, and that's fine. And we can do that sustainably as well.
So basically you admit that the entire premise of veganism is based on having globalization.
I mean
globalism, essentially.
I mean, I know what Infowars is like, and the topic of globalization is a scary word for you guys, and I appreciate that. But the issue with veganism is something that we would like to spread across the world, just because it's a more compassionate and ethical way to live. And really, what would be the problem in doing that? Like I asked you before, what justification can we use to kill them if it's unnecessary? I mean, how do we morally justify taking their life?
Okay, let's talk about...
I don't know what her problem is with like trading with other countries and having foods from other countries come in, and why would people not want that? What's wrong with that? Isn't that like a part of, isn't that like trading with other countries, and isn't that what's allowed us to like get to a better position? Is this not, I mean, am I being naive here? Is there something wrong with having global trade? Is there a problem with it? Like inherently an issue with it? I mean, I know at the moment we've got issues like big conflicts around the world, and there's, you know, some things against it there, and some reasons to maybe have like fail safes and stuff. But overall, apart from that, is there like a reason? Am I missing something here? I see Lifting Vegan Logic found the some kind of horn emoji. I'm sorry it's not an air horn, guys, but I'm not him, so you'll have to just deal with the way I do things over here. This ain't Lifting Vegan Logic, all right? If you want that shit, you can go over to his channel.
Because you keep bringing up morals and ethics.
Yeah, I do, yeah.
You do. But first I want to ask you right now, do you believe that humans are animals, or do you believe that we are sentient beings from God?
We're animals. I mean, even if you believe in the Bible, we're still animals.
Okay.
I mean,
so you believe that we're animals and they're animals, and there's virtually no difference between them and us?
I do believe that there's many differences between us and animals, but I think that what makes us alike is what's most important. The fact that we are alive, the fact that we are conscious, and the fact that we can feel pain. That's what unites us, right?
Okay, because what's curious is, I know that you're saying morals, right?
Yeah.
Morals and ethics. It's wrong to kill. It's wrong to kill a living other being. And I know that some of you may try to say that, oh, well, this is just naturally learned, but we've seen in other societies that no, not necessarily. That men have been killing men for a very long time. Men have been killing animals for a very long time. So where did we get these ethics and morals from? And what I will say is this, the majority of our ethics and morals
I just realized
at least in
you can see my
country,
screen.
right? And our Western civilization.
I was trying to find an air horn secretly, but I realized I was looking on the wrong side. I ruined the surprise. Damn it. Oh, well. My surprise is over. Anyway, my bad, guys. My bad.
Is based on Judeo-Christian morals and principles.
Right.
So if you're adhering and you're trying to use Christian morals and principles when you're talking about whether it's wrong or right to kill, but then also saying that you don't believe that we are from God and that we have certain consciousness abilities. How can you argue two separate points simultaneously that conflict with each other?
That's a good question. I believe that obviously morality in many senses is subjective in its purest form, although as humans we do have moral agency, and that's what kind of separates us from wild animals, although wild animals do demonstrate moral agency as well. Now let's put the issue of morality aside and let's look at social contracts, right? And we have a social...
I've just kind of missed her God point. Was she trying to say that, like, because like, he's arguing like a moral position, that means he's arguing on the position of God or something like that? It's like I kind of like glossed over it because I kind of like phased out when she was talking, if I'm totally honest with you guys. It's hard to like pay attention to her. Yeah, Simon's saying I'm gonna go 1.5x on it and see if we get anything more interesting, because she is kind of annoying.
Social contract with each other now not to harm each other. In fact, everyone in America, for the most part, has a social contract, which means that we adhere to not harming each other.
It's not necessarily a social contract. I would say it's legal. It has to do with our judicial system, which predates back to Christian Judeo principles. Thou shalt not kill, that comes from Christian principles. The reason we have it in Western society is because we adopted that because we actually were founded by Christian people.
But the reason that people don't kill, thou shalt not kill, is in our Western society because of the Bible. It could also be because it causes problems for people to just go around murdering each other. If it weren't in the Bible, I'm sure that we would have got it in law anyway. I'm sure it would have eventually been in law not to murder each other. You know, it's not like the Bible is the only way we get all these like ethical positions. I mean, all over the world, murder is illegal, and some of these countries didn't get it from the Bible. So that's ridiculous.
That's what we were founded by.
The legal system always changes, right? Which means that morality is always changing along with the legal system. And, you know, people used to justify slavery using Christianity and the Bible, but of course we moved past that many years ago, thankfully, and realized that slavery is wrong, even though people use the Bible to justify something. So I think turning to religion or to a God to try and define how we should live is very dangerous, because people use the religion and God in very, you know, manipulative and deceptive ways.
People can try to use morals and ethics in very manipulative ways as well.
Agreed. But what's manipulative about saying let's not harm others if we don't have to?
Because if you had a situation where you had to feed your family, I guarantee...
You stupid fucking... Where is that? If you're in a position where you had to feed your family, you have to kill. Yes. What does that have to do with this position right now that you're stood in?
You're going to choose to kill that animal and feed your children, would you not?
But you're taking a survival situation, a time of necessity, and I've not at one point argued it's immoral to kill an animal in necessity. Every time I've answered your question, it's saying it's wrong to kill an animal when it's unnecessary.
But that's why humans have been doing it for so long. It's because we're doing it out of necessity. And it's what we needed to do to survive. We did it for health reasons. We did it to sustain ourselves. And to try and not acknowledge that would just be improper. And your whole argument that we can live on veganism is based on this new idea that we can have globalized agricultural systems, and it's really a huge feat and a big project, and it wouldn't be actually realistic or sustainable for many regions of the world.
But I would like to say I totally acknowledge what you're saying. I agree with you. It was necessity, but the argument today and why veganism is rising today is because it's not a necessity any longer. So you're absolutely right, and I'm not being improper because I agree with you, right, on that point. So, and the issues that you raise, again, it comes back to this idea of it's going to be a gradual shift to veganism. And look, there's going to be bumps in the road. I'm not saying it's going to be a smooth transition and going vegan is going to answer all the world's problems. I'm going to admit that to you. But being vegan is doing what's possible and practicable, right? And that's why I use the word necessity.
I think veganism is a developed world luxury. You guys have the developed world luxury to live as vegans. But let's say this, people who are living in certain areas in Africa, you have tribes there that seriously live off of their cattle. They have cattle, and they have very...
She's talking about African tribes. Oh my God, I can't believe she's actually talking about African tribes right now. You're in the USA, working for a news station, talking to people wearing sunglasses with mobile phones and like cameras and shit. Why are you talking about African tribes? What does that have to do with you in this position right now? Why are you talking to these guys about African tribes? Do you think they believe that African tribes should go vegan? Do you really think that they're going to go travel to countries in Africa and speak to tribal people and go, hey, you should go vegan? It's so stupid.
Respectful, loving relationships with their cattle. They milk them, they raise them, everything. They also use them and eat them for meat, and they're sacred to them. And in their areas, they do not have arable farmland. They could not live off of agricultural stuff. So them being able to exist and live would solely be based upon your globalist idea of farming all of the arable land, which would be most of Ohio, would be turned into farms, okay? And then you'd have to ship it using tons of gasoline, which we can all talk about the environmental impact that would probably have to constantly shipping people food into other countries where they don't have arable land. And then the impact of what's that going to have to them as a community to all of a sudden switch from a heavily meat animal-based diet to then flip-flop to a vegan diet. Is that going to have an impact on their culture and on their society? So is it sustainable? I would say no, but I would say that it's a luxury that we have in this more developed world.
I would argue that point and say if you look at the poorest places in the world, you look at the places where people live in extreme poverty, the majority of what they eat is grains and plants because it's the cheapest food to produce. Now, of course, there's going to be areas in the world where people have cattle and they take the milk because they need to survive. It comes down to the idea of necessity.
A lot
again,
of the places in the world, the tribal people
Yeah.
live off goats or sheep
they do.
or cows.
And I'm not disputing that point, but the poorest country in the world, what they survive off mainly is a plant-based diet. Places in Africa, like Nigeria and stuff like that, for example, they have some of the lowest rates of heart disease globally. And interestingly, they have the highest rates of plant consumption because they can't afford to have animals, they can't afford to look after animals, and they can't afford to buy animal products. So actually, the luxury is animal products because they're the most expensive food that we can buy. And the only reason they're so cheap in this country is because of the massive amount of tax subsidies. If you actually look to the proper price that these products should be, no one, apart from the richest upper echelons of society, will be able to afford them. If you want to talk about privilege, then it's privilege to be able to afford animal products, whereas the cheapest foods you can buy on this planet, the beans, grains, legumes, the seasonal vegetables and fruits, are the absolute cheapest foods that we can buy.
Well, if you want to talk about, okay, so the whole agricultural push to Africa is a newer thing.
Yeah.
They have not been able to do agriculture, and they've been living off their animals and in their environment.
And growing what they can naturally.
Growing what they can naturally. Right. To say that they've had big agriculture there for a long time is not necessarily
I've not
true.
said that. I just said they're growing what they can grow locally and what they can grow with the skills that they have. I've never said they have big agriculture. They just grow what they can afford to grow in that area.
But it's not, we can agree though, would we agree that a grain-based diet is not the healthiest diet for human?
It's better than animal-based diets. Because animal products cause our leading diseases and illnesses: heart disease, colon cancer, breast cancer, prostate cancer, type 2 diabetes, osteoporosis, hypertension, strokes. These are caused.
But do they? I don't.
Oh, they do.
What are you citing in that? Because here's the reality: is our
What are you citing after she cited absolutely no study whatsoever? She just kept saying studies and research show, which means I don't know what I'm talking about.
Have been consuming heavy meat and fat and bone marrow based.
Which, by the way, I'll admit, when you're in a debate, it can be a problem that you don't remember the name of the study or whatever. But I don't believe that she's actually read any study. That's the problem.
Diets when they were hunting a very long time ago. It's evidence, and their bones were more dense. They had stronger jaws. They were bigger. They were taller. As soon as humans, if you look at it historically, as soon as humans switched to agriculture, their bones became more brittle, and they dropped about 6 inches in height, and our jaws became smaller and less strong. We have to have braces now because we have crooked teeth because our jaws are smaller. We have to have our wisdom teeth removed. Are we really healthier eating non-meat diets?
But I would argue the reason that happens is because we increased our consumption of animal products to such an extent. Now, animal products leach calcium from our bones because of the excess protein. So I'd actually argue that all these things that you just described is due to, as you say, the mass commercialization of agriculture, which was massively animal agriculture. So all these elements that we have now, all these problems we have, the inflammation, all the arthritis, all these problems can be linked heavily to the fact that we consume animal products.
Are you sure that the studies are just wrongly not citing the fact that the reason the American diet is so unhealthy is because of our high consumption of sugar? No. We consume so much sugar and carbohydrates, including the grains, the corn. We know that the corn is going to make us fat and unhealthy.
Okay, what makes us fat is fat, and what's found in animal products is saturated fat and trans fat.
I wouldn't say that's true.
Carbohydrates can metabolize into fat in our bodies when we don't use them and burn them up like we should. But what clings to our body is the fat, and animal products are full of saturated fat, trans fat, and cholesterol, which are the three things that clog our arteries and cause atherosclerosis and heart disease and all these problems that are actually our #1 killers of people here in the US. So
well, we can there's good fats and bad fats. Okay,
of course,
and
always.
we can sit here and argue all day about diet.
Yeah, we can.
And really, there are so many different conflicting studies out there on either side. And I would say that for a lot of people, I would say veganism, if it's something you want to do and try, go for it. I know that there are people who have gotten benefits from it because you are consuming mineral vitamin-rich stuff when you're doing the plant stuff as well. But what I will say is this: it's not sustainable for long term for the entire global population. So that's kind of the place I'm standing at right now, and I still haven't heard anything that proves otherwise.
And I just like to say thank you for the conversation. I agree with many things that you said, but I disagree wholeheartedly with a lot of them. I believe that it is sustainable, and I would like to say I don't think you said anything that would reverse my opinion on that as well.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, okay, so
yeah.
Based on what you guys were centered your discussion, what does that have to do with this particular farm? Like, why not a big industrial farm?
Why is this farm being targeted and not a big industrial factory farm?
So we were at Case Farm Slaughterhouse earlier this morning. This is our second place today, and that place is a mass industrialized slaughterhouse where they bring factory farm chickens in. So this is just another side of the spectrum. But the bottom line for us is the slaughter, right? And these animals are all going to be slaughtered. So for us, morally, there isn't much difference between a factory farmed animal and say a locally organic family raised animal in the sense they're all going to be killed anyway. And that bottom line is they'll die and it's wrong because it's unnecessary. That's how I'd answer that question.
It's interesting how she said that it's not sustainable for the world, so therefore I won't do it. Is that basically what she's going for there? Just going back to her other point, like it's like she's not even acknowledging, or I guess she's not gone there to speak about herself, but it's like somebody in the USA. I won't go vegan because it's not sustainable for everybody else in the world, i.e. everybody else in the world can't do it, so I won't do it. Well, how does that make any fucking sense? Like, the only way that something becomes doable for others is if you lead the way. Like, some people say, what about the poor people in the USA that can't afford it? They don't have they can't afford the foods because like McDonald's is cheaper because it's just shit, and they don't live in a good place or whatever, so they find it really difficult. How do you think that's going to change? Do you think that'll change by you continuing to just do everything as normal, or does it not change with the people who can demanding more and more of these products so that they become cheaper because capitalism, companies compete, it gets cheaper and cheaper and cheaper, and then eventually it gets out into more and more supermarkets and more places in the country, and eventually these people who are currently surviving on shitty McDonald's are able to afford healthier foods that maybe are still unhealthy, like vegan burgers or whatever, but that only comes if the people who can demand, right? And create a monster demand for it. So, yeah.
Okay, so then here, let me ask you your stance then on human abortion.
All right,
because you know a lot of vegans tend to be a little bit more liberal. And
Why should I bring up abortion right now? I'll slow it down a little bit. Let's see what she's got to say on this.
Pro-abortion. So you know, many Christians, ethically, morally, would say that that's wrong to kill a human being, whether it's capable of sustaining itself alone outside the womb at that time in its gestation or not. But how? What's your standpoint on that?
So I've been raised in the UK, and abortion isn't an issue in the UK because it's been legalised, I think, longer since I've been born. So for me, I don't see abortion as being an issue up to a certain point because, you know, when a human baby is just a collection of cells, they're not a human baby in that sense. So I would say the life of the woman who has her own rights and has autonomy over her own body would supersede the right of cells.
What point would you say that it's not a human cell, though?
And I don't know. That's the question, right? I don't know that.
Because currently we have up to 24 weeks, which is 6 months gestation, and it only gives 3 months left.
Yeah.
So would you say that that's immoral to kill a 20-week-old baby in the womb?
I don't know about the laws here, but I've heard that the laws that are often cited by the right wing are laws that are taken into place when the woman is in danger and her life is in danger. So I don't know, I can't comment on that, but that's what I do know is a lot of the people, especially from Infowars on the right, would cite stuff that's extreme.
If the woman is not in danger, if there's no risk to the woman's health, because they can still get abortions up to 24 weeks, whether or not you're in danger or anything. It's right now, the woman can go choose to have the baby killed. So, you know, you mentioned a lot morals and ethics, and talking about killing a life. And your main issue here is that they're going to be killing these cows for meat. So how then can you justify killing a human in the womb?
Well, I would justify up to the point where the human baby is no longer becomes conscious or sentient, because then it's about that version of life that the human baby has. And I think the issue is, we have overpopulation, which is a huge issue that's going to affect us all. So, you know, when we look at abortion, if we're going to let every baby that's born to this planet be born, then we're going to have huge issues of population continue to rise. A lot of the time, these people that are against abortions, the right wing, the evangelical Christians.
That was a weird argument for abortion, like a population increase. Okay, I'm going to keep listening.
They're totally against people having abortions, but as soon as that baby's born, they don't provide welfare or benefits or anything to look after the baby.
So you said when the baby becomes conscious or sentient, then it would be wrong. Would you say that these animals have the same consciousness and capability of consciousness that we do?
No, I wouldn't say that, but pigs, for instance, are as clever, have been proven to have the same cognitive abilities as a 3-year-old child, so they're more intelligent than a baby up to the age of 3, you know, by scientific study. So if you're going to go by intelligence and cognitive abilities, then a pig's life should be worth more than a newborn baby's life.
Okay, well, I don't know. I would say I definitely disagree with you on that.
But that's science, right? That's science, so you can argue with science, but that's
agree.
Okay. That's
I would definitely disagree with that, because if you look at the rate at which an animal ages, the 3-year-old pig is nowhere near the rate at which a 3-year-old child ages. We live a lot longer, so you cannot compare the two. A 3-year-old pig can breed, a 3-year-old child cannot.
Yeah, but you're basing our worth of life based on cognitive abilities and intelligence, and I'm saying if that's what you want to do.
No, that's what you were doing by saying that you wanted to think it's okay to abort babies in the womb if they don't have a consciousness
if they're not
cognitive
conscious.
ability
Exactly, that's what I'm saying. So I feel like we're going off tangent here on the abortion one because, like I said, like as long as
because it's somewhat hypocritical when you say.
I don't think it's hypocritical. I throw that back on you. So you say I'm a hypocrite for that. I would say you're a hypocrite if you're against abortion, but you consume animals, because you're against abortion because you say it's not right to take a life, but then you take lives every day. So we're both hypocrites in that sense, right?
Because I would say. Well, I will say this. My morals and ethics come from my Christian belief system. And what I will say is that I do believe it's wrong to kill another human being. And if I'm going to adhere and reference Christian belief systems, I will say that it says so in our Bible that we should not kill other humans and man. But it also does say that God says eat meat sparingly. So he doesn't say don't eat meat, don't kill animals. It says he put them here for us to have and use.
Right. So, do you think that a benevolent...
Imagine basing your entire... The things that you do every day on a fucking couple of 1,000-year-old book because you think some all-powerful being that you've never seen and that has never proven itself to exist somehow wrote that book, or you don't think about the fact that this book was written by multiple people over a period of like 100 years, was it 50 to 100 years, something stupid like that. Like I can't remember the exact number. It was like many years, written by multiple different people. And there's the point where like, and there's two versions of it, an old one and a new one. An old one that was cast out because it was so violent and horrific and fucking horrible. And then a new one that now that one's the one, even though they're both the word of God apparently, but the old one is not really the word of God. The new one is the word of God because the new one's not as hard as the old one. The old one was really horrible and violent. The new one's not violent. So we're going to trust the new one. It's just absolute madness. And then you would stand there and, try and have some kind of logical debate with someone when your entire belief system is based on that. Wow.
Compassionate God would be happy with us killing his animals if we didn't have to.
Well, I think that actually, if you want to get into the God in the Bible, Cain and Abel, you know, Cain killed Abel because God didn't like that Cain brought him vegetables and fruits, and Abel brought him meat as a sacrifice.
Right.
So actually, God wanted him to make the sacrifice and kill the animal for him.
Right.
So,
but we don't do that anymore.
but
Animal
I'm saying is
sacrifices aren't
that's what I'm
necessary
adhering
anymore.
to. My morals, my principles adhere to Christianity.
Right. But animal sacrifices
when
aren't needed anymore.
Morals
If we had like a nuclear disaster and everyone's wiped out, and the only thing that was left was Harry Potter, the Harry Potter books, and then new kids were born and they didn't realize that it was just like a novelty book or whatever, like we'd all be worshipping that, wouldn't we?
Or we put a ball in the head and we throat slit them.
Or there's some that like air pressure.
That's the stunt. That's the captive ball pistol stuns them, right?
Yeah.
And then they hang upside down, cut the throat, which kills them. Is that humane?
I'd say it's more humane than a lion kills their prey.
Okay, all right.
Because if you
But
look
we're
at
going
how,
off tangents now.
if you look at how lions kill their prey, you know what they go
for. Oh,
first?
lions are brutal.
Oh, they go for the genitals. They eat the genitals first,
Yeah.
and then they eat them from their butthole out. They
Yeah.
literally eat their intestines out. So if you want to talk about humane, but you have no problem with the lions killing their prey.
Why do lions kill their prey?
Because they eat them.
Because they're obligate carnivores.
There's your lions, though. You guys are waiting for that one, huh?
To survive. So again, why are we comparing ourselves to wild animals like we did to our ancestors? Animals, again, they rape and they kill and they do horrible things.
What I'm saying is, because you're saying we're animals, I'm saying out of the animals under your ideology, we kill a lot more humanely than most other animals.
I didn't ask you about more humane. I asked you, is it humane? So the answer is a yes or no. There isn't a more or less. Is the way that we kill animals now humane? Yes or no?
I would say that some places probably don't.
Okay.
But I would say some places definitely
so let's
do.
just take the standard way that animals are killed. Let's say it's done absolutely to the letter of the law perfectly.
I would say quick and in a way that doesn't necessarily stress the animal out too much beforehand. Just quick and to the point.
What does the word humane mean?
In a way that takes into effect concern and care, and you're not trying to torture an animal. You know, I think the Native Americans probably, they had a very communicative relationship with the animals, and they respected and they honored the animals that they killed, and they did it in a way that they could just put it out of its misery shortly and be done with it, and they thanked the animal for its offering.
Yeah.
So I think there are ways to be respectful. I think humanely has to do with also being respectful.
So the Native Americans, it's down to necessity again, but also the word humane, like objectively, means to have or show compassion or benevolence. So what we have to ask ourselves is the way that we kill animals compassionate or benevolent? Is it benevolent to cut the throat of an animal if they don't have to die? Is that benevolent or compassionate?
I think that I would say that's probably more of a humane way to kill an animal than
not more.
eating it from its balls and genitals.
No, it is more humane than that, but is it compassionate or benevolent, which is what the word humane means? Is it compassionate?
I would say it's a compassionate way to kill, yeah.
So you believe that killing an animal unnecessarily is compassionate?
You asked me if the way in which to kill it was seen as compassionate, and I would say that way is compassionate versus other ways that you could possibly.
But you're doing this thing again, you're saying versus other ways, right? It'd be more compassionate for me to shoot you in the head than to stab you 10 times, but it's still not compassionate act for me to shoot you in the head, right? So
once again, you're going to try to adhere to Christian morals by saying that it's unethical to kill at all.
I'm just using the word of
Christian morals. Yes, it's only Christians who believe killing is wrong. No one else believes killing is wrong, just Christians. And the only people that ever figured out that killing is wrong were Christian, because it is a Christian belief, right? Exactly.
Not compassionate at all to kill another species of animal. But what I'm trying to say is you can have compassion in the way you kill. But what I'm trying to say
not when it's unnecessary. You can't compassionately kill someone if it's unnecessary.
Well, in most cases, it is necessary.
But we've already talked about this.
We eat meat.
Yes, but it's not a necessity. We don't have to. There's millions of vegans all around the world to show that
we'd have to implement a massive global system of production.
The system's already in place.
Invade the rights of many nations. Morally okay to kill those animals in the production of agriculture because it's something that we need to do to survive, and it's an inevitability. But when I say that I think it's morally okay to kill the animal for the meat, you say that somehow that's different.
So the issue is then when you raise an animal for meat, you're not only killing the animal, but that animal has to be fed the food that we feed to them, which means that many more animals are killed in the production of their crops, which means that on a non-vegan diet, we're still responsible for more of those animals being killed, which means as a vegan, I'm responsible for less of those animals being killed. Yes, it's not perfect.
And that's if the animals are fed grains. If they're grass-fed cows, if they're wild, free-range chickens, it's not necessarily the same.
And we cannot fit everyone's demand or consumption of animal products with grass-fed animals. It's not possible. People are still going to eat chickens and pigs, which are factory farmed and always will be factory farmed, which means that these crops will always be grown and fed to them. And the amount of grass-fed beef that people eat is very small in proportion compared to the amount of factory farmed beef where people, growing those things.
What do you think would be a little bit more of a middle ground or more realistic thing to try to advocate for, other than just banning all meat in slaughterhouses?
So again, I'm not advocating for the banning of meat. I'm advocating for people to make a more ethical choice in their life, which over time will mean that the need for meat is redundant and unnecessary. I'm not looking to laws to change people. I'm hoping to change people's mindsets and encourage them to choose a more compassionate, that word compassionate again, an ethical way of living. So it's not about banning stuff. It's about bringing a gradual shift over time, which allows us as a species, an intelligent species, to adapt and conquer the issues that kind of new world will face as we go along that journey. But the world that we will get at the end of it is more sustainable, it's more compassionate, and it's also more healthy as well.
And it's more of a globalist non-government.
This is where it always boils down to. It's this kind of like neoconservative idea of a globalist government. It doesn't have to be. It doesn't have to. No, it doesn't. It physically, it cannot be more so than it is now. You have corporations and capitalist governments all over the world going to poorer countries and taking what they want from them. That's already happening.
As well. So it is.
What do you mean depopulation?
You talked about we're overpopulated.
Right, we are overpopulated. I'm not saying we need to depopulate. I'm just saying that we need to take more conscious decisions in our life, which means that having less children and living more sustainably, which is what a vegan diet can do.
Okay, well, we can agree to disagree, and thank you for the debate.
I really appreciate it. I really enjoyed
that.
Thank you so much. I enjoyed that. Thanks for being here.
All right, thank you guys.
You're welcome. Thank you. I enjoyed that. I appreciate that. Thank you.
But they twisted that. I mean, she was nice to him in the end there, but I remember they released a version of it that was like fucked up and like edited down really badly and stuff, I think. But yeah, she picked on that point, the depopulation point, because it did sound a little bit like it didn't sound great to hear him say a good reason for people to have abortions is because we have too many humans on the planet. I feel like what would be the better thing to say would be people should be have safe sex. People should use contraception so that they don't populate the planet. If you want to like advocate for like a lower population size, you don't want the population to increase, don't advocate people get abortions. that's a little bit fucked. Like, oh, we're pregnant, yay, we're pregnant, woo, we're gonna have a baby, oh my god, I'm so happy. Like, hey, you should have bought that baby because we got too many people on the planet. Like, all right, maybe that's a little bit much. I probably wouldn't go for that, guys. I mean, I think that's a little bit do you know what I mean? But yeah, aside from that, I think he nailed it. Really interesting points and good work from Ed on that one. We've got 1 hour left, guys, and we're going to use this final hour. It's the final hour. We're going to use this final hour to respond and react to Earthling Ed's most famous video. But before we get to that, I want to just tell you a few more things before we close up, all right? Before we do this really cool reaction to this next bit. And we're probably going to go over 10 hours because it's going to take probably about an hour or so to do this video. But anyway, look. Check this t-shirt out. It's new t-shirts. They're up on the website, okay? It says veganism. And down here it says and justice for animals. Look at that. Sick as that. And it's got a back print. And on the back it says the same. And also it's got documentaries, okay? On there, it is a fucking cool t-shirt, right? And not only that, I've got other cool t-shirts on the website as well. So get over there and check these out because I reckon you're going to be super pumped about it. Look at this, look at this, look at this. Here's the one I'm wearing. Look at that. How nice is that? And look at, oh God. And look at that. And look at the back. Look at all the cool attention to detail that's gone into this. Yeah. Now appreciate that. How cool is that? And also, there's a few others as well. Okay, we got hey, where's the rest of them? Okay, we got this one, Satanic Religion. You see that? That's a new one. I'll open that up for you. How cool is that? We've got Veganism, the Terminator, but it's Joaquin Phoenix. Terminate Animals. Terminate Meat Flakes is the name of this one. Terminate Meat Flakes. Okay. For the animals. And finally, we got this one, which is a troll t-shirt. It's enjoy dog meat in the style of Coca-Cola. And the idea is like, it's like a troll one. It's like to get people to get like, why have you got that? You support dog meat? And then you can get into that kind of conversation, you know, where it's like, no, it's just a troll t-shirt because it triggers meat eaters. And reality is that we shouldn't be eating any meat if we care about dogs. And there's all the others on here as well, which you might have seen before, but I'll quickly cover there. We've got Anti-Meat Flake Social Club. And on the back, Anti-Meat Flake Social Club Go Vegan. So you want to join the Anti-Meat Flake Social Club. And there's a couple of others on there too. Very exciting to have these all available for you guys now. So go check it out on the website, davidrams.com. And before we get into this final one as well, remember, we are doing a fundraiser today, guys. It is a fundraiser to help animals caught up in the war in Ukraine. Please help these the people on the ground, help these animals by dropping a donation over here, okay? That's the wrong screen. Give me a second. Here we go. We got 365 raised so far. We're raising money for Ukraine Animal Task Force to help animals in Ukraine and get them out, get the medical attention, get them to safety. So please, please go check that out and drop some couple of dollars, couple of euros over there. Please do that because they really need it. We got 365 so far. I really hope we can reach a little bit more before the end of the stream. All right, guys, who's ready to react to Earthling Ed's most famous video? Earthling Ed's most famous video of all time, of all times on YouTube is this one. At least his most famous debate video. I don't know if it's his most famous of all times. It's his most famous debate video, though. Check it out. Meat Eater decides to challenge vegan activist. 1,553,487 views. 51,000 upvotes, 2,100 downvotes. Very interesting. So, shall we dive into? I've not seen this one, actually, believe it or not, even though it's like super famous. So let's have a look then. Let's take it home. The final hour of the 10-hour stream with Ed's most famous video.
We're advanced animals that have taken over the planet and flown to space. I haven't seen a flying cow. It really isn't going to make a difference. It really won't make a difference if we kill 1 trillion animals or just one animal at the end of the day.
Oh my lord. This guy seems a little bit sociopathic.
How you doing?
At least with that.
Nice to meet you.
My name's Ben.
My name's Ed. Nice to meet you, Ben.
Nice to meet you,
I appreciate you waiting and sitting down. Not the greatest weather to stand around in, is it?
That's all right. It's been interesting.
Good, good. Are we ready to go? Thank you so much for sitting down. I'm at the University of Sussex. I have a tablecloth that says, "Can you justify not being vegan?" You very kindly sat down next to me, and so I'm interested to know what you have to say about that that proposition.
I don't think it's economically viable for the next 50 years. Yeah. Few factors. There's a lot of jobs in the meat and general sort of food industry, especially with animals.
Yeah.
And what not a lot of people realise, that's why it was interesting to see you said vegan, not vegetarian, because vegetarian I could get behind.
Yeah.
With veganism, a lot of animal products are used not only in medical, you know, you've got pig heart valves, for example, help save lives. But you've also got various types of animal fats that are used in all different types of materials and all sorts of things, which just translates such a big industry worldwide that if you were to just cut it off globally, you would have massive meltdowns just in various different types of industries. So I think something like this needs to be thought about in more of a gradual process.
I think undeniably the process to veganism will be gradual. And the first point you made, how many, do you know how many people, like, or what percentage of people in the UK work in the agricultural workforce?
Less than 5%.
Yeah, so I think it's 3% in total, and I think about 1.5% of the total workforce of the UK is in animal agriculture.
We should look at globally. The UK is less than 1% of the global population, and we're a developed nation. That's why we only have 3% of us in agriculture. You go to a country like Kenya, and you've got a much higher agricultural base, and they're doing all various...
Why is he referring to Kenya and... Why is he going to other countries? Like, why is he not just talking about himself? And he doesn't live his life only thinking about how. What about, oh, what do they do? What do they do? What do they do? He lives his life thinking about himself and the people around him, and he makes decisions on how his actions will affect people in other countries. But he doesn't base his actions on what people in other countries can or can't do. So I don't understand why that's the point here.
Types of farming, you know, and then not just in Africa, but when you go to other parts like South America and other, you know, really big areas where they've got lots of farmland, they're impoverished people that rely on that economically.
Exactly. So yes, and this is the thing, you have a global socio-economic thing, and so what we have to do, and which is why I'm partly doing it here, is looking at countries where that possibility exists. Now in Kenya, I don't think I'm going to make the case to go there and say you can't, you know, use the goat for the family and the community, right? I'm not going to say that. But here in this country, there is the argument that can be made here. And even in South America, where yes, people rely on agriculture for jobs, but there's solutions and alternatives. Gradual,
there are, but they will be gradual fixes.
Undeniable.
All right, thank you, Hexproof Anarchist, for the super chat of 99 cents a dollar. Thank you so much. And Fallon Marie for the $5 tip just now. Thank you so much, you fucking legends. Remember, guys, if you want me to read your comment and publicly say thank you like this and call you a legend and read whatever comment you've got there, just super chat or Streamlabs donation it over and I'll do it. We've got 1 hour left or like 50 minutes left. You got a bit of time. If you want me to answer a question, yeah, I'll answer any question you've got for me. So send it through in one of those ways, Streamlabs donation or a super chat. I'll answer your question for you, anything you want. So send it over. Or if you want me to do something weird, yeah, all right. Maybe I'll do that as well. Maybe I'm taking requests for things that you want. Like earlier, I had to sing. We're in the last hour, so you go wild if you really want that. Go wild. I'll yeah. Don't make it completely unreasonable, but I'll consider it. Whatever you want to go for.
undeniably so. And you know, even if I could click my fingers to make the world vegan tomorrow, yes, I think I probably want to do it, but I would accept there are huge repercussions to doing that in other areas, whereas a gradual process means we can isolate them. And so there's a couple of things we can do. And again, I'm going to look at UK, but the examples I'm going to make can be applied to most, I'd say, Western countries. Let's put it that way.
Developed nations.
Yeah, developed nations. Yeah, Western developed nations. So we look at the agriculture system here in the EU, in North America and such, and animal agriculture, but also all agriculture is propped up by tax subsidies, right? And so the reason animal agriculture is sustainable and can make money to animal farmers is because they're given taxpayers money through the form of subsidies, which I think is absolutely fine. I think subsidies are beneficial and crucial. But the problem is when we give vast amounts of this money to animal farmers, we're perpetuating that system, and farmers are involved in that system just so they can earn the subsidies to make it affordable. So take lamb farming, for instance. A lamb farm in Wales would actually lose money every year for the lamb farming. He only makes money because of the tax subsidies, which creates kind of a false economy, right? Where it's not the actual employment that creates the money; it's the taxpayer. And so I think that seems like a fairly bankrupt situation, especially when that taxpayers' money, the subsidies, can be distributed in a way that ensures that animal farmers can hopefully, in many situations, transform their agriculture into plant-based agriculture. And now many could do that. We see examples of dairy farmers switching to producing plant meats, but not all could do that. You know, you have maybe hilly Welsh landscapes again, where growing crops is probably not so simple. And so,
do you know what, guys? I'm going to make a judgment call. I thought this would be a spicier video than it is, but I do not think it's going to be spicy. I see that it's a debate video, and that's cool. And I see it was posted 2020. I don't know how it got so many views, but he showed the end at the beginning to show us what was coming. And I don't think it seemed that spicy, and I'm not finding this particularly entertaining. So I think I want to bring it home with something that's a bit more fiery. Do you agree? I think we could do something a bit more fiery, a bit more, you know, a bit more pacey. Bit more pacey, a bit more. What do you reckon, guys? Am I onto something here? I think, should we mix it up? There is another video we could watch called "This is Extreme: Student Flips at Vegans." I think we could go and have a look at that instead. Do you guys support this move to switch it up? Or Christian Outraged? I see Simon voted for. Dodo's tips at $3. Thank you so much for the tip. Says, which 3 countries do you think will go vegan plant-based first? What is your favorite movie? Top 3 bands? Wow, that's a lot of questions. All right, well, first things first. The countries that I think will go vegan plant-based first, if any of them go fully vegan plant-based, I think UK would be on the top for that. I think UK is very, very open to this. Finland would probably come in second. These are the 2 countries I spent the most time, and the 2 that I can see this most likely happening in. Veganism is very, very accepted both here and in the UK. The third country, I couldn't tell you. I don't know much about. Israel, maybe. Israel is pretty far and advanced when it comes to animal rights, veganism, plant-based diets, at least. What is my favorite movie of all time? I think it's got to be The Matrix. Don't need an explanation for that. I think we all know The Matrix is amazing. The top 3 bands, probably Architects, Periphery, and... Architects and Periphery are 2 of my big-time favorites. And... probably on the third of them, I'm a big fan of the 1975, which is totally different genre-wise from those 2 bands. I'm a big Metallica fan, but I wouldn't say they're like a favorite these days. But my top 3 bands at the moment, probably those 3. Yeah, Architects and Periphery, especially, fucking awesome bands. Thank you so much for the donation, you fucking legend. All right, let's mix it up then. So I see you guys are recommending some videos. You said Ed interviewed a psychopath. I debated a psychopath. I don't know about that one. You guys are talking about, yeah. Let's pull up a heated one. I think is going to be better. Right. There was a Christian outraged by vegans. That guy was interesting. I suppose we could go and rip on him. Or the student flipping at vegans. I guess this Christian one was quite an entertaining character, wasn't it? Yeah, let's watch this Christian one, because you know what? It appeals to us in both ways. It appeals to me in both ways, because I love ripping on crazy religious people, and obviously it's good that it's for a vegan reason. So this one's Christian outraged by vegans, 322,000 views. Let's bring it home with a little bit of pro anti-Christian rhetoric.
How does God justify this behavior to animals?
God doesn't.
Okay.
We do.
But how does God feel about it?
God hates that.
Okay.
He hates that we mistreat animals because he created them for us.
Right.
But the fact that we mistreat them isn't God's fault.
I'm not saying it is. It's our fault.
It's our fault.
It is. I agree. It's our fault.
Exactly.
So with that in mind, how do we continue to do it then?
Well,
if God doesn't like it, then we should stop, right?
He created these so that we could eat them.
Okay. But at the same time, right? When let's
get it?
Well, okay. Let's go back, right? So let's say when Jesus was around 2018 years ago, right? Do you think that he didn't have the Walmart, the Targets, the Whole Foods, all that kind of stuff, right? So there was a less abundance of food. Now we've changed so much as a society in 2018 years that now there's alternatives.
Way earlier than
it does
2,000 years ago.
It does, but I'm going back to when Jesus was around.
Adam.
It does. It goes right back to the beginning
like
of time.
6,000 years.
But our society has changed so much, right, that we don't have.
Yes. Oh God. Oh my God. And if you missed that and why that's funny, he said Jesus was 2,000 years ago, and then the guy was like, "This goes all the way back to Adam. That was 6,000 years ago," because he believes that the creation of the world was 6,000 years ago. Oh my goodness, no.
Have the necessity to eat these animals anymore. So I believe, now you might believe wrong, so correct me if you think I'm wrong, but I believe like a benevolent and compassionate God, which of course God is, would rather we didn't kill his animals.
Who makes himself available to us today.
Yeah. Right.
As his real flesh and blood.
Absolutely, but how? Within all of us? I don't know.
Did you ever read the New Testament?
I honestly, I'm not religious, so I've dabbled
You sound like you're religious because you're talking about it.
Right, because I'm trying to, because at the same time I understand what you're
talking about it, then you need to be able to respond to it.
Yeah, but the point I'm making to you, right, is that a benevolent and compassionate God would rather we didn't, in my eyes,
I see Kieran's confused about why we're on another video. The other video was going a bit too slow for my liking, and I wanted to bring it home with a bigger, a more impactful, more fun video, basically, Kieran. But thank you so much for the donation, dude. Thanks for everything you do, David. You said thank you so much, bro. You're a fucking legend. And yeah, we switched it up to something a bit more spicy because, you know, we're bringing it home now. I've been here for 10 hours. The last video, it wasn't boring, but the pace was very slow. It was one of those more kind of open discussion debates that he's had, and I wanted to bring it home with something a bit more pacey, right? Maybe we can fit even 2 more videos in if we do this, because it's only 10 minutes. So I don't know. The other one I felt like was going to be a bit of a long haul, and I feel we've had enough of those. I appreciate them, but I'm feeling a bit more like this now in my 10th hour of doing this.
believe would rather we didn't harm his animals if we didn't have to,
right? That is absolutely true.
So do we have to eat animal products to live, or can we survive without them?
No, the amazing, compassionate God that you're referring to created us and gave us the option.
Right.
Can you eat plants or eat meat?
Right.
Eat of the tree, eat of the fruit of the... And we chose sin.
I think this guy's drunk. Do you guys think this guy's drunk? I think he's drunk.
Why do you choose sin?
And this is the consequence of all of that.
But do you choose sin?
I don't.
So are you vegan?
But no.
So by your own logic, you do choose sin, right?
I beg and plead God before every meal I eat that He bless my food and forgive me for my sins.
But that's...
So wait a minute. He knows that what he's doing to animals is wrong, and he believes it's a sin, which is why every night before he eats it, he asks God to bless his food and forgive him for sinning, and then he eats the sinful food. Right, okay.
That's not good enough, right? If we don't have to sin in the first place, we shouldn't. It's no good to sin.
Send us our son to resolve this. This issue's already been talked about.
We shouldn't sin and then repent for our sins. Why not just not sin in the first place?
Right.
Well, we already did, because Adam did that.
Right, so why are you following the suit of Adam?
Hey, also, here's something I don't really get about the Adam and Eve story, right? If this all-powerful, all-knowing, all-omnipresent being, God, created us, and is so powerful, all-knowledgeable, all-powerful, all-knowing, and all this stuff, it's like perfect in every way, and right? Then why would and they know everything that has ever happened and ever will happen? So this God knew that Adam was going to eat the forbidden fruit. He knew it was going to happen. yet he still punished humanity for it. But he knew it would happen because he knows everything, and it's all his plan. So his plan was to punish humanity, the human race, for eternity, and have us live in this state of like, this horrible state of like, with pain, suffering, and without like not living in Eden anymore. But he knew this would happen. So then why allow it to happen? Why do it in the first place? And if you knew it would happen, it doesn't make, I don't really get that at all.
No, but why are you sinning if you don't have to?
Well, I do my best.
But God doesn't want apologies.
You were stained the day you were born.
But God, that just justifies any behavior. That justifies murder. It justifies sexual violence because you say, well, I was tainted from the moment I...
Oh, we got a new member, Hexproof Anarchist. Welcome. Thank you so much for joining the YouTube members team. Now you've got the lovely green, the lovely logo, and the lovely green. So green text. So congratulations and welcome to the team. You'll also get access to exclusive posts, exclusive videos that I do post on to the members and to the Patreon members as well. And so congrats and welcome to the team. Thank you so much for joining.
No. That's just a matter of free will.
Yeah. Well, let's say if I go and I hurt a human, can I then repent to God and have that sin taken away from me?
Yeah.
So I can do anything I want as long as I repent.
No,
and
not
that's
at all.
fine.
Absolutely not.
So why is it that we can repent for killing animals?
Oh, we can't.
But you just said you did. You said you sinned and then you repented and that made it fine.
No, I was born in sin.
Okay, but why continue to sin?
Oh, well, I try not to. I do my best not to.
But you just openly admitted that you buy these products when you don't have to. So you're not trying.
Occasionally, I eat a burger.
Right, okay, and in that moment, you're not trying because you're consciously buying that product.
But when I eat a burger, do I condone someone dragging and beating a cow to death?
Not necessarily, but you condone an animal being killed. And that is conscious, right?
Think. This word, truth, means something, and if you go back far enough in time, that word means God itself. It means logos.
Right.
Logos. The word, God himself, created his son. It's truth. Truth will eventually lead you back to God, and it has nothing to do with the cow.
Okay, let's say we have a lamb, right, in a room, and in the room with a lamb, there's Jesus and the devil.
Up the lamb.
Well, who's going to kill the lamb, the devil or Jesus?
Who is the holy, unspotted lamb?
Tell me. I don't know. You tell me.
Christ himself.
Okay, right.
And then if you want to have that conversation, you need to understand the Old Testament and read it.
Sure.
6,000 years of prophecy.
Hey, I wouldn't read the Old Testament and take that shit any seriously. Oh my God. Jesus, this guy's now just become a very, very dangerous individual if he's reading the Old Testament and taking it seriously. Oh
160 things that God said, listen, I'm going to do these things, I will fulfill these things, and it will happen in the person of Christ.
Truth has many meanings. Truth is all around us, of course.
I got to get going. But
tell me.
The really interesting thing is, one of the last things that was said to Christ while he was here on earth, do you remember what it was?
I have no idea.
Who crucified him? Just name the man. The man responsible for it, the Roman, come on, what was his name? Pontius Pilate.
Oh, okay.
It's Pontius Pilate. So Pontius Pilate crucifies Christ, but one of the last questions he asked him was, you remember?
No.
What is truth?
Okay, and what did he respond?
God himself, in the person of Christ, said nothing, because the answer was already standing before Pontius Pilate.
Right, okay.
Truth himself.
Okay. I'm going to ask you, how do we justify doing these things to animals?
Oh, there's no justification.
Right.
This is just a consequence of us being really bad people.
Okay, but why would God rather...
You're still going to be a bad person, and I'm still going to be a bad person.
But we can't be perfect.
And all I know is I'm going to say grace over my dinner tonight.
So hang on, when you get to the gates of heaven, do you think apologies is what God wants to hear, or do you want to think he hears action?
No, I think that most horrifically, my entire life will be presented before me. Yes. I'll have to answer for every word I ever said.
And how will you answer for this if it's not necessary?
I will answer for this instant in saying, I spoke to you and gave you, now remember this, I gave you the opportunity to understand truth, which had nothing to do with a cow. Hold on. And you chose to believe that the truth had more to do with a cow than God himself.
What is he
so I someday, yes, maybe, God willing, will be presented before God himself.
Right.
I will answer for everything I ever spoke or said or did in my entire life.
Right.
And that list is going to be long.
So why not make that list shorter to guarantee you have a place there?
No.
My list.
Are you a vegetarian?
No.
No, neither am I.
No, I'm vegan. No.
vegan.
Well,
Anyways,
I will in just a second. Yeah.
I'll answer for all of my things as you will. And I hope that someday, between now and your end, that you will choose truth.
I know
and realize that it has nothing to do with a cow.
I refuse to believe that a God in the sky, right, is happy for you to commit sin every single second.
In the sky.
Oh, wherever God is in heaven, I refuse to believe that He's happy with the fact that you're committing sin 3 times
God
a day.
Is some theoretical, ethereal thing that lives in a sky.
I don't believe in a God, right? But I
am so sorry.
No, you please don't be, because I'm fine with that choice.
How did you get here? Because you have to say that is the most laughable thing.
Oh so hang on, we're gonna get off tangent here.
You want to talk about a cow, but yeah, you don't even know where. How'd the cow come here?
The cow was created.
Where did it come from? Who created it? How did it all start?
Jesus Christ created that shit, dude.
Exactly.
Jesus Christ.
Are you being serious as well?
I am being 100%
okay.
serious.
I just wanted to clarify.
You think it just appeared
You're
out
a
of nowhere.
vegetarian.
I'm vegan, but that's fine.
I know. What?
Yeah.
And you care
is the
so much
parking
about
meter
animals.
running out?
Do that.
I'm gonna let you
It's
handle this
animal,
conversation
dude.
from here on.
Hang on, humans, animals?
Oh my lord, that was just that was some cringe, wasn't it? Should we look at the follow-up to that one? Where is he? This basketball fan on a mission to debunk veganism. We can watch a bit of this one now, and this will bring us home.
I'm vegan, but that's fine.
I know. What?
Yeah.
And you care
Is the
so much
parking
about
meter
animals,
running out?
Yeah.
but you don't believe in a God. So who gives a shit
But how?
about an
So
animal?
tell me, why would a benevolent, compassionate God allow you to hurt animals? Why would He allow you to do that?
I'm gonna let you handle this conversation from here on.
Why is everyone drunk here? What is going on?
Humans, animals?
We're humans.
Humans, animals.
Are humans.
I didn't ask you. I said humans, animals.
Truth. Humans are humans.
Humans, animals. Yes or no? Are humans animals, yes or no?
I mean, in technicality, yeah.
Okay, so we are animals like a cow or a dog or a cat or a pig.
I am not a dog. I'm not a cow.
No, but you're an
I'm a
animal.
human.
Yeah, but humans are animals like dogs and cows and pigs and every other animal.
100% not true.
So just clarify this. Are humans animals, yes or no?
Humans, like, our human species are based off, like, monkeys and gorillas and all that shit.
So
not dogs,
no, I'm not asking that. That's not what I asked you. I said,
here.
are humans animals? So are humans animals, yes or no? Just a yes or no is fine.
No.
Oh, they're not, so what are they?
No. We're humans.
What's a dog?
A dog. A dog's a dog.
Is a dog an animal?
Yeah.
Is a pig an animal?
Yeah.
Is a rat an animal?
Do I eat pig? Yeah.
I'm not asking you that.
Do I eat dogs?
I'm not asking.
No.
Okay, why not? Why do you eat dogs? Why do you eat pigs but not dogs?
Because pigs are bacon and pigs are ham.
But dogs can be bacon as well. We can cut them open and eat them.
What?
But we can do. Why
Other
don't
countries eat dogs.
Yeah, like in China
like
they do.
as
Where are we
pigs.
at right now?
We're in America.
What city are we in?
We're in Cleveland.
Cleveland, Ohio.
Yes, that's right.
Do we eat dogs?
I don't know.
No.
No, but why not?
Because it's a dog, dude.
But,
what are you talking about?
But pigs are a pig. What's the difference?
What is the point
morally?
you're trying to make?
No, I'm just asking you morally, what's the difference between eating a pig and eating a dog?
Because it's a pig and not a dog,
that's not a justification.
Dude.
Morally, what's the difference between the two animals? What's the difference between
Why
two?
Are you bringing morals into that?
Because when we hurt an animal, or we hurt any human, a non-human animal, whoever, we have to morally justify that action, right? Because there's a victim involved. So how?
No,
so
that's not how.
So we don't have to justify harming
no,
others.
that's not how it works at all.
Do we have to justify harming others?
As a human species.
Yeah.
Us as a human species need animals to like survive, dude.
Do we? What do you need from an animal product to live? What do you
protein,
need?
all the nutrients from all that
but
meat.
Can we get protein
need.
from plants?
Yeah, I'm gonna go out into the woods, pick up a plant and eat it.
You don't have to. You can go to Target or Walmart, Whole Greens, right?
Dude,
beans,
this guy is
grains,
just
legumes.
as healthy as you are, and he doesn't eat animals.
That is so not true.
Why is it not?
So what a prick.
So true.
What's me? We're pretty much the same, right? But
Audrey, Sabrina.
But this is the thing, right? You can get protein from plants.
I know. I get the cause of like hurting animals and like chickens. I've seen videos of like all the.
Right. And it's wrong, right?
Oh, it's so wrong.
Right.
The way they go about it, though.
Okay.
But if they went about it in a different way, I feel like it would be way more acceptable.
So how do we humanely kill an animal then?
You kill it.
But how?
How do you humanely kill an animal then? You kill it. Fucking numpty, man.
How do we do it humanely?
Like, you shoot it up with like a shot, no pain involved, just bang, dead. But the animal... Like how they put down, like, say your dog's like super sick, right. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
Your dog's like super ill, and like you have to put it down. They don't feel anything when it happens.
But why do we do that? Because they're in pain, right? And they're dying. We don't put these animals down because they're in pain. So they want to live their life.
Yeah. But animals are here for us to eat, dude. No. That's just what human nature is.
But why are dogs not here for us to eat?
Dude.
Hang on, so why is it only certain animals but not all animals? Could I harm a dog, a cat, a whale, a dolphin?
It wouldn't be here right now if it weren't for animals.
Well, yeah, I agree.
Do you not agree?
I agree. But my point now is
we've been living off animals for the longest time. Yeah. Why should it change?
Because we don't need to anymore. I agree there's a time where it was a necessity, but it's not anymore. So we're saying if it isn't necessary anymore, why continue to do it?
That's all you got, bro.
Right, how do we justify it today? What justification do you use today when you buy those products?
Like for meat and stuff, like eggs?
Oh yeah, dairy eggs.
It tastes good.
Oh, it's cheap to eat.
It is cheap to eat. Why is it cheap to eat?
I thought I was going to go for that, but in the end it was cheap.
I don't know why it's cheap.
Because of the way these animals are raised, the massive amount of subsidies given by the government, right?
You have to let go of all that stuff. You just need to leave. What's your name?
Ed. What's yours, by the way?
Tyler.
It's really nice to meet you, Tyler. Thank you for the conversation.
Yeah. But for you as yourself, you want to live the healthiest life you possibly can. You want to live the fullest life you possibly can. Why would you worry about any of that stuff? Because you're only here for what? Maybe 100 years?
Well, that would be nice, wouldn't it?
Yeah, that would be really nice. But you're only here for 100 years. Why would you not want to live your life to the fullest and eat all the foods you can? Like the good foods, like you cannot live without trying a Big Mac from McDonald's.
I ate loads.
Everybody here's tried a Big Mac from McDonald's.
Right. But the point is,
hey, look, I mean, these serial killers that eat humans would say the exact same thing. Well, how could you judge me, you put me in prison, but like, hey, you've never tried human and you're missing out. What's the use of living 100 years if you're not going to try human? Oh my God, jeez.
Why should I harm others in my life? I have one life, they have one life, so why harm others?
Dude,
so why take
animal,
Yes, but we're animals
we have
too.
A mind.
So do they.
No,
do animals think? Do they have consciousness? Do they experience happiness and sadness and pain?
Walking into the arcade and going to like sleep or like go do whatever that happens in that arcade? No.
No, they go to sleep though.
Because they're animals, dude.
Yeah, but we're animals too.
We are so far above animals.
Why?
Are we, dude?
Why?
Are we two cows like having a conversation right now?
No, we're not. The cows talk to each other. They speak a different language.
We're goddamn humans.
Yes, but
talking
why?
in front of the corner alley.
Yes, but why?
And having a goddamn conversation.
But why?
Animals can't do that.
Animals talk to each other, right? They have language that they speak to each other.
No.
So barks and moos and oinks aren't language. It's been scientifically proven that animals have different language. They speak to each other. Of course they do. So you're defying science.
Prove that, dude.
Because what noises? When they make noise, what are they doing?
Speak cow to me.
I can't because I'm English and I'm human.
You're saying cow speak cow.
I can't because I'm human. I can't speak Spanish or Italian. I can't speak Spanish or Italian either. So what's your point? Just because I don't speak their language doesn't mean that they don't have a language.
Okay.
Because I can't speak Chinese, that means Chinese isn't a language.
I could say, hey, speak Korean because I know Korean's a language.
I don't.
Yeah, but I don't speak Korean.
Right.
Okay, whatever.
Exactly.
Speak cow.
I don't speak cow.
Because you can't, because it's impossible, dude.
So it's a cow's language. But what's your point?
Tyler, don't be rude.
But you haven't. He can be rude. He can be rude.
But tell me, he can be rude because it makes for a great video. Come on, Tyler.
You haven't explained to me, so tell me, why are humans deserving of life more? And I don't disrespect you. So why are humans more deserving of life than animals, than non-human animals?
Because, dude, look at us. We are so genetically and like physically made to do whatever we want to do.
Oh my God, this guy is fucking ridiculous. We are physically made to do whatever we want to do. Yeah, well, that's how the atom bomb was created and dropped on fucking Hiroshima. Yeah. That's how also how people like Hitler or Stalin did what they did to fucking millions of people. Yeah, because we can do what we want to do and there's no need to actually consider if these things are good or bad. We just get to do them.
Animals aren't.
But why does that mean that we're more worthy of life than them? Why? Because we're more intelligent?
I have 2 feet, 2 hands, a head, a brain, a torso, because I can do whatever the fuck I want because I'm a human.
Right, but
I'm not a cow.
But then dolphins have sonar, which...
I can do whatever the fuck I want because I'm a human. What a sick fuck. He's the kind of guy that's going to end up being like some kind of like actual killer, I think, like dangerous member of society.
We don't have. Does that mean that they're more deserving of life because they can do things we can't do? Like animals can do things that we can't do too. So what's your point? My point is we're all different, but just because we're different doesn't mean that we're more deserving of life. Yes.
You and him are different. Me and him are different. Me and him are different.
So and we'll all have different intelligence levels, different capabilities. So does that mean some of us are more deserving of life because we have differences?
Thank you so much, Lily Veg, for the super chat. You asked the question. Hey, David, who was the best meat flake of them, of all of them? By the way, I've been here for all 10 hours. You're a legend. Wow, Lily Veg. Well done on being here for the whole 10 hours. That is insane. Congrats. And thank you for the support. Amazing. Who was the best meat flake of them all? What do you mean, like the #1 meat flake of all time? I think it was actually the meat flake of last year. The winner of the meat flake of the year award was actually the company in Sweden, Arla, that had a competition for the best donut in the country, and a vegan was winning the competition, and they're a dairy company, so they cancelled the whole competition because the vegan donut was winning. They're the biggest. That's the meat flake of last year. Biggest meat flake of this year so far. Oof, it's tough. I think maybe Jeremy Clarkson, when he was going out and doing a protest, because there's this council, I think Oxford Council in the UK, was having a vegan only kind of meals in the council from now on. So if you want to eat in the restaurant there, like, you know, if you're working there, it's all vegan from now on. So you could probably still take your own food if you didn't want to eat vegan. And Jeremy Clarkson's he's a famous guy in England. He used to do Top Gear, like, presenter. He went out and joined the protest against them having plant-based only meals at the restaurant in a council building. Like, what a fucking meat flake. What are you doing wasting your time going out and protesting a decision? They did it for environmental reasons. Like, why are you protesting that? Like, a private, like a company can do what it wants in sense of like, if it's a council and people work for the council, and the council is saying we're trying to make a better environmentally friendly country, and they say we're going to have the restaurant here serving only plant-based food, so you can still go out and eat somewhere else. You know, they're not saying you only have to eat this. You can go down the road, you can go to a cafe next door, whatever. You can go wherever you want. But if you're going to eat there in that restaurant, you're going to have to eat plant-based. That was what they did. And apparently that's enough of a reason to go protest. Fucking celebrities going and protesting that. So I think he's won meat flake of the year so far. Thank you so much again for the donation. And there's your answers. So funny.
Right.
Have life.
And so do animals. They have life too.
And also, thank you, JP and Julia. I see you just made a tip. Thank you so much. Human supremacy in action. This guy, absolutely agree with you. This is human supremacy in action. Great to see you back. I know you guys had some plans today, so good to see that you made it back again for the finale of the 10-hour stream. And tell me in the chat, have any of you been here for the whole time? I know Lily was here for the whole time. Who else? I know Simon was here for the whole time. Has anyone else made it for the whole 10 hours? You degenerates like me? Degenerate vegans with nothing better to do, huh? Like me, I'm not roasting you. I'm roasting myself too. It's been a lovely day today. It's sunny even here. And I spent it all in this little room where I even blocked the window. I haven't seen the sun today because I'm a degenerate vegan YouTuber.
No, dude.
They have life too. They have life. Are they alive? Are they alive?
Yes, they are alive.
So they have life because they are alive.
So, say you see a dead squirrel laying on the fucking road right there,
right,
which happens every goddamn day.
It does. It does.
Does anybody here blink an eye? Oh, look, squirrel on the ground.
Yeah, we think it's wrong. We don't like it.
It's not. I mean, yeah,
it's not great. It's sad.
Yeah, like,
it's sad, right?
Squirrel, whatever.
So it's sad. Right.
So he agrees. Like, what's the point?
But it's a squirrel, dude.
But it's still sad. And would we rather that squirrel wasn't dead?
I mean, yeah. I would rather not that squirrel be dead.
So would we rather? So would we rather the cow or the pig or the chicken weren't dead?
But I eat pig, I eat chicken, I eat cow.
But you don't have to.
And everybody in this whole goddamn area eats pig, chicken, and cow.
They don't. I've spoken to many vegans that have walked by, right?
Yeah, maybe the people in these weird ass masks.
No, the people that have gone into people that want to see the basketball game. Everyone. Vegans are growing all the time, you know.
Yeah, I understand like the whole vegan part of it because of the whole animal cruelty thing. Like I know, I get that, but I just don't understand like why you you guys like put animals in the same category as
okay,
humans,
but you don't have
and
to.
You can't do
Just
that
one more question.
Okay, he's not done that.
Okay, Tyler, right? Before you go, let me ask.
The world is already overpopulated as it is.
Right.
And if you're including animals as humans, like us, Jesus,
okay,
dude,
Tyler.
like, this world needs to like cut down half the goddamn population.
Right.
If that's the
okay,
truth.
so Tyler, you don't have to place animals on the same wavelength as humans.
What you're doing,
all
though.
you have to do, right, is acknowledge that an animal's life is worth more than. Hang on, let me say it. All you have to do is acknowledge that an animal's life is worth more than your taste preferences. So tell me, what's more important, life or taste?
Is not as important as the nutrients and everything I get from them.
But you don't need the nutrients from them, right? So
Tyler,
it's taste.
look.
So what's more important, life
He's
or
just as
taste?
healthy as you are, and he doesn't eat animals, and you do.
I will live till I'm 98 years old. He'll probably die at 82.
The leading diseases, heart disease and colon cancer and prostate cancer, that's caused by animal products. Like vegans are statistically meant to live longer.
Everything in the goddamn world causes cancer and all that
Not
shit.
prostate and colon, that comes from the foods that we eat. Yeah.
Stop.
You keep saying stop, but you're not rebutting what I'm saying. You just say stop when I say something to you. What's more important, taste or life?
Dude.
What's more important, taste or life?
I'm here for 100
No.
years. There's, all I care about is what tastes good,
There's one answer.
dude. That's
There's
all
one
that
answer.
matters.
What's more
Human probably tastes pretty good, bro.
More important, taste or life? Taste or life?
What kind of life?
Life of an animal. Our taste preferences.
My taste is over an animal. My taste is more important. My nutrients are more important.
No, because we can get nutrients from animals.
You have the same nutrients as this guy. Like, he's such as strong as you are.
Why aren't you vegan, Sabrina? Yeah.
Okay, but this is, right, so, taste or...
Come on, Sabrina.
Life.
Taste.
Why?
Why?
Yes.
Because I'm a human.
No, but why? No, that doesn't justify it. We've been through this. This is going in circles. We've been going in circles. We've already established that just because we have life doesn't mean that their life is insignificant to ours.
That's like saying, like, what's more important, us or like someone in a different galaxy on a different planet? Like, wow.
But you're being facetious, right? Because what we know is...
How am I being facetious?
Because animals are alive right now and suffering, and you're pointing to some fantastical idea that may or may not be true. We don't know. But what we do know is animals are alive right now and they want to live.
And you don't believe in any other life.
I know, I believe there is life out there. I'm sure there is. This, of course, it's always expanding. But my point being, why does that justify harming animals?
Dude,
Thank you so much. Wow, Not Based News. We matched all donations as of 7:45 BST. Well done on the fundraiser, guys. Wow, you serious? That's fucking sick. You guys matched all the bloody donations. That's insane. And thank you for the super chat, by the way. That's incredible. You serious right now? I'll pull it up and show everybody. Hold the fuck up. That is incredible. Oh, why can't I get the... I closed everything down earlier to try and see if it helped with the stream and doing well. 1 second, let me open the fundraiser again. Here we go. Let's do this. Wow, look at that. We're to 535 euros. Thank you to Not Based News with 130 euro donations. Incredible. Thank you so much for helping us help these animals. Amazing. Guys, now's the time. We've got a few minutes left. If you're going to donate to help these animals in Ukraine, to help this Ukraine Animal Task Force get these animals out, then please do it right now. Be inspired by Not Based News. Those guys went over there and made some huge donations today. Absolute legends. Thank you so, so much. Wow, amazing. Thank you so much. They're going to be so happy with this big donation. They're going to be able to do so much with it. So thank you. And help these animals that are suffering that from the fucking bullshit that we put them through our human nonsense, our human conflicts. It's amazing that we're going to be able to help them so much. Thank you so, so much, everybody who's donated. And especially to Not Based News, who've really gone above and beyond today. You're literally fucking absolute heroes, absolute legends. Let's bring it home with Earthling Ed in the last bit of this video. And then, yeah, this drunken basketball dude, I think it's a good one to finish on. I'm enjoying it.
You know what life is?
Life. Yes.
You're born.
Yes.
You live.
Right.
You die.
So why can you take someone else's life who has the exact same pattern? They're born, they live, they die, just like us.
Okay, a chicken's born,
yes.
They live, we kill them, we eat them, they die. That's
right.
how it
But it doesn't have to. It doesn't have to. We kill them after 6 weeks. They should live for 12 years.
Okay, say this. All animals are forbidden to eat by the whole human population.
Only humans are forbidden to eat.
Humans cannot eat any animal animals at all. Right. What happens to the whole civilization?
What do you mean?
We crash and burn. We die.
Why? Why would we crash and burn? Why? Tell me why.
First of all,
ain't nothing but a heartache.
Economically,
okay.
The McDonald's, the Wendy's, all the restaurants out there, they will all go out of business and will lose money and all that stuff. Okay. The whole world will be corrupt.
But they're not, right? No, wait, no.
Am I wrong?
You are wrong, and let me tell you why.
How am I wrong?
Let me explain. Let me explain.
How am I wrong? And just like doesn't listen to Ed's answer, doesn't give him a chance to even respond.
Let me explain.
Are we gonna sell walnuts? Every
let me explain.
Sell nuts and like sunflower seeds.
Let me explain.
Everywhere? No.
The shift to veganism is going to be gradual, right? So already you can go in McDonald's in Finland, they have a vegan burger, right? There's vegan options popping up everywhere.
Finland.
So as the world continues to shift, what will happen is these places will incorporate more and more vegan options and less animal products as the shift continues to change, which means we'll still have McDonald's, we'll still have Burger King, we'll still have all of these places, but they'll be vegan.
It wouldn't be McDonald's, and it wouldn't
be.
It
will be. It'll just be.
It wouldn't be what? It would be shitty.
It would be vegan.
Yeah. In other words, it'd be shitty.
Why? Have you had like Beyond Meat Burger and stuff like that before?
I love turkey bacon.
That's not what I'm asking you. I say, have you had the Beyond Meat Burger before?
I love turkey sausage.
But that's not what I'm asking you, right?
I know.
So
that's as far as I go.
The food technology's changed all the time. We're growing animal products in laboratories.
I know we can like make crops without like doing shit.
Thank you so much, Chris, for the super chat, bro. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Really appreciate your support. This is well done, David. Well done to you for sticking through this long ass stream as well, Chris, and everybody else who's been here with me. I hope it's been entertaining for you. Ed's bringing it home for us with this weird basketball dude. We did it. 10 hours almost in 3 minutes.
Scientifically make all this shit, but I know.
So the point you're making was wrong because the economy won't collapse; it'll just change, and the money will come from somewhere else.
Yeah,
but all these places will still be open.
Everybody would be so unhappy with
Why?
this Earth, dude.
Why?
We're here on Earth because we can do those things.
No,
we're here on Earth because we can do those things. This guy's basically like, we can do it, so we should do it. That's his logic. It's so fucked.
The reason we're on Earth is not to hurt others. The reason is to live our life, and that's the same reason they're here, to live their life.
Okay, if that's a point, like, we get to start talking about pollution and all that, littering and all that shit.
That's wrong as well.
The Earth.
I agree.
How does killing animals ruin the Earth?
Animal agriculture is the number one cause of environmental degradation. It's the number one cause of rainforest destruction, because in Amazon...
Yeah, I see so many goddamn rainforests in Cleveland, Ohio.
Yeah, but of course you don't. There's no rainforest here.
Exactly.
But your consumption of beef is destroying the Amazon rainforest, because beef cattle farmers... Yes. Well, where do you think these animal products are coming from? They're destroying vast amounts of rainforest. We're polluting our oceans by taking all the fish out of the oceans. It's the number one cause. It's responsible for more greenhouse gas emissions than all of the cars.
I respect like people like you so much.
Thank you, and I appreciate that. I do.
I just don't get why you just don't live your life.
We are living our life,
but you're not.
Yeah. So hang on. How am I not?
So
I'm not. I get all the flavors I still used to eat. I have burgers. I have fried chicken, and it tastes all exactly the same. Yeah.
Fried chicken.
Yes, I do.
Tell me what this fried chicken's made of.
Seitan. It's a wheat gluten, and it mimics the texture of meat.
Tastes like fried chicken.
Honest to God. I mean, fried chicken's the batter.
Dude, if that was true, I would not go to
Brandon, thank you so much, bro. Really appreciate the super chats. I see it. Yeah. Wait, yeah, it just came up now. Thank you so much, man. I was just reading. Congrats on your 10-hour stream. Thank you so much, dude. You're a fucking legend. Thank you for all the support, everybody. It's been a long and emotional journey, and we've got Tyler bringing it home for us, which is amazing. Tyler and Ed going at it for us, bringing it home. It's been a good one. I've enjoyed today. I don't feel tired at all. With the Joey one, I started to feel tired in the end. I don't know, maybe I prepped for this one a bit better. Maybe the Joey one was 12 hours. I think it was those extra 2 hours maybe fucked me. But yeah, let's finish this and then we'll do like a conclusion and, run through the big thanks and what's next, what's to come next. Stick around to find out what's coming up next on the channel. There's a little hook for you.
And order a 24-piece bucket of chicken.
That's not available yet, but it will be.
It's not available yet.
Yeah, but it will be as the world continues to change. As more and more people go vegan, as people like you change to go vegan and demand other options. It already is happening.
Maybe British people are vegan, but people in Cleveland, Ohio ain't vegan, dude.
There's a vegan restaurant around the corner, man.
Like, I'm from Cleveland.
Right, exactly.
Are you vegan?
Anyway,
yes,
look,
so true.
I feel bad.
Take it and have a look, right? That's all I ask.
I respect everything you say, dude.
Milk and eggs.
Cool. Well, there we go, guys. We need to say well done to Earthling Ed for all of that content. I mean, we had 10 hours worth of reactions thanks to Earthling Ed doing so much content, doing so many of these debates and so many of these TV debates and different. We didn't even get through everything. We didn't even get through half of my list, I don't think, of videos that I had lined up. Ed's videos, he has so many and so much content out there. So obviously a big, big thank you to Earthling Ed for continuing to do what you do and putting all this out there and giving us something to react to and more importantly putting this out there for people to see and learn about veganism and see the poor arguments and deal with those poor arguments and showing us, all of us, how we can deal with those poor arguments as well in an effective way, Ed. So yeah, I don't think Ed would ever get to the end of this 10-hour stream, but if you do, bro, thank you so much for all of your hard work, and your team is incredible. Hudson Tarlow, big shout to him. He's filmed a lot of those videos we just watched and edited. So Hudson, well done, bro. You're a big legend, fucking great guy, and keep up the good work, both Ed and Hudson and everybody else who's in Ed's team. Fantastic. Thank you. Amazing. Thank you everybody who's been in this stream and followed all the way through, and even those who've just jumped in for an hour or so. Yeah, it all counts. You're all legends. Everybody who donated via Streamlabs and Super Chats to my work, and that goes back into the channel. Thank you. And everybody who donated to the GoFundMe. Incredible that we're going to be able to send this amount of money over to these guys. 540 euros in the end, which is just wow. They're really going to appreciate that. So amazing. Thank you so much for everybody who donated. Everybody, you absolute fucking legends. So what's to come for the next the channel? What's coming up? Well, let me tell you. There are some projects going on behind the scenes that will not be on this channel necessarily. I don't want to give too much away, but those of you who know about a project that I was planning to do that is currently underway, that is going on, there is a lot of things going on, a lot of stuff going on behind the scenes, which means that I might be finding it a little bit difficult to be as consistent with the videos moving forward. I'm going to do my best, but just know that if I ever miss a Face to Facts Friday, or if I ever don't live stream for a long time, it's because I'm doing other things that are very, very, very important, that when we reveal it, you will be very, very happy about, okay? I promise you, it is for the animals. It is all vegan related, animal rights related stuff. So just bear that in mind as we move forward, okay? However, as we do move forward, let me tell you some of the videos I've got lined up for you. So I've got an outreach video lined up where I was giving cat meat to the public. I'm editing it. It's coming up. I've got debunking a spiritual guru. Another one coming up. This one, you probably don't know who this guy is, but it's very funny and very entertaining. I've got a couple of reaction videos to come. I've got a Joe Rogan video planned. Calling out Joe Rogan, that's coming soon as well. We have our Face to Facts Fridays, as always. Guys, if you want to help me out with Face to Facts Fridays, actually, listen, now that I've got your attention, I am looking for inspiration, okay? I want to get creative with videos. I want to do things that I've not done before. I want to do new and exciting videos. And I'm only one person, and I'm working with a small team of other creators, and we're working together. But you're the audience. You're the people that I want. I want you to like my videos. I want you to share my videos. I want you to feel good about my videos. And like, oh, I want to share that. That's been a great video. So I want your feedback. So please join the Discord. If you don't have Discord, don't worry. If you're using Discord or you want to learn Discord, join Discord. It's like a private Facebook, basically. It's private David Ram's Facebook, if you imagine. And that's where we can talk about this kind of stuff. You can give me feedback on videos. You can give me video ideas. You can give me all that good stuff. If you don't want to join Discord, on Instagram, you can message me on Instagram, right? You can email me via my email address, which is on my YouTube. The email address is itsdavidrams@gmail.com. So Instagram, email, and Discord are the best places. I want to get your feedback. I want to see what you want to see on this channel. What videos would you share? What videos would you get excited about? Let me know, guys, because ultimately I'm making these videos, of course, to reach non-vegans, but I want you to share them so they reach those non-vegans. So come on, let's do this, right? I would like that you guys help me to do this, and let's get some stuff out there that makes you happy, that makes you pumped, so that you share this stuff and you're proud, and then I'll be happy, and you're happy, and we're getting through to people. So let's fucking do this. Give me some feedback, guys. I'm really excited about it. I want to know the videos that would make you excited, make you happy, make you pumped, and I'll make those fucking videos. I'm pumped to do that. I want your feedback as more now than I've ever wanted it. All right. So as we're moving forward, I'm planning on trying some new stuff and pushing out. I've got some cool ideas coming up that I think could be really, really good. Some outreach ideas, some stuff, debate ideas. A week today, I'm doing a debate, live debates on Discord with people in the public. Right here, live stream. We're going to be debating, discussing, outreaching, whatever you want to call it, with whoever the fuck comes up and wants to debate. So if you know somebody that wants to debate a vegan, wants to discuss veganism with a vegan, get them onto the Discord. That's where we're going to be doing it. And I'll be streaming live to YouTube as well. But the debates will be happening on Discord, and I'll stream them live to YouTube. Live vegan debates 1 week from today. Don't miss it, all right? So lots and lots to come. If you want exclusive access to like behind the scenes stuff and exclusive updates, join the YouTube membership team or join the Patreon team. One or the other, you'll get it both ways. That way you'll get some updates before other people get them, and you'll have direct contact with me as well in a more kind of one-to-one way. So go for it if that's interests you, and you'll be supporting my work and helping me keep this whole ship above board, floating on the sea, sailing. Keep the ship sailing. Right, guys, we're well over 10 hours. You guys have been fucking legends. Keep calling out that BS wherever you see it. Keep sharing the videos on the channel. Keep liking. Keep commenting. Keep all that stuff coming. We're going for big things with this channel, and I'm so happy to have so many of you on board for it. So, yeah, amazing. Thank you so much, everybody. Thank you so much for all of your support. Continued support. You fucking heroes. You fucking legends. I'll see you all in the next video.